Tribulation of Myriad Clans Chapter 467 to Chapter 484. Xia Province. Shouxinggu. Wan Tianqing looked out of the window, at the academy, at the prefectural city, and beyond the prefectural city. He was thinking. He was thinking about many things and all the possibilities. He was thinking about whether he would be in control of everything this time, or whether he would be used as a pawn or a spear. Of course, he had his own thoughts and plans. Outside the window, a figure flickered. The figure appeared with a faint smile on his face. He looked at Wan Tianqing, and Wan Tianqing looked back at him. The person who appeared was full of smiles. "Principal, are you looking at the moon?" Wan Tianqing was as calm as still water. "I'm looking at you. You're very pretty." "Principal, do you like pretty people?" The person smiled. The next moment, he suddenly transformed into a beautiful woman with a bright smile. "Principal, do I look good?" "Pervert." "Uh-huh. How can you say that about me?" The woman covered her face with her lily-white hands and said coquettishly, "Principal, am I not pretty? Or is Principal a pervert who doesn't like women?" Wan Tianqing looked at her indifferently. "Have you had enough fun?" "Principal, you can't take a joke." The woman smiled and instantly transformed into an old man with a sage-like demeanor. She said with a weathered face, "Little Wan, life is short. Why not enjoy yourself while you can?" Wan Tianqing's eyes flickered. "If you've had enough fun, you can stop for a while." The old man instantly stopped and transformed into a middle-aged man. He said in a low voice, "Sir Principal, Lan Tian greets you." Wan Tianqing looked at him for a long time before saying, "Have you betrayed us?" Lan Tian looked surprised. "What do you mean?" "Principal, you're actually suspecting me." "My God, the sun and moon can testify to my loyalty." Wan Tianqing said faintly, "The sun and moon can testify, but Invincible can't, is that right?" Lan Tian smiled. "Principal, you're really, really honest. You know me best. In this world, my parents gave birth to me, and you know me best." Wan Tianqing said coldly, "You can shut up now." "Blue Sky, what are you trying to do? Also, you're the one who taught Suyu how to change characters in Xinwen, right?" "That's not right." Lan Tian smiled lightly and said, "How could it be me? It's clearly the thousand-hand bandit Su Bin, and he comprehended it himself. What does it have to do with me?" "Su Bin, isn't that you?" Blue Sky said in surprise, "Su Bin is me? How could this be? Su Bin. Is Su Bin me?" Blue Sky seemed to be lost in his memories. After a while, he chuckled and said, "It's probably me. Mannerhead, you don't know this, but the Ming constables are really interesting. They're very powerful. They created the ancient sensing jade and actually managed to find me. I'm so pitiful. I had no choice but to pretend to be a woman to gain sympathy. In the end, Blue Sky transformed into a woman again. She said with tears in her eyes, "Suyu, that Iron Man, doesn't have any protective feelings for women. He even hit me." Wan Tianqing looked at him coldly, Blue Sky looked at him shyly. Soon, he laughed awkwardly and transformed back into his middle-aged appearance. He said helplessly, "Sir, do you have a heart of stone? How could you treat me like this? I've already cried, but you're still indifferent." Wan Tianqing said coldly, "Shut up if you've had enough fun. Let me ask you, have you found out Primordial Spirit's identity?" "What are you saying, Mannerhead? Aren't you Primordial Spirit?" Wan Tianqing looked at him. Blue Sky also looked at Wan Tianqing. After a while, Blue Sky said embarrassedly, "I'm not." "What do you think?" Wan Tianqing looked at him coldly. Blue Sky said dryly, "I think you're Primordial Spirit." Soon, he said with some surprise, "Stop fooling around. You're really not Primordial Spirit?" Wan Tianqing still looked at him coldly. Blue Sky was stunned. "Really? Stop fooling around. Isn't that your past body? I didn't capture the body of 3 lives." Wan Tianqing said coldly, "I'm just a Sun Moon 9 Heavens, a genuine Sun Moon 9 Heavens. I don't have the body of 3 lives." Blue Sky instantly stood up straight. "Don't joke with me. Wan Tianxing looked at him for a long time, then repeated, I am me, Wan Tianxing. There's only one Wan Tianxing in the world, there's no second one. I don't cultivate the past, I don't have a future. I only have myself, Wan Tianxing. Blue Sky was completely stunned, as if he couldn't accept it. Don't King joke with me. Blue Sky looked at him, and seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, he said in shock, then. Primordial spirit, he appeared 100 years ago. You think it's me? Why do you think so? Blue Sky swallowed, and said in a daze, no, it can't be. I've tried many times, and I always felt that it was you who secretly replaced Primordial Spirit. You say you're not. Blue Sky was surprised. What? That's not right. Then, who is he? Wan Tianxing stared at him. You don't know who he is, and you dare say he's the third generation? You should know that it's easy to cause trouble. No, Blue Sky explained, I might have fallen into a trap. What do you mean? Blue Sky frowned. Primordial Spirit is deliberately leading me to say these things, leading me to focus on him. He did it on purpose. I'm sure. Blue Sky said gravely, he lied to me, no, maybe, he really is the third generation. It's true, I've checked, he might really be the third generation. Wan Tianxing still looked at him. Blue Sky said in a low voice, the third generation might not be dead. Primordial Spirit is the third generation. If it's not you, then he's the third generation. Are you sure? I am very sure. Very sure? Wan Tianxing said coldly, Blue Sky, don't you ask me when you're doing things now? Blue Sky suppressed his doubts and palpitations, and said with a smile, it's just a small matter, why bother Manor Head? Besides. He laughed, Manor Head, I can't be sure if you're good or bad. Blue Sky, you've been the leader for so long that you don't want to come back, right? Of course not. Blue Sky laughed, Manor Head, Xianxia is Suyu, right? What do you think? I think so. Blue Sky said with a smile, besides him, who else would be so daring, and who could cause so much trouble? Do you think Primordial Spirit has guessed that Xianxia is Suyu? I have a feeling that Primordial Spirit knows a lot. Because of this, I misjudged. Primordial Spirit might know more than we think. Isn't he the third generation? If not the third generation, then he's your third life, I'm sure. Wan Tianxing laughed, you're sure? Yes. Wan Tianxing sighed and said, get lost. You're just a piece of trash who can't do anything. I asked you to unify the Myriad tribe sect, but you insisted on going against me. I asked you to lay low, but you insisted on keeping a high profile. You're no longer Blue Sky. Suit yourself. What are you saying? Blue Sky said with a smile, Manor Head, you misunderstood me. I'm too famous, I can't keep a low profile, so I can only do the opposite and be a little more high profile. As for Wanzhou, all these years, if it weren't for me, Wanzhou would have grown stronger. I still have some credit, right? Wan Tianxing ignored him. Blue Sky laughed again, don't be like that, I'm not a nobody. At least, I've successfully handed over Wanzhou's power to Suyu, haven't I? Xianxia is not Suyu. Wan Tianxing sighed, you're stupid. Blue Sky was shocked, stop fooling around, are you lying to me? It's fine if Primordial Spirit isn't you, but Xianxia is not Suyu, are you kidding me? Idiot. Blue Sky's eyes widened, I'm serious, is Xianxia really not Suyu? Wan Tianxing frowned, maybe you can go to Xinghong Ancient City and ask for yourself. Whether it is or not, I can't give you an accurate answer. Blue Sky looked at him, frowning, you still don't believe me. Maybe. Wan Tianxing sighed, maybe, the plan this time is going to fail, you idiot, you haven't even confirmed Primordial Spirit's identity, how dare you talk nonsense, and Xianxia too. Shaking his head, he sighed, don't mess around anymore. Blue Sky looked at him suspiciously, are you deliberately guarding against me? Wan Tianxing, you're guarding against me too much. I'm one of your people, and you're excluding me just like that? Wan Tianxing said calmly, there's no such thing. You definitely don't believe me. Blue Sky frowned, all these years, I've sacrificed a lot, and this is how you treat me? As soon as he finished, he transformed into a woman, you heartless man. Wan Tianqing frowned, looking at him, stop fooling around, is it that fun? You're a heartless man. Blue Sky grumbled, you must be suspecting me, primordial spirit is either your past or the third generation, isn't it? Xianxia is also Suyu, isn't he? You just had to hide it from me. Wan Tianqing looked at him for a long time, then suddenly said, I don't know if you betrayed me, after all, it's been a long time, and you haven't told me a lot of things, aren't you also suspecting me? Blue Sky grumbled, is there no trust between people at all? Tell me first, is primordial spirit you? No. Wan Tianqing frowned, I said he's not. Is it the third generation? I don't know. You don't know? Blue Sky frowned, whether he's the third generation or not, why didn't he tell you? I'm not familiar with the third generation, although I'm his disciple, there was nothing wrong with what he said, he was the third generation's disciple, but he was the eldest disciple of the third generation, taking in a disciple on behalf of his master. When he entered the school, the third generation was already dead, so he was not familiar with the third generation. That's true. Blue Sky understood, fine, I'll take it seriously. Then let me ask you again, is Xianzhou Suyu? He might be. Blue Sky nodded, that's more like it. Don't think I don't know him just because he's wearing a vest. If you say he isn't, I want to blow your head off. At this point, Blue Sky smiled, alright, it doesn't matter whether he is or not, it doesn't matter. I don't care what the original situation is, and I don't care. Today, I took the risk to find you to tell you a big secret. Speak. Blue Sky said mysteriously, the original demon race's demi-emperor might have come, but it might not be the third incarnation, but Shenwen's incarnation, or his essence blood incarnation. Most likely, he's attached to Madonna's body. Madonna might be a spy prepared by this guy. If he fails to break through, he might resurrect in Madonna's body and take over Madonna's body. Wan Tianqing's eyes changed slightly. Blue Sky laughed, big enough, right? Of course, this is my own judgment after many years of dealing with the original demon race. It might not be accurate. Also, do you know about the original demon race's Demon King raid? This time, he might have infiltrated personally. This guy's present body and past body were blown up last time. This time, his future body might come personally to reconstruct the Demon King body in the ruins. This guy is a Demon King, after all, you have to take it easy. The demons will tell you these secrets? Of course not. Blue Sky sighed. How is that possible? But I'm beautiful. Do you know how great a price I paid in order to break into the devil race? I even slept with several little devil kings. So miserable. Wan Tianqing looked at him, and after a while, he said, really, fake? Really? Blue Sky sighed. When I transform into a beauty, I'm very beautiful. After a while, Wan Tianqing said, you can scram, Blue Sky, you're becoming more and more perverted. I paid such a huge price for the human race, my pure body is gone, you heartless man. Blue Sky looked at him bitterly. Fine, I'm leaving. When I recover my true body, you have to marry me. With that, he disappeared. Wan Tianqing, crazy, he sighed inwardly. This lunatic might really be crazy. He was crazy back then, so there were some things he didn't dare to tell this guy. Now, he was even crazier. If this continued, once he really reached the 9th level of the Sun-Moon realm and obtained his 3 bodies, this guy might kill himself. Primordial. Profound armor. Thinking of this, Wan Tianqing closed his eyes, thousands of thoughts in his mind. Modo, the demon emperor, raid, there was also the scene he saw, and, the hand behind his back, the hand that was trying to kill him. He already had some conclusions about some things. Thinking of this, he took out a voice transmission talisman, hesitated, and said, be careful of Blue Sky, and be careful of Modo and the geniuses of the other races. These people might have essence blood or clones of the invincible realm. Suyu, who was working, was stunned. What the hell, the geniuses of the other races might be possessed by the invincible realm. Suyu frowned and said, why the geniuses, and not those 8th or 9th level Sun-Moon realm experts? Bloodline inheritances are easier to attach. Also, the stronger the talent, the stronger the inheritance. Suyu was depressed. Do you mean that if I really clash with these people, I might be killed? That would be too unfair. Just avoid them. Be careful yourself. If you can't do it, leave as soon as possible. Lu Wenyan will return soon. Once he returns, the relic will be drawn out by him, and chaos will open. Halfway through, Xiao Longwu will prove his Tao, and the heavens will be in chaos. If you can leave, find a way to leave. Got it. This time, Wan Tianxing gave a clear answer. Suyu cursed silently for a while. You're always being mysterious all the time, but you're not being mysterious this time. Could it be that you've also been fooled by others? Really, I thought you were very powerful. Teacher Lu is coming back. Is his return the breakthrough point? Then I have to kill people as soon as possible and cultivate. I haven't finished 72 casting yet, and 61 casting will probably take 2 or 3 days. I'm still not strong enough. Suyu sighed and punched another mountain sea. He looked around and laughed. These are all small fries, but they have guts. Mountain Sea dares to wander around southern Yuan. Everyone, I've almost cleaned up the small fries. I've received information that Ji Hong is being chased and disappeared. It's possible that the primordial sect leader saved him. Everyone, let's find out more about the primordial sect leader. As soon as he finished speaking, the sect leader of the Leviathan Strength sect asked, "Can you find him?" Of course. Suyu smiled and said, "This is what the Hunting Heaven Pavilion does." As soon as he said this, he shouted, "If it's chaos, then let's make it even more chaotic. Tonight, we will kill all the tribes outside Nanyuan City. After killing all of them, we will retreat. Track Ji Hong's whereabouts and find the primordial origin sect leader. Bring all these people out in the open." Yes. Everyone answered. Xianxia transmitted, "Are you sure you want to track him?" Of course. He might be Nan Wujiang. Is it appropriate for you to force him out? There's nothing inappropriate about it. He didn't say he was Nan Wujiang. Besides, even if he is, do I know him? So you didn't care. Wan Tianxing had said to do as he pleased. Since that was the case, he naturally had to do as he pleased. That night, the Hunting Heaven Pavilion raided the outskirts of southern Yuan City. Dozens of Sun Moon experts raided, creating chaos and killing countless people. As for Xianxia, the representative of the Hunting Heaven Pavilion, before leaving, he said to do as he was told and left, causing more than 10 Sun Moon experts to chase after him. As for who gave the killing mission, the Hunting Heaven Pavilion didn't say. Soon, Suyu followed Ji Hong's position on the Hunting Heaven list. He also wanted to see who this primordial sect leader was. The human realm was in turmoil. The All Heavens battlefield was also in turmoil. Near the East Rift Valley, the great Qin King frowned. He was also constantly receiving news from the human realm. After a long time, he said, the civilized mansion has caused turmoil in the human realm. The troubles are all concentrated in Xia province. Ask the Sun Moon experts of the Seeker Land and the War God Temple to go to Xia province and guard Xia province to suppress the riots. Xia of Goguryeo didn't say anything. Seeing this, the great Qin King said, "Go to southern Yuan. Don't go anywhere else." As for the relic, one got it and tried his best to kill it. The humans got it. It's up to fate. Old Xia, do you have any objections? No. Xia of Goguryeo said coldly, if they can get it, then it's theirs. What objection can I have? The great Qin King didn't care and said, this time, many eternal clones may have sneaked into the human realm. In addition, many eternal clones have been injured by Suyu. This is also an opportunity for everyone, Xiao Longwu and the others. Summon Qinzhen, Zhou Polong, Zhou Padian, Niu Baidao, Mo, Tang Yu, Wu Long, Yuan Hong. They all come to the battlefield and prepare to prove their Dao. In one breath, he called more than 10 people. The great Qin King said in a low voice, since one has set his sights on the human realm, then this time, open up the human realm and let them fight. 3 to 5 eternal clones won't be able to break through the human realm. On the human realm side, those who are in seclusion, those who are far away, come out and those who should come back. Those who are in charge of the small realms, come out this time. 8 eternal clones guard the human realm and listen to the great bright lord's orders. The others, spread out to prove their Tao and protect each other. Someone said, Great Qin King, why don't we prove our Tao together? This way, we will have more strength to protect each other. The Great Qin King sighed, Alright, I know what you mean. If we prove our Tao together, we will either live or die. We will be buried together. It's not that this is impossible, but, the human race can't afford to gamble. Let Xiao Longwu, Qin Zhen, and the others attract more people's attention and disperse Wan's strength. If we all prove our Tao separately, Xiao Longwu and the others will die, but the others still have hope. Then, he added, Xiao Longwu, Qin Zhen, Zhou Polong, and the others, split up. As for the others, it's not impossible for them to prove their Tao together. Then how will we protect them? The Great Qin King thought about it and said, Those who have descendants, protect them. Those who don't, it's up to you. If I'm not wrong, Xiao Longwu and Qin Zhen will be under more pressure. Xiao Longwu might be in danger. Then, he glanced at Da Xia of Goguryeo, Old Xia, what do you say? Me? Da Xia of Goguryeo said lightly, What can I say? I know you want the human race to have more invincible realm experts, but you want everyone to prove their Tao and disperse the human eternal strength. Longwu's chance of proving his Tao is less than 1 in 10,000, right? The Great Qin King was silent. A moment later, he nodded, Yes, if Xiao Longwu proves his Tao alone, everyone can protect him with all their strength, and his chance of success will be higher. I want to borrow his strength to fight for a chance for the others. I will. Go to Xiao Longwu's side, and Qin Zhen's side. He looked around and looked at Silkworm Annihilation King, Wang Hu, go protect Qin Zhen. If you can't win, give up. Silkworm Annihilation King laughed, It can't be, old Qin, why do you have to make your own son an example? It's better if you go protect Qin Zhen, I can't bear this responsibility, I'll follow old Xia. Xiao Longwu's chances of success are not high, even if he doesn't succeed and is killed. Old Xia is prepared, he won't blame me, right? Da Xia of Goguryeo looked at him and laughed, Your mouth is really smelly. Silkworm Annihilation King laughed, These words are really unpleasant to hear, I am protecting your grandson, it's fine if you don't thank me, but you still want to scold me? Da Xia of Goguryeo couldn't be bothered with him, and quickly said, Just me and Wang Hu. Too little. The Great Qin King frowned, Not enough. Xiao Longwu's side is Wan's main target, I will go too. Also, Heavenly King Jin, Heavenly Forging King, come with me, the 5 of us will protect Xiao Longwu, Qin Zhen's side. He looked around and suddenly said, Qin Zhen will let him and Zhou Polong corroborate the Tao together, old Zhou, bear with it. The surroundings quietened down. The Great Zhou King said calmly, Is it appropriate? It's appropriate. The Great Qin King looked at him, Old Zhou, your strength is second only to mine, I am at ease with you protecting the Tao. The Great Zhou King thought about something, and after a long time, he said, If Long Padian and the others succeed, and Qin Zhen fails, then what? That is fate. The Great Qin King also said calmly, This is what they deserve. If you really don't want to take the risk, then find a small world to corroborate the Tao, it will be safer. The Great Zhou King didn't say anything else. The Great Qin King also didn't say anything else. At this point, the Great Zhou King had accepted this mission, he was in charge of Zhou Polong and Qin Zhen. In the surroundings, some invincible martial artists were silently thinking about something. The Great Zhou King. There was a traitor in the human race. And the biggest suspect was actually the Great Zhou King. The Great Zhou King was also the leader of the peace faction. His philosophy was to ignore the outside world first, it was best not to corroborate the Tao to provoke Wan, cultivate his mind, and wait for the invincible civilization master of the human race to open the restrictions. Of course, this matter wasn't that simple. All Heaven's battlefield. Willow City. In the dilapidated Willow City, Xiao Longwu arrived again. After a while, the door to the secret room opened, and Lu Wenyan walked out. Xiao Longwu glanced at him and frowned, Peak of Mountain Sea? Yes. A little weak. Lu Wenyan smiled and said, There is no rush, I know that the human realm is in turmoil, the ruins have opened, the Wen tombstones have appeared, it is not appropriate for me to not go to the ruins to advance to the Sun-Moon realm. Can I? Yes. Lu Wenyan stroked his beard and said with a smile, no problem. Don't worry. What about you? I'm ready. Xiao Longwu said in a low voice, I am here, so I can't interfere with the human realm. Whether I succeed or fail, I can't interfere with the human realm. My second uncle. I don't know what he is thinking, but he seems to have his own plans. Help me keep an eye on him. Little fool, this guy, Lu Wenyan smiled, I know, but I probably can't control him. Let's wait and see. Xiao Longwu nodded, hesitated, and said, my son. Forget it, after enjoying Xiaojia's blessing, let's see his luck. Soon, Xiao Longwu took a deep breath and said, one more thing, the Lu family was destroyed. Lu Wenyan raised his hand and said with a smile, let's not talk about this. We'll talk about this later. Lu Wenyan looked out of the house and said with a smile, back then, I met my master here and went to the human realm. At that time, all the people in Willow City came to see me being accepted as a disciple by Yubadian and having a promising future. I am famous, but in this life, I have not done anything earth-shattering. I am not even as good as my cheap student. Lu Wenyan sighed with emotion, but soon smiled again. This time, when I go back to the human realm, my strength is only SOSO, and I may not be able to do anything. However, some things should be settled. It's good that I am alive, and it's good that you are alive. I hope we can meet again one day. If I am alive, I hope you will have someone to collect your body. I will send you back to Dexia province. If you are alive, I hope you can come to me and send me back to Willow City. After all, this is also my hometown. Xiao Longwu nodded. He said nothing more. Lu Wenyan smiled again. He looked at his uncle, who had followed him silently, and said with a smile, Uncle, are you staying here or coming with me? Together. Uncle Lu said in a low voice. Xiao Longwu wanted to say something but stopped. Lu Wenyan said with a smile, Uncle, come with me. If I die, my uncle will be too lonely, and the Lu family will be destroyed. Why leave him alone to guard this broken city? Uncle Lu nodded silently. The Lu family was gone. Xiao Longwu nodded slightly. Lu Wenyan smiled again and said, I don't know if my cheap uncle is reliable. I really don't trust him. Xiaojia, do you have any other preparations? His cheap uncle was naturally Wan Tiansheng. Yes. Xiao Longwu nodded and said, don't worry, Xiaojia still has some preparations. Even if my master really can't do it, Xiaojia will find that guy. Even if he can't be killed, he can't hide it from everyone this time. That's good. I don't ask for him to be killed. I only hope to completely confirm his identity. Once the seeds of doubt are planted, everyone will feel insecure, and the human race will be in danger. Lu Wenyan said softly, we're all old comrades of the past, but now, you don't trust me, and I don't trust you. If this goes on, after 100 years, even if the few demi-emperors fail to advance, the human race's morale will be broken, and we won't be able to fight anymore. Right now, the great Qin king can still intimidate them, but if he can't, it'll probably be the time for the human race to be destroyed. Xiao Longwu nodded. He said, so, we will definitely find him. Lu Wenyan said with a smile, don't be so absolute. If that guy feels danger and doesn't come out, then it'll be useless. He will come out. Xiao Longwu looked at him. You will let him come out? Really? Lu Wenyan thought for a while, then said with a smile, I hope so. If he still doesn't come out after so many preparations, then there's no other way. I'll return to the human realm and advance to the sun and moon realm first, then do something else. If he doesn't come out, then let him continue to hold it in. If he doesn't come out this time, he won't be able to hide it for long. He knows it himself. Xiao Longwu smiled, and so did Lu Wenyan. The two patted each other's shoulders, and Xiao Longwu disappeared. Lu Wenyan turned to look at eldest uncle Lu, then said with a smile, eldest uncle, let's go. Let's go take revenge. Eldest uncle Lu, bare one's teeth, smiled brightly. Revenge, the hatred of the Lu family's destruction, the hatred of Lu Wenyan's crippling, the hatred of the Shenwen faction's crippling, It's time to go back and take revenge. On this day, Lu Wenyan began to set foot on the road of return. When he walked to the human realm's passage, Lu Wenyan suddenly turned around and shouted, "I'm going back. To the human realm, to the relic. To advance to the sun and moon realm, to prove the Tao, and to step into the 9th tier of the sun and moon realm. I will take revenge. I will find you. I'll wait for you in the human realm." His last angry shout resounded through the sky. He was going back to the human realm, to advance. His aura was extremely powerful, the aura of the peak of the mountain and sea realm, but it suppressed the sun and moon, as bright as the sun, East Rift Valley. It was frighteningly quiet. The scattered invincible realm experts were all silent. After a long time, someone said softly, "I hope I won't see that scene, and I don't want to see that scene. We are all comrades who fought against the Wan together in the past, old friends. We don't want to lose any more people. Let's repent." Someone said softly, "Be at ease and protect the others. What happened 50 years ago is over. Let them grow up, and how long can we live?" The group of people was well aware of the situation. At this moment, the situation in the human realm did not seem to be a situation anymore. The invincible realm experts all knew that as more and more experts of the Shenwen system continued to advance to the sun and moon realm, and as Lu Wenyan advanced, he might step into the invincible realm. That person might not be able to stand it anymore. There were also invincible realm experts who said coldly, "Kill those who deserve to be killed. Think about it carefully. If you stand out now, you might get a chance to be lenient. Otherwise, once the investigation finds out, you probably won't have this chance." Dasha of Goguryeo did not look at them, but looked into the distance. After a while, he said, "I, Xianxia, am there, and the Shenwen system is there, all of them are there. Everything is in Xia province, including Yibatian's last Shenwen system, including everything. If you make a move again, unless I die, you will die." Silence. Silence. This was an overt plot. If you don't go, then the Divine Runic Department will develop and grow stronger. If you obtain these ancient ruins, then someone will soon be able to successfully prove their Tao. The Myriad races will stop you, but even if the Myriad races stop you, they will only stop you when you are trying to prove your Tao. Now, one can't kill his way into the human realm to stop them. The only one who can stop them might be the traitorous invincible realm expert. High up in the sky, the great Qin King looked on coldly, and after a long time, he said, "Stop talking. If nothing happens this time, then it means we've misunderstood. Everyone, do what you need to do. Don't fall for the Myriad race's plot. The great Qin King is right. Maybe it's just a trap. Don't be too nervous. Let's not talk about this. Let's talk about how to safely prove the way. We are old, and we still need new blood to inherit our will." The group of people laughed and cursed, as if they had returned to the past. 400 years ago, everyone was like this. They fought the heavens together, broke into the realms, killed countless people, and supported each other. That was how the human race came to be today. The human realm. The news spread quickly. Lu Wenyan is back. He wants to go to the ruins and advance to the sun-moon tier. He even said that he would reach the 9th level of the sun-moon tier one day. Can Lu Wenyan do it? Lu Wenyan is the most powerful person in Shenwen. The news spread. Outside southern Yuan City. In a newly built palace, a young man asked in confusion, "Lu Wenyan? That half-crippled genius? General, why do you say that Lu Wenyan is the most powerful person in Shenwen? I've seen his experience. Yes, he was indeed very talented in that era, but he wasn't even a soar. Don't you think that everyone is overvaluing Lu Wenyan? Some of these young people came from the Shenwen faction of small realms, and some were geniuses nurtured by the major palaces themselves. Some were fighters, and some were civilizationists. Now, as soon as Lu Wenyan entered the All-Heaven Palace, the news spread everywhere. In the words of some seniors, Lu Wenyan, who hadn't even stepped into soar, was almost a legend, and among them, there were even some sun-moon tier elites. A guy who wasn't even a soar, who had been crippled for 50 years, and who had recently reached the peak of the mountain sea realm by relying on the self-destruction of Yibatian's Shenwen faction, Was he a peerless genius? Was he the most powerful person in Shenwen faction? In everyone's eyes, people like Hong Tan, Zhao Ming, and you had all entered the Sun Moon tier. Hong Tan was younger than Lu Wenyan, and he had advanced to the Sun Moon tier on his own. Lu Wenyan was an old piece of trash who had entered the Mountain Sea realm by relying on external forces. How could he be the most powerful person? Confused, they also felt that everyone was overestimating him. Being questioned by these people, the young Sun Moon smiled and said softly, whether he is the most powerful person or not. Is there a need to ask? What did he mean? Some people were really confused. How could Lu Wenyan be considered the number one? Sun and Moon sighed and looked at the crowd helplessly. After thinking for a while, a Sun and Moon Shenwen appeared and he casually threw it to a Ling Yunjing genius and said, "Take him into the Sea of Will." "My lord, this," Ling Yun said helplessly, "Shenwen is still very lively. I can't do it. I will burst the Sea of Will." At this moment, the surroundings fell silent. He seemed to have thought of something. Of course, there were a few idiots who didn't care. They continued to ask, "General, does this have anything to do with Lu Wenyan being the number one?" The Sun and Moon were speechless. Where did this idiot come from? "I'm in the third layer of the Sun-Moon realm." There was still no solution. A few of the less intelligent fellows still didn't understand. At this moment, in the crowd, a young man sighed and said, "My lord, we understand what you mean. If that's the case, it's really a pity. If Lu Wenyan wasn't chosen as a successor in the past, maybe after stepping into Soar, he would soon be able to step into the Mountain Sea Sun-Moon realm, right?" At this moment, the elite of the Sun-Moon realm smiled and said, "Yes. Sure enough, the brains of the civilizationists are more flexible. People always say that he's a civilizationist. How can he be considered the number one?" "Well, you know it's nurturing." He glanced at those idiots. "You also know that he hasn't reached Soar. What was Yi Beishan's cultivation level? Quasi-invincible, killing invincible beings. Then, how strong was Yi Beishan's Shenwen? Many years later, so you casually exploded one and killed several elites in the 4th and 5th layers of the Sun-Moon realm. Lu Wenyan exploded one and killed the dead spirits in the 6th and 7th layers of the Sun-Moon realm. Back then, Yi Badian left behind many Shenwen, not just one. Then, how strong was his Shenwen? Maybe it was so strong that the ordinary Sun-Moon realm didn't dare to fuse with it. Of course, Lu Wenyan and Yi Beishan's Shenwen were very compatible, which was the key point. However, no matter how compatible they were, you, a cultivator, tried to fuse with the Sun-Moon Shenwen. Even Ling Yun didn't dare. He was in the 3rd layer of the Sun-Moon realm. Just now, when a Shenwen appeared and asked Ling Yun to fuse with it, Ling Yun didn't dare, for fear of exploding the Sea of Will. But what about Lu Wenyan? Those who understood would naturally know what was going on. Those who didn't understand, without this experience, would never understand. If they didn't have brains, there was no need to explain. Below, some people also figured it out. They had overlooked this point before, and they said in shock, "Sir, so, at that time, the strength of his Sea of Will might have been close to that of Ling Yun or even the Mountain Sea realm?" The general of the Sun-Moon realm nodded. "It's very likely. Of course, it's hard to know the specifics if you're not directly involved. However, the Shan Shenwen faction is afraid of Lu Wenyan, and Wan is afraid of Lu Wenyan. He is indeed very talented. His success is due to the 5 generations, and his failure is also due to the 5 generations. Because of the 5 generations, he was known by Wan. Because of the 5 generations, he was crippled in his golden age. Even if he was crippled for 50 years, many Shenwen factions are still waiting for his return." This general of the Sun-Moon realm sighed. 50 years ago, he chose to inherit Yi Beishan's Shenwen faction, and didn't choose to continue on his own. It's very regrettable. Some people feel that he took advantage of it, and some people feel that he suffered a loss. Without Yi Beishan's Shenwen faction, perhaps, he also reached this step. He's at least in the middle stage of the Sun-Moon realm. He's much more talented than Hong Tan. Back then, Lu Wenyan was ranked first, Xianxia was second, Zhao Mingyu was third, Hu Ping was fourth, and Xiaoyi was fifth. This was the top 100 ranking of the Great Xia Civilization University back then. What? Someone was extremely surprised. Xiaoyi? Yes. This Sun-Moon realm powerhouse seemed to recall something. He smiled and said, back then, the Great Xia Civilization University was a pinnacle. All eyes were on him. The geniuses of the Great Xia Civilization University were the geniuses of the heavens, the geniuses of the human realm. Peerless geniuses. When the 5 generations were around, these people were limitless. On the eve of the 5th generation's Tao validation, it was also a pinnacle. Are Xianxia and the others strong? Of course they are. If they aren't strong, how can they inherit the Sun-Moon Shenwen? Hong Tan. He always says that he's trash, but he's not being humble. In that era, he was trash. Everyone was surprised. Why would the 5th generation accept Hong Tan? Later, perhaps everyone understood that Hong Tan is more tolerant than Lu Wenyan and the others. This general sighed incomparably. His words also shocked the younger generation. Hong Tan was the most useless one. Xiao Yi was ranked 5th, and Xiao Yi was now in the 8th stage of the Sun-Moon realm. Among the few who were ranked above him, the other 3 had only just entered the Sun-Moon realm. Lu Wenyan, who was ranked 1st, wasn't even in the Sun-Moon realm. What did this mean? Of course, Xiao Ye's physical body had reached the 8th stage of the Sun-Moon realm, and he had Xianxia as his back. Don't forget, if Yi Badian didn't die, they were also invincible. Xianxia was actually also Xiaojia's person. In that case, if these people weren't trash, perhaps someone could really enter the 9th stage of the Sun-Moon realm now. At this moment, even those who didn't understand understood. The general continued, this is why everyone says that Lu Wenyan is number 1. A genius is a genius. The title of peerless genius isn't something that everyone flatters. If you were in the Sun-Moon realm, Shenwen, you would also be a peerless genius. Even if he was the Sun-Moon realm, he had to admit that Lu Wenyan's talent was strong, stronger than his, stronger than everyone else's. He had to admit that if the other party hadn't been crippled for 50 years, he would have easily beaten him now. This was the gap. Xiao Longwu could enter the quasi-invincible realm in a short time. It should be noted that Lu Wenyan was more famous than Xiao Longwu. Maybe today, Lu Wenyan was more famous than Xiao Longwu. Da Xiao of Goguryeo had been in southern Yuan for many years to protect Lu Wenyan, not just Yibation Shenwen. If so, Da Xiao of Goguryeo could wait until Lu Wenyan was killed, and then he could take back the Shenwen. Shenwen might not be comparable to Lu Wenyan. How many Shenwen disciples are the number 1? At this moment, Su Yu, who was looking for the primitive sect master, also received the news. He said with a smile, a mountain sea is the number 1? How miserable the Shenwen disciples are. Xianxia glanced at him and didn't say anything. Beside him, the gigantic strength sect master couldn't help but say, what's wrong with him being the number 1? Shenwen at the peak of cultivating nature and containing the sun and moon, and many of them. Why don't you try? Su Yu was speechless. I'll try. What's wrong? When I was cultivating nature, I didn't inherit such a strong Shenwen. Maybe, I integrated a stronger Shenwen. My golden album may be the invincible Shenwen. Are you afraid? I haven't cultivated nature yet. I had it when I was a child. Okay, I won't be jealous. Teacher Lu Xiaowu was indeed very strong. Su Yu had been there. It was really as vast as the sea, and it was definitely stronger than the ordinary sun and moon. Now thinking about it, Teacher Lu could inherit these at that time, which was indeed very powerful. However, Su Yu thought it might have something to do with the 5th generation. No matter how talented Teacher Lu was, he couldn't have cultivated the Sea of Will to the Sun-Moon tier just by cultivating nature. It might have been forcibly broadened by the 5th generation. This couldn't be confirmed, and he would know when he asked later. The gigantic strength sect master saw that he didn't say anything, and felt a little pleased that he had finally won a round. You're only in the early stage of the Sun-Moon tier, and your tone is frighteningly arrogant. You order us around all day long. If it weren't for the fact that we've just arrived and aren't that familiar with the Hunting Heaven Pavilion, we would have given you a slap. Xianxia said, Xianjiao, if we can't find him, let's return to southern Yuan first. Lu Wenyan returns, and once he advances to the Sun-Moon tier, southern Yuan might be in chaos before he advances. So you thought of something. Let's continue searching. Lu Wenyan will need at least 1 or 2 days to reach Dixia province, Xianxia continued. I'm afraid he can't reach. Even if he does, I'm afraid he can't enter southern Yuan. What do you mean, elder? Do you think that Wan and the people from the other major human manors will be willing to let this number one person enter the relic? This is the relic of a civilizator. His talent is amazing. What if the inscriptional tombstone recognizes him as its master? Suyu curled his lips and said with a smile, that can't be, right? He has stayed in southern Yuan for 50 years, and he hasn't recognized a master yet. How can he do that now? That's hard to say. Maybe it wasn't time yet. Suyu understood Xianxia's meaning. It was best to go and take a look, lest something happened to Lu Wenyan. When Lu Wenyan returned, there was only one person with him. It was the eldest uncle of the Lu family, who had just regained his Sun Moon tier strength. His strength was not enough for now. Also, that traitor Invincible might have some experts under his command. Who said that they had to wait for Lu Wenyan to reach southern Yuan and advance to the Sun Moon tier before killing him? Wouldn't it be much easier to kill Lu Wenyan now? Only a fool would wait. Suyu also thought of this, but he was a member of the Skyhunter Pavilion. He could not rush to find Lu Wenyan. Suyu said with a smile, he's in the human realm, after all. Who would be so bold as to kill someone in such a hurry? In the past, there was Wanzhou. Now, everyone in Wanzhou is on our side. The human realm is still safe. The sect master of the Colossal Strength sect and the others snorted. He said it as if they were unforgivable crimes. All right, they were indeed unforgivable crimes. But how much better were you, Xianxia? In the past few days, you were either killing people or on the way to killing people. It was only now that you were chasing after the sect master of the primitive origin sect. At this moment, Suyu suddenly paused and said, strange, the Skyhunter list that Jihong carries seems to be moving toward the All-Heaven faction. What's going on? Suyu's thoughts stirred. He quickly said, come, let's go to the All-Heaven Palace and take a look at the number one student of Immortal Realm Divine Runic Department. Yes. The group sped up. They were all at the Sun Moon tier. They did not even bring the Mountain Sea tiers by Mian. The group of Sun Moon tier experts were also extremely powerful. They were so arrogant that they traversed large mansions. As long as they did not directly barge into the city, even the mansions would not care. There were more than 20 Sun Moon tier experts, including several late-stage Sun Moon tier experts. Once a battle broke out, even the large mansions might be destroyed. It was obvious that they were probably the group led by Xianxia of the Skyhunter Pavilion. If there was nothing important, there was no need to deliberately provoke them. Suyu did not feel proud, only depressed. In the human realm, some large mansions were really F***king useless. So what if there were more than 20 Sun Moon tier experts? They were right at your doorstep, and you beat them up. They were so arrogant at your doorstep, and you did not even beat them up. As expected, compared to those invincible mansions hundreds of years ago, they were much weaker. Of course, they did not go to the Great Qin Mansion, or they might be beaten up. At the same time that Suyu led his people to the All-Heaven faction, on the All-Heaven Mansion's side, Yi Hongyan was escorting them. The Great Xiao Mansion really couldn't spare anyone this time. Worried that they would be in danger, Yi Hongyan decided to personally escort Lu Wenyan and the others to the southern Yuan. On the way, Lu Wenyan was gentle and elegant, and his smile was like a spring breeze. Madam, it's fine. We're just in a hurry. Please send me. It was not wrong to call her madam. Suyu was not there, so he did not hear it. Otherwise, he would have called her master's wife a few times. He had called her before. This was Niu Baidao's wife, so it was not wrong for him to call her master's wife. Taking Suyu into account, he and Yi Badian were of the same generation. Yi Badian was of the same generation, so he could call Wan Tianxing nephew. Of course, Wan Tianxing was Yi Baishan's junior brother in name, but he was actually Yi Baishan's junior nephew. In that case, Xiao Longwu's seniority was too low, and Suyu could call him grandson. Of course, Suyu, who was afraid of death, would not do that. Yi Hongyan recalled many things when she heard Lu Wenyan call her madam. She could not help but sigh. When you were brought back by Badian, you were still so young. In the blink of an eye, you've grown up. Although she said it like a grandson, she was actually a grandson. Lu Wenyan smiled and said, that's because I'm young. You're such a sweet talker. Yi Hongyan smiled and said, "It's because of this that I managed to deceive a few maids." Lu Wenyan could not pretend anymore. She said helplessly, "Madam, they're not maids anymore. They're so old. Where did they come from? If they really got married and had children, how old would their grandchildren be?" Yi Hongyan sighed and quickly smiled. "There's still a chance." Badian was lonely all his life. He didn't leave anything for the Yi family until he died. "You're still young. There's still a chance." Lu Wenyan smiled and did not say anything. Yi Hongyan quickly said, "Don't be afraid, and don't worry. This is the human realm, not the battlefield of heavens. I've already informed that Oxnose to come back. He's so old. Proving the way is a waste of opportunity. Ask him to come back and take the relics for you." This time, you took the civilization mansion. With the 2 bearers and the inscribed tombstone, you may soon be able to enter the quasi-invincible realm. As for proving the way, don't rush. Take your time. Madam, it's not that easy. Don't let Headmaster Ox delay it. It's a big deal that he wants to prove the way. Yi Hongyan snorted and said, "Prove the way? He doesn't have this chance. If he did, it wouldn't have been Lord Bright who proved the way, but him. He didn't have enough chances when he was young, not to mention now, he's so old. If Niu Baidao was lucky, he would have proved the way long ago. He wouldn't have had to wait until today. Even now, he was still one step away. He might not even find the second bearers. If he didn't get the 3 lives bodies, how could he prove the way?" This time, there were many people who went. But some people didn't have bearers now. They might have to wait for the Great Battle of the Invincible Realm. In the Great Battle of the Invincible Realm, some Invincible Realm experts or 3 lives bodies would die, and then they would take the opportunity to prove the way. This was also a common way of proving the way. The bearers of proving the way all had to be robbed. There were bearers in the civilization mansion. This time, there would probably be some people who would rob them. After robbing them, some people might not even go to the battlefield of heavens and prove the way in the human realm. As he was thinking, Yi Hongyan shouted, "Who are you, scoundrel? How dare you?" A long sword pierced through the void. Kill. Although Yi Hongyan was a woman, she was also a decisive person. She controlled the long sword and instantly rushed into the void. "Wenyan, be careful." Yi Hongyan shouted and disappeared. She knew that this might be an expert who lured her away, but she had to go. If she didn't, she was afraid that Lu Wenyan wouldn't be able to bear the aftermath of the battle. "Be careful, Grand Aunt." Lu Wenyan growled, his brows tightly knitted. Next to him, the eldest uncle of the Lu family took out the earth weapon, the one that Suyu had repaired last time. He was extremely vigilant and murderous. The Lu family was a bandit, a vulture. Vultures picked up corpses in the battlefield of heavens, and few of them were kind. In fact, Lu Wenyan wasn't one either. He had been to the East Rift Valley to pick up corpses since he was young, but now he was pretending to be gentle. At this moment, Uncle Lu was guarding him. He said in a low voice, "Let's go to southern Yuan quickly. This time, no one will protect Xianxia." It wasn't that there was no one, but that they really couldn't come. Xia province had to surround and defend, and southern Yuan had to face so many experts. If more people came, it would be troublesome. This time, the road back was more difficult than expected. Lu Wenyan nodded. Without delay, he quickly broke through the air. Buzz, in the void, a big axe smashed down. With a loud bang, Uncle Lu raised his big saber and slashed down. "Lu Hao, you can't stop him. Run by yourself, and you still have a way out. Lu Wenyan must die." In the void, a demon god walked out. "An expert from Wan, intercept and kill Lu Wenyan." Uncle Lu's eyes instantly turned red. "It's you." The demon god said indifferently, "It's me." "Kill." Boom, a great battle broke out. In the distance, Yi Hongyan also kept shouting, her murderous intent soaring into the sky. Rumble, a series of roars rang out. Lu Wenyan didn't say a word. He quickly broke through the air and continued to move forward. "This road is blocked." In front of him, a palm covered him. "Break!" Lu Wenyan shouted. He no longer used an axe, but a sword. With a slash, a bloody mark appeared on the huge palm. The sun moon blocking the way instantly revealed its true form and said coldly, "Many top geniuses of the Shinwen faction are indeed extraordinary. A mere mountain sea can actually break my sun-moon body." Lu Wenyan smiled and said, "A mere mountain sea. You sure talk big. Kill." As he shouted, in the next moment, Lu Wenyan quickly fled. The void cracked. He had the Shinwen, and he could instantly break through the void, teleporting thousands of meters away. "You think you can run? We're not the only ones who want to kill you." Behind him, the sun moon sneered. "We're not the only ones who want to kill you, Lu Wenyan. The entire human race wants to kill you. You want to inherit the ruins? You, Lu Wenyan, think too much. Die." At this moment, in the distance, Yi Hongyan roared. With a slash, he killed a top 7th tier Sun Moon expert on the spot. The Sun Moon crashed. As for Yi Hongyan, she was also covered in blood gushing out of her mouth. She madly rushed towards Lu Wenyan and roared, "How dare you! You killed my nephew in the past. Today, you'll talk after you step over my dead body." Her nephew had been killed. The only successor of the Yi family had been killed. Because of this, she had been depressed for many years. Now, her nephew's successor wanted to return to the southern Yuan, but was intercepted at the human realm. She would not allow it. The surroundings were shaken. Yi Hongyan killed a 7th tier Sun Moon expert. Even though Yi Hongyan was seriously injured, she killed a 7th tier Sun Moon expert so easily and quickly, which shocked everyone. So powerful. Is this woman really so powerful? Yi Hongyan instantly arrived. The Sun Moon that had besieged Lu Wenyan before escaped into the void without saying a word. Yi Hongyan, on the other hand, went crazy and let out a shrill roar. A drop of blood exploded, and the void exploded with a rumble. Yi Hongyan instantly appeared in front of the Sun Moon. Since even Lu Wenyan couldn't stop her, it was obvious that the Sun Moon expert wasn't very strong. Yi Hongyan stopped her, and her sword pierced through the Sun Moon expert's head and the Sea of Will, rumble, another crescent fell, and Yi Hongyan was more seriously injured. She broke through the void again and instantly rushed to Lu Wenyan's side. Lu Wenyan had been beaten black and blue by a 4th tier Sun Moon expert, but he had Ji Badian and Shinwen, so he could put up a fight. Seeing Yi Hongyan's crazy attack, the Sun Moon expert fled quickly. Yi Hongyan didn't chase after them. She grabbed Lu Wenyan and quickly flew to the Lu family's eldest uncle, shouting, "Go, hurry up." As she shouted, blood dripped from her mouth. He was seriously injured. The demonic god that blocked the way also left quickly, not daring to stay. The Lu family's eldest uncle was also covered in blood. He quickly returned and coughed up blood, saying, "Go, General Yi, I'll bring up the rear. You take Wenyan away. Our Lu family will be grateful." The Lu family was gone. The Lu family was ready to die. This time, it was his nephew's chance. Go. When they reached southern Yuan and advanced to the Sun Moon realm, his nephew would definitely be able to sweep through the current generation and take revenge for the Lu family. Lu Wenyan, who was caught by Yi Hongyan, sighed inwardly. It seemed like he could only force his way to the Sun Moon realm now. It was the same no matter where he went. He didn't rely on some inscribed tombstone to advance. Don't be ridiculous. He had played with that thing countless times before, but it didn't bring him any benefits. Although he wasn't too clear about Xiaojia's plan, including the matter of the inscribed tombstone and the relic, he knew that this thing must have something to do with Suyu. That thing seemed to be with Suyu. As for how it came to Xia province, he wasn't sure. He was on the battlefield of heavens, but he knew that Suyu had made a few moves before and was still active recently. Perhaps Xiaojia had borrowed it. "Uncle, let's go together." The Lu family's eldest uncle still wanted to say something, but Lu Wenyan shouted, "Let's go together. Don't waste time. There are stronger experts." "Okay." The three of them didn't say anything else and quickly flew into the air towards southern Yuan. Boom! After flying for a short distance, Yi Hongyan shouted and slashed out with his sword. However, he was blasted back by a punch and fell to the ground, shaking the earth and mountains. The earth cracked. Another expert appeared. He had copper skin and iron bones, and his whole body was golden, 8 layers of Sun Moon realm. Yi Hongyan, do you want to die? Yi Hongyan quickly flew from the ground to the sky, covered in blood, and shouted, "You guardians are courting death. This is the human realm, not the battlefield of heavens. Wu Ji will arrive soon." You mean the All-Heaven Mansion? The expert in the 8th layer of the Sun and Moon realm chuckled and said, "Wu Ji and the others can't come. They have to guard the All-Heaven Mansion. A war may break out on the battlefield of heavens." Yi Hongyan's expression changed. "You started a war to kill Wen Yin." "No, it's not a war." The Sun and Moon realm laughed and said, "We're just testing the strength of the human clan. How can it be a war? No one from the All-Heaven Mansion can come to rescue you. They have to guard the passage. Yi Hongyan, leave. I don't want to kill you." Niao Baidao seems to have entered the quasi-invincible realm. "I don't want to be chased by a quasi-invincible realm expert because of you." Yi Hongyan ignored him. He quickly grabbed Lu Wenyan and fled. At the same time, Suyu also arrived with his people. After sensing for a while, he frowned. There are so many Sun and Moon realms, and some of them came from southern Yuan. Are they all here to kill Lu Wenyan? Xianxia couldn't help, and so could the All-Heaven Mansion. Some of the other big mansions couldn't help, and some experts had left. For example, in Dazhou Prefecture, Zhou Padian and Zhou Polong both left, and they had to defend their own mansion. Even if they didn't leave, they might not come to rescue them. In this way, in this area, no one could save Lu Wenyan and the others. Suyu frowned. Was this Wan Tianqing's trick, or was there really no way to rescue them? He saw the Sun and Moon realms fall. He even saw experts in the 7th layer of the Sun and Moon realm die. Obviously, a war had broken out. On Lu Wenyan's side, he guessed who was protecting him. Yi Hongyan was only in the 7th layer of the Sun and Moon realm. She must have been seriously injured after killing an expert in the 7th layer of the Sun and Moon realm. Humans. Haha. Suyu said with a smile, the humans are besieging so many people from Shunwen, but no one came to rescue them. The humans are getting weaker and weaker. What about the Sun and Moon realms of the 2 Holy Lands? Xianxia said, the 2 Holy Lands are also in turmoil. The news just came. It seems that this group of people is determined to kill Lu Wenyan. Suyu said with a smile, that's true. Besides, the humans may not want to see Lu Wenyan alive to southern Yuan. Xianxia asked, what's your plan? Many people looked at Suyu. What about the hunting sky pavilion? Suyu said quietly, why are you looking at me? Just watch the show. No, clean up the small fish first. I've already smelled the scent of small fish. I couldn't lure them out before, but now, there are many Sun and Moon realms in this area. Kill them. White One couldn't help but say, Xianzhou, kill one? What's wrong? We're going to protect Lu Wenyan? White One still didn't understand. We don't have to do this, right? It's good enough that we don't kill Lu Wenyan together. Protect him? What's wrong with Xianzhou? What are you thinking? So you could not be bothered with him. He quickly sent a voice transmission into the channel, 8th Elder, the primordial sect leader and Ji Hong might be nearby. If the primordial sect leader is in southern Yuan, he may be here to save Lu Wenyan. Lu Wenyan won't die. The primordial sect leader is probably watching in the dark. Let's assassinate a group of people first and frame the primordial sect leader to reduce the number of enemies. Are you sure he's nearby? Yes. Suyu quickly said, those idiots are seeking death if they kill Lu Wenyan now. Of course, we can just watch the show and kill some people. If the primordial sect leader makes a move later, he'll do everything. If he doesn't make a move. 8th Elder, disguise yourself as the primordial sect leader. Even if he's not in southern Yuan, he'll become southern Yuan. But once Lu Wenyan returns to southern Yuan, what if he inherits the relic? 8th Elder was still a little worried. It was a good idea. Whether it was the primordial sect leader who saved him or not, he would, however, he didn't want Lu Wenyan to arrive in southern Yuan. Suyu quickly said, 8th Elder, pretend for now. If the primordial sect leader doesn't come, Lu Wenyan's life will be decided by us. When the time comes, we'll kill everyone else and then kill Lu Wenyan. If the primordial sect leader is really hiding in the dark, we don't have to rush. All right. Eighth Elder, please give the order. Enforcer Bai Yi and the others will never understand the meaning of business. If they don't pay, how can they gain? Eighth Elder laughed and transmitted his voice, they're enforcers and don't understand these things. Otherwise, you wouldn't be the person in charge of Dixia province, right? That's true. Suyu laughed. A moment later, everyone received Eighth Elder's transmission, follow Xianxia's command. Suyu snorted, I hope no one will question my decision next time. Everyone was shocked, including Bai Yi. He quickly replied, yes. Let's go. Julie will lead 5 people, Earthfire will lead 5, and Elder Xianxia and I will lead the others. We'll split into 3 teams and assassinate all the suns and moons who aren't from the Skyhunter Pavilion. Assassinate? Everyone was speechless. You call this assassination? There were dozens of suns and moons here. If they fought, the world would collapse. You call this assassination? More like killing by force, so you couldn't be bothered with them. He gestured to Xianxia, and the group quickly disappeared. Julie and Earthfire had no choice but to lead their people and leave quickly. A paper crane flew out from Suyu's hand. It was used to track the Skyhunter list. Those guys probably have the Skyhunter list with them. Finish them quickly and kill anyone you see. Suyu ordered. Xianxia transmitted his voice, what about the humans? Kill. Suyu snorted. He could feel the battle on Lu Wenyan's side. If the humans hadn't gone to rescue them by now, they must be up to no good. So be it, Xianxia didn't say anything. Suyu was even more certain that this guy was most likely a human. However, he might not be on the same side as the Shenwen faction. Or, he hadn't returned to the human realm in the past few decades, so he didn't know that the Shenwen faction had been at odds with many humans for a long time. A moment later, the flying crane stopped at a place. Suyu didn't say anything and punched the void. A sun and moon instantly appeared in the void, and with some fear, he shouted, what is the Skyhunter Pavilion doing? Kill. Along with Suyu's words, other than the 12 sun and moon elites beside Julie and the others, there were many sun and moon tiers here, and they all attacked. There were sabers, spears, swords, halberds, and everything. Together with Xianxia at the 8th layer of the sun and moon tier, fighting someone at the 3rd layer of the sun and moon tier, was like killing a chicken with a butcher's knife. Boom, with a loud noise, the void exploded, and the sun and moon were directly shattered into pieces, returning to their original form. It was a giant crocodile, and at this moment, it instantly exploded, and even when it died, it was a bit broken. Crazy! The Skyhunter Pavilion was really crazy, killing people everywhere. Weren't they afraid that the Wan faction would target them? What does it have to do with us if the primordial sect master killed them? In the Suyu desert, a half-moon crashed, and at the same time, another half-moon crashed in the whole wasteland. Soon, another half-moon crashed. Today, they had started killing, including those killed by Yi Hongyan. 5 sun and moon elites had died. The 8th tier sun and moon who was chasing Yi Hongyan and the others was shocked. He shouted angrily, who? What's going on? Suddenly, half-moons crashed everywhere. This was the scene of sun and moon being killed. What's going on? Who killed them? The people who came today were all here to kill Lu Wenyan and the others. Even if they had a personal grudge, there was no need to kill them now, right? Moreover, there was more than one. In an instant, 3 half-moons crashed. There were at least 3 people who were killing. At this moment, the 8th tier sun and moon was also shocked. Even a 2nd or 3rd tier sun and moon wouldn't be killed so easily, unless the other party was a 3rd tier sun and moon elite. Where did so many sun and moon elites come from? Yi Hongyan and the others who were fleeing were also shocked. Yi Hongyan said in surprise, reinforcements? She was seriously injured, but she was very happy. Lu Wenyan, on the other hand, frowned slightly. Grandaunt, let's go quickly. They might not be reinforcements. They killed 3 sun and moon elites instantly. Maybe they are 3 3rd-tier sun and moon elites. If they are really reinforcements, they should come to save us, not kill those sun and moon elites. Yi Hongyan was shocked and quickly fled. Right, they might not be reinforcements. If they were enemies, not to mention 3 3rd-tier sun and moon elites, even if one more came and blocked their way, they would not be able to escape death. As he spoke, another half-moon crashed down, and this time, there was a shrill cry that resounded in the world. "It's the Skyhunter Pavilion!" An expert shouted before he died. In the next moment, Xianxia's cold voice resounded in the surroundings. "Everyone has misunderstood. It's the primordial sect master. He is southern boundless border. Our Skyhunter Pavilion is besieging southern boundless border, and you want to confuse us?" Boom! In the next moment, everyone saw a shocking scene. In the void, 3 third-tier Sun and Moon elites were fighting with an extremely powerful shadow, surrounded by dozens of Sun and Moon tier elites. Suyu shouted, "Come and help, Southern Boundless Border wants to save Lu Wenyan and the others, and wants to kill you." In all directions, the Sun and Moon elites were shocked. Which one was real? At this moment, in the void, the primordial sect master, who was holding Ji Hong, was slightly startled. "I killed them? That's the 8th elder of the Skyhunter Pavilion's law enforcement department, right?" He was stunned. "This is framing me? Although I was prepared to attack, isn't it too much for the Skyhunter Pavilion to frame me?" The Hunting Heaven Pavilion said that they were surrounding Southern Boundless Jiang or Primordial Sect Master. Several dozen suns and moons were indeed fighting against a powerful and terrifying figure. That person's face was illusory, his appearance impossible to see clearly, but he did have a bit of Primordial Sect Master's attitude. But, did they dare to believe it? Before Ryu died, he clearly said that he was killed by the Skyhunter Pavilion. Moreover, the Skyhunter Pavilion had indeed been on a killing spree recently. Most of the suns and moons who had died in the mortal realm were actually killed by the Skyhunter Pavilion. One had entered the ancient ruins, and more than a dozen elites of the Sun-Moon tier had died. If they were not killed by the Skyhunter Pavilion, then they were killed by members of the Skyhunter Pavilion. Unbelievable, the current Skyhunter Pavilion was much more aggressive than it had been in the All Heavens battlefield. In the past, the Skyhunter Pavilion wasn't aggressive at all. They only found the flames behind the scenes, such as selling information or selling a person's location. But now, all of them were personally participating in the battle. Just as everyone was filled with doubt and fear, they heard Xianxia shout, "Retreat! Primordial cult leader, let's mind our own business. You can kill your people, and we will complete our mission. There's no need to get entangled with us." After saying these words, Suyu waved his hand, and the Sun and Moon cultivators withdrew. The illusory figure did not pursue him. He looked around and said in a low voice, "I'm only here for Lu Wenyan. I don't want to kill anyone." Suyu retreated with the suns and moons. He smiled and said, "Do as you please. Our mission doesn't conflict with yours." Suyu pointed at the demonic god in the distance and said with a smile, "They are the ones who want to kill Lu Wenyan. It has nothing to do with us. The Heaven Hunter Pavilion doesn't care about other people's business. We just happened to run into them. Cult Master, don't get entangled with us." As soon as he finished speaking, the figure of the Primordial Sect Master flashed. In the next moment, he suddenly appeared in front of a first-level Sun-Moon cultivator. That cultivator didn't even have time to speak before he was grabbed by the Primordial Sect Master. Rumble, with a loud bang, he crushed the other party. Half-Moon crashed again, the 6th fallen Sun and Moon. The 8th Sun-Moon demonic god turned pale with fright and shouted, "All of you, leave, no, gather together. Leave and be careful of being hunted down by the Primordial Origin Sect Master." The quasi-invincible realm, if he encountered the other party alone, he would definitely die. Even if he was in the 8th layer of the Sun-Moon realm, he wouldn't be able to do so. The only way was to work together with the Heaven Hunting Pavilion. As soon as these words were spoken, regardless of whether they were in hiding or not, they all gathered over there. As for the Primordial Sect leader, he was incomparably cold. He said indifferently, "Since you are here, none of you should even think about leaving." The 8th elder was addicted to this. Killing. Pretending to be someone else's killer was a great feeling indeed. With the Sun-Moon Essence blood and the storage ring, there were many benefits. Most importantly, he didn't have to take responsibility for killing them. It was all done by Primordial Origin Sect leader. He roamed all over the place, killing the lone travelers who were trying to escape. His speed was frightening. In the distance, Suyu led a group of people and quickly retreated. Sect Master Gigantic Strength was puzzled. We're leaving just like that? Suyu ignored him. Julie was furious. It was the earthly fire cult master who smiled and said, Brother Mystic 9, are we not going to continue? Only then was Suyu satisfied. It was too difficult to get the 7th stage Sun Moon sect master to call him Lord. However, look at the earthly fire cult master, he knew how to conduct himself. Suyu explained, we're not leaving. We'll go to the periphery and guard those who are trying to escape. Don't let any of them escape. When they all gather together, it'll be easier to kill them. But, they're all gathered together, and their strength isn't weak either. There might be a dozen or 20 sun moons, right? Now, the sun moons had to be counted as a dozen or 20. This time, there were more than 100 sun moons from Wan. As for the mortal tier, Wan Zhu and the Wan elites that he had infiltrated previously, there were also 40 to 50. Adding those from the mortal tier, there were at least close to 300 Sun Moon tier elites gathered over at Xianxia province, and here, this was also the time in the last few hundred years, apart from the opening of the Star Mansion, when the number of Sun Moons gathered was the highest. When the Star Mansion opened, it was for the various races to fight for the slots. Normally, there wouldn't be any life or death battles. This time, however, there were endless life and death battles. In a short period of time, 6 Sun Moons were killed. Suyu quickly said, also, we have to stop Lu Wenyan and the others. Otherwise, wouldn't our efforts be in vain? On the one hand, he had to conform to his character. On the other hand, Suyu was also worried that if these people ran around, they would be easily killed by others. It was more reassuring to be under his watch. As for the 8th elder dealing with them later, he'd wait and see. If it didn't work, he'd let Zhu Tiandao do it. Yes, old Zhu. Suyu didn't contact Xiaojia this time. Old Wan wouldn't come out, but old Zhu still had time. Old Zhu didn't leave. This time, the invincible realm of the human clan gathered those at the peak of the 9th tier of the Sun Moon tier and quasi-invincible realm to prepare to prove their Dao, and old Zhu wasn't among them. Suyu wasn't surprised at all. Old Zhu had just entered the 9th tier of the Sun Moon tier. With this strength, how could he prove his Dao? It was normal for him to stay in the mortal realm. If there was no other way, he'd let old Zhu pass by unintentionally. Although he couldn't beat the 8th elder, the 8th elder had to be careful that the Great Light King was still in the mortal realm. The probability of others coming was not high, but the probability of old Zhu's family was very high. Suyu calculated these things clearly. Soon, with a group of experts, he chased after Lu Wenyan and the others. As he chased, he shouted, Lu Wenyan, don't be in a hurry to leave. City Governor Suyu of the ancient city placed an order for us to protect your safety. He paid a high price, and the Heavenly Hunting Pavilion accepted the order. White One and the others silently cursed. What nonsense. Suyu didn't even have the Heavenly Hunting list. He probably didn't know what was happening in the mortal realm. How dare you talk about this? Well, this reason was quite reasonable. First, Suyu could afford this price. Second, Suyu did have a reason to be willing to pay a high price to hire dozens of Sun Moon tier cultivators to protect Lu Wenyan and the others. He had the strength, the capital, the reason. The credibility was still very high. White One and the others silently cursed. Xianxia really ate the upper hand and ate the lower hand. He had just asked 8th elder to kill people, and now he was trying to fool Lu Wenyan and the others. In front, Yi Hongyan slowed down. Lu Wenyan quickly said, go, ignore them. After saying that, he looked at the people chasing behind and smiled. Then I'll have to trouble you. But you don't have to follow us too closely. Just stay 10,000 meters away from us and escort us all the way to southern Yuan. Who knew if these people were real or fake? Maybe they were lying to him. Let's run first, Suyu cursed. Why are we running? If we run too far, it will be difficult for 8th elder. Moreover, if we really let them escape, it will be hard to explain to him. He was Xianzhou now, and it would be too embarrassing if he had a problem intercepting Lu Wenyan. My reputation cannot be ruined. I, Xianzhou, am omnipotent. Elder Black Armor, please speed up and stop them. Suyu shouted. Black Armor transmitted his voice. Are you really going to stop them? What was this kid thinking? If they stopped them, what if 8th elder came back and killed these people? Stop them. Alright, since Suyu said so, Xianxia thought about it. No matter how ruthless this guy was, he would not go as far as to kill Lu Wenyan. It was better to stop them. His figure flashed, his speed was extremely fast, much faster than Yi Hongyan and the others. Moreover, Yi Hongyan was seriously injured. Almost in the blink of an eye, Xianzhou blocked in front of them and smiled. You guys, please stop for a while. The Sky Hunter Pavilion has accepted the mission. We can't let you go just like that. Yi Hongyan hesitated. Were they friend or foe? Lu Wenyan also frowned. Xianzhou did not make a move. He did not make a move. Now that he was fighting with the Sky Hunter Pavilion, he was at a disadvantage. What were these people trying to do? Were they really hired by Suyu? He already said that he would just protect us from behind. Why are they stopping us? He was very vigilant, but he did not continue to escape. After a while, Suyu finally caught up with them. Xianjia's speed was really not just for show, it was pretty fast. Suyu smiled. I am Xianjiao. Nice to meet you, General Yi. Nice to meet you all. Lu Wenyan smiled and said kindly, I have heard of your name, Lord Xianjiao. Why did you stop us? Suyu smiled and said, nothing. We'll leave later. You guys don't really think that the primitive sect master is here to save you, do you? The elders of our pavilion are just killing those people. If you leave like this, what if you run into the experts of the quasi-invincible realm on the way? Lu Wenyan was shocked. He looked back and heard the constant roars. He couldn't help but say, are they, the elders of the Sky Hunter Pavilion? Suyu smiled and said, of course. Otherwise, how can we save you? This time, in order to save you, Suyu paid 500 drops of Sun Moon Black Yellow liquid, which is enough to kill a person of the quasi-invincible realm. So, our pavilion also sent out all the experts of the quasi-invincible realm to protect you. Hearing this, Lu Wenyan started to doubt his words. Suyu spent so much money to hire them, that was too extravagant. Was it true? But if it was false, there were indeed so many people from the Sky Hunter Pavilion. There were more than 20 suns and moons, which was not a small number, and there was the expert of the quasi-invincible realm who was fighting. Suyu ignored him and said with a smile, guys, don't run. It's dangerous ahead. This time, Mr. Lu's way back is long, and there are many demons and ghosts. It's hard to go smoothly with the seriously injured General Yi. Wait for us. After we kill these guys, we'll go together. Lu Wenyan was shocked and said, the Sky Hunter Pavilion is really powerful. I'm afraid there are dozens of suns and moons here this time, right? Probably. Suyu nodded and said seriously, we didn't expect that Mr. Lu would attract so many suns and moons. As he said that, he quickly said, we're going to help Elder kill the enemy. You'd better come with us, in case you run around and get killed. If the mission fails, the 500 drops of Sun Moon Mystic Yellow liquid will be gone. Suyu's attitude seemed to be for money, but Lu Wenyan was skeptical and didn't reject it so much. Besides, now they were surrounded by more than 20 suns and moons, so they should follow the Sky Hunter Pavilion first. Then I'll have to trouble you. Not at all. Suyu smiled, feeling proud in his heart. I saved you again. Teacher Lu is dying now. Of course, he knew that Lu Wenyan and Yi Badian were in Shenwen. Now they were also at the peak of the Mountain Sea realm. If they really killed Shenwen, their combat capability would probably not be weak. Until now, they hadn't broken out. Maybe they were still waiting, or they hadn't reached a dead end. Otherwise, Suyu wouldn't be so relaxed and still hunt those suns and moons in the periphery. Without saying more, Suyu took Lu Wenyan and the others with him. Soon, they arrived at the battlefield. The battle was breaking out, the surrounding suns and moons continued to gather. Soon, 17 or 18 sun-moon tier cultivators gathered around the sun and moon demon gods. Among them, there were 4 in the 7th level, and 1 in the 8th level. Such a powerful force was used to surround and kill Lu Wenyan. It was clear how strong Wan's desire to kill Lu Wenyan was. Not only that. Suyu felt that some of the people in the crowd might be humans. Of course, they were all wearing masks. In fact, it would be better if they didn't wear masks. After wearing masks, everyone knew that these people were probably humans. They just didn't want to reveal their identities. They might be from some big mansions, or they might be the subordinates of the invincible emperor. The eighth elder was fighting with them, and at this moment, the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. The eighth elder was extremely powerful. After all, he was a pseudo-invincible emperor. When he fought, he was also unparalleled. When he punched, those below the 7th level of the sun and moon tier would have to retreat. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to block it. Now, the 4 in the late stage of the sun and moon tier were defending the inner circle, and the other sun and moon tiers were attacking from the outer circle. The 17 or 18 people were fighting with the 8th elder. This was the difference between a pseudo-invincible emperor and an invincible emperor. Of course, it was also because the 8th elder might have gotten his past body, not his future body, or his future body wasn't strong enough. Not everyone could get a strong future body. The 8th elder was stronger than the ordinary 9th level of the sun and moon tier, but compared to the powerful pseudo-invincible emperor, there was still a big gap. If it were a pseudo-invincible emperor like Ebadian, the 17 or 18 sun and moon tiers present would have been killed. After fighting for a while, the demon god in the 8th level of the sun and moon tier shouted, "You are not the primordial emperor." Among them, a 7th level of the sun and moon tier shouted, "You are definitely not the primordial emperor." "Who are you?" The primordial emperor had dealt with the divine clan before. After all, he was the primordial emperor who developed in the human realm. This person's battle techniques and skills were not what the primordial emperor was good at. Soon, someone shouted, "He is not the primordial emperor. He is from the Skyhunter Pavilion." This should be the 8th elder of the Skyhunter Pavilion. As soon as this was said, the sun and moon tiers were terrified. At this moment, Suyu also brought people nearby. Looking at the sun and moon tiers of the Skyhunter Pavilion, there were more than 20 of them, plus the pseudo-invincible emperor. An expert said angrily, "Does the Skyhunter Pavilion really want to fight us to the death? How many sun-moon tier elites had been killed in the process?" Suyu's eyes flickered, and he shouted, "Is the primordial emperor here? Why don't we join forces and kill all these people?" My pavilion accepted the task of protecting Lu Wenyan, but not killing them. If the primordial emperor is willing to cooperate, my pavilion doesn't mind killing these guys to prevent future troubles. Silence. Suyu was confused. Not here, but Ji Hong's list was nearby. He always suspected that the primordial emperor knew his identity and deliberately lured him here. Otherwise, logically speaking, he should have been aware of certain situations. For example, Ji Hong might have the Heaven Hunter list on him, which would have allowed him to locate him. Also, was this guy really here to save people? What if he let Lu Wenyan fall into his hands? Suyu shouted again, "You don't want to cooperate, primordial emperor? Or are you worried that the invincible emperor of the human clan will attack you? Don't worry, primordial emperor. My pavilion also wants to find this person. If that person really comes, 2 pseudo-invincible emperors will have some hope to deal with his 3 lives reincarnation. Even if we delay him for a while, it will be enough for my pavilion to confirm his identity. His identity can be sold for a good price." At this moment, the demon god in the 8th layer of the sun and moon tiers shouted, "8th elder, Xianxia, you are only doing this for the task. Why are you so ruthless? I, Wan, have money too. So you didn't mind stalling." He said with a smile, "How much do you pay for his life? How about 100 wisps of heaven and earth mysterious light?" The demon god in the 8th layer of the sun and moon tiers was also helpless. He quickly said, "In addition, we will pay another 300 beams of heaven and earth mystic light for the Skyhunter Pavilion to kill Lu Wenyan, so you didn't bother to pay attention to him." He said telepathically, "Julie, Terraflame, bring some people to help kill them. Elder Xianxia, protect us in case we are sneak attacked." Okay. The 2 experts in the late stage of the sun and moon tiers were a little excited. They were going to kill Wan Ryu. In the past, these people were their masters. Now, "We are the ones who will kill you." The 2 sun and moon tiers instantly joined the battle. They couldn't fight against the wind, but these guys from Wanzhou had the guts to fight against the wind. With the addition of 2 experts in the late stage of the sun and moon tiers, the pressure on those people suddenly increased. Rumble, the entire space was on the verge of exploding. The ground cracked and some of the wild beasts were either killed by the shockwaves or were fleeing for their lives. This place was not too far from the Dazhou Prefecture and the Great Gold Prefecture, but no one came to investigate. Dozens of sun and moon tears fought. Their auras erupted, radiating for hundreds of miles. The light reflected in the void, and people within 1,000 miles could see clearly. Balls of blazing suns fought in the sky. The two prefectures obviously didn't want to participate in such a large-scale battle. Suyu was also a little excited, so cool, he had been unhappy with these guys for a long time. He couldn't kill many of them. Even if he could kill a first or second layer sun and moon tier, it would be useless. But now, he was Xianxia, the person in charge of the Sky Hunter Pavilion. Look, he could kill more than 20 sun and moon tiers, he even killed a few of them. This was the benefit of having a powerful backer. In the void, Ji Hong's face was a little pale. He looked at the illusory figure beside him and said, "Sect Master, are you still not going to act? This time, we are here to save Lu Wenyan. Now that he has fallen into the hands of the Sky Hunter Pavilion, you should have a decision on whether to attack those one or take the opportunity to take Lu Wenyan and the others away. Are you just going to watch?" Even now, he couldn't believe that this was Nan Wujiang. The other party didn't say that he was Nan Wujiang. Because of this, Ji Hong didn't trust him so much and had been observing him. Dexia Province didn't know how to play a double act. If this person was the one who betrayed the invincible realm, that would be big trouble. Maybe he wanted to get something out of him. No hurry. The illusory figure said blandly, "Let's wait and see. There are more than 40 sun and moon tears here. Even I will die if I am besieged. Too many, besides, there was a quasi-invincible realm. Even if this quasi-invincible realm wasn't the kind of existence who could fight the invincible realm, he still had to be careful." Ji Hong didn't say anything more. At this moment, in the wilderness, the battle had reached the most intense moment. There was a loud boom. The gigantic strength sect master laughed and smashed a sun and moon tier 3 expert into pieces with one punch. He laughed and said, "The Heavenly Eye clan is just SOSO. The one he smashed was a God clan expert. In the past, he wouldn't have dared to fight the God clan. But today, he killed a sun and moon tier god of the God clan. It felt so good, the gigantic strength sect was overjoyed, he felt like a serf who had turned over a new leaf. He was the grandson of Wan and the dog of the gigantic strength god clan. Today, he finally turned over a new leaf. Although he didn't kill the gigantic strength god clan, it was the same as killing the Heavenly Eye clan. So you didn't see the sect master of primitive origin after a long time. He frowned slightly and shouted, "Everyone, do you want to live or die? The Sky Hunter Pavilion doesn't want to make things difficult for you. If we capture the humans among you, I will let you go." Humph. The sun and moon tier gods snorted. So you said indifferently, "They might be the pawns of that human who betrayed the invincible realm." The Sky Hunter Pavilion earns the most from information. The gain from killing you is not as good as the gain from selling information. The Sky Hunter Pavilion isn't a pure assassin organization. We only care about profit. Besides, how long can you last? Are there reinforcements coming? Even if they come, how long will it take? Do you really want us to join forces to kill you? As soon as he said that, before the others could speak, the 3 masked men instantly retreated and fled. Don't test the conscience of these Wan people. Sowing discord was a low-end tactic, but it was very practical. Once these Wan sun and moon tier gods were really tempted, they would definitely be captured and killed by these Wan people as proof of allegiance. This was the result of different forces mingling together. So you waved his hand, and the 7 or 8 sun and moon tiers beside him were already ready. They quickly charged toward the 3. Boom, another roar sounded, and at this moment, in the void, someone said indifferently, "You can work together to kill them." The demon clan sent a quasi-invincible realm expert. "I will help you hold him back." As soon as he said that, boom, the sky fell and the earth cracked. In the distance, the void was directly torn apart, and a demon god and a phantom figure were instantly entangled. The primordial sect master? The demon god shouted angrily, "How dare you stop me?" At this moment, the 8th elder's face changed a little, and he quickly sent a message in the channel, "These two are very strong, and they are not far from the 3rd elder. It was clear that they might be a little stronger than him. More and more experts arrived. The eighth elder said quickly, "Let's retreat. If we continue to kill, we will attract the experts of the human clan from all clans. This time, there is more than one quasi-invincible realm expert from all clans." If they didn't retreat and a few more quasi-invincible realm experts came, the Sky Hunter Pavilion would be killed instead. Suyu sighed in his heart. There were no quasi-invincible realm experts from the human clan, or they had all left. Otherwise, this time, he could kill the Sky Hunter Pavilion and Wan together, so that he could establish his prestige and deter Wan. Now, Wan and the Sky Hunter Pavilion were fighting fiercely, and the human clan didn't come. The few who came were all here to kill Lu Wenyan. He stopped watching the show and stared at a human clan expert who was fighting with Bai Yi. The fire in his eyes burst out, and with a bang, the void was burned, and it was more powerful than before. The void was burned by the fire. Ah! With a scream, the human clan expert's body was instantly burned by the fire, and his blood flowed and instantly evaporated. "Capture these humans." Suyu said indifferently, "Elder Xianxia, you can make your move now." Xianxia said no more and reached out to grab one of them. The man's face changed dramatically, but it was hidden under the mask, so no one could see anything. With a roar, he slashed Hui a few steps back, turned around, and burned his blood essence to escape. Xianxia was extremely cold and ruthless. He slapped down heavily, the whole void trembled. Boom, the human clan of the Sun and Moon clan was slapped into the ground by his palm, and with a bang, his body exploded. The next moment, the opponent, Sea of Will, turned into a bead and fled into the distance. It was extremely fast. Xianxia was just about to capture him when the other party's Sea of Will suddenly began to burn. Ah! Shrill screams sounded, and with a bang, waves swept in all directions. A Sun and Moon clan fell. Suyu's gaze did not change. He looked at the two humans who had not escaped and said indifferently, "Do you see that? That invincible doesn't care about your lives. Once he sees that you have no hope of survival, he will burn your Sea of Will. Tell me now, who is that person, and you might have a chance to live." One of the two humans shouted, "We have nothing to do with that person. We are here to rescue Lu Wenyan, and your Sky Hunter Pavilion is trying to kill us." "Rescue?" Suyu smiled and said, "Come, take off your mask and let me see." "Xianzhou, you will die a horrible death. Your Sky Hunter Pavilion is too involved in the affairs of the human clan. When my human invincible returns, you will die without a doubt, and everyone in your Sky Hunter Pavilion will die." At the side, Yi Hongyan looked at Lu Wenyan. "They are in cahoots with us?" Lu Wenyan frowned slightly, and transmitted his voice, "I don't care." But, Yi Hongyan was still very loyal. If they were here to save them, she wouldn't be able to bear the guilt of watching them die. Now, the Sun-Moon advanced stage cultivators of the Sky Hunter Pavilion had left. If she made a move, there was still hope of saving them, and they could escape together. Lu Wenyan thought for a moment, and suddenly said, "The two of you, take off your masks. If you are really here to rescue them, I am willing to beg the Sky Hunter Pavilion to let you go, and count it as part of my disciple's mission." "Lord Xianzhou, is this okay?" Lord, Suyu grumbled inwardly. He did not know what Teacher Lu would call him next. Previously, when he pretended to be Chui Lang, he was also called Brother Chui. Suyu smiled faintly, and said, "Of course." He did not believe that these two were here to rescue them. Regardless of whether they were or not, it would be good to investigate their identities first. If they were enemies, at least he would know where they came from. In fact, even if he did not know them now, the Sun-Moon advanced stage cultivators were influential figures. If they were really dead, sooner or later, he would be able to find out who they were. Of course, some people kept a low profile and pretended to be in seclusion. Maybe they had been dead for a long time, and no one would know they were dead. The cultivation methods and combat techniques of these two people seemed to be relatively common, so it was not easy to determine their identities. At this moment, the battle of the pseudo-invincible realm cultivators in the distance had reached a heated point, and the surrounding void was trembling. On this side, the eighth elder also shouted and smashed a sun-moon into pieces with a palm strike. Suns and moons kept falling. There were 17 or 18 sun-moon advanced stage cultivators before, but in the blink of an eye, several of them were killed. The two sect masters, Ju Li and Di Hua, were also first class when fighting with the wind. With their combined strength, they killed 3 Sun-Moon advanced stage cultivators. At this time, there were only 10 Sun-Moon advanced stage cultivators left in Wan, plus 2 humans. They were also hit by Xianxia several times until they vomited blood, but they still did not take off their masks. So you had a rough idea, if they were the invincible realm cultivators, they would probably be dead now. These two were probably from some big mansions. It was not easy to take off their masks, but the Sun-Moon advanced stage cultivators were not confined by the invincible realm cultivator in the Sea of Will, so they were not killed. Suyu sneered inwardly, people from big mansions. He did not know which mansions these two were from. Maybe they were from 2 different mansions, or they were from the Holy Land. At this moment, the 8th elder sent another message, "It's time to go. I have sensed that another strong cultivator is coming." On the side of Wan, there were still 10 Sun-Moon advanced stage cultivators, and 4 in the late stage of Sun-Moon advanced stage were still alive. The other strong cultivators of Wan would definitely come to rescue them. They thought one pseudo-invincible realm cultivator was enough, but the primitive sect master stopped him. Now, another top strong cultivator was coming. Suyu was silent for a while and quickly sent a message, "Everyone, go all out and kill everyone under the 7th level. 8th elder, try your best to kill the others and leave Lu Wenyan and the others to the primitive sect master. Wait for the next pseudo-invincible realm cultivator to come and kill the primitive sect master. Leave them to the primitive sect master?" The 8th elder thought for a while and nodded slightly. Maybe it was a good idea. Otherwise, the primitive sect master would definitely run. But since the primitive sect master appeared, he probably wanted to protect Lu Wenyan and the others. If they killed Lu Wenyan or took Lu Wenyan away, the Sky Hunter Pavilion would be chased by those people. Since that was the case, staying was a good choice. Okay. The group of people attacked one after another. The battle instantly reached its peak. And Suyu was not idle. He kept collecting some blood essence and extracting some blood. Seeing that some people could not hold on any longer, Suyu suddenly punched out and killed a strong cultivator of the human clan. Blood splashed everywhere. Suyu looked indifferent. Behind him, Yi Hongyan wanted to kill this guy several times. Until now, she was still not sure if that person was on her side. She was a little angry when she saw him being beaten up by Suyu. Lu Wenyan did not care. He asked them to take off their masks several times, but they refused. There was no need to ask. They were enemies. So be it. His attitude toward these people was the same as that of Suyu. They were more hateful than Wan. They deserved to be killed. If the people of the Sky Hunter Pavilion did not come, he would have to pay the price to kill these guys. After killing for a while, in the distance, an extremely strong figure appeared in the void. It seemed that he was about to arrive. Suyu looked again and found that they were almost finished. There were dozens of Sun and Moon Realm cultivators, but now, there were only 3 in the late stage of the Sun and Moon Realm. In a moment, they would all die. Suyu didn't care whether they were dead or alive. Laughing, he shouted, "Primeval Hierarch, Lord Southern Boundless Border, we can't protect Lu Wenyan anymore. Please take care of yourself, Lord." As soon as he finished speaking, he shouted, "Retreat." Then, the 8th elder turned the situation around and instantly sent Lu Wenyan and the others to a place not far behind the primitive sect master. He laughed and ignored the 3 struggling guys. The group of Sun and Moon Realm cultivators collected the remains of the corpses and disappeared. More than 20 Sun and Moon Realm cultivators came quickly and left even faster. However, a total of 21 Sun and Moon Realm cultivators were killed here. There were a total of 24 Sun and Moon Realm cultivators from Wan and the human clan. 5 were in the late stage of the Sun and Moon Realm, and the rest were in the early and middle stage. Now, 2 Sun and Moon Realm cultivators in the late stage and 19 in the early and middle stage were killed. Today, the Sun and Moon Realm cultivators kept falling. It was also the day that the mortal realm had lost the most Sun and Moon Realm cultivators in so many years. The whole land completely collapsed, and the sky was also dyed blood red. On the other side, the primordial Hierophant let out a roar and blasted the quasi-invincible Realm Devil to retreat with a palm strike. He quickly turned around and reached out his hand to grab at Lu Wenyan and the other 2. He took them and disappeared instantly. In less than a second, a God Clan quasi-invincible realm cultivator arrived and looked at the Demon Clan quasi-invincible realm cultivator. The Demon Clan quasi-invincible realm cultivator's eyes were cold. He looked at the Demon Clan quasi-invincible realm cultivator in the distance and shouted, "Chase the primitive sect master. Lu Wenyan is in his hands." The two didn't say anything more. They quickly broke the void and chased after the primitive sect master. On the side of the hunting sky pavilion that had retreated, the eighth elder sensed for a while and said with a smile, "Xianxia, you are right. Those guys really went after the primitive sect master. It was great, they killed to their heart's content." However, the two quasi-invincible realm cultivators didn't chase after them. Instead, they went after the primitive sect master. Lu Wenyan was a target. Whoever carried him would be unlucky. After killing more than 20 people in the Sun and Moon realm, everyone was extremely happy. The hunting sky pavilion almost didn't lose anything except for a few Sun and Moon realm cultivators who were injured. However, there was a quasi-invincible realm cultivator in the hunting sky pavilion, who suppressed the opponents from the beginning to the end. Suyu smiled. "Elder, you, Xianxia, Julie, and Terraflame, go back and kill the 3 people in the late stage of the Sun and Moon realm. After that, you won't admit that we did it." "We won't admit what the 2 quasi-invincible realm cultivators said." They looked at him. "Are you going to come back?" Suyu said with a smile, "Since the 2 of them left, why not kill them if we can? These guys are all our obstacles. If we want to seize the relics, they are all vanguards. Killing one is one less. It's just right. The primitive sect master will be the scapegoat. We hunting sky pavilion didn't kill anyone." The eighth elder glanced at him and smiled. "Okay." The 4 strongmen in the late stage of the Sun and Moon realm disappeared instantly. Those 3 were all guys with low HP. Since the 2 quasi-invincible realm cultivators went to chase the primitive sect master, they could just kill them in passing. In less than a minute, there was another violent battle in the distance. 4 experts, one of whom was a quasi-invincible realm cultivator, were now dealing with the 3 Sun and Moon realm cultivators with low HP. After a while, Suyu saw 2 full moons falling. It seemed that 2 people in the 7th stage of the Sun and Moon realm were killed. Soon, several Sun and Moon realm cultivators returned. The 8th elder hurriedly said, "Let's go." The 8th stage of the Devil Clan ran away and went to the side of the Devil Clan's quasi-invincible realm cultivator. "It's not easy to kill him. Let's kill the other 2. Everyone looked at each other and laughed. No matter what, they had to retreat quickly. They came and went like the wind. On this day, the news also shook the heavens. In one battle, 23 experts in the Sun and Moon realm died. Among them, there were 4 people in the late stage of the Sun and Moon realm. Among the experts who besieged Lu Wenyan, only a devil in the 8th stage of the Sun and Moon realm survived, seriously injured and dying. And the battle hadn't stopped yet. The primitive sect master was in boundless south. He saved Lu Wenyan and the others and fled with them. The 2 quasi-invincible realm cultivators of the God Clan and the Devil Clan had been chasing after them. Even the biggest executioner, the Sky Hunter Pavilion, had ignored them. Of course, after this battle, the name of the Sky Hunter Pavilion spread again. The surviving expert in the 8th stage of the Sun and Moon realm fled back to southern Yuan. He almost cried and complained to Wan that it was all done by the Sky Hunter Pavilion. This pavilion was ambitious, colluded with the primitive sect master, and killed all of them, in the city of southern Yuan. Xiaoyi glanced at Hong Tan and was speechless for a long time. "Your grand disciple is really a killer of all killers." In Wan, the one who killed the most Sun and Moon realm cultivators was definitely not Xiao Longwu. Now, it was probably Suyu. More than 50 Sun and Moon realm cultivators were directly or indirectly killed by him, right? In the human realm, the Sun and Moon realm cultivators of 1 or 2 big mansions were all killed by Suyu. This guy almost killed the invincible realm cultivators. Hong Tan was also speechless. After a long time, he said, "This guy. The key is that he lost my senior brother. This primitive sect master, if it wasn't the 3rd generation, isn't Suyu too ruthless? Lost your teacher. If the primitive sect master is a bad guy, wouldn't your teacher be finished? As for killing so many Sun and Moon realm cultivators, well, he got used to it." He killed a lot of invincible realm cultivators on the battlefield, and there were more than 1 or 2 people who died in 3 lives. Xiaoyi said in a low voice, "It's okay. Your grand disciple also understands that whether that guy is real or fake, the probability of him dealing with Lu Wenyan now is not high. If it's real, he won't deal with him. If it's fake, since he's pretending, he should make it look real. He will let Lu Wenyan reach southern Yuan." Hong Tan thought for a while and nodded. He hoped that his senior brother was fine, he could only hope. The primordial sect master ran away with Lu Wenyan. Su Yu and the others hid in the dark again. Dixia Province. Purple Moon City. A city in the west of Dixia Province. It was also a city with a large population. In a courtyard. This was a courtyard bought by Wanzu's spy. Of course, it now belonged to the Skyhunter Pavilion. This place was not too far from southern Yuan. It was only about 500 kilometers away. At this moment, a group of experts was beaming with joy. Splitting the money, this time, they had killed so many sun and moon hunters and earned a lot. All the blood essence and money were equivalent to 3,000 Skyhunter points, which was equivalent to 3 million human merit points. Was it a lot? Not too much. Of course, because some of the things these guys used were sold at a low price, some of them were directly destroyed, leaving nothing behind. Even so, 3,000 Skyhunter points was still a lot. On average, one person would get about 150 points. This time, the platform did not take a commission. Because this was a quiet mission, it was very dangerous, and Su Yu and the others did not use the platform's channels this time, so in the end, the Skyhunter Pavilion did not take a commission under the request of the 8th Elder. Of these people, the lowest received around 100 points, while the highest received several hundred heaven hunting points. The Heaven and Earth Mystic Light was priced at 20 Skyhunter points. In fact, they were all white flower, and the price was usually 12 points. The Sun and Moon Mystic Yellow Liquid was priced at about 50 points, and could be bought for about 30 points. In other words, this time everyone earned at least 3 or 4 drops of Sun and Moon Mystic Yellow Liquid, and it was normal to earn 7 or 8 drops. Few people earned so much at one time. This time, the harvest was huge. The platform did not take a commission, and the losses were small. Even if no one did the mission, everyone still earned a lot. At this moment, everyone was beaming with joy. After Su Yu finished distributing the money, he was about to cultivate when the 8th Elder entered the door and waved at him. Su Yu hurriedly got up and followed him out the door. In a side hall next to the courtyard. The 3rd Elder, who had not been seen for a long time, was actually here. Not only the 3rd Elder, Su Yu's heart suddenly tightened. In addition to the 3rd Elder, there was another person. The 3rd Elder and the 8th Elder were actually quite easy to differentiate. The number of golden patterns on the masks was different, which was the difference between their identities. As for this person, he was casually wearing a gray mask. This was a low-grade mask. However, his posture was natural and elegant. In the main hall, this person was sitting, while the 3rd Elder and the 8th Elder were standing. Su Yu was shocked. Invincible, or could it be other law enforcement elders? Department Head, Xianxia is here. The 8th Elder spoke. Su Yu was even more alarmed in his heart. He was truly unrivaled, not daring to be negligent. Su Yu quickly suppressed the throbbing in his heart, lowered his head, and solemnly said, "Subordinate Xianxia pays respect to the head." Which department head? There were 4 ministers in the 4 ministries, and it was said that the Minister of Heaven had never appeared before. Did that mean that he was one of the other 3 ministers? Xianjiao? The department head, who was wearing a gray mask, chuckled. It was as if he was sizing up Su Yu. This time, you are very bold. The Hunting Sky Pavilion has never fought openly. If they want to kill, they will do it through assassination. The people from the east and west floors are scolding me, saying that the 4 ministries stole their business, and that they have started to become assassins. So you did not dare to make a sound. The department head smiled again. Of course, I scolded them back, saying that it was because the east and west floors are useless. The 4 ministries can gather information, do business, earn money, and kill people. If this goes on, the east and west floors can be abolished, and they will all belong to the 4 ministries. Su Yu lowered his head. He did not know the character and temper of this unrivaled person, so he did not dare to speak carelessly. The eighth elder smiled. Department head, you must be joking. This time, we just happened to be there, and the primordial sect leader was there. That was why we took the opportunity to kill some strong enemies, so that they would not cause us any trouble in the future. The department head smiled. I did not say that it was inappropriate, so it's fine. Killing is killing. As for the other races to blame, do you have any evidence? Just like what Xianxia said, push the blame to the primordial sect leader. As for what the Sun and Moon eighth elder said, do you think he is right? The third elder, who had been silent, also smiled. Department head is right, they did not catch us again. The Sky Hunter Pavilion's 4 ministries also acted as assassins. Of course, the prerequisite was that they were not caught, and it was best to do it in a place with no one around. With fewer people, they could do it. The 4 ministries still wanted to save some face. Seeing that Suyu did not speak, the third elder smiled. Xianxia, this is the department head of the Yellow Division. This time, you can come to the human realm because of the department head's recommendation. Otherwise, as a citizen of the ancient city, it would be difficult for you to get such an opportunity, not to mention using the heavenly spiritual qi to dispel the death qi. The third elder smiled. Facts have proven that department head is far-sighted, and Xianxia is indeed capable. Now that the Sky Hunter Pavilion is strong and powerful, and we have killed a large number of potential enemies, no one in Wan is as confident as the Sky Hunter Pavilion. On his side, there were a total of 10 Sun and Moon late-stage elders. Together with Suyu, the strength of the Sky Hunter Pavilion this time was terrifyingly powerful. More than 30 Sun and Moon late-stage elders, including a large number of Sun and Moon late-stage elders, and 2 quasi-invincible realm experts. Now that the department head's 3 lives had come in person, it was even more terrifying. Even if the invincible realm experts came, the department head's 3 lives would be able to fight. Of course, it was not clear which incarnation had come. Most likely, it was the future incarnation. Under normal circumstances, the past incarnation would rarely come out alone, because it was weak, and most of them did not have the combat power of the invincible realm. The department head of the Yellow Division, Suyu, was slightly moved, but he did not dare to let his imagination run wild, because this was the invincible realm expert, although it might not be his real body. The gray-faced department head smiled and said, "Don't brag about me, I just said it casually. I was interested in Xianzhou's business in Xinghong Ancient City, completed a large number of transactions, and strengthened the reputation of the Sky Hunter Pavilion." Then, he looked at Suyu again and said with a chuckle, "Xianzhou, this time you did a good job, and you were very decisive. Of course, you also caused some trouble, but don't worry about it, trouble and gain always come together. Mr. Department Head, please don't laugh at me." Suyu lowered his head and said in a low voice, "I was a little rash, and I made a lot of enemies for the Sky Hunter Pavilion. Everyone in the world is here for benefits." Department Head Huang said lightly, "When it comes to benefits, you don't have to think too much about it. As for offending people, one wants to destroy us, not just 1 or 2 families, he has been thinking about it for a long time. Unfortunately, they can't do it. Because they don't know our background, they can't find us, and they are afraid that if they kill you, they will let us assassinate their eternity." After a few words, Department Head Huang smiled faintly and said, "These are not important, the most important thing is to get the inscribed tombstone. This time, the Sky Hunter Pavilion's biggest goal is not the bearers, not the heavenly Yuan Qi, the Sun Moon Mystic Yellow Liquid, and not the ancient legacies, but the inscribed tombstone. As long as we can get the inscribed tombstone, everything else is negotiable." Suyu's heart tightened, and third elder and eighth elder also hurriedly said, "Department Head, don't worry, we will do our best to obtain it." Department Head Huang nodded slightly and said lightly, "Under normal circumstances, the Sky Hunter Pavilion does not participate in the fight for these ruins. At most, we can spend money to buy it, but this time is different. There might be other bearers, but the inscribed tombstone might be the only one. All the clans want it, but we can't give it to them. Even if we don't know what use it is, it doesn't matter. If we take it and a true emperor emerges from Wan, it will be a huge problem. Even the Sky Hunter Pavilion might not be able to protect itself. We can't use it, and we can't let others use it. Suyu and the others nodded, understanding. They were secretly shocked. Was this thing related to becoming an emperor? Was it so mysterious? Suyu didn't dare to think too much, afraid that this invincible person would see through him. Minister Huang continued, this time, I'm not here to help you. I'm here to stop a few people, a few powerhouses. The ruins still need you to fight for them. If I interfere, the nature of the matter will change. Third elder hurriedly said, Department head, don't worry. We have already made arrangements and preparations. Don't worry? Department head Huang said lightly, don't worry. There were no arrangements or preparations that were foolproof. And this time, the number of experts that have come is more than what you can imagine. Also, this is Xiajia's territory. Don't think that Xiajia can't do anything just because Da Xia of Goguryeo and Xiao Longwu aren't here. This time, Xiajia has the intention of luring that human to betray Invincible. More and more people are seeing this. Department head Huang sighed and said, if that person really appears, I'm afraid he will also covet the inscribed tombstone. Suyu had been holding back his words, but at this moment, he finally spoke. Not speaking was not in line with his character and identity. He carefully said, Lord Department Head, I have some doubts. Tell me about them. First, why would the human race's Invincible betray? Second, Lord, you are Department Head Huang, and you are in charge of intelligence. Do you not know who this person is? Third, this person should have colluded with some powerful races in the Yuan. Back then, the Tianyuan race, the Shen race, and the demon race participated in the war. Which race did this person join? Suyu felt that he wasn't the only one who knew this person's identity. Some of the top experts in the Yuan might know as well. Otherwise, why would they dare to cooperate? Of course, it was also possible that they didn't know. Cooperating in secret didn't require knowing the identity. At this, the two elders became interested. Eighth elder also said, Lord, this person has reached the Invincible realm. Did he choose to betray because he felt that the human race would lose and there was no hope? There was almost no hope of advancing further. Even Yuan couldn't help the Invincible advance further. They had to rely on themselves. The Demon Emperor and the others were still half-emperors. Department head Huang smiled and said, when the human race revealed that they had betrayed the Invincible realm, the experts of the various races were discussing and making their judgment. As for who it was, I naturally don't know. The Sky Hunter Pavilion hasn't investigated this level. But there could be many reasons for the betrayal. As Eighth Elder said, it could be that he felt that the human race had no hope, so he peeked into the future and discovered something. He was influenced by his future self, or the future self is actually a traitor. He felt that his explanation was a bit complicated, so he smiled and said, it could be that the future he saw was a traitor. Then he might have been influenced by it, and in the end, he chose to betray us. Or maybe his family needed to prove their Tao and some precious treasures. Yuan provided them for him, and he chose to betray us. Or maybe he proved his Tao in a small realm, and this small realm was threatened by others and could be destroyed. To protect himself, he chose to betray us. There are many reasons. Or to put it more simply, he is a descendant of the gods and devils. It is normal for him to betray us. Suyu was surprised. A descendant of the gods and devils? Minister Huang smiled and said, it's a very normal thing. More than 400 years ago, the human realm opened the passage and the myriad races entered. At that time, some of the experts, be it men or women of the human realm, might have had some relations with them and gave birth to descendants. It's very difficult, but it's still possible. Suyu did not say anything. He had been suspected of this before. Back in the essence energy realm, Xianxia and Huang had suspected that Suyu was a descendant of the mountain-breaking ox. He had absorbed the mountain-breaking ox's blood essence too quickly. Department head Huang smiled and said, 400 years ago. Let me think, it has been almost 100 years since the human race established the government. He grew up in that period. In the age of chaos, no one would investigate anything. After he established the government and proved his Tao, probably no one would know his identity. It is normal for him to be a descendant of the gods and devils. Suyu was taken aback. He could not help but ask, among the human invincible, there might be a descendant of Yuan? That is a possibility. Department head Huang smiled faintly and said, perhaps that person felt that the other half of his bloodline is more noble and powerful than the human bloodline. Therefore, it is understandable that he sought refuge with Wan. It is even possible that his father or mother found this person and persuaded him. Bloodline, Su Yu's heart stirred. There were some things he wanted to ask, but it was not appropriate. He did not ask, but Eighth Elder did not have such concerns. He said, my lord, after the human race established the government, there should be a limit to the number of invincible who proved their Tao, right? Department head Huang smiled and said, of course, everyone knows about the Tao proving. Of course, this is excluding the relic proving. From what we know, after the human race established the government, there were 11 Tao proving and 36 Tao proving. However, the Great Wei King, the Great Wu King, the Great Qi King, and the Great Chen King are all dead. In addition, some Eternal who proved their Tao after the government established the government also died. For example, the Great Zhou King's younger brother, the Little Zhou King, and the pacifying Si King who proved his Tao not long ago. Of those who proved their Tao later, there were 9 who survived. There were 32 who established the government before, so there were a total of 41. They are known Eternal of the human race. And of the 9 who survived, 4 of them proved their Tao in the small realm, 2 in the human realm, and 3 in the heavens. At this moment, so you finally knew some of the specific situation of the human race. He also knew that there were 41 invincible ones who were clearly alive. Among them, 32 who established the government had all proved their Tao in the human realm, and 4 in the small realm. Third Elder hesitated and said, in that case, the traitor should be one of these 9? It's hard to say. Department head Huang smiled and said, everything is possible. Who can guarantee that those invincible ones who established the government will not betray? Of course, the probability of betrayal is lower when they prove their Tao in the human realm. If they really destroy the human realm, the 34 experts who proved their Tao in the human realm will suffer a backlash. However, the traitor did not say that he would destroy the human realm, right? Everyone shook their heads. In that case, it was still hard to judge. Department head Huang smiled and said, actually, that guy can't hide it any longer. Hu Qingyong killed, Hu Jihong found. These are all narrowing down the target. That guy can't hide it any longer, so this time, Xianxia wants to lure him out. The Hunting Sky Pavilion was, after all, an intelligence organization, and Department head Huang was in control of everything, so he had some understanding of these things. He smiled and said, if nothing goes wrong, the target should be around 3 to 5 people now. In fact, I have a general idea of who it is. Of course, for the time being, I can't be sure who it is. However, once a powerful invincible one appears in the Shenwen faction and proves his Tao, even if he doesn't, the value of this 9th-tier sun and moon might be higher than that of an invincible one. At that time, all the hearts of the invincible ones in the human race will shift a little, and this guy really can't hide. Third Elder continued, you mean Lu Wenyan? Yes. Department head Huang nodded, yes, it's him. Once he enters the sun and moon realm, he might soon step into the 9th-tier sun and moon realm. Is it more important for the Shenwen faction to prove his Tao, or is it more important for an invincible one who betrayed the invincible ones? The human race will weigh the pros and cons. So this time, it's that guy's only chance to kill all of Yubation's faction and stop, and show the human race that he and Yubation's faction are only personal grudges. This way, the Great Qin King and the others might let him go. So you said softly, so, that guy will definitely appear this time? Then what is Dixia province relying on? Is it over after fishing him out? Could it be that they are relying on the primordial origin sect master, who might be a powerhouse from the boundless south? Otherwise, even if the Shenwen faction is killed and that guy is fished out, he might not die, right? The boundless south, Department head Huang said, it's possible. Of course, it's also possible that he's not. Xianxia must have prepared for this for many years. In my opinion, he must have a way to deal with the invincible ones. Otherwise, luring him out is just a way to die. Either the boundless south is strong enough to fight the invincible ones, or Xianxia still has the invincible ones. Of course, Suyu knew about this, but he didn't say it. Then, he should be able to guess it. Sir, will that guy still dare to show up? Department head Huang smiled, that's hard to say. Maybe he will take a gamble. If he doesn't, there won't be a chance. Let's take a gamble. If we succeed, we'll have less to worry about. After talking for a while, Department head Huang quickly changed the topic and smiled. Xianxia, how have you been recently? You haven't been tortured by the death chi, have you? Thank you for your support, Department head. With the support of Heaven Yuan Chi, it won't affect me too much. That's good. He nodded slightly. All the elders in the pavilion will have their own tasks from now on. Your task is to lead the other white faces and continue to create advantages for the Skyhunter Pavilion. Among the non-elders, you are the most trustworthy and reliable. Thank you, Department Head. Suyu thanked him. Yes, I am trustworthy, Department Head Huang smiled again. Also, don't go overboard with some of your little tricks. For example, protecting Lu Wenyan this time means that the pavilion still wants to kill her. You shouldn't be too narrow-minded. Suyu was shocked. Eighth Elder could not help but say, Department Head, Xianzhou is doing this to help us escape safely. Department Head Huang raised his hand lightly and smiled. I didn't say he didn't do a good job. I know what he's thinking when he protected Lu Wenyan. He wants Suyu to know that you protected his master once, so he hopes that Suyu will open the door for you and cut off the Death Chi channel, right? Suyu was stunned. F***ck. That's right, Suyu was overjoyed, but he did not dare to show it. He hurriedly said, Department Head. I know I can't hide it from you. I do have this intention. Actually, I don't want to do anything to the Shenwen faction, at least not me. If I want to escape, I still need Suyu to be merciful. Otherwise, with him around, it will be hard for me to get rid of my status as an ancient city resident. But sir, heaven and earth can be my witness. I am just going with the flow. I definitely did not betray the pavilion's interests. This time, we didn't kill Lu Wenyan because the primordial cult leader is nearby. Once we kill him. Besides, we might not be able to kill him. Lu Wenyan has not killed Jibadian in Shenwen. I think he still has some confidence. Department Head Huang said lightly, I didn't say you are wrong. But, some things depend on luck. On Suyu's side, you saved Lu Wenyan this time. You even brought people to escort Hong Tan and the others. If Suyu is a man of honor, he will naturally open the door for you. Third Elder and Eighth Elder finally came to their senses. F***ck, they were almost fooled by this kid. Yes, he had protected the Shenwen faction several times. It was not just for the sake of the public, but also for his own selfish reasons. Protecting the Shenwen faction? Why, now, they understood, it was for Suyu. The dead spirit that converted Xianzhou would appear because of cutting off the Death Chi channel. At this moment, they needed to kill this dead spirit. But the ruler of Xinghong Ancient City was Suyu. If Suyu did not agree, they would not be able to kill him, they would not even be able to enter the city. Eighth Elder could not help but say, Xianzhou, this little scheme of yours. Just tell me directly. I really did not think much about this before. If we kill Lu Wenyan, your side will indeed have no chance. Suyu said helplessly, so others can kill the Shenwen faction powerhouses, but I can't. If I kill them and the news spreads to Suyu, I will still have to return to the ancient city. The two elders sighed. They had almost forgotten that this guy was still an ancient city resident. Third Elder said with a smile, I saw that you have been jumping around recently, so I forgot about this. It seems that the dead spirit that converted you should only be the mountain sea. Killing it should not be difficult. How about this, if there is really a mission to kill the Shenwen faction, you can choose not to participate. At the moment, we do not lack a sun and moon powerhouse. Don't worry. It was a favor that did not cost much, so it was done. As for Suyu, he cursed inwardly, this has given me the best reason, I can totally not attack the Shenwen faction, and even protect them. The reason is very simple, I have to curry favor with Suyu. I have forgotten that I am also an ancient city resident. Xianzhou is actually Suyu's subordinate. This way, in the future, I do not need to rack my brain to think of a reason to protect Lu Wenyan and the others. The reason is simple, protecting them is protecting myself. Suyu glanced at Division Head Huang, feeling a little suspicious. This person has given me the best reason. He won't suspect anything, right? At this time, Head Huang did not say anything else. He said lightly, everyone has their own selfish thoughts, it is normal. Third Elder and Eighth Elder also want to seize the vessel. When Mu is secondary, I understand this. But remember, the Sky Hunter Pavilion is the foundation. The interests of the Sky Hunter Pavilion are the most important. Without the Sky Hunter Pavilion, lone travelers will not have a good ending. As long as it does not destroy the overall situation, we will not be unreasonable, understand? Understood. The three of them answered one after another. Third Elder and Eighth Elder's faces were covered in sweat under their masks. Clearly, Minister Huang's words had hit the nail on the head. When Mu's tombstone, it is of no use to me, their goal was very simple. They wanted to see how many vessels there were. 2 was the least. If each of them had one, they would not have to worry about proving their way. It was enough to carry a body for a lifetime. They were now quasi-invincible realm experts. Everyone wanted the Wen Mu's tombstone, but they wanted to carry the vessel. In fact, many quasi-invincible realm experts had the same idea. After all, things like becoming an emperor were too far away for them. And now, Department Head Huang had come personally. Perhaps it was because he had seen through all of this that he decided to threaten Suyu. At the same time, he wanted to warn Suyu not to go overboard. It was okay to protect the Shenwen faction, but the premise was that it did not affect the Sky Hunter Pavilion from seizing the Wen Mu's tombstone. Suyu was also helpless, he was exhausted, he was actually thinking about a question. If he said that he could directly give the Wen Mu's tombstone to the Sky Hunter Pavilion, would the Sky Hunter Pavilion send out 6 Invincible Realm Experts to help him kill the betrayed Invincible Realm Experts and help Xiao Longwu prove his way, if possible? I will give it to you directly. The Wen Mu's tombstone was important and seemed to be very precious, but Suyu did not care too much about it. As for the broken inheritance of the Shenwen faction, it did not matter if it was broken. As long as there is life, there is hope. Unfortunately, he did not dare to say or mention it. Now that the plan had come to this point, if they self-destructed now, Suyu would be dumbfounded. The Sky Hunter Pavilion was not a good thing either. Suyu and the others were beaten for a while. Soon enough, Minister Huang left. The 3 of them sent Minister Huang away, but they all felt a little lucky. Vaguely, there was a little more warmth. They were in the same boat, Suyu smiled and said, Elders, is your main goal the carrier? Elder 8 had followed him for a while, and he was not as cold as he was at the beginning. Hearing this, he sighed and said, at our level, isn't this what we want? A carrier is hard to find. Third Elder and I were able to get a carrier each, but we have already used up many years of savings and accumulated merits to exchange for this. This is a rare opportunity, and the elders of the law enforcement department are all tempted. They all want to fight for this opportunity, and we got it. If we miss this opportunity, we might have to wait hundreds or thousands of years to have the opportunity to accumulate so many merits and wealth again, exchange for a carrier, and try to prove our way. So from the beginning, this was their goal. Now, it was pointed out by Minister Huang. Suyu understood and sighed. I just want to survive, but Minister is right. So, the best result this time is to take all the wealth in the ruins, and if it's convenient, we can help the Shenwen department. I can take this opportunity to talk to Suyu. Even if we can't cut off the passage in the ruins, next time, I will try to cut off the passage at Xingyu Mansion. Maybe we don't need to arrange for people to kill it, and let Suyu kill the dead spirit. It's more suitable. Suyu sighed. Just a little trick, please don't laugh at me. Third Elder smiled. It's nothing. Who doesn't have a little selfishness? If you, Xianxia, say that you are willing to give up your life for the Sky Hunter Pavilion's mission, then we really have to think, what else do you care about? This kind of person is not a saint, but someone who seeks more and more. Suyu said sheepishly, unfortunately, after Minister Huang said that. I don't dare to use the public resources for private purposes anymore. It's fine. Eighth Elder chuckled. It's just a small matter. Minister Huang doesn't actually care. If he really cared, he wouldn't have stopped there. Suyu nodded. But he was still a little afraid. Minister Huang, what's going on? He was the one who named me to come to the human territory. This time, he let Lu Wenyan go, and Lu Wenyan came to beat him up. However, this also gave him a good excuse to absolve himself. This person doesn't know who I am, right? That's not right. If Xianxia is a human, then Minister Xian might know something. This Huang division and Xian division are not compatible. Xianxia is not under Minister Huang's control. Suyu's head hurt. He couldn't understand it, but he still had to be careful. Now that he met these invincible experts, he felt very guilty. Fortunately, he was now a little stronger in Shenwen, and so was his strength. Minister Huang did not examine him carefully, so he should not be able to see anything. Even though Deming Wang was so powerful, when he caught me, he did not see anything. Minister Huang only had 3 lifetimes, so he shouldn't be able to see anything unusual. He comforted himself for a while. Suyu gritted his teeth. No, my strength is too low. I'll finish 61 casting tonight. I need to rest for a few days and finish 62 casting as soon as possible. After completing 62 casting, the power of his acupoints would exceed 660,000. Opening the Yan acupoint would increase it a little, and with the increase of Shenwen and the imminent transformation of the saber qi in the 144 acupoints, his strength might reach 800,000 acupoints. With 300,000 acupoints, even if it was an ordinary first or second layer sun moon, it would be about 500,000, and the third layer would be about 800,000 at most. In other words, in a few days, Suyu would finish 62 casting. If he went all out, he could actually fight with ordinary people in the third layer sun moon. With his physical body at that level, it should not be a problem to devour the blood essence of the sixth layer sun moon. When the war broke out, he could be considered a holiday sixth layer sun moon, right? When Teacher Lu arrives at Southern Yuan, Suyu made up his mind to go into seclusion. These days, he did not do anything big. If he continued, Wan would come to kill him. This time, he killed more than 20 Sun Moon tier cultivators, which was not a small matter. Just as Suyu was about to go into seclusion after being beaten up for a while, in a wasteland, Yi Hongyan coughed and looked at the primordial sect leader, who had his back to her. She hesitated, and asked, "Are you really from the boundless south?" She guarded Lu Wenyan behind her, a little uncertain and wary. "No," the primordial sect leader said calmly. "The Hunting Heaven Pavilion and Blue Sky are just framing me." "Not? If not, why did you save us?" The primordial sect leader said calmly, "Someone asked me to." "Who?" "In the future, you will naturally know." With that, the primordial sect leader disappeared, and his voice traveled, "Lu Wenyan, behave yourself. There are too many people who want to kill you. As for Ji Hong, I will take him with me. It is better that you do not know what he found, lest you misjudge something." "Who are you?" Lu Wenyan shouted, but the other party had disappeared instantly. Yi Hongyan took a look, shook her head, and said, "Gone. This time is really strange. First, the Hunting Heaven Pavilion killed those guys, and then the primordial sect leader came to save you. Wenyan, your luck is invincible." This time was too dangerous, so dangerous that Yi Hongyan was ready to self-destruct to kill the enemies, dozens of Sun Moon tiers, and 2 pseudo-invincible ones. In the end, they actually survived, and nothing happened to them. Instead, those Sun Moon tiers were almost killed. Lu Wenyan was also confused, and said helplessly, "This Hunting Heaven Pavilion really accepted Suyu's mission?" Suyu was willing to pay a heavy price, 500 drops of Sun Moon mysterious yellow liquid. Even if he sold himself, he would not be worth this money. Yi Hongyan sighed, "This cheap disciple of yours is worth it." Lu Wenyan nodded. Forget it, he did not know the situation for now, and did not care about this. Return to Southern Yuan first. Southern Yuan. More and more powerhouses gathered. Even though more than 20 Sun Moon cultivators were killed, it still couldn't stop everyone's enthusiasm. Is Lu Wenyan here? If he's here, will the relic be opened? Not necessarily. If he's here, will he be able to open the relic? Let's see you come. There was a lot of discussion. It was an uproar. There were many powerhouses and geniuses. In the past few days, battles between geniuses and powerhouses happened frequently. It was common for humans to fight with humans to fight with Wan, and Wan to fight with Wan. Gods and demons weren't friends, and immortal dragons weren't one. At this moment, someone shouted, "Sky Hunter Pavilion, kill them." As soon as he said that, an aura of the 8th firmament sun moon erupted in the distance. The fiend celestial who was almost blown up instantly charged over, along with a 9th firmament sun moon god. The 2 Sky Hunter Pavilion members who had just entered, or rather, sneaked in, were startled. A faceless elder pulled a white-faced elder and instantly fled. The white-faced elder was still shouting, "It's a misunderstanding. It's really a misunderstanding. We're not from the Sky Hunter Pavilion, you still want to lie. Can you hide it? Kill them." Bai Mion's expression changed drastically. F*CK, more than a dozen sun-moon gods charged over, he said. In horror, "Elder, go quickly. Run." The elder didn't say a word and ran. Even though he was an 8th firmament sun-moon god, he ran very fast at this moment. He had to run because several 7th and 8th firmament sun-moon gods were chasing him. "It's a misunderstanding." A shrill roar came. Bai Mion said miserably, "I'm not. I'm Huangjiu, the traitor of the Sky Hunter Pavilion, Huangjiu. I admit it, I'm a traitor, alright, I'm a traitor. I just thought that Bai Mion's mask was not bad and could conceal his aura. These days, he went into seclusion with the elder. I really don't know what happened. Why did the Sky Hunter Pavilion become like this? Why is everyone calling for a beating? I really don't know anything." He thought about it. The Sky Hunter Pavilion specialized in gathering information. Now, the information of the human realm was most accessible in southern Yuan. In the past, the war had little to do with the Sky Hunter Pavilion. Under normal circumstances, no one would care if the Sky Hunter Pavilion went to gather information. Therefore, as soon as he came out of seclusion, he and the elder came to southern Yuan. In the end, what happened? Why are you doing this to us? He shouted loudly and shrilly, "It's really a misunderstanding. I'm not from the Sky Hunter Pavilion." Behind them, the pursuers actually believed it. The people from the Sky Hunter Pavilion were not stupid. They probably did not dare to show themselves now. The 2 of them had barged in like idiots. It was highly likely that they really didn't know what was going on. Of course, one couldn't rule out the fact that there were idiots from the Heaven Hunter Pavilion who felt that everyone could still tolerate them now. After having so many suns and moons killed, how could they still not take it seriously? Upon hearing that the other party was Huangjiu, they had a rough idea of the situation. That idiot Huangjiu, he slandered Xianxia as Suyu and asked the Sky Hunter Pavilion to find trouble with Suyu. In the end, an elder was killed by Suyu. Now, even the Sky Hunter Pavilion was hunting him down. Even so, someone still shouted, "Kill them. They are spies from Xianxia province." Once these words were spoken, suns and moons charged out again. "Kill them first." Even if these 2 weren't from the Sky Hunter Pavilion, they were still from Xianxia province. Don't forget that the reason why these 2 had betrayed Xianxia province was because they had colluded with Xianxia province, betrayed Xianzhou, and killed Kai Yi and the others. Since that was the case, these 2 could also be killed. Before Huangjiu and Huangjia could say anything, an aura of the 8th tier of the Sun-Moon realm erupted from behind. "How dare you? You dare to kill people from Xianxia province. You should be killed." Boom, a great battle broke out. In an instant, 7 to 8 Sun-Moon advanced stage cultivators joined the battle. Huangjia and Huangjiu could not care about anything else. They fled frantically. More than 10 minutes later, Huangjia was panting heavily. He tossed Huangjiu aside and said, "No one is chasing us anymore." The first time, it was really the first time. It was the first time that he, an 8th tier Sun-Moon, was running so pathetically. It was too tragic. If it wasn't for someone obstructing him from behind, even if he was an 8th tier Sun-Moon, he might have been killed if they caught up to him. Too terrifying. What had happened in these few days? Huangjiu was also panting heavily. After a while, he wailed like he was mourning. "Elder, it's over. Those people who came later were Xiajia's people. Now, the 2 of us are definitely on Xiajia's side." Xiajia started a battle with 4 or 5 Sun-Moon advanced stage cultivators for the 2 of us. If they weren't on the same side, would they work so hard? Huangjia was slightly startled. He was speechless for a long while. Yes, for the 2 of them, Xiajia mobilized 4 or 5 Sun-Moon advanced stage cultivators. Xiahou Yi personally took action and fought fiercely with the Sun Moon advanced stage cultivators. If you said that the two of them weren't on Xiaojia's side, who would believe it? At this juncture, Xiaojia started a battle at the slightest disagreement. He was risking his life to protect them. Huang Jia took a look at Huang Jiao. After a while, he suddenly said in a low voice, Xiaojia knows that we aren't on the same side as them, but he still did this. This is a confession without being pressed, right? It's either purely to trick us, or, there's something wrong with Xianjiao. Xiaojia wants to confirm our identities. Huang Jiao said gloomily, I know, but... Elder, will anyone believe our words? Who will believe it? We are traitors of the Heaven Hunter Pavilion. What a tragedy, the two of us are traitors. Huang Jiao was also gloomy, and couldn't help but ask, say, is there something wrong with that Xianjiao? Huang Jiao thought for a moment, and said uncertainly, it's hard to say, really hard to say. What I'm more curious about now is what did the Heaven Hunter Pavilion do? The moment we appeared, we were hunted down. Did they dig up their ancestral graves? Huang Jiao thought for a moment. True, they should first understand the situation. As for the problem of Xianjiao and Xiaojia, they could put it aside for now. When they understood the situation, they would see how to deal with it. Now, the Heaven Hunter Pavilion wanted to kill them, outsiders wanted to kill them, and Xiaojia wanted to protect them. Perhaps when there was no one around, Xiaojia would also have to kill them. They were both gloomy. The two of them came to the human tier, and did nothing. Not only did they lose their status as elders and white-faced elders, but they were also hunted down by a large group of people for no reason. The two of them were elites, after all. They disguised themselves, and soon obtained information from some cultivators who had gathered in southern Yuan. The Heaven Hunter Pavilion had done something big. This time, in the area between Dazhou Prefecture and Great Gold Mansion, they killed 23 elites of the Sun Moon tier. They sent out the quasi-invincible realm law-enforcing elders. They almost killed the elite of the 8th tier of the Sun Moon tier, Tal of the Demon Clan, who had chased after them. No wonder that person wanted to bite the people of the Heaven Hunter Pavilion to death when he saw them. He was lucky. Of the 24 Sun Moon tiers, he was the only one who escaped. They found a place with no one around. Huang Jiao and Huang Jiao looked at each other, speechless. It was not unjust to be hunted down. This was the use of information. Without basic information, running around blindly would lead to death. Huang Jiao was speechless, and transmitted his voice, Elder, there's definitely a problem. When did the Heaven Hunter Pavilion become so tough? They killed dozens of Sun Moon tiers in one go. Is this Xianjiao's doing? As he spoke, Huang Jiao continued, Xiaojia covered for Xianjiao, confirming our identities. Elder, Xianjiao, is definitely Suyu. Last time, he really said it casually. But now, thinking of the strangeness of the Heaven Hunter Pavilion recently, that method of killing countless Sun Moon tiers, are you sure it's not Suyu? Huang Jia said after a while, there's no use guessing. Do you want to let the Heaven Hunter Pavilion test Suyu again? If you think the Heaven Hunter Pavilion dares, you can go and confront them. Huang Jia was speechless. Stop it, the Heaven Hunter Pavilion will kill me. Last time, an elder died. Now, if we test again, how many people should die? Test my ass. It was fine if you said Xianjiao was someone else, but if you said Xianjiao was Suyu, no one would believe it now. As for the method, style. Suyu dared to kill people, but Xianjiao didn't. This wasn't exclusive to Suyu. Huang Jiao was helpless and said gloomily, now we can't take the identity of the Heaven Hunter Pavilion anymore. Elder, if we take this identity, we'll be the target of everyone. How about we give it up and lose the mask? We can't please both sides, and we have to take the blame for someone else. The elder thought about it and nodded. Yes, they couldn't take it anymore. If they took it anymore, they wouldn't be able to live. They couldn't please both sides. It was too tragic. The Heaven Hunter Pavilion wanted to kill them, one wanted to kill them, and the humans might want to kill them too. There was no way they could live. Sigh. With a sigh, Huang Jia said dejectedly, I've been in the Heaven Hunter Pavilion for 100 years, and the result is tragic. It wasn't easy for me to become an elder, and you've made me suffer. You can't say that, elder. It's because you're doing too poorly that no one believes your words. Look at Elder Xianjia. He said there's no problem with Xianjiao, and people believed him. Speaking of which, could there be a problem with Elder Xianxia as well? Huangjia was speechless. If there's a problem, that's scary. If there was a problem with Xianxia, what about Head Xian? Of course, he and Huangjia were also problematic. If there was no problem, they wouldn't run. As for Head Huang, Huangjia transmitted, Elder, what's going on with Head Huang? Are you in cahoots with him? Huangjia said angrily, what do you mean by in cahoots? This is called having a good eye for talent. Head Huang thinks highly of us and doesn't care about our identities and backgrounds, taking us in. Then what do we do now? Nothing. Huangjia said irresponsibly, it's all your fault. You insisted on making trouble and being together with that Xianjiao. We've been screwed. Sigh. Huangjia said again, Elder, do you think Head Huang really knows our identities? How would I know? Then why did you say? Huangjia interrupted, alright, let's not talk about this. Who knows what he's thinking? But even if he didn't know before, he might know now. If there's no problem with us, why would we run? Huangjia said regretfully, that's true. We shouldn't have run back then. At most, we'll be investigated, and they might not discover our identities. Head Huang might have known long ago, but he didn't think much of it. We were scared out of our wits. How unlucky. Huangjia was speechless. Weren't you the one who wanted to run? I told you to go back, but you refused to go back no matter what, otherwise, why would I run? As he was thinking, Huangjia suddenly said curiously, Elder, your mask is spoiled, right? It's actually glowing. As he said that, he smiled and said, he wants us to throw this thing away. It's all spoiled. Elder's mask won't work either. That's why it's glowing. Head Huang is still in the All Heavens battlefield. Can he locate you through the All Heavens battlefield? As he said that, Huangjia's expression suddenly changed. Without another word, he turned around and ran. As for Huangjia, his expression also changed. He quickly threw his mask away and was about to shatter it. F*CK, he was located, that shouldn't be. He was an elder. Only his direct superior could locate him. But his direct superior was invincible. Head Huang, how was that possible? That person was still in the All Heavens battlefield. Just as it was about to shatter, a chuckle sounded beside his ear. If I were you, I wouldn't shatter it. It's better to keep it. After all, it's a peak Earth soldier, isn't it? Huangjia's expression changed drastically. The next moment, with a humble expression, he said shakily, subordinate Huangjia greets Head Huang. On the other side, Huangjia, who was fleeing, felt the world spin around him. In the blink of an eye, he crashed into Huangjia with a bang. In the next moment, without saying a word, he lowered his head and said loudly, subordinate Huangjia greets minister. Both of them were shocked, feeling despair and sorrow. They couldn't live on anymore, they were just being chased. Previously, it was sun and moon. Now, it was Head Huang, invincible. He had actually reached the human realm and came to kill them personally. This, might as well let them die. Their luck was too bad. A figure appeared in front of them. It was Head Huang, who was wearing a gray mask. He strolled leisurely down from the sky and said with a smile, Huangjia, why are you running after seeing me? Lord. I didn't run, Huangjia tried to defend himself. Soon, he said pitifully, Lord, I didn't betray you. It was Xianjiao who slandered us. Yes, slandered us. Lord, we know a shocking secret. A huge secret. I was just thinking of a way to report it to you. What secret? Tell me. Head Huang walked over lightly and helped him fix his messy collar. He patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, tell me. Don't tremble. Don't be afraid. Yes. I'm not afraid, Huangjia said nervously, it's like this. We found out that there's something wrong with Xianjiao. He sue you? Head Huang smiled and said, is it because of this huge secret? Do you want the Sky Hunter Pavilion to test him again? The third elder and eighth elder of the disciplinary department have tested him several times. Why don't we get an eternal one to personally go to the ancient city to check if Suyu is there? Despair, Huangjia was in despair. What did this mean? Did they not believe it or did they not care? At the side, Huangjiao was so scared that his legs were trembling. He wanted to cry. Why did Head Huang come? They did not throw away their masks because they thought that the other party would not come. If he did not come, they could pretend to be from the Skyhunter Pavilion. In the end, the head really came. Head Huang smiled and slowly took off Huang Jia's mask. He smiled and said, "Back then, I was the one who personally recruited you into the Skyhunter Pavilion. Huang Jia, tell me, do you think I know your identity?" That. Lord, Huang Jia's mask gradually fell off, revealing a sage-like old face. Head Huang smiled and said, "Your face is still so innocent, so sage-like, so righteous and upright. It's been 100 years, but this face has not changed at all." Head Huang smiled and said, "Don't be nervous, don't be nervous. This face is good, very good. It seems that you're used to this face. Who is this little Huangjiao to you?" He reached out to grab Huangjiao's mask. Huangjiao wanted to dodge but did not dare. He could only let Head Huang take off his mask bitterly. The moment the mask was taken off, Head Huang seemed to be stunned. "A woman?" Head Huang was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, My eyesight is bad, and this is a girl? I thought it was a naughty boy." TSK, Huang Jia, where did you trick her from?" Under Huang Jiao's mask was indeed a woman's face. She looked very pure and even a little pitiful, an innocent little girl. But, in the conversation between Huang Jiao and Huang Jia, there was not the slightest hint of honesty, or justice. Huang Jia looked helpless, but he still had a sage-like demeanor. He said honestly, "Lord, this is my granddaughter." "Nonsense." Head Huang smiled and said, "You're not honest. How could you lie to me? This is your granddaughter? It's not a good thing to lie to me. What do you think?" Huang Jia was helpless. Alright, I'll be honest. I picked her up. Really picked her up. Elder, I was picked up by you? Huang Jiao looked surprised, his eyes darting around. Elder, you said I'm your granddaughter. How did you say I was picked up? You lied to me. I'll cut all ties with you and never see you again in the martial world. As soon as she finished, she wanted to run. Head Huang stretched out his hand and pressed it on her head. He smiled and said, "Don't run." "What are you running for?" "Little girl, you don't have to do this with me. Your little eyes are darting around." "Cute girl." Huang Jiao was in despair. "I'm not cute." Head Huang wouldn't have some special fetish, right? "No, there's no need for a special fetish. I'm a girl." Minister Huang smiled and probed. He said in surprise, "Yo, it's a genius." "Huang Jia, where did you pick her up?" "She's a genius. Her aptitude isn't that big, right?" Huang Jia said embarrassedly, Not that big. I picked her up 19 years ago, Head Huang was surprised. 19 years ago. How old is she? 2 or 3 years old. She's too young, so it's hard to determine her age. Probably 2 or 3 years old. Head Huang was surprised. Soon, he smiled and said, "Interesting. Picked up 19 years ago. 2 or 3 years old. That means the previous Huang Jiao was killed by you and you let this girl take his place?" "No, I didn't kill him." Huang Jia explained, "It's true. He died on a mission. But coincidentally, the mask didn't break. When I went there, he was still breathing. I thought, this mask is an Earth-grade weapon after all. I shouldn't waste it, so I gave it to my granddaughter. You know her identity, right?" Head Huang said faintly, 19 years ago. Picked up. Is she from that family? Huang Jia said awkwardly, "I don't know. I didn't look into it and I couldn't find anything. It's been so many years. What's there to look into? If she is, she was 3 years old then. She's only 22 now. She's a genius." Head Huang sighed. This family specializes in producing geniuses. I'm not that rare. But you're willing to spend money. You must have used a lot of heaven essence chi and heaven earth mystic light, right? Cough cough. You got it through corruption? No, absolutely not. Head, I came here legally. Oh, I understand. Head Huang smiled. I understand. It's my old profession. You're an expert in this field. You don't lack money. I understand. Huang Jia's face was about to crack, his mouth was wide open. After a while, he said, Head, you knew my identity years ago? Yes, how could you not know? Eternal. If you're that stupid, can you become eternal? Head Huang smiled. Of course I know. Empty, do you want to spar with me? I'm just a reincarnation of 3 lives. I might not be your match. What do you think? Beside him, Huang Jia was stunned. He looked at Huang Jia, then at Head Huang, and said blankly, Empty? Elder, didn't you say you're called Empty Azure? Who was empty? Ordinary people didn't know about it, but those who were famous knew about it. Empty, 3rd on the Dao validation list, Space Ancient Beast Clan, 3rd on the Dao validation list, higher than Xiao Longwu. Xiao Longwu was 5th on the Dao validation list. One of the closest to the invincible realm, Huang Jia said dryly, misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Head, you've really misunderstood. How could I be empty? I'm Empty Azure. I accidentally killed a descendant of the invincible realm. My identity cannot be exposed, Head Huang smiled. I know. As for the Azure Void, he killed Celestial Monarch Skyjade's son, and he specializes in spatial arts. To put it simply, he stole from Celestial Monarch Skyjade's son, and when he was discovered, he killed the other party. Yes, Huang Jia said helplessly, that's why I don't dare to expose my identity, Minister Huang chuckled. What a coincidence. 120 years ago, I happened to be passing by this place. What a coincidence. That Void Scion went mad and tried to steal from me. I killed him with a single slap. I happened to be busy and was in a hurry to leave, so I couldn't be bothered to retrieve his corpse. However, he was still a Sun-Moon 7-fold Celestial Emperor after all. Just as I was about to retrieve his corpse. Don't you think it's a coincidence that a fellow suddenly burrowed into his skin? Huang Jia's old face was completely stunned. Head Huang smiled and patted his face. Yes, this is the face. But, there's a little difference. Not bad. Don't you think it's a coincidence? Huang Jia was stunned. Killed by Head Huang? Yes. What else did you think? Huang Jia said with a sad face, I thought I was affected by the aftermath. At that time, 2 invincible realm masters were fighting in the distance. I thought this guy was really unlucky. I just happened to pick up an identity you really know how to pick up. Head Huang smiled. Empty, was it fun? Not fun. Huang Jia was completely speechless. Did you know my true identity from the beginning, Head Huang? Of course. You wore many different identities. This and that, and the deepest one was Empty Azure. You thought I would at most discover your identity as Empty Azure, didn't you? Minister Huang chuckled. You don't know, but I've been following you all this time. You're just too interesting. When I found you, you were already wearing several layers of skin, layer by layer, and in the end, I couldn't even be bothered to expose you. Beside him, Huang Jia was stunned. He looked at Huang Jia. After a while, he said with his mouth wide open, Elder, you aren't human? Huang Jia rolled his eyes. Did I say I was human? You're really empty? Huang Jia was also from the Heaven Hunter Pavilion, and he was from the Intelligence Department. At this moment, he said in shock, 3rd on the Dao verification roll, empty of the Space Ancient Beast Clan? What do you think? Huang Jia was speechless. My identity has been exposed. Do you feel bad? I've hidden it from you for so long, no. Huang Jia suddenly said in surprise, Elder, you're empty. Hit him then. Hit him, we'll run. You're 3rd on the Dao verification roll. Everyone says that the top 10 can fight invincible. Elder, Huang Jia was speechless. Head Huang also chuckled and said with emotion, this temper, this personality, does have the style of inheritance. Huang Jia looked at him and then at Huang Jia. Elder, what does Head Huang mean? Did you steal me and not pick me up? I heard that Empty is the best at stealing. Huang Jia said weakly, I picked you up. Who would steal you? No one would want you if you were thrown on the road. I picked you up to disguise my identity, but you ruined everything. If you didn't provoke Xianxia, there wouldn't be so much trouble. Huang Jia was puzzled. You're Empty, what are you hiding? Huang Jia was speechless. Head Huang smiled. Of course he has to hide, he has to. Empty, third on the Dao verification roll, but he doesn't prove his Dao and doesn't show himself. He has been hiding for so many years. Do you think he would hide for no reason? Huang Jia said embarrassedly, Head Huang, what are you saying? Don't say anything. Have you forgotten that I'm Head Huang? I know the most in the world. Head Huang said calmly, 125 years ago, there was a guy who wanted to prove his Dao. He wanted to steal some carriers. Only the big shots have them. This guy was really daring. As he stole the coffin lid of an ancient half-emperor celestial, right? Huang Jiao could not help but say, coffin lid? Head Huang smiled. That's true. An ancient half-emperor celestial. Because he was too old, too ancient, he might have really lived from the ancient times until now. He built a coffin for himself, specially used to nurture his life force. That coffin was amazing. He used a 10,000-year-old heaven essence tree, endless heaven essence chi, sun-moon mystic yellow liquid, heaven and earth mystic light, all sorts of treasures, and he nurtured it for 1,000 years to forge a coffin comparable to a peak heavenly weapon. In the end, someone stole his coffin lid. How could he not hide? Huang Jia was completely stunned. After a while, he said hurriedly. Elder, where's the coffin lid? Huang Jia was speechless. He said gloomily, why? You want it? That thing is inauspicious. Minister Huang smiled and said, it's in his own hands. That thing is a very good vessel. Kong Kong probably wants to obtain an incomparably powerful body of 3 lives, so he doesn't care about ordinary things. He's probably been trying for the past 100 years, right? Huang Jia said nothing. After a while, Head Huang smiled. Alright, I don't care. I'm not interested in this. Help me do something. I protected you for 100 years. You wanted to run. If you didn't run, there wouldn't have been so much trouble, right? Huang Jia was not in a hurry to agree. Instead, he asked hesitantly, how strong is Head Huang? Eternal. Could he be a half-emperor? That's not what I mean. There are strong and weak Eternals. Head Huang said that he followed me all those years ago, but I didn't know. Head Huang has reached. Minister Huang smiled faintly and said, achieve what? Don't think too much. Empty. Forget it. I'll call you Huang Jia. Huang Jia, how about helping me do something? Yes, Lord. Help me steal the inscribed tombstone. Head Huang smiled. You can do it. I think no one is more confident than you. Huang Jia frowned. All Heaven's One is eyeing this thing. I just want to take the carrier. I don't want to take this thing. It's too dangerous. Then, he looked at him. Why does Head Huang want this thing? You didn't even hesitate to expose my identity. I'm a little interested. Even Wan wants it, so I naturally want it too. But if I get it, the others in Sky Hunter Pavilion want to split it. That won't do. I want to keep it to myself. Huang Jia hesitated for a moment. That. I can't. I haven't done anything for so many years. I've almost forgotten how to steal. How can that be? Head Huang smiled. It can't be. Why haven't you done anything for so many years? A few years ago, didn't you just steal the dragon egg of an Eternal? Huang Jiao exclaimed, Elder, 8 years ago, was the egg we ate a dragon egg? Huang Jia cursed in his heart. What are you doing? What are you shouting for? What if the dragons hear you? Huang Jiao continued to exclaim, then 12 years ago, you made me eat that roasted bird. What was it? Head Huang smiled. Oh, there's such a thing. 12 years ago, the phoenix race lost a hatchling. Was it you? Huang Jia was shocked. A hatchling? How cruel. Elder, let's sever our relationship. I'll leave first. You're too cruel. She turned to run. Head Huang was tired. He reached out and pressed her head again. Why are you running? Little girl, where are you running to? Do you think he will dare to fight me if you run? Huangjia was depressed. She was caught again. She blinked at Huangjia and asked if she could fight. If she could win, then so be it. If she couldn't, forget it. She would just help him. At most, she would run away and break the contract after he left. Huangjia was helpless. Head Huang, stealing tombstones, is really dangerous. I know, but that thing, it's not good to lose it. Head Huang smiled. Let's not talk about this. If you help him once and succeed, I'll help you once when you prove your Tao. If you prove your Tao, you're courting death. The ancient immortal king might come looking for you personally. Huang Jiao was speechless. I know. Otherwise, I would have proven my Tao long ago. Then, all right. Huang Jiao sighed and said helplessly, Head Huang is really wise. Just so. Head Huang smiled. Then I won't disturb you anymore. Huang Jia, don't break your mask. You're a peak Earth soldier. Even if it's broken, I can still find you. If I can't find you, I can still find this girl. Huang Jia was embarrassed. Don't worry, Head Huang. I won't run. I hope so. Head Huang smiled and disappeared on the spot. When he left, the two looked at each other and panted again. Huang Jia looked at him and asked curiously, Elder, are you really Kong Kong? Kong Kong is a space beast. What do you look like? Is it fun? No one knows what the space beast's true form looks like. Shut up. Huang Jia snorted and put on the mask. Put on the mask. Useless trash. Elder, he's invincible. Even you don't dare to fight him. How can I? I've acted cute many times, but he ignores me. There's nothing I can do. Huang Jia ignored her. He thought for a moment and said, looks like I have to help him. What does this guy want the tombstones for? They're useless to him. I heard they're only useful for half-emperors or Shenwen civilization masters. Huang Jiao said indifferently, either he wants to become an emperor, or he's colluding with humans. From what he said, he probably knows about Xianxia and doesn't want to talk about it. Maybe he's related to the Shenwen civilization. Is that so? Huang Jia touched his chin. Maybe. Forget it, I won't pursue it. The more he knows, the faster he dies. If my identity is exposed, I'll die faster than him. I, your grandfather, have provoked the top 3 experts of the Myriad worlds. Sigh, I regret it. Then, return the coffin lid? That won't do. How can I return it? I'm counting on this to get a powerful past body. Past body? Elder, didn't you get the past body? You got the future body? Nonsense. The top 10 of the Tao corroboration roll are almost all future bodies. Who can get the past body? Their battle prowess isn't strong. Getting the future from the past is the real deal. Forget it, you don't understand. When you reach my level, you'll know how hard it is to take this step. Huang Jiao didn't mind and said, Elder, what did Department Head Huang say? Which family am I from? You? He said you were picked up on the road. Where did you pick it up? Why are you asking so many questions? Do you want to find your father? No. Huang Jiao denied. I'm just curious. From what he said, my family doesn't seem ordinary. Why don't I return to my family and steal some good stuff? Forget it. Your family is gone. Steal my A*S, don't think about it. Go, don't think about going home. Your grandfather has raised you for so many years. You've eaten so much of my good stuff. Pay me back and then I'll let you go home. I can't pay you back. Huang Jiao muttered. I've eaten so much good stuff. Dragon eggs, phoenix chicks, where can I go? Forget it, who cares? Only by following the elder will I have good stuff to eat. The human realm was in turmoil. Countless experts were either hiding their identities or lurking in the dark, waiting for an opportunity. The bearer and the inscripted tombstone were the core of this event. Without these two treasures, it would have been very difficult to gather so many people and experts this time. The fake relic created by Xianxia could only attract some people, and then he used the Shenwen's method to attract the public's attention. At this moment, there was no need for the Shenwen's method. Of course, the Shenwen's method was also a prelude to the wand's entry. November 15th, Lu Wenyan, who had disappeared, reappeared. It had been several days since he disappeared. At this moment, the entire southern Yuan was surrounded by countless experts. There were experts from the 10,000 races, as well as experts from the human race. Someone saw Lu Wenyan, and soon, the news of his disappearance spread. Lu Wenyan! Someone shouted coldly. The Soar flew out, looked down at Lu Wenyan in the distance, and shouted, Lu Wenyan, you said that you couldn't take out the 5th generation Shenwen. Now, you have entered the peak of the mountain and sea realm, and even passed the inheritance to Suyu, the 5th generation Shenwen. Do you still have a reason? Lu Wenyan looked at that person, and after a while, he smiled and said, Reason? What reason? You are. The Soar man shouted angrily, Lu Wenyan, stop pretending. My father used to follow the 5th generation Shenwen and died in battle on the battlefield of heavens. You once said that you would publicly show it to everyone, but now, you and Suyu self-destructed the 5th generation Shenwen. Is that yours? Lu Wenyan laughed and looked around. Some people were silent, some sneered, some were waiting to watch the show, and some were disdainful. Lu Wenyan said softly, I didn't say anything about making it public, did I? You're just imagining it. I did tell the Zhou family that the information my master left behind was gone. The Zhou family sacrificed the life of an invincible expert to save my master. I thought about it for a long time and also mentioned that once Shenwen can materialize, I can show it to the Zhou family. But, the matter between me and the Zhou family is over, right? Lu Wenyan chuckled. Don't say that I'm unreasonable. I'm reasonable. It's admirable that your father followed my master and died in battle on the All Heavens battlefield, but you can't ask all the soldiers who died on the All Heavens battlefield to share the wealth of those invincible masters, right? Lu Wenyan smiled. Which family in Dixia province and Great Qin mansion didn't have tens of thousands of soldiers who died in battle? Don't tell me that the descendants of these soldiers have to share the wealth of Xianxia and the others in Dixia province? I'm very curious. How did the Shenwen left behind by my master become everyone's? Yes, everyone died because they followed my master, but my master didn't mistreat everyone when he was alive, right? When he went to the All Heavens battlefield, he didn't force everyone to go with him, right? He even asked everyone not to go with him. Because your father and the other seniors admired and worshipped my master, so they went to protect my master. But this isn't a reason for you to divide my master's wealth, right? Lu Wenyan's smile faded. Moreover, my master also died in battle, leaving only some of the Shenwen. When I left Great Xia Civilization University, I didn't ask for anything. I didn't take anything with me except the Shenwen. Logically speaking, this should belong to me, right? I even owed a debt because of this to repay the Great Xia residence. Since it was the Great Xia residence that nurtured my master's current situation has nothing to do with you, right? He looked at everyone, at Wan, at the human clan, and smiled. Are you used to bullying us? Do you think that my bloodline is easy to bully, so everyone comes to bully me? Back then, my bloodline left behind a lot of things, right? Later, we paid what we should and gave what we should. My junior brother and I almost left nothing behind. Lu Wenyan looked at that person and chuckled. Even the Zhou family has settled their grudges with me. I don't understand. What right do you have to ask me to give up my master's Shenwen? What right do you have? That person looked at him coldly. So, those who followed the 5th generation and died in battle all died in vain? Lu Wenyan sighed. I'm very sad that my seniors died, but this isn't a reason. He shook his head. I'm reasonable, and I hope you'll be reasonable too. A general led thousands of soldiers to battle, and everyone died in battle. The reason wasn't because of the general, but because someone betrayed him. You didn't look for the traitor, but kept looking for the general's descendants. This isn't right. Just because the traitor was strong, you bullied the general's descendants? Lu Wenyan chuckled. There's no need, is there? It's been so many years, more than 50 years, and we haven't fought or fought. If we were bullied, we were bullied. If our disciples were killed, we were killed. If our faction was destroyed, we were destroyed. Suppression, targeting, we endured it all. What else do you want? Do you want to force us into a life and death struggle? This isn't the first time, right? Why must you do this? Lu Wenyan looked at him and said softly, why must you do this? My master Shunwen, if I gave it to you, would you be able to use it? Do you understand what I'm saying? We should have worked together to find that traitor, but what happened in the end? You've been fighting with us for decades. Is it fun? Or, did someone give you a promise? That person said coldly, Lu Wenyan, don't look for these excuses. My father died because of you, so naturally, you have to pay the price. Sigh. Lu Wenyan sighed. There's really no way to reason with you. I've already said. Fine, you just have to force me to be more direct. My master gave those who accompanied him compensation. He gave them a salary during normal times, an allowance when they went to the battlefield, and an allowance when they died in battle. Which of those people didn't receive benefits from my master? Later, when my master died, you said you have to pay with your life. Isn't that too much? Lu Wenyan smiled and said helplessly, it's true. It's been so many years. We've given and done everything that should be paid. My master Shunwen is almost full. Do you have to take the last bit of it? At this moment, before the person in the air could say anything, someone in the surroundings sneered and said, Lu Wenyan, are you saying that the people who followed the 5th generation are dead? Because they paid the money, it's none of your business that they're dead? Sure enough, the friendship you talk about with the Shinwen faction is all a lie. You don't treat those people as human beings. Lu Wenyan was tired. I'm reasoning with you, and you're talking about friendship with me. I'm talking about friendship, and you're saying you have to pay with your life. Anyway, whatever I say is wrong. After so many years, you're used to it. Maybe you think that I should also get used to it. A demon expert laughed and said, Lu Wenyan, why don't you take out Cultivation Shinwen and have a look? Lu Wenyan glanced at the demon and said with a smile, sure. Do you want to see it? The expert of the demon race paused for a moment. Lu Wenyan looked around and thought for a moment. Do you really want to see it? Do you have to see it? Then, how about we just look and not take it? The eyes of the person who flew out from the air flickered. You can materialize it. Lu Wenyan, take it out first. As for the ownership of the Shinwen, it's not up to you. Then who has the final say? Lu Wenyan smiled and said, it's something passed down by my master, and he doesn't have any descendants. Of course, he still has an aunt and a disciple who is my junior brother. Right now, Auntie is here, and my junior brother is also in the city. Other than the three of us, who else has more authority than us? Yi Hongyan, whose face was slightly pale, snorted and said coldly, why bother with them? If it weren't for my friendship with those people back then, I wouldn't have been polite to them. Some of these people's relatives had died in battle with Yi Badian, some were unrelated, and some were direct relatives. Today's provocation was obviously not unprepared. They had probably been waiting for Lu Wenyan all along. This was not the first time such a provocation had happened. It had happened before, including in the Battle of Danduo in Xianxia province. Jiutian Academy's Tang Yunfei had used this reason to say that his senior brother had died in battle. At this moment, inside the city, Hong Tan and the others were also floating in the air. Separated by those people, Hong Tan shouted, senior brother, it's useless to talk to them about this. These people have long been bewitched. It doesn't make sense. Lu Wenyan raised his hand and said with a smile, we need to be reasonable. Everything needs to be reasonable. The more you talk about it, the clearer it will be. Someone sneered inwardly, Lu Wenyan was here again. This guy was a bookworm. Reason, in this era, who would reason with you? This was not the first time Lu Wenyan had faced such a situation. In the past, someone had even personally gone to Southern Yuan to ask him for it. Of course, they were chased away by Xianxia. But Lu Wenyan also chose to be reasonable. Lu Wenyan said with a smile, how about this? Today, if you think that my master's Shunwen should be given to you, stand out. I want to see how many descendants of those people think so. They think that my master died in battle and his Shunwen should be divided. There was no movement. In the crowd, someone could not help but scold, Brother Lu, why are you paying attention to these dogs? Which descendant of the main force that followed the 5th generation to death came to you for something? Our father's generation did not follow the 5th generation to divide the divine text after his death. Back then, our fathers also fought for their ideals, for their dreams, for the human race. Now, the descendants of some speculators have the nerve to ask for something? The old man scolded, take this Wang Chong for example. I know his father. The old man rebuked, take this Wang Chong for example. I know his father. The 5th generation successor once said that he didn't need anyone to accompany him, but his father insisted on going. Because he was too weak, no one allowed him to go, and he even cursed everyone for looking down on him. In truth, his father only went to observe the 5th generation successor's process of proving his Tao. He was just trying to get on their good side. What a joke! The man in the air angrily said, what did you say? Not to be outdone, the old man angrily rebuked, what did I say? Tell the truth. Usually, I give you face and don't bother with you. Now, you are inciting everyone to force the 5th generation's bloodline. Who do you think you are? You bully the weak and fear the strong. The murderer who killed the 5th generation and your father is here. At least, his bloodline is here. The Tianyuan tribe is here. Why don't you go and kill them? Why are you forcing Brother Lu here? Can't everyone see what you are thinking? The old man pointed at Cursed Soul and the others in the crowd and shouted, go and kill them. You don't want to kill your real enemy and force Brother Lu? Do you have any shame? The man in the air coldly said, whether I kill them or not is my business. Was it wrong for me to ask Lu Wenyan for the things that belong to my father? Does the 5th generation's Shunwen belong to the 5th generation himself? That belongs to everyone. The old man was so angry that he laughed. Just as he was about to retort, Lu Wenyan smiled and said, forget it, Brother Huang. Don't say any more. It's fine. I am a reasonable person. Wang Chong, who else but you? You are alone. Even if we split the spoils according to the number of people who died, you won't get much, right? How many are there? If there are too many, we can discuss how the Shunwen should be handled. Wang Chong was overjoyed. He shouted, everyone, step forward. The 5th generation Shunwen doesn't belong to Lu Wenyan. Everyone has a share. After he shouted for a while, a few people really did step forward. After a while, including Wang Chong, 7 to 8 people gathered together. Lu Wenyan smiled and said, is there anyone else? I won't ask which family these 8 people are from. Back then, there were many who died. Counting it, there were at least several hundred who died. Only 8 people, we won't get much. Wang Chong bellowed, Lu Wenyan, the 8 of us are enough to represent the descendants of those people. The old man in the crowd angrily said again, you represent your ancestors. Your ancestors are ashamed to be associated with you. What do you represent? Wang Chong couldn't be bothered with him, he wasn't going to ask for it from this fellow. He was looking for Lu Wenyan. And Lu Wenyan had always been easy to talk to. Because his master had implicated so many people, over the years, everyone had more or less received some compensation, including Lu Wenyan's debt and some other treasures left behind by the 5th generation, all of which had been distributed. Now, he was just repeating the same trick. Lu Wenyan helplessly sighed and said, fine, come over. Only the 8 of you have the right to look. The others don't have the right. Wang Chong hesitated and shouted, take it out yourself. Lu Wenyan was helpless. A few moments later, a Shunwen coin appeared in his hand. There were no ripples, no heaven-shaking changes. It just quietly floated in his hand. Everyone craned their necks, the eyes of Wang Chong's group flickered. After exchanging glances, they no longer hesitated and flew toward Lu Wenyan. They didn't think too much about it, because Lu Wenyan was a reasonable person, a bookworm, fine, they just thought so. The eyes of some of the experts from the Myriad races flickered slightly. In the distance, someone next to Madonna sneered. Madonna, will Lu Wenyan really give it to them? Madonna glanced at him. What do you think? I think it's a joke. It was a joke, of course, they weren't too clear on the habits of humans. Would Lu Wenyan really give it to them? At this moment, the 8 people flew over. Lu Wenyan sighed and said, fine, I'll give it to you. Take it. With these words, the Shunwen flew toward Wang Chong. Wang Chong was overjoyed. At this moment, he reached out to grab the Shunwen, but the Shunwen flew directly toward the Sea of Will. It seemed slow, but it was actually extremely fast. The Shunwen flew directly into the Sea of Will. Rumble, with a loud explosion, the Sea of Will exploded, its body pulverized. Wang Chong didn't leave any words, there was only an incomparably mournful scream. The atmosphere suddenly froze. Lu Wenyan smiled and said, I'm reasonable. If I give it to you, you won't be able to take it. With these words, the Shunwen flew toward the others. Someone was terrified. No, boom, another person exploded. Lu Wenyan smiled and said, I'll give it to you. These Shunwen were stored in my Sea of Will. Now, I'll also store them in your Sea of Will. Don't stand on ceremony. Rumble, with a series of explosions, 5 or 6 people were killed in an instant. The rest of them turned pale with fright and were extremely terrified. No, this wasn't Lu Wenyan. Lu Wenyan wasn't like this, no matter how dissatisfied, unhappy, or angry Lu Wenyan was, he would treat Tang Yunfei the same way. Back then, Lu Wenyan had the ability to kill them by blowing up the Shunwen, but in the end, he chose to kill the irrelevant Shan Tianhao. Because Lu Wenyan remembered their friendship, someone mournfully said, no, my second uncle once fought for the 5th generation. Boom, his body exploded. The Sea of Will collapsed. Lu Wenyan chuckled and said, that's right. You said it yourself. Your second uncle fought for the 5th generation. That's the 5th generation. I'm not the 5th generation. I'm sorry. Rumble, the last person also exploded in an instant. 8 people instantly turned into a mist of blood. Around them, there were still people who couldn't react. After a while, someone reacted and shouted angrily, Lu Wenyan, how dare you kill humans? You're crazy. You want to be a traitor. At this moment, Lu Wenyan's eyes turned cold. The Shunwen in his hand suddenly turned into an axe. Lu Wenyan's aura skyrocketed. He disappeared in an instant and reappeared above the person's head, chopping down with the axe. That person was shocked. He wanted to fight back, but his body was instantly suppressed. His entire body was split in half from the middle, including the Sea of Will. A crescent moon instantly fell. Silence, shock, on the human side, countless people were shocked. This? Lu Wenyan had completely gone crazy, he actually killed a sun-moon expert of the human race in front of everyone. This lunatic, did he want to become an enemy of the human race? Lu Wenyan instantly retreated and said with a chuckle, betray the human race? Perhaps? You killed our people. That's justice, that's the righteous path. I killed you. Why is it a betrayal? My Shinwen faction had so many people back then. Not many of them are still alive. He smiled and looked around. If you think I'm a traitor, then just attack. Isn't my martial nephew Qinyong the same? Yes, let me tell you, those people were killed by him. So what? Those people killed many of my Shinwen faction's experts. Do you really think I don't know? Lu Wenyan suddenly roared angrily, ask yourselves, don't you know? You're pretending to be deaf and dumb. Don't you think that my faction can be bullied? Killing us is the righteous path. Because one also thinks that we should be killed. And the Shinwen faction, not the few of us. Lu Wenyan's aura surged, and he shouted coldly, the kind will be bullied. Traitor? No one cares about the real traitors. Since that's the case, I betrayed you today, so what? Bastard! An elite shouted angrily. Lu Wenyan, watch your words. What betrayal? I'll report this to Wudi, and you'll have to give me an explanation afterward. Don't let the other races laugh at you. Xiaoyi, please arrest Lu Wenyan. He's a bastard. Many people looked at the burly man. Some were speechless, and some were angry. To smooth things over, no, to side with Lu Wenyan. Lu Wenyan had killed 9 people, and one of them was a Sun Moon tier elite. Now, this person wanted Xiahou Yi to arrest Lu Wenyan. F***ck, it was a huge joke. Many people recognized the burly man who had spoken. Someone transmitted his voice. It's him, the general of the Mo Saber Guards of the Great Tang Palace. He's actually here. This guy is obviously siding with him. This matter is hard to say. If Lu Wenyan can really produce evidence, Chen Yong killed many people from the Shenwen faction, and the people he killed today also killed many people from the Shenwen faction. He'll be fine. Everyone discussed animatedly. Behind them, Xiahou Yi was a little strange. He smiled, but soon became serious, and shouted, "Audacious Lu Wenyan, we're all humans, but you dare to slaughter humans in Xia province. You should be executed. Quickly surrender. Men, arrest Lu Wenyan and bring him into the city." Once he said this, General Zhao was about to leave the city on the side of Xia province. Suddenly, a Sun Moon divine race cultivator blocked his way, and said calmly, "Why is Lu Wenyan in such a hurry to enter the city? We have no intention of interfering with the internal affairs of the human race, but Lu Wenyan slaughtered humans, which is a crime worthy of death. He is a civilization master, and logically speaking, he should be handed over to the Seeker tier. The Seeker tier is the holy land of civilization masters." "Xiahou Yi, right?" Xiahou Yi laughed. "Yo, you're a divine race, but you know the rules of the human race better than us humans." "Not bad." His eyes were cold, but there was a smile on his face. "Yes, that's right. Has someone from the Seeker tier come?" Xianxia, will deal with Lu Wenyan for now. Does anyone from the Seeker tier have any objections?" At this moment, many people looked toward a corner of southern Yuan City. There were over 10 elites of the Sun Moon tier there, all from the Seeker tier. In the crowd, Yuan Qingdong transmitted his voice. "Pretend you didn't hear it, don't interfere. Why interfere in this matter?" Since Xiahou Yi had said so, his anger was about to burst through the sky. "Don't make trouble for yourself for no reason." After he finished speaking, someone said unhappily, "Civilization masters are under the jurisdiction of the Seeker tier. Lu Wenyan, how dare he slaughter humans? Capture Lu Wenyan, and don't ask for anything else. We'll have a share of the ruins on Suyu's side." There were still people who were envious. Yuan Qingdong was a little angry, and transmitted his voice. "Xiajia is envious, so what? Can Xiaoshaoer kill us? The ruins don't belong to him in the first place. Moreover, we're all descendants of the invincible realm, so our demands aren't high. At the very least, the Sun Moon black-yellow liquid and the vessel should be given to us. At worst, we don't want the tombstone." Yuan Qingdong was about to explode in anger. "Do you really think that Xiajia doesn't dare to deal with us?" He felt that Xiajia was cutting off all means of retreat this time. To be honest, if Xiajia continued to live, he might not dare to deal with them. But, the feeling that Xiajia gave Yuan Qingdong this time was that he was staking everything on this one throw. Wasn't he afraid of death to interfere at this time? Xiajia was about to go crazy. Before he could stop him, he heard someone shout from the crowd, "Xiahou Yi, according to the rules, as a civilization master, Lu Wenyan killed his compatriots and should be executed. But the facts are unclear now. Capture Lu Wenyan first. Since a civilization master has committed a crime, the Seeker tier should detain him." It was quiet all around. Xiahou Yi's meaning was clear. He was just asking, and had no intention of handing Lu Wenyan over to the Seeker tier. But at this moment, someone in the Seeker tier really spoke. At this moment, all the eyes of Wan were focused on her. Someone said in a low voice, "The Burning Sea King's granddaughter." Someone from the Zhang family. The Burning Sea King was one of the leaders of the Seeker tier's 8 great families and the Zhang family's backer. On the Seeker tier side, Zhang Ying spoke. On one hand, she was envious of the treasures in the ruins, but on the other hand, she was angry at Xiajia and Lu Wenyan. These people had ignored the dignity of the Seeker tier and violated its will time and time again. At this moment, she chose to speak. At this moment, the void trembled. An old man with white hair and a look of anger and annoyance coughed and said, "Zhang Ying, who allowed you to interrupt?" Saying so, he shouted, "Why are you still here? you have no right to speak. Zhang Ying quickly recognized this old man and frowned, saying, Old Wang, this is a matter of the Seeker tier. The Seeker tier is controlled by the 8 great families, and they have decided that I represent the Zhang family to capture Lu Wenyan. This has nothing to do with Old Wang, right? The old man was furious. You want to use the Burning Sea King to suppress me? When this old man was fighting in the All Heavens, your grandfather. Old Wang. Zhang Ying frowned. Didn't you say it was in the past? Old Wang is old, why didn't he go into seclusion in the Seeker tier Holy Land this time? Seclusion, this group of old warriors from the past were now struggling at death's door. Almost all of them were in seclusion, waiting for their final battle. Among this group of people, Niao Baidao was the most energetic. As for the others, they were either old or dead, and those who were still alive were seriously injured. This old Wang was also seriously injured and had yet to recover. Hearing these words, he was so angry that he coughed continuously. A sun and moon realm master, on the other hand, was like a flickering candle in the wind, angrily scolding, little brat. Shut up. The Seeker tier Holy Land is not the Zhang family's or the 8 great families' Holy Land, it is our human race's Holy Land. Cough cough cough, the Zhang family, cough cough, the Zhang family is only the executor, not the master. Bastard. Zhang Ying was a little angry and coldly said, Old Wang, your injuries are too serious. I think you should go back to seclusion and heal. This world is no longer the same as it was 400 years ago. You're old, so old that you're about to die, yet you still have the mind to meddle in other people's business. Bastard, you, Old Wang was furious. He raised his hand and then lowered it. He felt inexplicably sad. It wasn't that he didn't have the strength to fight. If he wanted to, he could kill a trivial sun and moon realm master. But, this was the granddaughter of his old comrade, the granddaughter of the Burning Sea King. At this moment, he only felt very sad and powerless. The Seeker tier had changed. After many years of seclusion, when he came out again, everything had changed. He looked at the others and coughed, panting, 8 great families, no, now it's the 9 great families. 9 great families, the Zhang family has agreed, but the others have not. The Zhang family does not represent the Seeker tier, he panted and looked at the others, what about you? Do you also want to do the same? The gods and demons are our mortal enemies, and the Wan family is nothing good. More than 400 years ago, they slaughtered the common people. More than 400 years ago, I and your fathers and grandfathers fought against the heavens, not to sell our lives to the gods and demons, but to take their lives. At this moment, he straightened his back and stopped panting. More than 400 years ago, we fought against the gods and demons, killing them until they lowered their heads and retreated. More than 400 years later, our strength has grown 100 times, 1,000 times stronger. At this time, do we still care about these gods and demons? Do we still have to give them face? He looked at the god race powerhouse who had just blocked his way, his murderous intent soaring to the heavens. Today's human race has changed. More than 400 years ago, this group of one family, this group of beasts, would have all been killed. The barefooted are not afraid of those who wear shoes. Now, the great Qin King and the others have put on shoes. Have they forgotten the past, forgotten the tragedy of that year? He was furious. These people should not have appeared in the human race. In southern Yuan, even if the human race had internal strife, it should have been done in the human realm, not in front of the Wan family. He was even more furious. On the Seeker realm side, the new generation was short-sighted and ignored the big picture. In the past, even if the Seeker realm cultivators were dissatisfied, they should have suppressed it and not refuted Xia Shaoer's words. How could they embarrass Xia Jia? Xia Jia had always been the vanguard against the Wan family. How could they embarrass the Xia family in the human realm in front of all the clans? Bastard, Elder Wang was furious, however, he felt sad and helpless. He was old and crippled. Who would listen to him? On the other side, Lu Wenyan did not say anything. He smiled and said, Elder Wang, this is something you should not participate in. Seeker realm cultivators want to arrest me? Sure, come on, arrest me. I will wait for you. He looked over and said with a faint smile, come, arrest me. Zhang Ying's expression changed, and she said coldly, you want to go against the will of the Seeker realm? You represent the Seeker Realm? Lu Wenyan smiled and said, do you really know what the Seeker Realm is? Do you know how the Seeker Realm came to be? Lu Wenyan smiled. The Seeker Realm was established after the establishment of the Academy. More than 300 years ago, my great-grandmaster, Mr. Xia Chen, the first principal of the Great Xia Civilization University, founded the Civilization Academy. After that, civilization academies were established everywhere. My great-grandmaster joined forces with the Great Wisdom King, the Great Han King, the Great Song King, the Great Shang King, the Great Zhou King, and many other invincible masters to establish the Seeker Realm together. They only sought the mysteries of civilization. The Seeker Realm is not some dominating power. It is a temple of knowledge, a temple of civilization. Lu Wenyan said coolly, all of you are just executors, not the ones in charge. The Seeker Realm does not represent the civilization masters of the world, especially my lineage. You have no authority to arrest me, because I do not owe you. On the contrary, you owe me. The authority you have today is bestowed by my great-grandmaster. What right do you have to arrest me, Lu Wenyan? At this moment, Lu Wenyan shouted coldly, have your Burning Sea King come and ask him if the Seeker Realm has the right to arrest me, a direct descendant of Shenwen. Dead silence. Xiahou Yi smiled, and so did Elder Wang. He coughed and said, I think the Burning Sea King probably won't say that he has the right. On the other side, Zhang Ying and the others changed their expressions. Zhang Ying gritted her teeth and said angrily, the past is the past, and the present is the present. Lu Wenyan, do you want to defy the order? Do you want to betray the human race? Lu Wenyan sighed. On the other side, Xiahou Ye's eyes were cold. Just as he was about to wave his hand, Lu Wenyan glanced at him, shook his head, and laughed. Xiahou Yi, it seems I can only add to the crime. With that, his figure flashed again, and his axe chopped down into the distance. If it didn't work, then kill. Zhang Ying was shocked, and shouted, kill him. Beside her, several Sun Moon experts were hesitant, but when they saw Lu Wenyan's boldness, they chose to attack. As the axe fell, 7 or 8 Shenwen appeared, entangling the axe. However, they all felt an enormous pressure. This was Yi Beishan Shenwen. At this moment, Lu Wenyan crossed the air and arrived, laughing coldly. Everyone says that I'm the second Yi Badian. Master is master, and I am me. I am Lu Wenyan. In the next moment, a long sword appeared in his hand. That axe was his master's. That sword was his. Heaven slash. A soft shout resounded through the clouds, and a dazzling sword illuminated the world, the peak of the mountain and sea realm. Lu Wenyan, at this moment, he was only at the peak of the mountain and sea realm, but the sword was extraordinarily powerful and fast. This was the real Lu Wenyan. Buzz, the sword hummed. Behind him, Elder Wang wanted to reach out to stop it, but suddenly, he sighed and chose to stop. Poochie, the sword slashed down, unimaginably fast. Bang! A person's head fell off. Even in death, she couldn't believe that someone really dared to kill her. Lu Wenyan gasped softly and quickly retreated. The axe returned, but the others were all stunned, not moving again. Rumble, a bright moon fell from the sky, crashing to the ground. Vitality overflowed, and the Shenwen was destroyed. With a single sword, he killed Zhang Ying, the granddaughter of the Burning Sea King, the descendant of the Invincible Realm. Lu Wenyan's face was calm. I am a traitor. Just catch me. Today, I will be a traitor. If the human realm is like this, then I will betray it. Moreover, these people can't represent the human realm. Silence. A Sun Moon expert was killed on the spot by him, and it was a direct descendant of the Invincible Realm. After a moment, in the distance, the void rippled. An old man walked out and glanced at the fallen Zhang Ying. He stepped through the air and landed on the ground. He picked up Zhang Ying's head and sighed. Lu Wenyan, even if she was in the wrong, could you kill her? Zhang Qi. Elder Wang's expression changed slightly. Zhang Ying's father, the son of the Burning Sea King. A top powerhouse in the 8th layer of the Sun Moon realm, he had actually come in person. Lu Wenyan didn't speak. Yi Hongyan quickly rushed to his side and said in a low voice, Zhang Qi, what do you want to do? The old man chuckled. He killed my daughter, and you ask me, what do I want to do? He chuckled, and his laughter was somewhat creepy. After putting away Zhang Ying's body, he stood up and looked at Xiaoyi. Xiajia, do you still want to protect him? Xiaoyi closed his eyes, saying nothing. His attitude was self-evident. I want to protect him, Xiajia wants to protect him. Xiaoyi was silent. Someone else did not remain silent. Hong Tan also walked out at this moment, looked at Zhang Qi, and said softly, Zhang Qi, you are also an expert of the older generation. You should know why we gathered in southern Yuan this time. Now, there is no one we can't kill. Zhang Ying was killed by my senior brother, she deserved it. Your burning Sea King bloodline, do you really want to stand up now? Zhang Qi looked at him and was silent for a moment. I am me, my father is my father. I know what you want to do, but Lu Wenyan killed my beloved daughter. Zhang Ying wanted to capture him, but he was only acting according to the rules. What wrong did he do? Many people from the Xinwen faction gathered in southern Yuan. What did it mean, to draw out that traitor Wu Di? It was almost an open secret. At this moment, the Zhang family stood up, which made people doubt the Zhang family's attitude. However, was the traitor Wu Di so stupid? At this moment, Hong Tan and Lu Wenyan also frowned, not saying anything. Xiaoyi opened his eyes, sighed, and said, speak frankly, what do you want? A vessel. The surroundings were eerily quiet. Even Lu Wenyan was stunned. He killed Zhang Ying just to deter these seeking realm cultivators. Zhang Qi's appearance made him think that war was about to break out, and he was ready to fight. But what was Zhang Qi saying? Zhang Qi said calmly, Lu Wenyan, my daughter only acted according to the rules. She did not overstep them. The rules were set by the 8 great families. They were not set by my daughter alone. If you killed someone else, it was reasonable for an seeking realm cultivator to punish you, but you killed him. The Xinwen faction had their own goals. The Zhang family had no intention of participating. The Zhang family only acted according to the rules, but you broke the rules. Lu Wenyan was shocked. Looking at him, he could not help but ask angrily, you've been here all this time? Zhang Qi had been nearby all this time? Zhang Qi did not speak. Around them, Yuan Qingdong and the others shuddered. Was he crazy? In order to prove his Tao, he had gone crazy. Zhang Qi was about to enter the 9 heavens of the sun and moon realms. Once he entered, he would need a vessel to have a chance of proving his Tao. But now, what was he doing? Yuan Qingdong and the others felt a chill down their spines. Just now, when Lu Wenyan killed people, although they were frightened, they were not this scared. At this moment, they were really scared, and their hearts were really cold. If Zhang Qi was like this, what about their parents? This time, they were all at the early stage of the sun-moon realm. None of them were at the middle or late stage. Where were their fathers? Yuan Qingdong swallowed a mouthful of saliva and felt a chill in his heart. Crazy, they had all gone mad. In order to prove their Tao, these people had all become lunatics. Zhang Qi must have arrived a long time ago. He did it on purpose. He deliberately waited for Lu Wenyan to kill his daughter. Perhaps, he was the one who transmitted his voice to Zhang Ying. Otherwise, would Zhang Ying really say these things? At this moment, they were not the only ones who were disappointed. The group of Yuan experts around them felt a chill in their hearts. The human clan was too ruthless. Xiaoyi also sighed and looked at Zhang Qi. After a while, he said in a low voice, you want to carry something? Yes. Zhang Qi said calmly, my burning sea bloodline is not a traitor. We are heroes of the human clan. My father made great contributions to the human clan, and I have also fought for the human clan for many years. I am not a traitor, and neither is my daughter. Lu Wenyan killed her. Even if you really lure out a traitor and kill the traitor, it has nothing to do with us. Because we are not traitors. If we are not traitors, Lu Wenyan, you have made a big mistake. Xiaoyi seemed to be crying and laughing at the same time. So, you agree to settle this privately? Is that so? Zhang Qi was silent. Ha ha ha. Xiaoyi was somewhat helpless and sorrowful. I understand what you mean. Zhang Ying was not a traitor, and neither was the Zhang family. Of course, it was hard to say now. However, Zhang Qi did not come because he was a traitor. He wanted to sell his daughter in exchange for a vessel. This? Xiaoyi could not imagine. However, Xianxia was right. Lu Wenyan had broken the rules by killing people. Unless he died this time, if the Burning Sea monarch was not a traitor, the Zhang family would absolutely not let this matter rest. Even if the great Qin king and Daxia of Goguryeo appeared, they would not let this matter rest. Xianxia was too ruthless, because he wanted to prove his Tao, so, he watched his daughter be killed, just for a vessel. Xiaoyi sighed, but soon, he smiled again, a strange smile. Fine, I will give it to you. If I, Xiaojia or Lu Wenyan, seize the vessel, I will give you one. Xianxia, you have made me look at you in a new light. I just want to know, does the Burning Sea monarch know? Xianxia said calmly, I don't know. I think my father is a good person. Of course, I am not sure. If my father is a traitor, there is no need for this vessel, because I am also a traitor's descendant. If my father is not a traitor, if Xiaojia and Lu Wenyan obtain a vessel, you must give me one. At this moment, the surrounding powerhouses had really broadened their horizons. Lu Wenyan also did not know whether to laugh or cry. What a ruthless fellow. He killed people, but he did not regret it. However, he killed Zhang Ying, and Xianxia appeared in the end, causing him to feel a chill from the bottom of his heart. Was this fellow wrong? If this fellow was not a traitor or a traitor's descendant, he was not wrong. His daughter was killed, and he chose to settle it privately, asking for a vessel, give it, and then kill him. All of this was completely different from what Lu Wenyan had expected. Behind him, Elder Wang also looked at Xianxia with a complicated expression. After a long time, he sighed and murmured, the most ruthless, the imperial family. A sigh, was it worth it to use a useless daughter to exchange for a carrier? It was worth it. However, people have feelings, not everything could be calculated by value, and Xianxia was so cold-blooded that it was frightening, but he was not wrong. His daughter was not killed by him, the murderer was Lu Wenyan. He only chose to settle it privately, that's right, but he was too cold-blooded, even selfish to the extreme. But at this moment, whether it was Xiaojia or Lu Wenyan, neither said a word. The Seeker Realm. How did it end up like this? Xiaojia could refuse, and so could Lu Wenyan. They did not care about the future, so what was there to be afraid of? But at this moment, they agreed. They did not refuse again. Xianxia was crazy, ruthless to the point of being cold-blooded and perverted. They did not want to say anything more to him. Xianxia was very calm. He put away his daughter's corpse and instantly disappeared. It seemed that he had come just to collect his daughter's corpse. In the distance. How ruthless. Suyu sighed, and he said with an inexplicable feeling, can such a person prove his Tao? Can such a person prove his Tao? Beside him, Xianxia said coldly, if he can, he is qualified. It's not that there aren't such invincibles in the Wan, it's just that, they are not so direct. Xianxia, the son of the Burning Sea King. I've learned a lot. Of course, if Zhang Ying isn't his biological daughter, maybe his wife put on a hat for him. This kind of person might be very strong, but I hope not too many people will learn from him. Xianxi's ruthlessness was displayed too. The extreme. He was so cold-blooded that he did not seem like a living person. Of course, there were countless living beings in the universe, and such people were not unheard of. But to Suyu, it was quite a shock. He was so shocked that he wanted to kill this guy. If such a person really proved his Tao and became invincible, would he protect the human race? Would he fight for the human race? He did not even want his daughter. He was just being strong for the sake of being strong. In the end, he was just selling the human race. Everything had a price tag, Suyu had an inexplicable feeling. The human race was like this, but among the Wan, someone laughed and said, well done. Xianxia, son of the Burning Sea King, impressive. His methods are brilliant, I admire him. We can learn a thing or two from him, ha ha ha. Someone said coldly, the Burning Sea King, maybe that traitor. Like son, like father. I think, stop looking. If Xiaojia has any trump cards, just take them out and fight to the death with the Burning Sea King. All the Heavens One were trying to determine if Xiaojia had any trump cards. Perhaps it was the primordial religion master, of course, there might be more. The reason Wan did not dare to rush into the ruins now was also related to this guess. Xiaojia might have some trump cards. As for fanning the flames, it was all too normal. The 10,000 races could not wait for the internal strife of the human race to reach its peak, and for them to fight amongst themselves. The son of the burning Sea King was an eye-opener. At this moment, with an opportunity to fan the flames, everyone laughed meaningfully. Someone looked at Yuan Qingdong and said with a faint smile, "The 8 great families are really scheming. No wonder none of them are strong. Don't tell me they all have the same idea? Lu Wenyan, kill as many as you can and take 8 bearers, 1 for each family." Ha ha ha. The group of masters laughed wildly. Xiahou Yi ignored them, looked at Lu Wenyan, and sighed, "Come back." Lu Wenyan did not say anything. Escorted by Yi Hongyan and the Lu family's eldest uncle, he walked towards southern Yuan City. Xiahou Yi said calmly, "If you want to die, stop me. Xiaojia can't do anything to others, but killing you is still within my means." Someone laughed faintly. "Of course, Xiahou Yi, rest assured, if that traitor Wudi of your human race doesn't come out, we won't go in, even if the ruins are taken away by you, ha ha ha." All heavens won, watching Xiaojia fishing, we also want to see who that person is. Did you, Xiaojia, catch a big fish, or was the fish too big and dragged you into the water? We are all waiting. One by one, the masters laughed. Xiaojia's plan was an overt plot. They also wanted to see what trump card Xiaojia had, and they also wanted to see if that traitor Wudi of the human race would appear. Of course, the premise was that Lu Wenyan could really inherit the ruins and had the confidence to prove his Dao, otherwise, that person might not come out. The show was about to begin, the group of people smiled. Those who dared to stay naturally had some confidence, and those who were not confident had already left the place, guarding the periphery. This ruins was getting more and more interesting. The group of people was waiting for the ruins to appear, waiting for that Wudi to appear. Lu Wenyan entered the city. He successfully entered the city. As for Su Yu and the others from Skyhunter Pavilion, they were still guarding the periphery. Su Yu looked at Southern Yuan, his emotions fluctuating. After a long time, he said, "Elder, just to prove your Dao, is it really worth it to abandon everything?" Xianxia pondered for a while, then shook his head. "Don't ask me, this question is very difficult to answer. Some people think it's worth it, some think it's not worth it, and some people do things secretly, abandoning their wives and children, killing their children, killing their father. There are too many living beings, and it's too common. Zhangqi. Many people have seen it, but you probably don't know how many things you haven't seen." Su Yu nodded, thought for a while, and transmitted his voice, "Elder, then do you think he should be killed?" "He should be killed. But..." Xianxia transmitted his voice, "You can't kill him, unless he is proven to be a traitor. Otherwise, why should you kill An Wudi's legitimate son? His father fought for the human race, and he also fought for the human race. Why should you kill him?" Su Yu was silent. At this moment, he thought of something. His heart stirred slightly. Some people said, he might go down in history. Did he think the same as him? Did he expect all this? If, whether he succeeded or failed, he would really go down in history, at least the human realm would not tolerate him. Inexplicably, Su Yu felt a little sad. What you want to do is the same as what I want to do. You've attracted so many people, and you've even been planning for this moment. At this moment, Su Yu looked north, where the capital of Dixia province was. There was Shouxingou. Shouxingou. Wan Tianqing looked south, thousands of miles away, looking south, looking at southern Yuan. In the moment when Zhang Yi was killed, he seemed to smile. When Zhang Qi made his choice, his smile was even more obvious. Human nature, human nature. Wan Tianqing murmured, smiled, and retracted his gaze, looking at the sky as if watching the battlefield of the heavens. You have too many concerns, there are too many restraints placed on us by all of you. I, the sweeper. I will clean up the darkness of this world. I hope your resentment, your hatred, will focus on me, and I will bear it. I hope that the dragon slayer will not be the one slaughtered. Heroes, continue to be your heroes. Southern Yuan gathers, Southern Yuan falls. Southern Yuan is a good place. With a sigh, Wan Tianqing returned to the rattan chair, opened a book, and began to read. The old rattan chair squeaked. Wan Tianqing wandered under the sun, looking a little thin, but his expression was very satisfied. The sun would eventually dispel some of this darkness. Southern Yuan City. With Lu Wenyan's entry into the city, all the forces of Dixia province began to gather, and a large number of experts continued to enter Southern Yuan. Southern Yuan City Lord Mansion. Xiaoyi tapped the table lightly. After a while, he said, "When can the relic open?" Beside him, Hong Tan said in a low voice, "About 3 days." Xiaoyi nodded slightly and said lightly, "Now, let's open up and play chess. I want to lure him out, and he may be observing." "No, he must be observing." Xiaoyi said with a smile, "Let Qinyong come back and advance to the Sun-Moon realm. I want that person to know that if he doesn't stop me, the Xinwen faction will find him sooner or later and take revenge on him." "Okay." Hong Tan nodded. "Do you think he will come out?" "He will. As long as Lu Wenyan can do it, he will instantly step into the high or middle stages of the Sun-Moon realm. I'm just afraid that guy won't be able to do it. And you, teach the Xinwen combat skill decomposition method to the outside world. I want all the human realm civilization masters to become Xinwen. Today, teach the Soar combat skill decomposition method. Tomorrow, Ling Yun, and the day after that, Shanghai. Shanghai is not enough." Xiaoyi said angrily, "If I say it's possible, it's possible." "Okay then." Hong Tan said helplessly. "I will teach it to the outside world. Does Xiaojia have any other preparations?" "That guy is not stupid. If there are no other preparations, he may not be at ease." "Yes." Xiaoyi smiled meaningfully, and said, "Of course there is. Without the confidence to fight invincible, how could Xiaojia put all his eggs in one basket? Right? Don't worry, there will be. That person will know, and everyone will also know." Hong Tan chuckled, and said, "That's good." The two of them stopped talking, and looked in the direction of Suyu's home. Lu Wenyan was there now, and it was unknown how long it would take for him to advance to the Sun-Moon tier. As for Zhang Qi, neither of them mentioned him. There was no point. As for whether Xiaojia would give him a carrier if he really seized it, he would. However, Xiaoyi had his own ideas. Perhaps he would give it, but he would have to be alive to take it. A person like Zhang Qi would be a disaster if he really became invincible. At worst, he would give up the name of Xiaojia. If he gave up the person, why would he care about the name, Sky Hunter Pavilion Branch? Suyu returned, and did not continue to watch everything in southern Yuan. Lu Wenyan entered the city. At this point, the early stage of the plan was almost complete. At this moment, to be honest, Suyu was not of much use. In fact, he could leave this place and return to the All Heavens battlefield. But, could he? No. Lu Wenyan, Bai Feng, Hong Tan, Qin Yong, Xia Huyu, Xiaoyi, Yi Hongyan, there were many people, whether he knew them or not. Some people protected him, and some people helped him. These people were prepared to die. Suyu did not want to leave. Would the plan succeed? Suyu did not know. What if he could not lure that person? All his efforts would be in vain. Could Ji Hong, Qin Yong, and the others really confirm his identity? Suyu felt that it would be difficult. Even if the suspects were narrowed down to one target, suspicion was just suspicion. There was no real evidence. What is his motive for killing Yubadian? Does he not want to activate the suppression of the human realm? Or is it really just a personal grudge? No one could judge this, and no one could prove it. The best plan now was for Lu Wenyan to make the other party feel threatened and feel the hope of proving his Dao. Then, the other party would appear. But, what if he did not appear? The most talented person in the Xinwen department is not teacher Lu Wenyan, but me. Suyu smiled. Yes, it is me. I am the one with the most hope of proving my Dao. If teacher Lu could not be lured out, what about me? Can I? I can. How many days have I been cultivating? I am still being forced by the ancient city's death aura. And, what if I can fight against the sun and the moon? When the yang aperture is opened, the primordial qi from the aperture acupoints will pour into the yang aperture, and it will never stop. I don't have that much primordial qi, but I have endless death aura. Is this still considered a yang aperture? It's already a dead aperture, isn't it? Will I damage the yang acupoint? Suyu smiled. After a moment, he reversed the flow of the primordial chi, and the primordial chi turned into death aura. The death aura continuously poured into the half-opened yang aperture, and the previously bright yang aperture became somewhat dark and filled with death aura. It really works. Suyu smiled again. Opening the yang aperture, what would happen if it was fully opened? Bai Tianhao of the Bai family had opened the yang aperture, and Ling Yin had killed a 7th-tier mountain and sea realm cultivator at the 9th tier. There were not many people in the universe who could do this. Was the Bai family's patriarch a monster? Had he opened 360 apertures? Had he cast his body more than 36 times? None, but he had reached this stage, and the increase in the yang aperture was definitely not that small. Of course, Suyu had only opened a small part of the yang aperture, and had never experienced fully opening it. He did not dare to, because once this thing was opened, without a yin aperture, it could not be closed, and it would continue. At this moment, Suyu thought of something interesting. Something like death aura. Was endless, the death aura in his body would always increase. In that case, would the yang aperture absorb all the death aura in the end, or would the death aura fill the yang aperture? Was the yang aperture stronger, or was the death aura stronger? Suyu smiled. What an interesting thing. It was still too early to open the yin aperture, and Suyu was not in a hurry. This time, he would kill more civilization masters, and the Wan civilization masters would naturally be able to obtain a large number of divine aperture locations. He was not in a hurry. As a living dead, what was there to be anxious about? The yang aperture became bigger and bigger. In his body, the death aura continued to pour into him. Suyu only felt that his strength was constantly increasing. Very, very strong, the power of the yang aperture had increased by a lot. And just as Suyu was trying. At this moment, in Xinghong ancient city. Under the passage. In an incomparably huge world, in a palace filled with death aura, Star Moon Monarch suddenly woke up. In her body, the death aura slightly boiled. Constantly flowing, more and more, an invisible passage ran through the world, transmitting more and more death aura out of her body. Someone was like a bottomless pit, constantly devouring the death aura. The degree of devouring was astonishing. Star Moon was alarmed. She got up and instantly disappeared. The next moment, she appeared under the passage and said in a deep voice, "Where is Suyu?" She looked into the city. "Where is Suyu?" Xinghong ignored her. He continued to close his eyes. As if sensing something, Xinghong suddenly opened his eyes. Your death aura fluctuates a bit. "Where is Suyu?" Star Moon said coldly, "Where is he?" "He is not in the heavenly battlefield." "Where is he?" "Damn it, what is he doing? He is madly absorbing the death aura at an astonishing speed." Star Moon did not know what he is doing. Xinghong was also a little surprised. "What is Suyu doing? This guy seems to be madly devouring the death aura. Could it be that cultivation method is reversing? Why are you so wasteful? Do you lack this bit of death aura? It's enough to reverse it. You have no way to completely cut off the passage. The death aura is endless. You want to suck a dead spirit monarch dry? What a joke, he is invincible. How weak are you? You are so awesome. If I had known, I would have gone out for a while more." Xinghong ignored Star Moon. But suddenly, the stone statue moved. Star Moon was stunned. Xinghong actually left the passage. At this moment, a large amount of death aura rushed towards the stone statue. Xinghong did not speak, nor did he make a sound. The death aura disappeared instantly. Star Moon was stunned. "You want to kill him? Otherwise, why did you transfer the death aura to Suyu?" The stone statue ignored her. "I will try. That kid is too awesome. Since he is madly absorbing the death aura you transmitted, I will also give him some. Does this kid feel that the death aura is too little?" And at this moment, Suyu's body shook slightly. More death aura poured in. Suyu's heart moved slightly. The stone statue did it. Whatever, what am I afraid of? At this moment, his yang acupoint had turned completely black. Countless death aura poured in. The yang acupoint had the ability to continuously absorb, as if it wanted to suck Suyu dry. And in Suyu's body, the death aura seemed to be competing with the yang acupoint. Who is afraid of who? Star Moon Monarch continued to pour death aura. She did not believe that she, the dignified dead spirit monarch, could not deal with a Suyu. You want to convert, you want to cancel? Let me see how long you can cancel, and you are still going against me. If the death aura did not dissipate, she could not continue pouring. She could only do it according to the rules. But Suyu continued to consume and cancel. Then don't blame me for giving you more. The young acupoint and the death aura were competing, and Suyu experienced a powerful feeling. His young acupoint had not been completely opened, but a large part of it had been opened. At this moment, the death aura was being absorbed at an extremely fast speed. Suyu's 360 acupoints combined into 9. At this moment, these 9 acupoints revolved around the yang acupoint like 10 dark moons. They were all black. In the 9 acupoints, the death aura was constantly pouring into the yang acupoint in the middle. The yang acupoint and the 9 acupoints formed a complete system. Suyu only felt that his body was becoming stronger and stronger. This was not enough. When the 9 acupoints and the yang acupoint were about to fuse, the power that erupted was even stronger. Suyu was thinking about how strong he would be if he opened all the yang acupoints and had a 62 caste physique. This yang acupoint was constantly accumulating power. That was amazing. Old Master Bai. At this moment, a person suddenly appeared in Suyu's mind. Bai Feng's grandfather. He must have opened all the yang acupoints, but now, he might be sucked to death. This is the best candidate to become an ancient city resident. Of course, the premise is that the origin acupoint can be reversed. Otherwise, if there is too much death aura, he will die, and the yang acupoint will not be able to absorb it. If this incarnation knows the origin acupoint reversal technique and opens the yang acupoint's problem will be solved. I can completely release my combat power. Suyu thought. What he was afraid of was that the dead spirit that converted him was not strong enough and he would be sucked to death. Will I be okay? There should be no problem. The one converting me is the king of the dead. At this moment, Suyu was extremely grateful to Xingyu. Fortunately, it is you. If it was an ordinary sun and moon, they would be sucked to death, right? That would be such a pity. With this thought in mind, Suyu continued to cultivate, forge his body, and open the yang acupoint to absorb the death aura. Anyway, there is no end to it. Accumulating a lot of power in the yang acupoint will make his body stronger. After devouring the blood essence of the 6th level of sun and moon and opening all the yang acupoints, he might be able to devour the blood essence of the 8th level of sun and moon. At that time, an invincible being can provide him with endless death aura, and he can still fight with some people. Madonna, these people are possessed by the ancient emperor? Hehe, I have it too. I have the king of the dead. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Come on, if your body can withstand it, so can I. My body is definitely not weaker than yours. Your ancient emperor is strong, and my king of the dead is also strong. Who is afraid of who? If Teacher Luke can't be lured out, then I'll do it. If a peerless genius like me can't be lured out, then this traitorous invincible can just wait for death. When we confirm our Tao, we will investigate one by one and then kill you. Suyu was pleased with himself. He was pleasantly surprised by his whimsical method. At this time, in the ancient city, Xinghong was stunned. Still absorbing? Damn, you still want to absorb the stars and moon? I have already transferred more than half of the death aura to you, and you still haven't absorbed enough? In the passage, Star Moon Monarch was also shocked. Can I really convert this guy? I don't care, I will continue to lose, and I want you to regret it. Xinghong also secretly transferred all the death aura to Suyu. It's fine, Suyu seemed to be fine. He still continued to absorb the stars and moon. Xinghong was stunned. This works? Damn, this works too? Damn, I have underestimated this kid. I have always been worried that he can't convert. I am afraid that if I go out for too long, he will die. But what is this situation? Xinghong stretched his body and suddenly looked at Star Moon. Don't cause trouble for me. I will go out and take a look. Do you hear me? Star Moon looked at him in a daze. Xinghong ignored her and suddenly disappeared. I want to go out and have fun. Cough cough, go out and see an old friend. So easy, there was no death aura at all. I don't know what that madman Suyu is doing, crazily absorbing the death aura. When he left the ancient city, he didn't feel any death aura seeping out. To hell with it, in a flash, he appeared in the sky above an ancient city. In the Sky Destroyer ancient city. Sky Destroyer was stunned. He opened his eyes and wanted to rub them. Did I see a ghost? He really rubbed them. In the sky, Xinghong smiled. Sky Destroyer, the changes outside are so great. It's so beautiful. I will go and take a look. You continue to stay here. Xinghong. He is gone. Xinghong left. Sky Destroyer's eyes widened. Damn, he came, he left, his real body came, what the hell, where is the death aura? Death aura can't be carried by anyone. Otherwise, the passageway will be forcefully broken. Then where did the death aura go? These stone statues can leave for a short moment and let the city lord and residents bear it. But the death aura is fierce. Maybe in 3 to 5 seconds, the entire city will die, but wouldn't it take at least some time for Xinghong to get here from there? He actually wants to go to other places to have fun. No. Suyu. Yes, Suyu. At this moment, Sky Destroyer suddenly went crazy. Suddenly, he punched out. In the front hall, Tianhe was punched in the back of his head. He was about to collapse. Fuck. What happened? Tianhe fainted. At this moment, he was on the verge of collapse. In the city, besides that stone statue, no one could knock him out. What happened? I'm the first city lord to be knocked unconscious by a stone sculpture, right? As for Sky Destroyer, he stared at the fainted Tianhe and said angrily, why don't you give up your position to Suyu? Faintly, Tianhe heard it. He felt dizzy. What's going on? Who did I offend? On this day, a stone statue, in a situation where no one can see it, wandered the world. In the sea of stars. Xinghong stepped into the ancient city that Suyu almost met that day and said with a smile, brother, you're still sleeping. In the city, the stone statue that reminded people not to open the death aura opened its eyes. After looking for a while, it closed its eyes and said, the city lord has changed. Don't mess around. The death aura is too strong. It might be the person I saw last time. Reverse the death aura. Be careful of the death aura. Open the passageway again. Xinghong was shocked and nodded slightly, got it. Saying this, he hesitated, can I go to the human realm to take a look? No, don't bring the death aura passageway into the human realm. My city lord, he is in the human realm. The ancient stone statue was silent for a while and said, get it back as soon as possible. Don't run around. Okay. Xinghong nodded and disappeared in an instant. The ancient stone statue glanced at the direction he left, shook its head, and continued to sleep. Xinghong, who has nothing to do, run. If you don't run well, the death aura passageway will open in the human realm. As the city lord, you will guard it. Go guard the passageway in the human realm. If the passageway to the human realm is really opened, the human realm has an ancient emperor. Hehe, if you are in the human realm, in the dead soul world, you will be beaten half to death every day. Stupid Xinghong, you actually let your city lord go to the human realm. I don't know if it will cause big trouble. Sleep, don't care about him. Xianxia, are you okay? The next day. Everyone in Xianxia was shocked when they saw Suyu. What was going on? Xianxia said quickly, have you used up your heaven essence energy? This death energy was so thick, he couldn't sense it before, but now it was very clear. Suyu said in a low voice, I'm fine. I'm about to die, so I'll fight for a chance of survival. This is how it is after leaving the ancient city for a long time. The death energy suppresses my strength, otherwise, humph, I can kill a Sun Moon level 3. Xianxia was stunned. Are you really going to die or are you faking it? This tone, this attitude, it was completely preparing for a big fight. Right, you're suppressed by the death energy, so, you're not 1 or 2, but 3 or 4, 5 or 6, 7 or 8, right, this guy really knew how to find excuses for himself. Suyu said in a low voice, everyone, Lu Wenyan has entered the city, the relic is about to open. My death energy is thick and I can feel it clearly. The heaven essence energy has increased greatly, this relic is about to open. Once he said this, everyone was excited. It was about to open, it was finally going to open, it was so oppressive recently, gigantic 4 sect leader said hurriedly, when can it open? Also, Xiaojia is in the city, how do we deal with him? Everyone knows that Xiaojia is guarding this relic to lure out that invincible. Xianxia might be able to deal with him. Suyu said indifferently, that has nothing to do with us. Leave the strong to the strong. Our mission is to kill those people who are fishing in troubled waters. Luck is hard to say. Why did so many geniuses come this time? Because the races believe that geniuses have stronger luck, so even if it's dangerous, these geniuses didn't leave. Because they believe that in the end, the ones who reap the benefits are not the strong but the geniuses. Gigantic force was enlightened, so that's how it is. You idiot, you only understand now. Everyone cursed silently. Wasn't this obvious? Otherwise, why would they let these geniuses enter? Because geniuses were sometimes really mysterious. Strong luck, plucking chestnuts from the fire, opportunities that the strong might not be able to obtain could often be obtained by geniuses. This was the use of geniuses. Suyu said in a clear voice, and our main targets are these people. We can kill them or intercept them, but we can't let them get the treasure. As for Xianxia, the invincible human clan, or the invincible third reincarnation of the other clans, it has nothing to do with us. Understood. Everyone responded and looked at Suyu with sympathy. Xianxia was also a genius, although he didn't know how old he was, he shouldn't be too old. His strength was incomparably powerful. Unfortunately, now that he was surrounded by death energy, it seemed like he didn't have long to live. Even the heavenly Yuan Qi could not suppress it. This was not intentional on Suyu's part. There was an old sand eagle who might have really run away. Suyu wanted to vomit blood. He found that it was useless even if he closed his yang aperture. The deathly aura kept boiling because the old sand eagle who had been suppressing the ancient city might have run away. He wanted to vomit blood. Now, his deathly aura was so thick that he couldn't even hide it. His days were over. Now that the stone sculpture had left, all the deathly aura was borne by Suyu, and it was double the burden because he was in the human realm, not the ancient city. It would be strange if Suyu didn't want to vomit blood. He had no choice but to continue opening his yang aperture to absorb the deathly aura. Otherwise, he would have been killed by the stone sculpture. Suyu was speechless. You're really addicted, aren't you? It was fine before, but now it's a bit too much. You don't want to go back? He must be outside the city now because the deathly aura showed no signs of stopping. Helpless, I hope the stone sculpture won't run away. At the critical moment, I might have to go to the heavenly battlefield to find you. What should I do if you run away? Without thinking about it, Suyu shouted, let's go and guard outside the southern Yuan. In a few days, the invincible human clan might have to do something to test Xianxia. We'll watch the show. Near southern Yuan, no one is allowed to enter, no one is allowed to leave. Yes, sir. A group of sun and moon goddesses quickly moved out and sealed off southern Yuan. In Xia province, sealing off Xiajia's southern Yuan always felt great. The gigantic strength sect master and the others also enjoyed it. Even if there was some danger, even if there was a possibility of conflict with gods and demons, it was still great. In the past, when Xiajia killed Wanzhou, he didn't dare to approach Xia province. Now. Haha, not only did we approach, but we also sealed off your city. How about it? Not satisfied, we're from the Sky Hunter Pavilion. With this thought in mind, these sun and moon goddesses of Wanzhou worked hard. Sealing off southern Yuan was not an ordinary feeling of satisfaction. Those guys from the Sky Hunter Pavilion are here again. They're coming from all directions. They're really bold. Nonsense, it's not just one or two that came this time. Look at it yourself. After dozens of sun and moon goddesses, which race dares to fight them to the end? The demon clan suffered a loss before, but now they don't even dare to let out a fart. A group of people discussed, and some geniuses said with some depression, when will the relic open? This human realm, especially this Xia province, is getting more and more depressed day by day. I can feel the aura of death. You too? Me too. This place is too dangerous. Everyone, maybe a battle of invincible experts will break out. Are we really going to take the risk? Who is the invincible expert of Xiajia? The primordial origin sect master? One by one, the geniuses told each other. They felt the crisis and danger. It was very dangerous, however, the experts of the various races were now asking them to try their best to seize the Wen tombstone. Geniuses were the main ones, and experts were the support. It was a strange combination and distribution. The task of geniuses was to seize treasures, while the task of experts was to snipe other experts, not the other way around. According to the law of one, geniuses had a higher chance of seizing treasures, while experts had a higher chance of dying. This was based on evidence. Just when everyone was talking about it, on the city wall of southern Yuan, Han Tan suddenly appeared in Soar and said in a clear voice, "Today, all of Wan and many experts of the human race are here. This relic has proved that it is the relic of a master of civilization. My Xia province can't bear for you to return without accomplishing anything. Today, the Duoshan clan will teach you the method of splitting Shenwen's combat skills. I hope that the human race will prosper and that the human race will not perish in Shenwen. The One of Heavens can also learn from this." As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. In the next moment, someone shouted, "No. Hong Tan, you." Hong Tan directly interrupted, "Inherit the Duoshan clan. I hope that Shenwen will not perish. This time, we may die, but Shenwen will not die. From now on, Shenwen will no longer be the monopoly of a few geniuses. You can cultivate to soar and continue to outline Shenwen. When Shenwen exceeds 10, you can outline Shenwen's combat skills." "Can we really do that?" someone said excitedly. "Then can mountain see sun and moon?" Everyone could become Duo Shenwen, not to mention other things, their combat skills had improved a lot. A systematic Shenwen combat skill was much stronger than dozens of Shenwen. This was also an important reason why Lu Wenyan had killed Zhang Ying with one sword strike yesterday. Hong Tan said coldly, "Yes, but remember, if you become Duo Shenwen's master of civilization, you may be in danger. You may be targeted by Wan. There are Wan here. They know it, and you know it too. You should understand the risks." "We know." As everyone was speaking, at this time a young genius frowned and said, "Dean Hong, there are many inheritances of divine runes. Before soaring into the sky, one has to draw out enough divine runes. This is a kind of rule that eliminates those who don't meet the requirements. If you recklessly spread it now, it might not be a good thing." Hong Tan looked at him and said calmly, "Which house are you from? Are you also Shenwen clan?" "I am Yuan Shurji of the Great Yuan House. Duo Shenwen is Mountain Sea." The youth clasped his hands and said, "Dean Hong, in order to create multiple divine characters, one needs even more talent, more resources, and more divine characters to advance in rank. It's not just about advancing in sovereign characters." He looked at Hong Tan and shook his head. "Splitting up might not be a good thing. Dean, please reconsider." As soon as he said this, many people glared at him. "What? You want to monopolize Shenwen and cut off our chances?" "That's right. Why can't we learn?" Hong Tan said calmly, "I don't care about that. I just hope that the Shenwen clan won't be cut off because of this. Dean, please reconsider. This time, all Wan are here. Even if it's the inheritance, we shouldn't let Wan know, in case one finds a loophole." Hong Tan said calmly, "It's to let all Wan know that Shenwen will not be destroyed. Maybe the Wan civilization masters can also use this as a reference to spread Shenwen to the whole Wan and all the realms. I'll let you know that Shenwen will not be destroyed." Inheritance of Shenwen's fighting technique splitting up. At this moment, someone could not hold it in anymore. A powerful god race expert floated in the air and said coldly, "Is Xia province determined to make everyone Shenwen? This is challenging the last patience of all races." A quasi-invincible demon also appeared and shouted coldly, "Don't force us to attack you in Xia province. It's already the limit for the human race to have Shenwen. If you spread the splitting up method, do you want to cause a war between the heavens?" The next moment, a quasi-invincible celestial expert also stepped into the air and said softly, "Fellow Daoist Hong Tan, please reconsider. This may not be a good thing. The human race. You and I know it, and everyone in the realms knows that entering without any suppression is already a big problem for one. If there are many people in the human realm in Shenwen, there will be no bottom line and no threshold. In this way, this will also force one to start a war between the heavens." Wan objected, the Nether race, the Heavenly Abyss race, the Dragon race, all objected. No, they could not spread it. They sent people to Great Xia Civilization University to test whether the Shenwen's fighting technique splitting up was true or not. Now, Hong Tan was going to announce it directly. Obviously, it was most likely true. In this way, there would be no end to Shunwen. Hong Tan said coldly, "Everyone, are you going to stop me?" The experts of all races were silent. "Of course, if you want to inherit, then we will stop you. We can't let you inherit. As for what Hong Tan and the others will do, that's their business. But the inheritance cannot be made public, even if it's a small-scale inheritance. But now, Hong Tan wants to spread it to all realms." Someone said coldly, "Hong Tan, your Dixia province is very black-hearted. Everyone in the human race, if you hear this, you may not be able to leave this place this time. Hong Tan has bad intentions. Right now, he is inheriting Shinwen's fighting technique splitting up. It's not out of good intentions. If one doesn't allow it, once it causes a war between the heavens, the humans here will definitely die." When these words came out, many people were shocked. That's right, the Shinwen technique had many restrictions. Talent, resources, and Shinwen's fighting technique steals. However, Shinwen's method of splitting up fighting techniques might be able to avoid all these. Therefore, Wan didn't care much about the Shinwen technique. But this method of splitting up fighting techniques was too threatening. Among the Shinwen geniuses, someone said sincerely, "Dean Hong, please think twice. The Shinwen technique won't be destroyed. There's no need to use this method to pass on the Shinwen technique." Hong Tan looked around and said calmly, "So I'm not allowed to spread it?" "No. No." The experts of all races shouted. "This technique must not be spread." Hong Tan smiled and said, "But I want to spread it." "What can you do?" "Die. Dixia province will be destroyed." An expert's voice was like a great bell, shaking the surroundings. Allowing the human race to exist in Shinwen is already the limit. You want to spread the Shinwen technique everywhere? Xianxia, Hong Tan, have you thought about the consequences? This is to start a war between the heavens. The secret method is sealed. Hong Tan, you people either die or accept our invincible memory sealing method. Otherwise, you will die sooner or later. The experts showed their true bodies and forbade the technique from being spread. The method of splitting up fighting techniques was too severe. On the city wall, Hong Tan smiled, "Even I can't pass on my own techniques in the human realm? Is this the human realm or the battlefield between the heavens? It's the same no matter where it is. Don't pass it on, just don't pass it on." At this moment, someone laughed and said, "How arrogant." The next moment, a golden dragon pulled an imperial carriage over. Zhu Tiandao sat in the dragon carriage and said with a smile, "Wan, since when are you so arrogant?" In the distance, Suyu was surprised. "Why is Zhu Tiandao here? Isn't the Zhus here to watch the fun? The Zhus won't intervene unless Xianxia has the upper hand and the Zhus come to fight. Why did Zhu Tiandao come in person this time? Isn't he afraid of being beaten to death here?" He, an expert in the 9 layers of the sun and moon realm, didn't even open the river of time. Zhu Tiandao arrived and said with a smile, "Hey, so many people, and a lot of inhuman things are here too." Zhu Tiandao, a quasi-invincible expert, said coldly, "It's meaningless to take advantage of the master of a mansion." Zhu Tiandao said with a smile, Sorry, I didn't mean that. I just can't stand some inhuman guys behaving atrociously in the human realm. I don't want to care about the affairs of Dixia province. But as a human, I can't stand by and let you bully me, right?" Zhu Tiandao said with a smile, "After all, this is the human realm, not your small world, not your affiliated race. It's too much and inappropriate." Yes, some quasi-invincible experts have left, and so have the invincible experts. The human realm is a bit weak, but this is our territory after all. Guys, don't brag too early. Mansion Master Zhu is right. At this moment, a group of experts came in the air. Qin Hao was wearing black armor, and beside him was Qin Feng, who was also wearing black armor, and behind him were 7 or 8 sun and moon realm experts. He said coldly, "How dare you behave atrociously in the human realm? Did you ask the great Qin mansion? Kill. Kill. Kill." The 7 or 8 sun and moon realm experts' murderous intent shot into the sky, and the word kill condensed in the void. Wan's expression changed. The Great Qin Mansion is so bold. Qin Hao, is the Great Qin Mansion also going to war? At this moment, the quasi-invincible expert of the God clan said coldly, most Shinwen doesn't exist, at least Jibadian doesn't exist. This is a consensus. Wan has a consensus. Wan has already tolerated those people from the small worlds and the geniuses of the various prefectures. Now you want to preach to Wan? Do you really want to start a war? Let's fight. Qin Hao raised his spear and said coldly, the great Qin mansion is not afraid. The Qin spear can kill the enemy. Fight, fight, fight. The Sun and Moon realm experts of the great Qin mansion shouted. At the same time, the experts of Dixia province walked out of the city. Someone said with a smile, Qin spear, Xia Jia Dao, the Qin family spear may not be as sharp as my Xia Jia Dao. Thank you, Master Zhu, General Qin, for your help. Xiahou Yi cupped his hands and said with a smile, I thought no one was willing to come. I didn't expect that, you actually came. Zhu Tiandao said with a smile, Xia Shao'er, do you look down on me? Not only did I come, but many people from the Ming mansion came. In the next moment, many figures appeared. The dark shadow guards arrived, the powerful dark shadow guards. There were 13 dark shadow guards, 6 sun and moon realm experts, and 7 at the peak of the mountain sea realm. Not only that, but many people also arrived. Hu Xianxia of the Great Ming Civilization Academy, the General of the Heavenly Law Army, Hu Qi of the Great Ming Civilization Academy, a fat ancient beast, and behind him was an old turtle. Zhu Tiandao sighed and said, I didn't want to come and watch everything, but I didn't expect that the 2 holy lands would watch as Wan besieged southern Yuan. Xianxia is ashamed to be associated with them. The Seeker realm is not like this. The civilization masters are not like this. Although I am weak, I don't want Wan to think that the human civilization masters are so cowardly, so heartless, so cold-blooded. Zhu Tiandao sighed and said, the Seeker realm, he looked at the suns and moons in the distance and said with a sigh, if the root is rotten, it won't be easy to cure. When outsiders mention the invincibility of the human race's betrayal, most of them say that the Seeker realm is not the war god temple. It shouldn't be. Since when did the civilization masters, other than the Shinwen faction, become bugs? My father, the Great Light King, fought for the human race for hundreds of years and racked his brains. Now, he is notorious. Who is the human race's betrayal? Everyone will say that the Great Zhou King is ranked first, the Great Light King is second, the Han King is third, and the Great Song King is fourth. In other words, they are all in the Seeker realm? He smiled and said, the Great Yuan King, the Great Shang King, the Burning Sea King, the Forbidden Heavenly King. Anyway, no matter how you guess, they are all the Seeker realm's invincibility. How bad is their reputation? I'm just short of saying that the Seeker realm shouldn't exist, and the civilization masters shouldn't exist. But I think that whoever says that they know the Shinwen must be in the Seeker realm. Which old fogey of the War God Temple doesn't know the Shinwen? Zhu Tiandao smiled and said, so, here I am. I can't just let everyone know the bad reputation of the civilization masters. They have to know that there are good civilization masters. Am I not one of them? Xiahou Yi laughed, he laughed so hard that his fat belly trembled. Old Zhu, don't tease me. Are you a good person? Zhu Tiandao laughed and said, waiter, don't say that. Big brother went all out today and brought reinforcements, and you still dare to laugh at me? Qin Chang and Xia Dao are both boorish men. In the mortal realm, are Qin Chang and Xia Dao the only famous ones? Xiahou Yi laughed and said, yes, yes, yes. Then, tell me, what does the Ming residence have? The Ming residence? Zhu Tiandao smiled and said, the Ming residence has many things. Someone, come, let everyone see what the Ming residence has. Buzz, at this moment, the sky suddenly darkened, covering the sky and covering the sun. It was a group of countless ants that quickly covered the entire world. Zhu Tiandao smiled and said, the Ming residence has this. This thing is good, heaven-swallowing ant, do you know? It's very good. At this moment, there was a rumble, and the void fluctuated. The group of ants was killed. A sun and moon appeared in the void. The shadow race, the next moment, the ground shook, and a figure of earth appeared. The 5 elements race. After a while, the wind shook, and a wind shadow appeared. The wind walker race. After a while, a mountain peak exploded, and a stone man walked out, cursing. Soon, the void shook. There were experts everywhere. In the void, on the ground, in the rivers. Wherever there were heaven-swallowing ants, they devoured everything. In the blink of an eye, the area dozens of miles outside southern Yuan became a black forbidden zone. At this moment, countless experts walked out of the dark. Helpless. Damn it, this thing was very deceptive. If you ignored it, it would gather more and more. In the end, even the mountains, seas, sun, and moon would be devoured by the heaven-swallowing ants. They had to come out, in all directions. Those experts were stunned. How many people were hiding? Some of them were discovered, but most of them were discovered. In the air, even the quasi-invincible realm experts of the gods and demons wanted to hammer their heads. This was crazy. There were too many hidden experts in the dark. At this moment, there was a rumble outside. White faces appeared one by one. Suyu smiled and said, "The Ming Mansion is amazing. Gather. With the heaven-swallowing ants of the Ming Mansion, there's no need to split up." After a while, more than 20 sun and moon figures gathered. Many people were speechless. They knew that they were in the periphery, but they didn't know that so many people had gathered. That was not all. In the air, the void exploded. In the blink of an eye, 12 faceless realm experts appeared. 2 of them had golden patterns on their masks. They were 10 elders of the Sky Hunter Pavilion and 2 quasi-invincible realm experts. Bad luck, the 3rd elder and the 8th elder secretly cursed and kept blasting the endless heaven-swallowing ants. At this moment, everyone around was stunned again. Look here, then look there. They were all from the Sky Hunter Pavilion. How many suns and moons were there? Not only that, after a while, more mountain sea white faces or black faces appeared, many of them. The Sky Hunter Pavilion instantly became the strongest party. On the other side, Zhu Tiandao laughed and said, "Amazing, really amazing. How many suns and moons are there? Ha ha ha, is there anything in the Ming Mansion?" Xiahou Yi couldn't help but give him a thumbs up and said with a smile, "There is something, very something. It's just that there are some deserted places. This southern Yuan is going to become an isolated island. This thing could swallow the sky, swallow the earth, swallow everything. If they didn't do anything, in a few years, maybe Dixia province would be swallowed up." Following his words, rumbling sounds rang out. Experts appeared again, including Xianxia and several other sun and moon figures in the Seeking Realm. Soon, someone appeared again, swearing and shouting, "Don't get me wrong, we are on the same side. We are from the Warlord Temple. We are here to help. It's easier to hide and help, we are on the same side." The next moment, there was another roar, and another 2 masked men appeared. Huang Jia said dryly, "Don't get me wrong, we are on the same side. Xiahou Yi, Huang Jia and Huang Jiao are here to report for duty. We are returning to Dixia province." Xiahou Yi was slightly stunned. "Return? Damn it. Do I know who you are? I remember now. Previously, he pretended to help them and confirmed their identities. This guy really dared to take advantage of the situation." Xiahou Yi smiled and said, "Sure, come back." With a hum, the void trembled. The next moment, Huang Jia and Huang Jiao arrived at southern Yuan City. Huang Jiao smiled and said, "Hou Yi, we haven't seen each other for many years. We are finally home." "Thank you, Hou Yi." Xiahou Yi was shocked. You really dared to come? You must be crazy." At this moment, Suyu was also shocked. What was going on? "Elder Xianxia, what's going on?" These 2 were just framed. Why did they really go to the human race's side? He was dumbfounded. Were they nurtured by Xiajia? Didn't he expose them previously? Xianxia was also speechless. He transmitted his voice, "I don't know. It's hard to say. Are they also humans? I don't know." Suyu was speechless. They are so bold. They are not humans? How many humans are hidden in this Sky Hunter Pavilion? Not necessarily. They might be pretending. Don't be careless. Understood. At this time, a large number of hidden elites were brought out by the heaven-swallowing ants. Some were so powerful that they tore the void and hid in the depths of the void. However, most of the hidden ones were brought out. The number of elites was terrifying, the void trembled and was attacked by waves of aura. Skyhunter Pavilion alone had a total of 35 sun and moon tiers. On the human side, Xianxia, Zhu family, and Qin family had more than 40 sun and moon tiers. Seeker State and War God Temple had more than 20 sun and moon tiers. 1 sun and moon tiers, even if more than 20 died, there were still more than 100, and other mansions also had sun and moon tiers, as well as some unidentified people. Looking around, there were more than 250 sun and moon tiers. Including those killed in the past few days, Suyu estimated that there were about 300, which was not an overestimation at all. Some people didn't have the intelligence network of Skyhunter Pavilion. Only now did they realize that a small southern yuan had gathered so many sun and moon tiers, and there were even as many as 7 or 8 quasi-invincible ones. Terrifying, in this place, if an invincible realm expert really came, he might be surrounded and killed. There were only 7 or 8 quasi-invincible realm experts. Who knew how many of them had future bodies? Maybe future bodies had the battle power of the invincible realm. The void shook. Those geniuses, especially those from small worlds, really learned and broadened their horizons this time. Some were frightened, some were excited, and some were helpless and sad. It turned out that the real world was like this. It turned out that the gathering of the sun and moon tiers could really be counted in hundreds. At this moment, a sword light shone. In the edge area, several mysterious people appeared before. At this moment, one of them suddenly attacked a masked man with a sword. With a buzz, a big cauldron appeared in the void. With a bang, the sword light collapsed. However, these collapsed sword lights instantly turned into sharp swords, attacking the big cauldron. Dong, 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 loud noises kept coming. Chen Yong! Someone exclaimed. The big cauldron expert who was attacked was Chen Yong, and the one who attacked him was a sun and moon tier expert, and not an ordinary sun and moon tier expert. He was very strong, and with a few simple moves, Chen Yong's big cauldron was about to be broken. Chen Yong was not weak, and he had a lot of tricks, but at this moment, he was completely suppressed. In the blink of an eye, he was in danger of death. And Xianxia was still in the city. Outside the city, there were Wan people everywhere. The people of the Ming Constabulary and the Great Qin Constabulary were also far away from them. Before they arrived, Chen Yong would probably be killed. Everyone could see that Chen Yong was very strong. He was at the peak of the mountain and sea realm, but he could definitely fight an existence in the first tier of the sun and moon tier. However, he was suppressed by a sword, and in the blink of an eye, the big cauldron with the strongest defense showed signs of breaking. Chen Yong was a defensive type. But now, he was completely defenseless. Even if it was comparable to the sun and moon tier, it was useless. The big cauldron was easily broken by this person. 5 tiers of the sun and moon tier. Someone exclaimed in a low voice. If Ji Hong was here, he would have recognized that this person was the Howling Wind Sword, Zhao Tianfeng. Little Yong. On the other side, Hong Tan roared and rushed out. But in an instant, a group of Wan sun and moon tiers appeared in front of him. Some people sneered, and some even prepared to kill him. Why don't you try leaving the city? Xianxia had defended the ruins, but he was also surrounded by them. Not only that, but the Zhu and Qin clans were also blocked by the surrounding experts. At this moment, Suyu was not far from them. Seeing this, his expression changed, and he shouted, "Kill him! Kill the one with the sword!" Everyone was stunned. What? At this time, he wanted to kill the one with the sword. Was Xianzhou crazy? Quick! Without waiting for them to make a move, Suyu shot out and roared, "Kill!" Boom! This punch was incomparably powerful. It was also seething with death energy. With his young orifice half opened, Suyu, who was originally at 62 cast iron, had a physical strength of over 660,000 apertures. At this moment, with his young orifice half opened, his physical strength instantly exceeded 800,000 apertures. The deathly aura was not absorbed for nothing. This had already reached the standard of the Sun and Moon Triad. Or rather, the Fire Pupil clan had reached the standard of the Sun and Moon Triad. Almost all the Sun and Moon Triad members were geniuses, and there were not many weak ones. Even the weak ones would not be able to ascend to the Sun and Moon Triad. The power of 800,000 apertures, unless it was a top genius, under normal circumstances, a sun-moon third stage would be like this. He did not add Shenwen or anything else, just his physical body and half of the yang aperture. Suyu punched out, boom, a thin sword collided with his fist. With a puff, the thin sword pierced through his fist, but more than half of it was instantly corroded by the death chi. In the void, a muffled groan sounded. Zhao Tianfeng quickly pulled back the thin sword, but the thin sword was already pitch black, and the death chi spread. Xianjiao? Zhao Tianfeng was furious, but also shocked. Why did Xianjiao attack? Did the hunting sky pavilion also accept this mission? Nonsense, how could there be so many missions for them to accept? Suyu retracted his fist, retreated, and slightly froze. Very strong, he was not a match for him, of course, he was talking about now. In the next second, dozens of sun-moon saints attacked one after another, breaking through the void. Rumble, puff, Zhao Tianfeng spat out blood, his thin sword broke, and wanted to escape without saying a word. Crazy, what was the hunting sky pavilion doing? Suyu snorted, looked around, and looked back at the quickly retreating, heavily injured Chen Yong, and said playfully, Chen Yong, you owe me a life. It would be best if you could tell Suyu that you are from the Shenwen faction, and that you owe me many lives. You are like this, Lu Wenyan is like this, on the day that the Death Chi channel is cut off. I hope that Suyu will remember this, and I also hope that people like you will have some place in his heart. As soon as these words came out, everyone was relieved. So that was it, Xianjiao, the citizens of the ancient city, the citizens of Xinghong ancient city, understood, completely understood. Chen Yong was a little worried, glanced at Xianjiao, and said in a low voice, this favor I will remember. As for my martial nephew, I can only say that I will try my best. As for the rest, I can't promise. Xianjiao was a very strong guy. Just now, he almost died, although he was very vigilant. His whereabouts were exposed by the heaven-devouring ant. He was good at hiding, but it did not mean that he could really fight against a sun-moon 5th tier. He was killed in an instant. Fortunately, Xianjiao attacked. The sun-moon 3rd tier Xianjiao, covered in death chi, blocked the opponent in an instant, and dozens of sun-moon saints from the hunting sky pavilion attacked, heavily injuring the opponent in the blink of an eye. Chen Yong was a little envious. Xianjiao. Sky Hunter Pavilion Xianjiao, as expected, had dozens of sun-moon saints under his command. In this area, he was also an overlord-level character. Ordinary sun-moon late stage did not dare to provoke him. Over there, in the city, Hong Tan heaved a sigh of relief. That was close. Xiahou Yi put down his long saber, and Zhu Tiandao also sat down. They all remembered that Suyu was there. F*CK, they almost forgot about this guy. They were addicted to pretending to be Xianjiao. Everyone forgot that this guy was very strong, not only strong, but also terrifyingly strong. He could actually exchange a blow with a sun-moon 5th tier. This was not the key point. The key point was that he also brought dozens of sun-moon saints. Were you afraid? This strength was not weaker than Great Ming Constables and Great Qing Constables, maybe even stronger, with several sun-moon late stage. At this moment, the void was turbulent. That Zhao Tianfeng was beaten by Zhu Li and the others, vomiting blood crazily. With a roar, suddenly, his physical body exploded, breaking through the encirclement of several people. Siavul quickly fled, but before he could escape far, he was instantly set ablaze. Suyu snorted, this method again. This was the method of betraying the invincible. Obviously, the one who attacked Chen Yong was the other party's subordinate. Suyu frowned slightly. This guy, how many suns and moons did he control? Just those he killed alone. There were 3. Genie, this Zhao Tianfeng, and among the 3 humans who surrounded and killed Wan Ryu, one of them also died this way. 3 sun-moon tier elites. This might not be all, perhaps there were more. Suyu did not say much. As long as they died, he could not even be bothered to look at the strange phenomenon of the suns and moons falling, and said calmly, Xianjiao's intention does not represent the intention of the Heaven Hunter Pavilion. I only want to survive, to live, and help Shenwen as much as I can. Everyone, do not misunderstand the position of the Heaven Hunter Pavilion. I do not represent their position. In the void, the 3rd elder and the 8th elder nodded slightly, and the 3rd elder said calmly, this is only Xianjiao's personal intention. The Heaven Hunter Pavilion has always been neutral. Someone cursed inwardly, *CK your neutrality, how many suns and moons have been killed by you guys, and recently the suns and moons have been dying at the drop of a hat, either by you guys or humans. The Heaven Hunter Pavilion is neutral, so why did dozens of suns and moons come? There were more than a dozen late-stage sun-moon. This strength was even more terrifying than gods and demons. And Xianxia once again clasped his hands at Suyu, and quickly flew into the city. Suyu also brought dozens of suns and moons, escorting them for a while, threatening those suns and moons that blocked the way to leave, and only when Xianxia entered the city did Suyu silently retreat, so domineering, and so powerful. At this moment, in the city, beside Huangjio transmitted enviously, "Elder, why is he doing better than you? Also, he really is, but he is already at the 3rd level of the Sun-Moon tier. This is impossible, right? This is Suyu? I can't believe it." Even Huangjio was suspicious. Did we guess wrong? This is not Suyu, and Suyu is only Ling Yun. No matter how freakish Ling Yun is, he should not have battle prowess at the 3rd level of the Sun-Moon tier. This is too frightening. She doubted herself for a while, suspecting that she had guessed wrong, and Huang Jia, the strong cultivator who ranked 3rd on the Dao corroboration roll, was also a little suspicious. Is this Suyu? I don't think so, either. Speaking of which, this is really heart-wrenching. This kid actually commands dozens of suns and moons. Damn it, even I, an elder, don't have such treatment, although I'm not one anymore. As he watched Xianxia enter the city, Suyu had a deep look in his eyes. The Xinwen lineage had all entered the city. Apart from Suyu, who was still in the ancient city, the 5th generation lineage, or the lineage of the Great Xia Civilization University, all the Xinwen lineage had entered the city. This was a chance to catch them all in one fell swoop. This time, after destroying these people, the lineage of the Great Xia Civilization Academy would be completely severed. Alright, there was also Wu Jia. Probably not many people would remember him. He was just a shrimp that had yet to soar into the sky. Who would remember who Wu Jia was? Hong Tan, Lu Wenyan, Suyu, Qin Yong, Bai Feng, and Xia Yunqi were the focus of the myriad worlds. As for the others. Alright, the others were just Wu Jia. No one really cared. Suyu looked into the city. Beside him, Sect Master Zhu Li sent a voice transmission. "Xianjiao, if a war breaks out, can't we kill the Xinwen lineage?" "Up to you." Suyu said calmly, "I am me, and the Skyhunter Pavilion is the Skyhunter Pavilion. My personal matters have nothing to do with the Skyhunter Pavilion." Zhu Li and the others secretly complained. "You still want us to do something unrelated? What's the point of being a pawn?" At this moment, the experts of the 10,000 clans also watched as Xianxia entered the city. Hong Tan's teaching was a little difficult and was blocked by the 10,000 clans. Even if the Zhu clan and the Qin clan came, they still couldn't do anything. If you impart it, there will be a war. Wan would not allow it. Hundreds of suns and moons gathered. This place was really like a barrel of dynamite that could explode at any time. At this moment, in the city, heavenly essence Qi suddenly erupted. A pillar of light rose and covered the entire city. Lu Wenyan is about to advance, someone discussed in a low voice. Will he really step into the 9th tier after entering the suns and moons? That's impossible. If he really enters the Sun-Moon 9 layer, then others won't be able to hold themselves back. That's too terrifying. We won't be able to hold ourselves back either. Lu Wenyan had entered the 9th layer of the Sun-Moon realm, which was a little scary. Of course, everyone felt that the probability was low. How could it be so simple? Lu Wenyan had been stuck at nature nurturing for decades. This time, she had advanced to soar in a year and a half. Was it really that fast? Suyu glanced at it. It would be soon, but it would take at least 1 or 2 days, so there was no rush. At this time, a message came from Suyu's mask. It was from the 3rd elder. "Xianjiao, someone has issued a mission to kill Lu Wenyan, Hong Tan, and the others. The price is extremely high." Suyu's heart skipped a beat. After all, the Hunting Sky Pavilion was a huge organization that spanned over 10,000 worlds. He had always been using the Hunting Sky Pavilion. It seemed that someone else wanted to use the Hunting Sky Pavilion as a weapon. Elder accepted it? Yes. This is the motto of the Hunting Sky Pavilion. If there is a mission, if it can be completed, then accept it. The 3rd elder sent a message. This is also for the reputation of the hunting sky pavilion. The other party offered a very high price. To kill Lu Wenyan and the other party offered 30 drops of essence blood of the 9th layer of the Sun and Moon realm. The 9th layer of the Sun and Moon realm was not the first layer of the Sun and Moon realm. The difference between the 9th layer and the first layer was shockingly huge. It was more than 10 times. In fact, there were very few essence blood of the 9th layer of the Sun and Moon realm. These essence blood were usually purchased with treasures, not hunting sky points. 30 drops, this meant that the other party had killed at least 3 strong cultivators of the 9th layer of the Sun and Moon realm to collect this amount of essence blood. So you judged that this might be the order of that invincible realm expert. Even a normal quasi-invincible realm expert couldn't afford this price. Of course, it might also be the order of a strong cultivator of the Wan realm. Have you gone to take over? Suyu asked. The hunting sky pavilion always took the money first before doing anything. Not yet, because this is not the only order. In the same hunting sky list, the other party also placed an order. This should be a high-level client, or it was not a client developed by Suyu. Otherwise, he would have received the news. Now that he hadn't received it, it might be directly sent by the headquarters. What mission? Kill Xiaoxiaoer. Suyu understood. Got it, killing Lu Wenyan and the others, killing Xiaoyi, it must be the order of this betraying invincible realm expert. Didn't your Xiaojia want to tempt me? Do you want to surround and kill me? Okay, then I'll let the hunting sky pavilion test the waters. Suyu sent a message. Xiaojia should have the combat power of an invincible realm expert, or an invincible 3 lives body, or a quasi-invincible realm expert. Then, everyone knows the intention of the person who placed the order. He wants us to force out Xiaojia's trump card. Did the hunting sky pavilion accept the order? Yes. Third Elder hesitated for a moment and said, because the price they offered is very high, and it's just an agreement. They let us send 2 quasi-invincible realm experts, but the price is a carrier. Suyu was slightly shocked. The price was indeed high. For an invincible realm expert, this was an irresistible temptation. Elder, this is very dangerous, and you told me this. What do you mean? Since you accepted it, why are you telling me this? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. I'm just a puppet, temporarily attracting the limelight for your hunting sky pavilion. A carrier, obviously. Third Elder was tempted. This betraying invincible realm expert was really generous. A carrier plus 30 drops of essence blood of the 9 realms of Sun and Moon. And the target was only Lu Wenyan and Xiaoyi. The purpose might not be to kill, but to test Xiaojia's strength. This guy was really rich. It was not surprising that the hunting sky pavilion was tempted. If 2 quasi-invincible realm experts could exchange for a carrier, the danger might not be so great. If Xiaojia's invincible realm combat power really appeared, wouldn't Minister Huang also come? Besides, once the betraying invincible realm expert found out, he might also make a move. Third Elder sent a message. You are good at negotiating. The pavilion means that the task is still quite dangerous, and it's better to join forces with the Divine Demon clan to complete this task together. Of course, our task doesn't need to be known by them. In short, they were tricking them into doing free work. The Divine Demon clan shouldn't mind. Maybe when they saw the hunting sky pavilion take action, they would be eager to take action together. After all, there were a lot of experts in the hunting sky pavilion. So you secretly cursed, I am good at negotiating? Did they see that I easily took down Wanzhou, so they wanted to find something for me to do? Elder, can we get the carrier? It should be possible. Get the money first, and then do the work. Of course, the other party proposed to pay 30 drops of essence blood of the 9 realms of Sun and Moon first, and the carrier will be given after the task is completed. So you said directly, this is against the rules. If we really don't give the carrier, can we still get it later? So we didn't agree, and we are still waiting for the other party's reply. Then we know who the other party is, right? After all, he passed the task under the heaven hunting list. I don't know. The heaven hunting list used to be in the hands of a Sun and Moon, and now it should still be in the hands of that Sun and Moon. The other party just passed the task through the transfer of the Sun and Moon. So you didn't ask again? The hunting sky pavilion took the task, and they just needed the money. A carrier and 30 drops of essence blood of the 9 realms of sun and moon, which was a big deal. And this time, the other party appointed 2 quasi-invincible realm experts of the hunting sky pavilion to take action, which was just enough. As for the danger, there must be, but this danger was probably also in the consideration of the 2 law enforcement elders. Want me to trick the divine demon clan into joining forces? Suyu thought, what does third elder mean? Third elder quickly said, Xianxia, you are responsible for negotiating with the divine demon clan. Because you are a resident of the ancient city, we also know your difficulties, so this time you don't have to do the task, just leave it to us. Got it, Suyu sighed in his heart, now I understand, they are afraid that I will make trouble, so they want to deprive me of my power. Right, the things that should be cleaned up were almost cleaned up. Almost all the things that should be forced out were forced out. At this time it would be a joke to still hand over dozens of sun and moon experts to Suyu. Weren't dozens of sun and moon experts the top combat power? Moreover, there were several in the late stage of sun and moon. If they really encountered the 9 realms of sun and moon, they could kill the other party under a siege. If they encountered quasi-invincible realm experts, they could also fight with those who were not powerful in the future. With such a powerful force, Third Elder and the others naturally wouldn't let Suyu take care of it all the time. Moreover, Xianxia was close to the Shenwen faction, or had to be close to them, which was also something that the hunting sky pavilion was afraid of. They were afraid that Suyu would affect the whole task, so they could take the opportunity to let Suyu quit. Get rid of the donkey after it leaves the millstone. Suyu cursed in his heart. As expected, there weren't many good people. He was not very useful now. Previously, when he helped Xinyong, these 2 law enforcement elders probably felt that it was not good, and it was easy for something to happen. At the same time, he kicked himself out of the group. Of course, they probably didn't suspect him. Otherwise, they wouldn't have told him about this task. They just wanted to give him a warning. You can quit now, lest you help the Shenwen faction too much and cause problems. Got it, but Elder, everyone knows the character of our hunting sky pavilion. We are in a hurry to join forces with others, and they probably guessed that we have accepted the task. Third Elder transmitted a message. This doesn't matter, because everyone's interests are the same. Now, everyone wants to make a move on Xianxia, but there isn't a suitable opportunity, and they are worried that if they make a move, they won't be able to defeat each other. They weren't afraid of everyone knowing when they were doing the task. If they knew, it was fine as long as their interests were the same. Alright, I understand, but Elder, the gods and demons hate me. I'm afraid that if I meet them alone, I will be killed. Can I let Elder Xianxia protect me? Of course, not only Xianxia, but the Titan Force sect leader and the Earth Fire sect leader can also accompany you. Xianxia, don't think too much. We are just worried that if you enter the city to carry out the task, you won't be able to do it. If you do, you will offend Suyu, and it won't be worth it. Third Elder still explained for Xianxia's own good, lest he offended Suyu, and they would do the task. Thank you for your understanding, Elder. Xianxia is grateful. Suyu thanked them. As for why Third Elder and the others didn't go personally, this was how the big shots were. The small shots would go first, and once the discussion was done, the big shots would come to a conclusion, and the big shots would come down personally to discuss. This was the sign of an alliance, Suyu secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Were they going to ally? And it was the Sky Hunter Pavilion who took the initiative to ally. This time, there were a lot of experts, including the Divine Clan, the Devil Clan, the Dragon Clan, the Immortal Clan, the Nether Clan, the Primordial Giant Clan, the 5 Elements Clan, the Ape Clan. These strong clans all had quasi-invincible realm experts this time. There were 12 quasi-invincible realm experts from Wan Clan, plus 2 from the Sky Hunter Pavilion. 14 quasi-invincible realm experts were present. Now the clans hadn't reached an agreement, so it seemed that they couldn't do anything to Xianxia. In addition, they were afraid of Xianxia's invincible realm combat capability, so they didn't show up. Now someone was going to show up, and it was the Sky Hunter Pavilion. This alliance might work. Could Wan Tianqing stop them? Suyu had a headache, he was thinking. Wan Tianqing's goal was to deal with the invincible realm expert who betrayed him, but Xianxia and the others, including the Qin family and the Zhu family, even if Zhu Tiandao was in the 9th layer of the Sun and Moon realm, Xiahou Yi and Qin Hao were only in the 8th layer of the Sun and Moon realm. How could they deal with so many quasi-invincible realm experts with so many top combat capabilities? The Xia family will not be destroyed, right? If Wan Tianqing took action in advance, all the trump cards of Xia province would be exposed. As soon as the invincible realm expert who betrayed him saw this situation, he might have prepared and a way to deal with it. Suyu was helpless. But he was just the white face of the Sky Hunter Pavilion, not the real ruler. He could only take orders, otherwise, he would fall into the trap himself. In the city of Southern Yuan, Xiahou Yi played with the voice-transmitting talisman with a serious face. After a while, he said, the Sky Hunter Pavilion took a task to kill me and many people from Shenwen. The price is very high. The Sky Hunter Pavilion took it and is ready to contact all parties to carry out a tentative attack on Southern Yuan. Hong Tan frowned and said, can we join forces? Yes. Xiahou Yi nodded. Of course. Wan doesn't want us to succeed. In fact, they can't wait for the human clan to find the traitor invincible realm and for us to be in chaos. Do you think they are willing to be the knife? What's more, there are many people from Shenwen, which is also what they are afraid of. So, if there is no accident, these people will soon reach an agreement. Qin Yong, who had just arrived, said in a deep voice, Xiahou Yi, is the news accurate? Of course. Xiahou Yi smiled. 100% accurate. Qin Yong nodded and did not ask any more questions. He thought to himself, it looks like the Xia clan spy has infiltrated the Heaven Hunter Pavilion as well. For him to receive news of a mission of this level, it looks like his position is not low. And Xiahou Yi didn't doubt it. It seemed that his identity was also very important, and Xianxia trusted him very much. Xiahou Yi looked at Hong Tan. Hong Tan smiled and said nothing. Since Qin Yong didn't know, then he didn't know. Hong Tan didn't think about Suyu anymore. This news was 100% sent by Suyu. He said seriously, there are many quasi-invincible realm experts outside. Once they join forces, even if we join forces with the Ming Mansion and the Qin Mansion, we can't resist them. Now, some Sun and Moon cultivators from other mansions have come, but the top combat power has gone to the battlefield of heavens. Even if they didn't go, they may not be willing to help us. The experts who were about to prove their way had all left. The human realm was very empty now, it couldn't be helped. Compared with Xianxia and the others, more than a dozen experts were going to prove their way, which was also a big deal. Xianxia had attracted Wan's attention, which was a good thing. For the king of Great Qin and the others, sometimes they had to make some choices. Hong Tan sighed and said, in fact, there are many Sun and Moon cultivators from the Warlord Temple, the Seeking Land, and other mansions. In total, there are nearly 40 of them. Plus the more than 40 from our 3 mansions. If we really join forces, it's not impossible. After all, this was the human realm. At this moment, a large number of Sun and Moon cultivators gathered, and the human clan still had a lot of them. But some people couldn't be counted on, such as Yuan Qingdong's group, or the 2 or 3 Sun and Moon cultivators from other mansions. Who could they count on? One could join forces, but the human clan might not be able to. Xiahou Yi didn't care much about this. He said with a smile, it's okay. They can't deal with the quasi-invincible realm. This time, including the Sky Hunter Pavilion, there are a total of 14 quasi-invincible realm experts. I don't know if there are others. Among these 14, not all of them will attack us. The Immortal Clan will have some scruples, the Ancient Giant Clan may not attack us, and the 5 Elements Clan may not. There are only about 10 who may attack us. That's right, Hong Tan had a toothache. How dare you say that? Next to him, Steward Hu said softly, Xiahou Yi, among these 10, do you think anyone has obtained the future body with the combat power of the invincible realm? Xiahou Yi said with a smile, I don't think so. If there are, these people are all in the top 10 on the list of Tao proving. The future body with the combat power of the invincible realm was not so easy to obtain. Many guys only obtained the future body at this moment. That was also the reason why some quasi-invincible realm experts, even if they obtained 2 bodies of 3 lives, had ordinary combat power. fishing up the past moment as the past body, and fishing up the future of the next moment as the future body. This was equivalent to the combination of 3 suns and moons. Such a quasi-invincible realm was also very strong, but it was much weaker than those quasi-invincible realm future bodies with the combat power of the invincible realm. Such quasi-invincible realm experts, even if they were about to combine 3 bodies into one, could be killed by geniuses in the 8th or 9th realms of the sun and moon. And the quasi-invincible realm experts with the combat power of the invincible realm, even if they only had one body of 3 lives, were almost invincible in the sun and moon. General Zhao said in a deep voice, even so, 10 of them. We can't match them at all. Our goal is to lure out the traitor invincible realm expert, not to fight with them. Otherwise, even if we kill some of them, we won't die reconciled. Everyone had come here prepared to die. But the premise was that the traitor invincible realm expert showed up. Not now. Fighting with Wan and destroying Xianxia province was not worth it, at least not now. 10 quasi-invincible realm experts, countless suns and moons, Xiaojia was no match for them. Xiaoyi sighed and said, if there is no other way, we can only ask for our trump card. Let's fight. Xiaoyi. Who on earth is our confidence to deal with that invincible realm expert? Steward Hu and the others were very curious. Who on earth was it? There was another thing that they didn't mention. Xianzhou killed Xiaxini and saved Xinyong and the others. Now they didn't dare to mention Xianzhou, for fear that it would cause a gap between the 2 sides. Besides, outsiders said that Xiaojia had the confidence to deal with the invincible realm expert. But where did this confidence come from? Xiaoyi said with a faint smile, don't worry, we'll know when the time comes. Let's wait for Wan's side to unite and Lu Wenyan's breakthrough. I hope this guy can really reach the 9th realm of the sun and moon. In this way, once the war starts, maybe he can fight against a quasi-invincible realm expert. The group of people didn't say anything else. They all looked like they were facing death. Calmly. After this time, maybe, there would be no Xianxia province. Xiaoyi was obviously ready to fight to the end. This battle might also be the last battle in Xianxia province. As for Da Xia of Goguryeo and the others, Xiao Longwu's Tao proving would be very troublesome. Once there were enough experts here, the Tao proving might start. People from the Sky Hunter Pavilion. Is that Xianzhou? How dare they come to our side? When Xianzhou stepped into the territory of the Shin clan with the 3 suns and moons, some experts and geniuses of the Shin clan glared at them. This fellow had led the experts of the Sky Hunter Pavilion to encircle and kill their people. Divine Wushuang. Suyu laughed heartily. I'm Xianzhou from the Sky Hunter Pavilion. Please meet me. On the side of the Shin clan, Zhang Wushuang walked out of an Earth Soldier level hall. His eyes were calm, without the anger and resentment of the other members of the Shin clan. On the battlefield of the heavens, it was not uncommon to be comrades today and fight against each other tomorrow. On the side of the Sky Hunter Pavilion, it was not unusual for them to join forces with the gods and demons after killing them. Zhang Wushuang thought about the purpose of Xianzhou's visit and said lightly, what's the matter? Suyu smiled. Yes. Zhang Wushuang pondered for a moment. Come in and talk. Okay. Suyu smiled. Some things had to be discussed with these geniuses. As for the quasi-invincible realm experts, he couldn't meet them. His status was not high enough. In the hall. Suyu didn't make small talk and said directly, we took the mission to kill Xiaoyi and Lu Wenyan. We hope we can join forces. The Sky Hunter Pavilion will send 2 law-enforcing elders. Zhang Wushuang was not surprised. He motioned for Suyu to sit down and sat down himself. Soon, tea was served. Zhang Wushuang drank tea and said lightly, cooperation is a good thing. We should cooperate, but we need a leader. If the Sky Hunter Pavilion is willing to take the lead, it will be an opportunity for us to cooperate. Everyone knows the principle. It depends on the division of labor, the contribution, and the distribution of rewards. As well as how to deal with Xiaojia once he has the combat power of the invincible realm. Suyu nodded. Zhang Wushuang explained all the concerns in one sentence. How to divide the benefits and how to deal with the danger were the difficulties of cooperation. Suyu smiled and said, let's talk about this first. Call Madonna and the others here. Call the geniuses of the quasi-invincible realm forces here. Let's talk about the general situation first. Everyone can more or less represent the opinions of the quasi-invincible realm experts. If the gap is not big, then the cooperation is almost done. Zhang Wushuang chuckled and said, okay. But, Brother Xianxia, do you mind taking off your mask? Suyu smiled and said, it's not convenient, right? My Heaven Hunter Pavilion is the public enemy of the Wan, and everyone wants nothing more than to kill us. It's fine now, but if our identities are exposed, I'm afraid I won't be able to live for long. Zhang Wushuang smiled and sighed in his heart when he saw the deathly aura emanating from Zhang Wushuang. If you don't expose yourself, if you don't return to the ancient city, the heaven's essence chi won't be able to suppress it, and you won't be able to live for long. He didn't bother to say anything more. He stood up and said, then I'll inform the others. Let's talk about it together. If we can reach a general consensus, cooperation is inevitable. After all, this is the human realm, and we are just outsiders. Then I'll wait for the good news. So you did not go out and continue to wait in silence. In the main hall, he, Xianxia and the other two did not say a word as they waited silently for the others to arrive. Meanwhile, a stone statue wandered around the battlefield. He didn't go to the East Rift Valley, nor did he go to the human race's base camp. After going around in circles, Xinghong became curious about the current world. Sometimes, he would stop for a while to reminisce. It was as if he was really on a sightseeing tour. As for the East Rift Valley, he did not go there. He sensed danger. There were too many invincible realm experts gathered there. The experts of the human race wanted to prove their way. Almost all the invincible realm experts of the human race had appeared. And in the Wan, there were also invincible realm experts gathered from all directions. This time, it was probably the largest number of people who wanted to prove their way in history. Not only the human race, but there were also people in the Wan who wanted to prove their way. Some realm lords of small realms also wanted to take the opportunity to prove their way. This time, it might change the situation of the entire Myriad realms. Xiao Longwu proving his way was an opportunity to detonate everything. The stone statue didn't care so much. They could fight on their own. He just wanted to take Suyu away. That guy was crazily absorbing the death chi. This was not appropriate. If he absorbed too much, what if he really opened the dead spirit channel in the human realm? That was his own city lord. He might have to take the blame. He hadn't been to the human realm for a long time. It was so long ago that his memory was about to dissipate. But it was not a big problem to find Suyu. As the city lord, he could find him wherever he went. The premise was to find a safe place to enter the human realm. He couldn't go through those existing channels, for fear of being seen by others. The channel to the human realm, the stone statue walked a big circle, following his memory of the past, wandering around the eastern war zone for a long time. Soon, he appeared on a huge mountain. Once there, Xinghong murmured, "Is this the Heavenly King Ridge?" There were some changes. He wasn't sure if this was the Heavenly King Ridge of the past. Back then, the essence chi in this place was very dense, terrifyingly dense. Moreover, there was also a small path here that led to the human realm. He didn't know if there was still one now. And this small path had some history. Thinking of this, Xinghong looked around. His voice shook and sounded at a special frequency. Is the Demi-Emperor God-Eater here? Yes, the God-Eater realm seemed to be nearby. He didn't know exactly where it was. However, the origin of the small path that led to the human realm near the Heavenly King Ridge was somewhat related to the Demi-Emperor God-Eater. Of course, the premise was that this person was really the one from back then. It was said that this small path was secretly opened up by the Demi-Emperor God-Eater and his old friend. The reason was very simple. The two guys were afraid of trouble and didn't want to take a detour every time, so they secretly opened up a path. Not many people knew about it, but it was discovered later. It was said that because of this matter, that person was even scolded. In his mind, some memories that he had almost forgotten slowly appeared. And at this time, in the ancient God-Eater realm, on a huge heaven essence fruit tree, the big fur ball opened its eyes with difficulty, and a voice sounded in its ear, "Is the Demi-Emperor God-Eater here?" The big fur ball opened its eyes, yawned, and fell into deep thought. Am I dreaming? Recently, I've been dreaming. While in deep thought, the voice sounded again. Is the Demi-Emperor God-Eater here? The big furball was a little awake. It looked up into the sky, and a moment later, it saw through the void. It saw a stone lump. It looked familiar. The big furball looked for a while, floated up, and flew into the sky. A moment later, it walked out of the realm. No, it floated out of the realm. Xinghong shouted a few times, but didn't hear a response. Forget it, he was ready to find his own passage. Suddenly, he was shocked. He turned his head and saw two big eyes looking at him. Their eyes met. Xinghong quickly retreated, and when he saw the face clearly, he heaved a sigh of relief. Greetings, Demi-Emperor. As he spoke, he looked at it, but he couldn't recognize if it was the one from back then. It looked about the same. They weren't of the same race, and their strength was stronger than his, so how could he recognize it? What number are you? The big furball was a little uncertain. It couldn't recognize it either. They were all similar stones. What number was this? Xinghong. Oh. The big furball glanced at him, yawned, and said slowly, what are you calling me for? Lord Demi-Emperor, is there a passage here that can go to the human realm? Yes. Then, before he finished speaking, the big furball seemed to have thought of something and muttered, have I seen you before? Xinghong was speechless. Not long ago, Lord Demi-Emperor went back in time and met me. Oh. That wasn't a dream. The big furball thought of something. I thought I was dreaming. No wonder I kept dreaming of big stones. Speechless, the big furball glanced at him again. Why did you come out? I went to the human realm to do something. As he spoke, he explained, it's the human that the descendant of Lord Demi-Emperor follows. He is now the city lord of my city. The death aura is thick, and I'm worried that he opened the dead spirit passage in the human realm. That would be troublesome. Oh, the big furball was a little slow, and after listening to it, it responded a few times. After a while, it said, he became a half-dead spirit? Yes. The big furball thought about it and murmured, half-dead spirit. Who converted him? Xingyu. Who is Xingyu? The big furball was puzzled. He didn't know. Lord Demi-Emperor saw her last time. She was also there when I went back in time. Oh. That dead spirit monarch, the big furball remembered, shook its body, and didn't say much. After a while, it said, then you go, human realm. Don't stay too long, it's easy to cause the dead spirit passage to open. Your death aura, did you transfer it to that human young man? Yes. Xinghong nodded. The big furball thought about it and said, tell him not to stay too long in the human realm. If he really opens the passage, it'll be very troublesome. Speaking of this, it yawned and said, what's going on over there? Why are there so many eternal beings there? Fighting. Xinghong's answer was simple. He knew where it was referring to, the East Rift Valley. Oh, fighting, so boring, a bunch of boring guys. The big furball yawned again, I'm a little hungry. Have I not eaten for a long time? If I remember correctly, a few hundred years ago, Lord should have eaten a meal. Really? The big furball forgot and was a little puzzled. After a while, it murmured, really? Why can't I remember? I haven't eaten for many years. I'm starving. Did you eat a few hundred years ago? Strange, why can't I remember? Xinghong was speechless. Your memory, Lord, have you forgotten? A few hundred years ago, a human and an eternal of the god race fought, and Lord ate that eternal of the god race, the Sea of Will. No, the big furball said strangely, I don't eat Sea of Will, I only eat Shenwen. Could it be, my little guy's mama went to eat it? Did she go out? As the big furball said, it tore the space behind it and looked into the ancient god-devouring realm. After a while, it yawned and said, hey, yes, she went out, I didn't know. Xinghong was stunned. Not you, your wife went out to eat, Holy shit, your wife casually ate an eternal realm expert. He also peeked into the ancient god-devouring realm, and when he saw the incomparably huge heavenly essence fruit tree, he was also speechless. This thing was still there. How many years had it been? As he was looking, the big furball turned around, looked at him, and said strangely, why are you looking at my house? Xinghong was speechless. I didn't look, I just glanced. The big furball didn't see his wife, but didn't care, and murmured, "Where did she go? Don't tell me she went to find that celestial." I just said, "That person Shunwen is very fragrant. Did she go to eat it secretly?" Xinghong couldn't help but say, "Went to the celestial race to eat ancient half-emperor." "Your family's appetite is not small." The big furball shook its body, and said uncertainly, "I don't know, ancient heaven is still alive, really lived for a long time. Shunwen must be very fragrant." When he was sore, I felt that his Shunwen was very fragrant. I wanted to eat. Damn, it really was the one from back then. Now Xinghong was sure, heaven ancient half-emperor was still sore, and you already had your eyes on him. There was no running away, it was that half-emperor from back then, and you even said that he could live, and you could live even more. It was one thing for him to be able to live, but he actually gave birth to a little prince devouring God at such an old age. The big furball ignored him, and asked curiously, "Young man, Mama is lost, should I go look for her? Ancient heaven's Shunwen is so fragrant." "I want to eat." Xinghong felt a little strange, and urged, "Go, Lord Half-Emperor, if you don't go, if he dies, Shunwen won't be fragrant anymore." That made sense, the big furball nodded. No, it did make sense. "Then I'll go take a look, otherwise, if ancient heaven died, this Shunwen would change its flavor." "Then I'll go take a look, you. You have to take care of our families, young man." Alright. "My lord, open the human realm passage and let me in. I'll bring your family's young man back." The big furball disappeared, but a narrow passageway opened up. Xinghong took a look, then looked at the ripples in the air, and was secretly speechless. He went to eat ancient heaven. Did I do something bad and lead this person to the celestial clan? The celestial clan wouldn't be in chaos, right? Forget it, who cares, what does it have to do with me? Xinghong no longer cared, it had nothing to do with me, it was the god-devouring clan that wanted to eat, not me. That old bastard ancient heaven had lived for so long, it would not be so easy for him to be eaten by these two. Speaking of which, this god-devouring clan, was it just these three? It seemed like the clan was about to be exterminated. No longer thinking about it, Xinghong entered the passageway. Human realm, here I come. The human realm. Southern Yuan. So you waited for a while. Geniuses walked in one after another. Some were even sun and moon guardians. However, only the geniuses took their seats. The sun and moon guardians didn't enter. There weren't many people. Including Suyu, there were only 13. Celestial, demon, divine, dragon, nether, 5 elements, primordial giant, heavenly spirit ape, heavenly abyss, each clan only had one quasi-invincible realm expert. The Skyhunter Pavilion, on the other hand, had 2. They were all top geniuses of their clans. The demon clan sent Madonna without a doubt. The celestial clan sent Daoqing instead of Xian Wuji, who was an old friend. The floating earth spirit was a must for the 5 elements clan. Cursed soul of the Heavenly Abyss clan, Long Yingyue of the Dragon clan, Mingyu of the Nether clan, Guzhu of the Primordial Giant clan, they were all experts on the heaven list. More than half of the 18 people on the heaven list were here. Being on the heaven list meant that they had a high status in their clans. Most of these people were Shanhai, and a few were Ling Yun. However, all of them gave Suyu the feeling that they were very powerful. They weren't weaker than some of the Sun and Moon Guardians. As soon as they arrived, the black-robed cursed soul of the Heavenly Abyss clan smiled. "Brother Xianxia, I've heard about you for a long time. I finally get to meet you." As he spoke, Suyu Siavul trembled slightly. The Tribulation Shinwen jumped, and a black aura appeared in the Sea of Will. However, it disappeared instantly. The little furball yawned and ate it in one gulp. After it was done, it spat out a mouthful as if it was disgusted, as if it had eaten something dirty. Disgusting, cursed soul shook slightly. At this moment, there was a loud bang, and a fist punched out, cursed soul retreated dozens of steps. Suyu was stunned. He didn't fly away, although he didn't use his full strength, cursed soul was only at the 3rd tier of the Mountain Sea realm. I didn't manage to send him flying, I used almost 100,000 apertures of power, right? That's enough. Madonna said indifferently, "Curse soul, don't show off your useless curses." Cursed soul, who was knocked back by Suyu's punch, was not angry, and he did not seem to be injured. He smiled coldly and said, "It's just a game, don't be angry. Everyone says that Xianxia is still young. If not for the influence of the death qi, he would have long been on the hunting sky list to play with brother Xianzhou." Suyu said coolly, "If you want to play, there will be plenty of opportunities. Wait until you reach the 9th layer of the mountain and sea realm. Right now, it's not enough." "I will." Cursed Soul smiled faintly and said, "You are right. Now is the time to get down to business. In fact, there is nothing much to talk about. The other races are fine, but what about the Immortal Tribe, the Ancient Giant Tribe, the Five Elements Tribe, and the Ape Tribe? If you can't do it, just retreat. It's that simple." Upon hearing this, the floating earth spirit smiled and said, "Let's hear it. If the plan works, it's not like we can't give it a try, right?" As he said this, he looked at Suyu and said with a smile, "Senior Xianzhou, what do you think?" Suyu said calmly, "This time, there are 14 quasi-invincible realm experts. If the Immortal Tribe can't do it, then retreat, in case the human tribe says that they are allies and has to participate in the war. That's troublesome. The other races, plus our hunting sky pavilion, have 13 quasi-invincible realm experts. Isn't it easy to defeat Nan Yuan? On the side of Xia Jia in southern Yuan, the strongest is Xia Shao'er, who is in the 8th realm of the Sun and Moon realm. Even if he is from Xia Jia, even if the sky-opening blade is sharp, a quasi-invincible realm expert can easily suppress him. On the side of southern Yuan, it seemed that only Xia Houyi was more powerful. As for the Zhu family and the Qin family, Zhu Tiandao is the legitimate son of the invincible realm, after all. He is in the 9th realm of the Sun and Moon realm. It's better to have a quasi-invincible realm expert to suppress him. Qin Hao, the second son of the king of Qin, is a quasi-invincible realm expert. Suyu said calmly, 3 quasi-invincible realm experts are enough to suppress these top Sun and Moon realm experts. As for the others, what's there to be afraid of? These people are waiting for Xia Jia's trump card, maybe Nan Wujiang. 10 quasi-invincible realm experts are enough to fight with him. Once Nan Wujiang shows up, the invincible realm expert of the human tribe will have no scruples. Maybe he will show up in person and kill Nan Wujiang. He made it sound simple, but Zhang Wushuang frowned slightly and said, "It's not that simple. Nan Wujiang. Everyone says that the primitive sect master is Nan Wujiang, but don't you think that Nan Wujiang's trump card was exposed too quickly? Even if the primitive sect master is really Nan Wujiang, the plan hasn't even started, and Xia Jia has already revealed this trump card." The news came from Blue Sky. Can Blue Sky's words be trusted? As he said this, he looked at Madonna. Blue Sky was subdued by you, and Primitive has been working with our divine tribe for many years. The possibility that Primitive is Nan Wujiang. I don't think it's too high. When Nan Wujiang died in the battle, Primitive had actually appeared a little earlier. Could it be that he had prepared this identity at that time? Madonna asked, "You didn't know Primitive's real identity, but you cooperated with him?" "We know." Zhang Wushuang explained, "But you also know that he is in the human realm. We have the Sun and Moon realm to contact him, and we have met him in person, but it doesn't mean that we can see through him. When Primitive worked with us, he was only in the first level of the Sun and Moon realm. Now, 100 years have passed, and he has stepped into the quasi-invincible realm. He is extremely talented. If he is Nan Wujiang, it means that we were wrong back then. He has been hiding." Then, Zhang Wushuang asked, "Is there a problem with Blue Sky?" "Him?" Madonna said calmly, "It's hard to say. We can only say that we and Blue Sky have a cooperative relationship. Back then, Blue Sky was captured in the heavenly battlefield, but we didn't kill him. He said that he wanted to build a human realm where the one can live in peace. The one who contacted him was Demon King Ji. Demon King Ji has his own plan, and I don't know the details. So, it's hard to tell whether Blue Sky is telling the truth or not." Suyu interrupted, "Whether it's true or not, we just need to be on guard. In short, if we work together, it's not difficult to deal with Xia Jia. In fact, everyone's main concern is that Xia Jia might have the combat power to fight against the invincible realm. If that's the case, we should retreat. There are more than 10 quasi-invincible realm experts, and we should have a chance to retreat. Then, he added, the gods and demons of Tianyuan all know the identity of the invincible realm traitor, right? If we can't do it, let him do it. Cursed Soul smiled faintly and said, who knows who he is? That person worked with the invincible realm in our clan, but it doesn't mean that we know who he is. Brother Xianxia, why do you need to ask about this? If we knew, we would have told you. Haha, so you didn't say anything. Even if you knew, you wouldn't tell us. So you didn't say much. He said again, if we fight, then it's settled. The 8th elder will deal with Xianxia, and the 3rd elder and the other quasi-invincible realm experts will wait for Xianxia's backup. The Zhu family will be left to the Shen clan, and the Qing family to the Devil clan. The two of you, the Warlord Temple and the Seeking Land will be on guard. There wasn't much of a plan. Crush the combat power, there wasn't much of a plan. The main thing was Xianxia's means to fight against the invincible realm experts. It was that simple. At this moment, on the side of the Dragon clan, Long Yingyue said lightly, if we defeat Xianxia and Xianxia can't fight back, how will the relics be divided? So you said calmly, it's up to our own abilities. Do you still need to ask? When you get the inscribed tombstone, you can sell it to the Sky Hunter Pavilion. The price is negotiable. Moto and the others nodded. Soon, Moto asked, Daoqing, will the Celestial clan participate? Daoqing was silent for a while and said, let's wait and see. Zhang Wushuang said coldly, if so, we won't participate. When we seize the relics later, we will fight together. Okay. Everyone nodded. If they didn't want to pay but wanted to get benefits, it was naturally difficult. Drive the sun and moon of the small clans to surround and kill the other humans. Okay. When exactly will we do it? Let the quasi-invincible realm experts of all clans talk about it in person. Okay. The group of people quickly reached a consensus. Suyu was the leader. As for the others, in fact, these geniuses didn't need to listen to him, and they wouldn't listen to him. Everyone was just a formality, a group of people talking about cooperation. In fact, all the quasi-invincible realm experts had their own plans. After the discussion, Suyu was about to leave. Daoqing, who hadn't spoken much, suddenly said, fellow Taoist Xianxiao, let's go together. Huh? Suyu tilted his head, and his heart slightly froze. What's going on? You recognize me? Impossible, Suyu remained calm. Okay. The others watched them leave. After they left, Zhang Wushuang suddenly said, Daoqing, did you find something? Xianxiao was rumored to be related to Suyu, and they were even the same person. Could it be? He looked at the others. Did you sense anything? Geniuses could sense other geniuses the most, Madonna said blandly, a little, but not too strong. It's true that Xianxiao is a genius. As for whether he is Suyu, you can go to Xinghong Ancient City and try again. Try my ass, they ignored him. If they tried, they would be courting death. Although Xinghong Ancient City had quieted down in the past 2 days, if they went to provoke it again, they might completely anger Suyu. If they really tried, they would die in vain. Floating Earth Spirit, you've dealt with Suyu a few times. Do you think Xianxiao is like Suyu? In the crowd, the Floating Earth Spirit, who was about to leave underground, said with a smile, this is hard to say. It's true that Suyu is good at disguise. When he pretended to be Tian Duo, I almost didn't recognize him. But this Xianxiao is strong, about the 3rd level of the Sun and Moon realm. Can Suyu really improve so fast? He was a little suspicious, but he was also a little uncertain. As for Suyu's outburst in the ancient city, to be honest, in the eyes of the Floating Earth Spirit, it was not a big deal. If Suyu was really in disguise, it was not a big deal. It was just that the attack of the stone statue was a little unusual. Whether he is Suyu or not, it doesn't matter, does it? Cursed Soul said with a faint smile, if he is not, don't worry. If he is, this is the human realm, not the ancient city. Even if he is in the 3rd level of the Sun and Moon realm, what can he do? There are many quasi-invincible realm experts here. Was it so important whether he was or not? Everyone laughed, and soon, everyone went their separate ways. And outside the door, Daoqing walked with Suyu. Suyu was confused. What did this guy want to do? Daoqing walked for a while and suddenly said, "Are you Suyu?" Suyu said lightly, "If you think so, then so be it." Daoqing, Lord of Dao, is it useful for me to say that? Daoqing chuckled and said, "That's true. But I still want to say a few words. This time, it is difficult for Xiajia's plan to succeed. There are too many constraints. They want to lure out the invincible realm expert who betrays you, but it is not so easy. Even if Lu Wenyan really reaches the 9th level of the Sun and Moon realm, if I don't come out, can Xiajia really find out his identity?" "What do you mean by Daoqing?" Daoqing looked at him and said with a smile, "In fact, the one who is most likely to lure out that person is Suyu. Suyu is the real genius. I don't believe he will be corroded to death by the death energy. He is living a good life in the ancient city, and he has the ancient stone statue to protect him. In fact, he is the most dangerous one, the one who can most threaten the invincible realm." Suyu nodded. "That's true." Daoqing smiled faintly and said, "So, if we really want Xiajia's plan to succeed and lure that guy out, we don't need to rely on Lu Wenyan and the others. I think we still need to rely on Suyu. Killing Suyu in the heavens battlefield is too difficult. He has the ancient city to rely on. Even Demon King Raid and the others had their bodies destroyed by that stone statue. That invincible realm expert of the human race is no exception. Only by killing Suyu in the human realm can we avoid future troubles." Suyu nodded again. "You are thinking about the same as me. As expected, we are both smart people. Unfortunately, you did something stupid. The first time you picked a fight with me, your fiancé was destroyed by me. What a pity." Suyu said calmly, "You are telling me all this because you think I am Suyu, so you want me to expose my identity and lure that invincible realm expert out?" Daoqing smiled faintly and said, "I didn't mean it that way. Brother Xianxia, you misunderstood, but I mean, if you are really Suyu, then it will be terrifying. Suyu of the Sun and Moon 3rd tier, White Face of the Hunting Sky Pavilion, and even the Elder. The City Lord of the Ancient City. With all these identities combined, if Suyu doesn't die, once he discovers this person's identity one day, Lu Wenyan and the others can't do anything to that person. But Suyu has the support of a non-human ancient invincible realm expert, so he isn't afraid of anything." Daoqing smiled and said, "If Lu Wenyan and the others can't become invincible realm experts, invincible realm expert of the human race may not stand up for them. But Suyu doesn't need to. He just needs to build a good relationship with those stone statues. Once all 36 stone statues appear, he can forcefully destroy that person. Lu Wenyan doesn't have what it takes to kill an invincible realm expert, but Suyu does." Suyu tilted his head to look at him and said with a faint smile, "But if Suyu's identity is exposed, that invincible realm expert will come to kill him." Daoqing, Lord Daoqing, you really have a good plan. But I also know that you and Suyu have a grudge. You don't plan to kill him yourself? Daoqing sighed and said, "Difficult, too difficult. So, I do hope that you are Suyu. If you are, maybe, even an invincible realm expert can't kill you?" Daoqing smiled. It didn't matter whether he was or not. Even if there was a chance, these words might really make Suyu's identity be exposed. An invincible realm expert would come to kill him, or an invincible realm expert who had hidden himself very well would come to kill him. Suyu didn't have the ancient city to rely on here. Suyu smiled and said, "Okay, these words are a little interesting. Now that you put it like this, I have some ideas. How about this, Brother Daoqing, go out on a mission and ask someone from the Hunting Sky Pavilion to shout outside the city and pass these words to Suyu. Maybe he will really come." Daoqing looked at him deeply and said with a smile, "Okay." Xianxia, Suyu, he thought for a while in his heart. Whether it was true or not, it was fine as long as these words could be passed to Suyu. The threat of Suyu was greater than that of Lu Wenyan. Anyone with a discerning eye knew, even if Lu Wenyan really reached the 9th tier of the Sun and Moon realm, he didn't have the ability to kill an invincible realm expert. Only Suyu had it. Or in other words, in the whole human realm, except for those invincible realm experts, only Suyu wasn't invincible realm expert. Would the Great Qin King's son let the Great Qin King kill an invincible realm expert? No way. Suyu could. Those ancient stone statues didn't care who they killed. Many humans also died in the ancient city. When the dead souls massacred the city, the stone statues didn't give any preferential treatment to the humans. Thinking from another perspective, Daoqing felt that if he was an invincible realm expert, he wouldn't be afraid of Lu Wenyan and the others. But he had to be careful that Suyu knew his identity and personally brought the stone statues to kill him. So, if he could kill Suyu outside the ancient city, it was still worth a try. Daoqing left. Beside him, Xianxia transmitted his voice. Did he find out? Not really. I just wanted to test him. Suyu sighed. An outstanding person really couldn't be hidden. I tried so hard to hide it. I used the stone statues to disguise myself, took off the mask myself, used the power of the third tier of the sun and moon realm, used my talent skill, and killed Xiaxia. I used so many tricks, but in the end, someone still suspected me. He could only say that he was too outstanding. When these outstanding people saw how outstanding he was, they thought that in all heavens, maybe only Suyu could do it. Sure enough, geniuses were lonely. Suyu sighed silently for a while. The next day, the situation was getting more and more tense. Everyone felt the pressure. Early in the morning, in southern Yuan City, there were signs of the advancement of the sun and moon realm, which seemed to be the aura of Qinyong. Sure enough, Qinyong had stepped into the 9th tier of the mountain and sea realm before, and this time he began to advance toward the sun and moon realm. Lu Wenyan didn't seem to have any intention of advancing. In the void, one by one, the quasi-invincible experts appeared. Don't wait. If Lu Wenyan succeeds, it won't be a good thing. There's no need to wait. Why don't we start now? Several experts began to transmit their voices. It was meaningless to wait. If they waited any longer, it would be unnecessary for Lu Wenyan to advance. On the other side, Zhu Tiandao and the people of the Great Qin Mansion gathered together. At this moment, Zhu Tiandao looked serious. They can't help but take action. Qin Hao, can the three of us do it this time? Qin Hao was slightly stunned. Soon, he understood and was speechless. What do you mean by three of us? Well, he, Xiahou Yi, and Zhu Tiandao were indeed the second in each family. Qin Hao also took a deep breath, looked at the void, and said seriously, there are too many of them. It's difficult. I think the three of us may die. Then, he smiled and said, if we die, we die. If we die, it won't be so easy for these people to leave the human realm. Then, he said, where's Lord Great Bright Lord? In the endless void. Zhu Tiandao shook his head. Don't count on it. It's impossible. Great Bright Lord couldn't leave. If he left, it would be easy for others to break into the human realm. He was an invincible realm expert, and his real body could enter directly. Then, he said, with my father, the 8 invincible realm experts are defending in the endless void, so they can also stop those invincible realm experts who break in. If they can stop the invincible realm experts, I'm afraid it will be difficult for the people in the human realm to intervene. Zhu Tiandao took a deep breath and exhaled. It was a little serious. 14 quasi-invincible realm experts, he felt it, these people didn't emit pressure, but their existence made the void stagnate. At this moment, there were no ordinary people. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to breathe and would suffocate to death. Qin Hao shook his long spear, glanced at the group of people in the distance, and smiled. Soon, he shook his head and said, we can't count on these guys. Alas, if it were 400 years ago, these people of the human clan would not sit back and do nothing. These years, the invincible realm experts have paid too much attention to the battlefield in the heavens, and ignored the human realm and the changes in people's hearts. After hundreds of years, the old generation died in the battle, and most of the new generation has forgotten some things. I hope we can wake them up with our blood. Zhu Tiandao said lightly, you use your blood. I'm not interested in using my blood to wake these guys up. As he spoke, several old people came through the air in the distance. Some were in the seeker state, and some were from the warlord temple. They were all very old, these people, some had white hair, some had yellow faces, and some looked helpless. Elder Wang in the seeker state was also among them. These people flew straight over. The leader was an old woman whose teeth had fallen. She coughed a few times and said with a smile, Little Zhu, Little Qin, are we going to fight? The old woman glanced at the sky and said with a smile, we're old. There are some things that we can't talk about. We've been in seclusion for many years, and there are some things that we can't manage, and we can't manage. Count us in. Zhu Tiandao glanced at this group of people. Behind him, Hu Qi also revealed a smile. Old sister, you're still alive. The old woman looked at Hu Qi and smiled. I'm barely alive. I've embarrassed myself in front of you, Hu Qi revealed a smile. I knew it. I knew that we would have a day to fight together. It's that shameless Niu Baidao who went to prove his way. Old sister, do you think the heavens are blind? That shameless old man, to think that he would one day prove his way. The old woman smiled. Don't say that about him. When he was young, he was astonishingly talented. It's just that he was unlucky. That fake scholar, the great light prince, did not even know how to read, but he actually inherited the civilization master's remnant. Otherwise, the invincible Niu Baidao would be the one. The two of them were just a step behind. Zhu Tiandao felt helpless. You too, you're old. It's fine to gossip, but can you avoid me? That's my father. My Zhu clan is a cultured clan, a civilization master. The two of them exchanged a few words, and the old people quickly blended in. In this place, there were more than 80 mortal tier Sun Moon elites, including Xianxia. At this time, there were about 20 Sun Moon elites in the city. That was Xiaojia's accumulation. Outside the city, on Zhu Tiandao's side, there were also more than 30 Sun Moon elites, more than 50 Sun Moon elites. There were still 20 to 30 Sun Moon elites who did not move, still watching from the periphery. Zhu Tiandao ignored them. It was up to them whether they came or not. It was much better than expected. At this moment, there were also Sun Moon elites gathering in the surroundings. Suyu's power had not been completely seized. He chose not to enter the city, but he chose to ambush the Zhu and Qin clans in the periphery. The team that belonged to him previously still belonged to him. At this moment, he also brought a group of Sun Moon elites and approached the place where the two clans gathered. A great battle was about to break out. Inside the city, all of the Xia clan's Sun and Moon moons were present on the city walls. There were a few minor realms guarding the city, as well as the generals, as well as new Sun and Moon moons like Xianxia. There were more than 20 of them. Xiaoyi looked ahead, his expression cold. Beside him, the Sun Moon elites were bursting with vigor. And they were facing more than 100 Sun Moon elites. There were more than 100 Sun Moon elites in one. At this moment, the Sun Moon elites were ready to go. Hong Tan was also among them. At this moment, with a smile on his face, he said softly, Xiaoyi, it seems that Xiaojia hasn't fought such a big battle for many years, right? Yes. Xiaoyi said lightly, I fought when Xiaojia opened his mansion, but at that time, it was mainly my father who participated in it. Later on, there weren't such big battles. Then, he added with a smile, to be honest, Longwu has fought in more big battles than I have. I haven't seen such a big scene many times. This is the first time. After joking around, Xiaoyi suddenly shouted, Wan is in the human realm, in the territory of Dixia province. Are you going to attack Dixia province? Retreat quickly. Xiaoyi shouted. The Sun Moon elites behind him also shouted, retreat. Their voices shook the sky. A moment later, a transparent barrier rose. In the city, the divine talisman masters began to do their best to maintain the newly built array. The array was not too strong, but it could hold the enemy off for a while. The beast tamers summoned their mounts and waited in the city. When the city was breached, they would fight their way out of southern Yuan. The fighters held their sabers and waited. The civilization masters showed their skills. The mountains and seas, the cloud-soaring realm experts, were all waiting. They were waiting for the big battle. They were weak, but at the critical moment, they could form an array to besiege the mountains and seas, the Sun Moon, and the Sun Moon. Dixia province was not afraid of war. Xiaojia had been fighting for hundreds of years, and Xiao Longwu had led the army in recent decades to conquer the heavens. Apart from other things, they had developed courage and killing intent. At most, they would die. Their momentum was like a rainbow. They fought against the momentum of the experts outside the city. Outside the city, the quasi-invincible realm experts also released their auras and pressure to oppress southern Yuan. The quasi-invincible realm expert of the Shin clan appeared outside Southern Yuan, looked at Southern Yuan, and said lightly, Xianxia, hand over the people of Shinwen, and we will let this go. Otherwise, the inheritance of Xianxia will be destroyed. This is not what you and I want. Xiaoyi looked at him and smiled. What do you think? The quasi-invincible realm expert of the Shin clan was not angry. He had passed this stage a long time ago. He said calmly, peace in the Wan, working together to create a prosperous era in the Wan, this is what all the clans want. The people of Shinwen are the biggest obstacle. The human clan has been peaceful for hundreds of years, and wars are rare. Only when Yi Badian proved the way, there were heavy casualties. Now, this day has come again. Is Xiaojia going to give up the Dixia province that he has been working for hundreds of years for these people? Kill people, attack the heart, attack the city, attack the heart. The expert of the Shin clan said again, you, Xiaojia, are willing to die for them. You ask the soldiers under your command, do they have no resentment? Are they willing to die for Han Tan and the others? Originally, all of this could have been avoided. We are willing. Behind Xiahou Yi, the experts shouted angrily, their killing intent soared to the sky. Lord Xiao laughed. What a clumsy method. No, I'm also telling the truth. The expert of the Shin clan said indifferently, maybe they say they are willing, but, don't forget, they still have their clans and families. If Xiaojia is destroyed, the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. The hundreds of millions of people in Dixia province may have to leave their homes and go to other dangerous places to make a living. There will be no one to protect them in Dixia province. Soon, big demons will grow and devour the people. Millions of people will starve, and millions of corpses will float. Is this what Xiaojia wants to see? The hundreds of millions of people can't be compared to Hong Tan and the others. As long as they hand them over, we won't kill them. As long as they go to all the clans as guests, we will treat them with courtesy. When they grow old. The expert of the Shin clan said with a chuckle, this is also the promise of the clans. We won't kill them. It was just imprisonment. Of course, the clans didn't mind giving them better treatment. For example, they could live in a large mansion, eat well, and order around servants. These were all trivial matters. Let these people die with the passage of time. It was fine as long as they didn't cultivate and didn't give them the inheritance. Such a solution could also reduce some of the resentment of the human race. Xiaoyi sighed. What a nice way to put it. He couldn't let this guy continue. The Shin clan was still good at bewitching people's hearts. Actually, experts could do it. It was just that sometimes they weren't willing. There was no need for that. If he continued, it wouldn't be good to shake the morale of the clans. Then I'll invite your whole family to my Xiaojia as guests. With a sneer, a saber energy pierced through heaven and earth. Xiaoyi shouted angrily, if you want to fight, then let's fight. Buzz, the saber energy swept through the world. Stubborn fool. The expert of the Shin clan coldly snorted and slapped out with his palm, covering the world. At the same time, the other experts attacked, a great battle broke out. Suyu turned his head, and his eyes almost popped out of his eye sockets. At this moment, in the void, an expert in a black robe appeared and sneered. A black light flashed in his hand, and in the blink of an eye, the defensive formation of southern Yuan City was broken. Inside the city, countless people screamed. One divine talisman master after another instantly turned into corpse water. Under the attack of the Heavenly Abyss clan's killing curse, the formation was completely broken, and the civilization masters who set up the formation were all killed. Boom, so you didn't have time to think. At this moment, dozens of sun and moon experts quickly gathered around him, not only from the Sky Hunter Pavilion, but also from other clans. They quickly rushed toward the Zhu and Qin families. A great battle broke out. In an instant, the experts of the three families of the human clan were at a disadvantage. Zhu Tiandao and the others didn't care about this. They all broke through the void and rushed into the sky. So did Xiaoyi and the others. One by one, the sun and moon experts rushed into the void and fought with those quasi-invincible realm experts. Boom, almost in the blink of an eye, General Zhao, who had just rushed into the void, was punched by someone and fell down. Soon, General Zhao roared and rushed into the void again. One by one, the sun and moon experts broke through the void. Below, the sun and moon experts of the human clan who surrounded the Wan city were also at a disadvantage without the help of the sun and moon experts. Suyu gritted his teeth. Still not coming? Wasn't Wanfu Prefect going to make a move? The gap was too big. If this went on, people would die soon. How could they fight if Wanfu Prefect didn't come? Of the 14 quasi-invincible realm experts, 6 or 7 hadn't made a move yet. They were all watching. Gu Shan and the others of the primordial giant clan were also watching. Once they also made a move, the 3 families couldn't stop these experts at all. Suppressed, they were completely suppressed. Suyu gritted his teeth. If it didn't work, he would break out now and kill as many as he could. Don't worry. At this moment, Xianxia, who was beside him, suddenly transmitted his voice. Don't worry, wait a little longer. Elder, an idea occurred to Suyu. Xianxia quickly said, these people are still testing the waters. They are worried that Xiajia will suddenly have strong reinforcements. Wait a little longer. When the battle goes on and they get into a fierce fight, they can't run even if they want to. Suyu's heart skipped a beat. Then people will die in the battle. Xianxia was silent for a moment and said again, this is war. It was that simple, Suyu didn't want people to die. Xianxia couldn't say anything about this. It was impossible. In a war, to drag all these people into the mire, people would definitely die. Suyu was helpless, but he didn't say anything more. This was war, a war broke out. Boom, a loud noise was heard. The battle broke out too quickly and there were too many experts participating in the battle. The void was blown up, and the surroundings of southern Yuan turned into a black hole in the blink of an eye. Longwu is invincible, who else but me can do it? In the midst of the great battle, a group of 1,000 guards roared out in unison, accompanied by an orderly shout. Kill! Attack! 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 Saber Chi covered the world. A sun and moon were surrounded by the 1,000-man guard. The 1,000-man guard captain of the Lingyun realm led the soldiers under him and roared continuously. Attack! Attack! Rumble! That sun and moon were extremely powerful. With a slap, dozens of people exploded. With a kick, the void exploded, and dozens of people exploded. Ling Yun died in battle. The Sore leader continued to roar. Attack! Attack! Rumble! Ants! That sun and moon were indifferent. What could a group of ants do to me? In the blink of an eye, more than half of the soldiers were killed. And these people were extremely crazy. They still swarmed forward and attacked with their sabers. Xia Jia's saber, Xia Dao, #1 in the world, with a bang, a saber slashed down. A sword slashed his opponent's arm. The huge recoil caused the sore soldier to turn into powder and explode in an instant. However, the remaining people still rushed forward wave after wave. Kill! Xiajia's Long Wuwei was the #1 in the world. Xiajia's saber was invincible, 1 slash, 2 slashes, that sun and moon didn't care at all. With this Long Wu 1,000 guards, they wanted to kill a sun and moon expert. What a joke! No matter how strong an ant was, it was still an ant. However, killing thousands of Long Wuwei was still a bit troublesome. After all, they were a group of Sore Ling Yun. One slash after another, countless Xia Dao slashed down on him. Killing intent and blood chi covered the surroundings. As the last person slashed down with his saber, a roar resounded throughout the world. The saber of Great Xia is the sharpest. Rumble, rumbling sounds echoed out in all directions as sun and moon, who were being surrounded, suddenly felt their blood chi boil. Then, with a boom, their arms exploded. And at this moment, in the void, one of the Dark Guard's Sun Moon commander, like a ghost, instantly attacked, his saber slashing out. His eyes were filled with tears. Long Wuwei, all for the sake of exhausting him, all for the sake of injuring him, all for the sake of this hidden guard commander's final strike, so that he could kill him more easily, and consume less energy. The blood energy of 1,000 people pierced through one of the sun and moon experts' arms. Was it worth it? At this moment, the last warrior fell to the ground with a smile on his face. It was worth it. The saber of Great Xia was the fiercest, the first blade of myriad worlds. Boom, as the saber slashed down, the injured Ryu's expression changed greatly. However, because his arm had exploded, he didn't have time to react. With a loud bang, he was cut in half by the saber. Xianxia was cut into pieces. This was an aura of death that carried anger, killing intent, and a will to fight to the death. Boom, the bodies of the sun and moon experts exploded, and Xianxia collapsed. Under the saber, he was killed by the hidden guard commander on the spot, and the crescent fell. This wasn't the only place where this scene was happening. It was the same in several other places. Corpses were everywhere. One by one, the Long Wu-wei soldiers paved the way for these strong sun and moon experts with their lives, just for those sun and moon experts to slash with this saber. Slash with this saber. In the void, those quasi-invincible realm experts couldn't help but look down. Xianxia's saber, Xianxia's saber, Xianxia's saber was really sharp. Thousands of Long Wu-wei soldiers died in the battle, and there were less than 10,000 Long Wu-wei soldiers, but these people still chose to fight in the battlefield of the sun and moon experts. They paved the way for those generals with their blood and lives. Rumble, in an instant, more than 3 sun and moon experts were killed. Xianxia's saber is the sharpest. In the void, Xiaoyi roared crazily, and his aura exploded. Boom, an earth-shattering roar sounded. Xiaoyi's hair was disheveled, and he held the long saber in his hand. His fat body instantly became thin at this moment. I'll give you the Xianxia you want. Open the sky. The crazy roar shook all directions. The quasi-invincible realm expert who was fighting with him had been suppressing him, and he kept vomiting blood. But at this moment, the look in his eyes changed. Xiaoyi's saber was incredibly powerful at this moment. Buzz, this saber really opened the sky. The void was cut open, and the world was dark. No, there was a light in the darkness. It was the saber energy. The 9 layers of the sun and moon. Someone whispered. Xiaoyi, the 9 layers of the sun and moon, had been preparing for a long time, and was suppressed for a long time. Then, he used the saber with all his strength. The one fighting with him was the quasi-invincible realm expert of the Shin clan. He frowned and roared. In the void, not only he appeared, but there were 2 of him. They were both him, one of the 3 lives bodies. 2 of him instantly merged and punched out, with a loud bang, like the collision of metals. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. That was the flesh and blood of the quasi-invincible realm expert of the Shin clan. When this punch was thrown out, the quasi-invincible realm expert's face changed. Something was wrong. At this moment, Xiaoyi tore the space. Yes, the next Xiaoyi appeared, just behind him, suddenly. He was also holding a saber. The trump card of Xianxia you want is here. Kill. A low shout, like thunder, shook the eardrums of countless people in all directions. Puff, as the saber chopped down, the quasi-invincible realm expert's face changed greatly. In an instant, a time river as thin as a cow's hair was torn. Time seemed to flow backward, as if to go back to the moment just now. However, it was useless. With a buzz, the saber light flashed, and with a puff, he was cut into pieces, and even the time river was cut off. And in an instant, not far away, a quasi-invincible realm expert with blood dripping from the corners of his mouth appeared. No, his aura kept dropping, and after a while, it slipped to the 9 layers of the sun and moon. At the feet of Xiaoyi, there was a pile of minced meat. Now his body was killed, his past body fled in an instant. At this moment, the quasi-invincible realm expert of the God clan also changed his face. Xiaoyi was a quasi-invincible realm expert. In the void, the 2 Xiaoyi instantly merged, raised the saber, and chopped again. At this moment, a figure appeared and slapped out with a bang. It was the 8th elder of the Sky Hunter Pavilion. At the same time, behind him, another quasi-invincible realm expert appeared, which was a golden-armored ape. Xiaoyi. I didn't expect it. The 8th elder looked emotional. He really didn't expect it. Xianxia actually hit a quasi-invincible realm expert. The quasi-invincible realm expert of the God clan was almost killed by him. Although he was not killed, now his present body was cut into pieces, and his past body only had the power of the 9 layers of the sun and moon. If there were less quasi-invincible realm experts, Xiaoyi could directly kill him. Xiaoyi was extremely indifferent. Is the Xia saber you want sharp enough? The quasi-invincible realm expert of the Ape clan and the 8th elder came down. The quasi-invincible realm expert of the God clan whose present body was cut into pieces looked gloomy and took a step back. It was supposed to be the 8th elder who attacked first. As a result, he thought that Xianxia could kill him at will. As a result, he was extremely unlucky, and his present body was cut by Xianxia's saber. He almost died. At this moment, the 3 quasi-invincible realm experts began to besiege Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi snorted coldly and said no more. The void was instantly beaten into nothingness, and there was darkness. Xiaoxiao is actually a quasi-invincible realm expert. Xianxia really hit it well. At this moment, thousands of miles away from here, in a hall, a figure sighed with emotion. Quasi-invincible realm, Xiao Longwu didn't count, but Xiaoxiao was also one. It was unexpected. In just over 50 years, Xiaoxiao had gone from self-cultivation to the quasi-invincible realm. This guy's talent was not much worse than Xiao Longwu's. Is that all? The figure murmured. Was that all? Xiaoxiao, a quasi-invincible realm expert, got his past body, not his future body. Was that all? Was this the capital that Xiaojia used to deal with him? He didn't believe it. It couldn't be that. A quasi-invincible realm expert was very strong, but if that was all, he underestimated himself and underestimated the invincible realm. More than that, Xiaojia still has a backup plan. The figure murmured. Xiaoxiao was a quasi-invincible realm expert, which was indeed beyond his expectation. But it was definitely not enough. The gap was too big. If he got his powerful future body, it would be okay, but this was just his past body. Just as the figure was thinking about this, his eyes moved. At the same time, in the southern origin, a figure suddenly appeared in the void. It was as if he had suddenly appeared here. As soon as this person appeared, without saying a word, he swung his hammer at the God race clansman whose body had been cut in half. No, the superior of the God clan was shocked. How could he suddenly appear? Even a quasi-invincible realm expert couldn't appear in front of him in an instant, but he didn't feel any movement. Boom! Without giving him time to think, the hammer fell. With a loud bang, his present body was cut in half. His past body was not as good as his present body. As the hammer fell, with a bang, his body was smashed into pieces and shattered on the spot. The sea of will hadn't collapsed yet. Just as it was about to escape, the void was blocked and squeezed in an instant. With a bang, the sea of will exploded. The newcomer looked like an immortal, with his white hair fluttering in the wind. Niao Baidao. Countless people were surprised. Wasn't Niao Baidao on the battlefield of heavens? At this moment, Niao Baidao didn't care about that. He grabbed the carrier left by the explosion of his past body. With his movement, a broken sun fell, and the first quasi-invincible realm expert was killed just like that, not far away. Xianxia roared, F***ck. It's broken. His space portal was broken. Yes, just now, he had teleported Niao Baidao from a very distant place. The price he had to pay was that the portal he had asked Suyu to compensate for had been completely destroyed. Old Niao, compensate me with a carrier to settle the score. Xianxia roared. His eyes were red. A carrier. Niao Baidao looked back at him and didn't say anything. His expression was obvious. He wanted to eat **T. I killed him. As for your portal, Suyu had already compensated for it. Now it was a waste. At this moment, Xianxia's portal completely exploded, and the void fluctuated. He threw it casually and hit an expert at the early stage of the Sun and Moon Empire. The space was broken, and the Sun and Moon annihilation was broken in an instant. It was broken into pieces, seeing almost everyone on the battlefield looking at him. Xianxia was shocked. Don't look at me. Old Niao killed him. It has nothing to do with me. What are you looking at? I've just entered the Sun and Moon Empire. He's also in Shenwen. Someone shouted coldly. Someone shouted coldly. In the next moment, a sun and moon towering over them charged towards them. F***ck. Xianxia fled in an instant. The moment he fled, in the place where he was, in the blink of an eye, there were countless beauties, countless wines, and a sage-like invincible illusion. At the beginning of the battle, because Xiaoyi hid his strength and Niao Baidao suddenly returned, the two of them actually killed the quasi-invincible realm of the Shin clan. At this moment, those quasi-invincible realm who were watching the battle were all shocked. Without saying a word, 3 quasi-invincible realm experts arrived. One of the 14 quasi-invincible realm experts died. The remaining 13, the Immortal Clan, the Ancient Giant Clan, and the 5 Elements Clan didn't move. 2 of the other 10 people besieged Xiaoyi, and 3 of them besieged Niu Baidao. As for the remaining 5 people, Zhu Tiandao and Qin Hao each blocked 1 person, Steward Hu and General Zhao blocked 1 person together, and Xianxia and the other 5 guardians of the small world fought with 2 quasi-invincible realm experts. They were suppressed everywhere. In the void, the remaining 3 quasi-invincible realm experts looked at each other, a little surprised and shocked. It was just the beginning, and one of them was killed. They didn't sense Niu Baidao's return, either. It had a lot to do with Hu Shanxing's teleportation portal, and he was teleported here instantly. In the distance, Zhu Tiandao laughed and said, Xiao Shaoer, the first quasi-invincible realm expert killed by our Ming mansion was killed by us. Xiaohou, you just wanted to say a few words back, and there was a loud bang. Below, a leader of the secret guards was instantly blown up. A demon god in the 7 realms of the sun and moon realm looked around coldly. This was not the first one. At this moment, Xia Yunqi, Han Tan, and the others were also fighting with blood, and the void was shaking. Qin Yong had reached the sun and moon realm at this moment, and he quickly rushed out of the city, without having time to stabilize his realm. Niu Baidao just showed off for a while, and then he was beaten by the 3 quasi-invincible realm experts to keep vomiting blood, and he no longer looked like an immortal. Dozens of the human clan's sun and moon realm experts were besieged and killed by the experts of various clans, and they suffered heavy casualties. On the other side, Suyu was still happy about the appearance of Niu Baidao, but the next moment, his joy turned into depression. Elder Xianxia, Suyu saw Hong Tan and the others over there, and they kept flying backward. Wu Yuehua, who was only at the peak of the mountain sea realm, already had a broken body, and the poisonous tripod was broken. He couldn't bear it anymore. Should he wait? If he waited any longer, the people he was familiar with would die. Suyu was sad to see strangers die, but he was not as anxious as he imagined. However, now there were all his acquaintances over there, and some people were going to die. Xianxia was looking around like a master at this moment. Hearing this, he said through voice transmission, soon, don't worry, listen to me, there are still people hiding, don't be anxious. If you are too anxious, all the trump cards have been used, and there is no chance to turn the tables. But, Suyu didn't say anything. He gritted his teeth and punched one of the sun and moon realm experts of the Ming mansion away. Around him, the 7 or 8 sun and moon realm experts hit nothing but air, and they all looked at Suyu. Suyu snorted, you want to steal my spoils of war? The 7 or 8 sun and moon realm experts dispersed. There was no need to fight with Xianzhou over this. There were people everywhere, and killing them would be spoils of war. Pucci, among the 7 or 8 sun and moon realm experts who had just left, one of the demonic gods was cut open by an old man. The old man gasped for breath, looking at Suyu with bloodshot eyes. The Seeker realm elder Wang was seriously injured. He had just killed a sun and moon realm expert with a grievous injury. At this moment, he was an arrow at the end of its flight. Little beast, in the past, your grandfather killed powerful enemies of the heavens, the old man roared, recalling the glory of the past. Now, he was old and seriously injured. Killing an early sun and moon realm expert had exhausted all his strength. Suyu looked at him indifferently. He could see that the old man was powerless. He didn't say anything, and punched out, boom, the old man struck out with his sword, but the sword instantly shattered, and divine characters exploded. With a bang, the old man's body exploded, and a round sphere cracked open. Suyu stretched out his hand and grabbed it, taking it into his hand. He said coldly, a sun-moon. 7-fold sea of will. I seem to have struck it rich. In the surroundings, the other experts who were about to attack cursed, F***ck, Xianzhou took advantage of them again. The 7th sun and moon realm expert was not bad, but this old man was clearly going to die. Now, Xianzhou actually benefited. Under normal circumstances, how could a 3rd sun and moon realm expert kill a 7th sun and moon realm expert? Suyu looked around coldly, not saying anything, and casually stuffed the ball into his robe. In the distance, Xianxia glanced at him, not saying anything. The battle erupted too quickly. In the blink of an eye, Sun and Moon realm experts fell. However, there was still a pure land in the entire southern Yuan. Outside, at this moment, dozens of Sun and Moon realm experts gathered in the outer area. Some were in the seeking tier, some were from the war god temple, and some were from the various mansions. When they saw countless Long Wu-wei of Xianxia dying in battle, the human Sun and Moon realm experts falling, and Elder Wan being punched to death by Xianzhou, several Sun and Moon tier elites were silent for a while, and then flew out. Xiajia's saber is the sharpest. The fist of the Great Han Mansion is the strongest. A Sun and Moon realm elite roared and punched out, sending a Sun and Moon flying. In the blink of an eye, a Sun and Moon realm expert was killed, and he was instantly seriously injured. Seeing that the 3 Sun and Moon warriors had surrounded him and were about to die, perhaps he was about to set the record for being the fastest to appear and the shortest to be killed. At this moment, someone behind him chuckled and said, "Warrior from the Great Han Residence, trash. Great Gold Residence, invincible physical body." Boom, the newly arrived Sun and Moon realm expert instantly fought with the 3 Sun and Moon realm experts. Outside, the Sun and Moon realm experts watched. In the blink of an eye, 6 Sun and Moon tier elites were surrounded by other Sun and Moon realms, and blood splattered everywhere. One by one, the Sun and Moon realm experts watched. Some were confused, some sighed, some frowned, and some didn't think much of it. Xianxia continued to watch. Just like that, he didn't make a sound. Around them, Yuan Qingdong and the others were also watching. Yuan Qingdong looked at Xianxia a few times, and then at his father, who had just arrived. Now, what should he do? However, these people didn't say anything. In the crowd, someone saw that a Sun and Moon realm expert who had just rushed out was killed on the spot in the blink of an eye. He murmured, "Why rush out to die? If you don't go out, you won't die." It was already the Sun and Moon realm. Couldn't they see the situation? If they rushed out, they might die. As he said this, the person who said this wanted to cry. He was a Sun and Moon realm expert, and he had just advanced. He had participated in battles, but not many times. The Sun and Moon realms hadn't had a big battle for many years. He wanted to cry, and he was a little frightened. The next moment, he felt his scalp go numb. Suddenly, with a roar, he rushed out of the safe zone. The idiot who died in the battle, that was his master. Yes, his master. What an idiot. Why did he charge at the 4th tier of the Sun and Moon realm? You're only in the 3rd tier of the Sun and Moon realm. Aren't you courting death? What an idiot. With fear, anger, and reluctance, he still rushed out at this moment. His master was an idiot, and so was his disciple. Otherwise, how could they be said to be of the same lineage? Great Wu Mansion is here to help. At this moment, someone rushed into the battlefield again and roared, "Our king is dead in the battle, and our master is guarding Great Wu Mansion. All the other Sun and Moon realm generals are here to help. Great Wu Mansion will fight to the death." Rumble. The battle broke out again. Great Wu Mansion fought with all its strength, but the king of Great Wu was long dead. There were few Sun and Moon realm experts in this mansion. On this day, except for the master, all 8 Sun and Moon realm experts came to help. The sound of fighting shook the sky. Great Qin, Great Ming, Great Shang, Great Han, Great Tang, Great Wu, Great Jin, Great Song. At this moment, experts from various mansions kept joining the battle. Some were full of pride, while some were cursing. Why are we fighting a war? Isn't it good to have peace in all the realms? Can't Xiaojia just hand over those guys? What the hell, it would be better to hand over Hong Tan and the others. Someone cursed. Soon, he rushed into the battlefield and stood in front of Hong Tan and the others. He stood in front of the severely wounded men and scolded, "How many of you are there in Shenwen? Why don't you just kill all of them? Why are you so troublesome?" Although he was cursing, he was fighting with those strong enemies in an instant. Get lost. Why are you getting in the way? Are you courting death? You are going to open the restrictive spell of the human race, do you know that? If you don't open it, you are letting me down. Hong Tan, you are all F**king trash, and so is your master. I've wanted to scold him for a long time. Damn it, if you don't have the confidence, why did you try to prove your Dao? F**ck him. With a roar, madness, unwillingness, and reluctance, the burly man cursed madly. He cursed the 5 generations, cursed Hong Tan, cursed the Shenwen clan. With a rumble, the man destroyed a sun and moon with one slash, but he was also smashed into powder by the other sun and moon realms. Even before he died, he was still cursing. What a waste, how could he be so useless? More and more humans joined the war, but there were still too few peak experts. The real peak experts had all gone to the battlefield. At this moment, a beam of white light covered the entire southern Yuan, covering dozens of miles outside southern Yuan. A figure slowly walked out. Since you're all here, don't leave. A man walked out of the darkness and killed a sun and moon realm expert with ease. He looked around, looked at Xiaoyi, Niao Baidao, and Hong Tan, and sighed. I'm late. There are a few pieces of trash outside. I've dealt with them. Primitive. Boundless South. In the void, those quasi-invincible realm experts were all very vigilant. Another quasi-invincible realm expert, the primitive sect master, no, maybe he should be called Boundless South, the primitive sect master, whose face had always been illusory, chuckled and said, "Are you waiting for them?" As he spoke, 3 balls appeared in his hand. He sighed and said, "I can't wait any longer." Rumble, he crushed these balls. In an instant, in the void, 3 extremely powerful crescent moons fell. The world shook. Xiaoyi was also beaten to the point of vomiting blood, but he couldn't help but roar crazily, F***ck, you, what happened to you? 3 quasi-invincible realm experts? The primitive sect master smiled. Even though his face couldn't be seen, one could feel that he was smiling. Isn't it awesome? As the primitive sect master spoke, he coughed softly, but some blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. He smiled and said, "Isn't it awesome? 3 quasi-invincible realm experts. You guys have been killing for a long time, but you haven't killed as many as I, cough, cough. I have killed." He coughed. At this moment, the quasi-invincible realm devil roared, "Immortal clan, 5 elements clan, ancient giant clan, are you guys going to watch the show? He is injured." Everyone was shocked. What a strong quasi-invincible realm expert. He killed 3 quasi-invincible realm experts. The primitive sect master, however, he was injured, very heavy, everyone could see it. The primitive sect master smiled. "Even if I am injured, killing you guys is easy. Originally, I wanted to wait for that guy, but you guys insisted on being the vanguard for others." Everyone knew what he meant. He was waiting for the betrayed invincible realm experts. To be able to kill 3 quasi-invincible realm experts alone, this guy must have gotten the future body, or the past and the future. He was one step away from proving the way. No wonder Xianxia province dared to set up this trap and kill quasi-invincible realm experts. Xiaoyi, Niao Baidao, and the primitive sect master were all superiors among the quasi-invincible realm experts. The 3 of them joined forces. Even if they couldn't defeat the quasi-invincible realm experts, they could fight for a while and draw out the real body of the opponent. Everyone was shocked. The primitive sect master was really from the human clan. They thought it was just a rumor, but they didn't expect it to be true. The 3rd generation was back. As soon as he made a move, 3 quasi-invincible realm experts were killed. The guy hiding in the periphery might be a guy who wanted to take advantage of the situation. However, the appearance of the primitive sect master didn't change anything. The 3 quasi-invincible realm experts of the Immortal Clan, 5 Elements Clan, and Ancient Giant Clan looked at each other. This time, they didn't stand by and watch anymore. The 3 of them landed at the same time. Whether they were neutral or not, it was a consensus to kill more people from the Shenwen clan. This was the same for everyone except for the human race. At this moment, Suyu was slightly relieved. Really, he thought that the primitive sect master might not be a good person, and maybe he was just there to divert everyone's attention. But the primitive sect master had been here for a long time and killed 3 quasi-invincible realm experts in secret. There was no doubt about it. The Boundless South territory was here, the 3rd generation was here, he was really powerful. He killed 3 quasi-invincible realm experts, but he seemed to be seriously injured. At the same time, the battle of the human realm broke out. On the battlefield of heavens. The king of Great Qin stood at the top of the East Rift Valley and looked into the distance. After a long time, he said, "Everyone, wait for a moment. Once 3 eternal bodies appear in the human realm, they will prove the way." At least 3 invincible realm experts were attracted away from the human realm. Everything was for the more than 10 people behind him to prove the way smoothly. The king of Great Qin looked back at the crowd and said coldly, "Remember, everyone. Remember today, remember those who are fighting in the human realm, they are fighting for the opportunity for you." At this moment, at least 5 eternal bodies, hostile eternal bodies, sneaked into the human realm. The change in Xianxia province had attracted at least 5 eternal bodies away, at least, for these Dao verifiers, 5 invincible realm experts who would come to kill them were gone. This was an opportunity. The king of Great Qin turned around, looked into the distance, and repeated again, "Once 3 or more eternal bodies appear, they will prove the way. Remember." Yes. Behind him, the invincible realm experts and the quasi-invincible realm experts responded one after another. Some were silent, and some bowed their heads. Next to Daxia of Goguryeo, Xiao Longwu was also very silent. Xiaojia's plan also meant to prove his way and protect his way. With one less invincible realm expert to stop him, he had a better chance. The king of Great Qin thought that Xiaojia could attract 3 invincible realm experts to take action. Xiao Longwu firmly believed that it would. But, if they really appeared, could he stop them? He didn't know. Xiao Longwu was extremely silent, but his aura gradually became stronger, shaking the void. Around him, some quasi-invincible realm experts clearly felt the pressure, very strong pressure. They all looked sideways. Xiao Longwu ignored them, lowered his head, and didn't look at anyone. He wanted to prove the way, and if he succeeded, even if he didn't succeed, he wanted to prove the way. Boom, the war continued. The sun and the moon kept falling. At the same time, with a low roar, the whole southern Yuan shook for a moment. In the southern Yuan city, a bright moon rose. The next moment, a person with long hair fluttering rose from the soar in the city. "Lu Wenyan!" Many people exclaimed in a low voice. Lu Wenyan had advanced. The advanced Lu Wenyan's aura instantly became stronger. The first level of the sun and moon, the second level, the third level. When he reached the third level, his aura swayed and didn't improve anymore. Many people breathed a sigh of relief. The third level of the sun and moon. They really thought he could go to the 9th level of the sun and moon. Lu Wenyan didn't say anything. In an instant, he appeared outside the city. A man in the 7th level of the sun and moon was about to kill Chen Yong, who was seriously injured. Lu Wenyan suddenly appeared. The man was shocked at first, and then he was happy. "You came to find me? Killing Lu Wenyan will reward me a lot." Just as he was thinking, an axe appeared in Lu Wenyan's hand. At this moment, the axe was terrifyingly powerful. Before the man in the 7th level of the sun and moon could make a move, Lu Wenyan chopped down with the axe. With a puff, his body was directly split in half. The Shenwen at the peak of the sun and moon, his master's last main Shenwen, Lu Wenyan, who had advanced to the 3rd level of the sun and moon, could fully support this Shenwen. At this moment, he could fully exert the strength of the peak of the sun and moon for a short time. After chopping the man to death with the axe, Lu Wenyan instantly flashed and appeared beside Niu Baidao. The 3 quasi-invincible realm experts separated Niu Baidao's past and present. Seeing that Niu Baidao was defeated, Lu Wenyan finally made a breakthrough. Lu Wenyan didn't speak, but chopped down with the axe. At this time, there was a shock in the city. In the neighborhood where Su Yu's home was located, something suddenly appeared in the sky. It was a relic, with countless pavilions and towers, and countless qi of heaven's origin, overflowing in all directions. Southern Yuan, which lacked qi of heaven's origin, was full of qi at this moment. The relic shook the void, and a white jade tablet rumbled, as if it was bombarding the void, as if it was about to fly out, as if it was affected by Lu Wenyan, and it was about to fly toward him. However, it couldn't fly through the void. Xiaoyi roared, "Go back, enter the relic, and get the tombstone with scripts." He roared at Lu Wenyan and roared, "Get the tombstone with scripts. Remember, you will succeed. Everything we do is for Shenwen, for the human clan. Go." He roared wildly, fighting with the 2 quasi-invincible realm experts and his doppelgangers. The injuries of his present body and his past body were getting more and more serious. At the moment when the tombstone with scripts appeared, suddenly, the void darkened. A figure emerged inside. Xiaojia's plan is very good, but unfortunately, we are a little unlucky. The tombstone with scripts appeared, so we had to come. Otherwise, maybe you could really draw out that. The person shook his head and sighed, a little regretful. Xiaojia's plan was good, but unfortunately, he was one move behind. The tombstone with scripts had attracted too many experts. Everyone couldn't wait. Xiaojia, you want to draw out that traitorous invincible realm expert? Sorry, we won't give you this chance. This was an invincible 3 lives body. Even though they were all 3 lives body, he instantly suppressed everyone in the field. The person walked straight to the relic and said blandly, Xiaojia is unlucky in this relic. Don't blame me for getting here first, as soon as this person appeared, even the strongest primitive sect master was suppressed by him, as if he were competing with the sun and the moon, instantly dimming. Invincible, this was a real expert of the invincible realm. The one who came was a future body, also close to the invincible realm. The future body of the invincible realm might not be the invincible realm, but it was very strong, much stronger than those quasi-invincible realm experts. At this moment, so you couldn't help but want to roar. They just wanted to draw out that traitorous invincible realm expert, the tombstone with scripts. Damn it, he was a little regretful. Should I not have put the tombstone with scripts in? Is Lao Wan coming out? If he comes out, then, that traitorous invincible realm expert probably won't show up. Besides, can Lao Wan kill this invincible 3 lives body? Lao Wan knows about the tombstone with scripts, and he also knows that more experts may be drawn out. What's his plan? At this moment, Suyu was a little confused. He felt a little helpless. Why don't I just expose my real body? Maybe if I do, I can draw out that bastard. Lu Wenyan showed up, but he didn't. That guy is really tolerant. In the void, the invincible 3 lives body walked toward the relic. As if there was no one there, Xiahou Yi couldn't help cursing again. Damn it, you bastards, why can't you wait a little longer? The invincible 3 lives body sneered, second brother Xia, not everything will go according to your plan. You want to draw out that person. But I won't let you succeed. Human realm, this is fun, isn't it? He laughed, but at this moment, his face suddenly changed. At the same time, the 8th elder, who was about to kill Xiahou Ye's past body, paused slightly. Someone beside him shouted, 8th elder, don't, a familiar voice. The 8th elder's heart tightened. He was about to turn around, but the next moment, there was a loud bang. 8th elder, don't turn around. A faint laugh echoed in his sea of will. He wanted to reverse time and go back to the past. With a bang, the river of time broke instantly, the world was quiet. In an instant, a broken sun was broken. Dark armor, yes, at this moment, many people were extremely shocked. Xianxia floated in the air and smashed the 8th elder into pieces with one palm. The other quasi-invincible realm expert who besieged Master Xiahou fled quickly. The quasi-invincible realm expert was also slightly stunned. Who are you? It was a little familiar. Not only him, but everyone was shocked. Who was this? Dark armor sighed softly, why did you get involved in this mess? I wanted to come out last. Killing that traitor. It's a pity. You came out so early. Are you in a hurry to die? The invincible realm was not afraid. He glanced at him and said blandly, I have some capital. I have fished out the past and the future. Although the 3 bodies have not merged into one, they are much stronger than the ordinary quasi-invincible realm. Maybe I can really fight with the eternal realm. A person like you can't be a nobody. His aura gradually became stronger, and he said with a smile, it seems that I have become a target. Xia province is really tolerant. I'm very curious, who are you? I should know you. Dark armor laughed and said, what about you? Since you are here, show me your face. I should know you too. That's true. The person revealed his true appearance. Below, Zhan Wushuang was overjoyed. Divine King Tiandang. The quasi-invincible realm of the Protoss was killed, and Zhan Wushuang wanted to vomit blood. At this moment, seeing this divine king, he was overjoyed. This was the divine king of the Protoss. Divine King Tiandang looked at Dark Armor, then at the primordial sect master, and smiled. You guys, then he suddenly looked at Hong Tan and the others, and couldn't help but laugh. You guys. The Shinwan branch is really tolerant. I'm surprised, really surprised. Xia Chen's branch makes me a little afraid. At this moment, he laughed and said, Nanwu Jiang. Dark Armor. Ha ha ha. All around, including Suyu, everyone was shocked. What did he mean? Dark Armor was Nanwu Jiang. Then what about the primordial sect master? Suyu was stunned. Dark Armor. Nanwu Jiang. Third generation? F*CK, this was the third generation, he said he was my grandfather. F*CK, if it was the third generation, then he wasn't just a grandfather. According to Lu Wenyan, he would have to call him great-grandfather. Suyu was dumbfounded as well. Dark Armor was the third generation. Then what about the primordial sect master? Just as he was puzzled, Dark Armor smiled. Tiandang, do you have to come here to die? Why bother? Nanwu Jiang. You talk big, as always. He smiled and looked at the primordial sect master. There are too many geniuses in Xia Chen's branch. Primordial, no, you should be Yun Chen, the eldest disciple of Nanwu Jiang, Yi Beishan's senior brother. Am I right? The illusion on the primordial sect master's face disappeared, revealing his true appearance. He said softly with some worry, Greetings, Divine King. Master, it seems, we can't kill that traitor. Master, the primordial sect master, Yun Chen, Yi Beishan's senior brother, Wan Tianqing's master, a true master in the truest sense of the word. At this moment, Yi Hongyan and the others quickly understood. Yi Hongyan remembered what he said that day. The primordial sect master said he wasn't Nanwu Jiang. He was entrusted by someone to save them. Who was that person? Dark Armor. No, Nanwu Jiang, the real Nanwu Jiang. This branch was indeed terrifying. At this moment, everyone had the same thought. The third generation was really alive. Not only was he alive, he was terrifyingly powerful. He easily killed the eighth elder and stood on equal footing with Invincible. And his disciples, the primordial sect master and Yi Badian, were his disciples. Outsiders didn't know that he had a disciple in name. That disciple was even more terrifying. Heaven Shaking looked at the two and smiled. You two have played dead for so many years. I'm curious. 100 years ago, that person of your human race hadn't betrayed you yet, right? Why did you play dead? Dark Armor said coolly, I didn't plan to play dead. It's just that, the path is too difficult. I wanted to sneak into the hunting sky pavilion to do so. I didn't expect to use this identity. Yun Chen just wanted to borrow the identity of the primordial sect master to enter the path. In the end, I disappointed everyone. At this moment, in the great hall thousands of miles away, that figure laughed heartily. I see. Nanwu Jiang, Yun Chen, Xia Shao. At this moment, everything was clear to him now. This was what Xia Jia relied on, no wonder he was so confident. The powerful third generation, Xia Shao and Yun Chen, who were in the quasi-invincible realm, joined hands. If he really went there, maybe, even if he couldn't kill him, he would have no problem holding him back. Ha ha ha, what a pity. What a pity. You guys are so unlucky. The inscribed tombstone appeared. The figure laughed. What a pity. I don't need to do anything. Because of the inscribed tombstone, a large number of Invincible Realm experts sneaked in. You guys failed, I don't need to do anything. There were so many experts, and not all of them. He didn't need to do anything. Of course, if the time was right, maybe he could try to kill these people. After all, they were hidden dangers. Big trouble. Xianxia was Nanwu Jiang, the primitive sect master was Yun Chen, the third generation was not dead. This bloodline was terrifyingly powerful. There were many quasi-invincible masters who were planning to prove their way. Only Yi Badian wanted to find his own way, but he was killed. Now, this bloodline was here for revenge. Xianxia appeared and killed 8th Elder. On the other side, 3rd Elder, who was fighting with Zhu Tiandao, was a little surprised and shocked. he roared, Xianxia, you killed 8th elder? Xianxia killed 8th elder, Xianxia ignored him. At this moment, next to Suyu, a group of sun and moon hunters from Sky Hunting Pavilion scattered, all frightened. Xianxia was from the human clan. Then, what about Xianzhou? The situation was completely clear. The Xia family was confident, very confident. The only thing they didn't expect was the appearance of the inscribed tombstone, which led to the arrival of many invincible warriors of the Myriad tribes. Without the inscribed tombstone, they were just carriers, and the invincible warriors of the Myriad tribes would not come. In this way, although there were more than a dozen quasi-invincible masters, they might not be able to do anything to Xianxia. Because Xianxia was very strong, on the opposite side, Divine King Tiandang smiled. Nanwu Jiang, Yun Chen. Xia Chen's bloodline is really powerful. What a pity. What a pity. How many heavenly talents are there in this bloodline? Xia Chen, Nanwu Jiang, Yun Chen, Yi Badian, Lu Wenyan, Hong Tan, Chen Yong, Su Yu. Every name he mentioned caused the hearts of the others to tremble slightly. There were too many geniuses in this bloodline. No, Xiao Longwu, Xiao Shaoer, Tiandang and Shenwen smiled again. Xiao Longwu is Wan Tianqing's disciple, and Xiao Shaoer was Yi Baishan's disciple. Of course, Yi Badian didn't accept them, but he still taught them as disciples. Your bloodline is too terrifying. It makes sense that this bloodline is not allowed to exist in all the worlds. Tiandang sighed ruefully. This lineage really shouldn't exist. It was one thing for a single lineage to produce a genius, but they produced geniuses in every generation, super geniuses. In just over 300 years, Yi Badian was said to be the 5th generation. But according to Shenwen, he was only the 3rd generation. Hong Tan and the others were the 4th generation. So you could be counted as the 5th or 6th generation. In just a few generations, there were many quasi-invincible realm experts, and some people almost succeeded in proving the way. How terrifying was this bloodline? Xia Jia and Da Xia of Goguryu's achievements were greater than his cousins, but among his descendants, Xia Chen's bloodline was more powerful. God King Heavenly Turbulence chuckled and said, Dao brother in the dark, I'm only one of the 3 incarnations. I might not be able to take down Southern Frontier. Even without the Wen tombstone, I should still make a move to kill Southern Frontier. You all wouldn't want to wait until Southern Frontier confirms his Dao, right? As soon as he finished speaking, the void trembled and a demon god walked out. Fiend King Terminal He. The Fiend clan was overjoyed. A demon king had come. Fiend King Terminal He walked out of the void and blocked Xianxia from the front and back. Xianxia was still wearing a mask, and his voice was smiling. You two really think highly of me. Do you have to do this? I'm not proving the way in Shenwen. Master Shenwen has already been broken. I'm just an ordinary body proving the way. Why are you staring at me? If you two leave, you won't die. You talk big. Devil King Terminal He said lightly, Southern Frontier, you're just going to die if you show up. Hide in the Hunting Sky Pavilion, and you might have a chance to live. Black Armor sighed. The Multiverse Divine Runic Department has paid far too much and lost far too much. After my disciple Overlord Heaven perished, I began to wonder whether or not I should take revenge for him, whether or not I should cause the Multiverse Divine Runic Department to fade into obscurity. Afterwards, I discovered that I was wrong. There are still people in my bloodline who are struggling, fighting, and working hard. Then I shouldn't give up. He once hesitated if he should let the Shenwen bloodline disappear from the public eye. There would no longer be a Shenwen bloodline in Xia province. This way, be it him or Yun Chen, they would have a chance to prove their way. No one would care if they were Shenwen. But in the end, he still chose to come out. Revenge, prove. Take revenge on those enemies and prove to those human experts that the Shenwen bloodline in Xia province was so strong that it would shock them and make them regret it. My bloodline is filled with peerless geniuses. Developing Suyu into the Hunting Sky Pavilion was partly to protect Suyu, and partly to find a way to solve the problem of Suyu's transformation into a zombie. Of course, Suyu causing chaos in the Hunting Sky Pavilion was not in his consideration. Nanwu Su Nanxing, Nanwu Jiang didn't lie about one thing. He really came from Southern Yuan. His surname was a joke. He really came from Southern Yuan. Southern Yuan's Nanwu Jiang was born in Southern Yuan. No one remembered that such a big shot came from Southern Yuan. This was because he had been dead for hundreds of years. The two invincible bodies of 3 lifetimes smiled and said slowly, Nanwu Jiang, since you are here, don't leave. You don't want to implicate others, right? Do you want to leave together, or do we force you to leave? Nanwu Jiang smiled. No need to trouble the two of you. Let's go together. With that said, the river of time and space opened, and the 3 disappeared at the same time. No, the 3 soon appeared again. However, this time, they seemed to have entered another time, another space, and the 3 instantly fought. In the outside world, everyone could see them, but they couldn't feel any fluctuations from their fight. They were no longer in this space-time. This was the way these top powerhouses fought. They opened up another space-time to fight. It was shocking. The 3 powerhouses instantly fought in that strange void, and they couldn't see each other clearly. Down below, Suyu's heart was in his throat. 2 invincible bodies, of course, they were not 3 bodies in one. But even so, Xianxia was not really invincible. Could he deal with them? At this time of the war, the situation of the human clan was much easier. In total, there were 17 quasi-invincible realm experts. The primitive sect master killed 3, Niu Baidao killed 1, and Nanwu Jiang killed 1. At this moment, there were 12 quasi-invincible realm experts left. Although there were more, there were a lot more quasi-invincible realm experts on the human clan's side. Xiahou Yi, the primitive sect master, and Niu Baidao were all quasi-invincible realm experts. Lu Wenyan also temporarily broke out the strength beyond the 9th realm of the Sun and Moon realm with the help of the 5th generation Shenwen. Zhu Tiandao had been fighting with a quasi-invincible realm expert, but he was a little miserable. In total, there were 5 quasi-invincible realm experts. But they were all fighting with fewer people. Zhu Tiandao, in particular, was the most miserable. He was beaten all over, and Qin Hao was even worse. He was almost blown up. They used all their trump cards, however, the traitor of the invincible realm still didn't show up. At this moment, Suyu didn't care about the fear of those around him. He was thinking, is Wan Tiancheng still not going to make a move? Is he still waiting? But the appearance of Lu Wenyan and the others didn't make that person show up. Would he really show up? This traitor was too patient. No, it was because the current situation was not good enough. At this moment, Suyu vaguely figured it out. He kind of understood, why didn't that person show up? Because, the battlefield of the heavens hadn't started to prove the way. Without the way, once the human clan gave up those people to prove the way and the invincible realm experts chose to come back, it would be troublesome. And at this moment, someone confirmed his thoughts. Someone said faintly, stupid. The 3rd mansion chief appeared too soon. Yunchen, you guy, can't wait. Someone came. A teenager, no, soon became a girl, and soon became an old man. He took a step and changed his face constantly. With some helplessness and regret, he sighed and said, really stupid. How can you not want people to die? The Shenwen faction is too sentimental. Xiaojia can still hold on and a few can die. Wait a little longer. When the battlefield of the heavens starts to prove the way, that guy will show up. In the end, even his underwear is revealed. The person who came was a little regretful. Really too stupid, then he smiled like a flower and said, what a pity, what a pity. I thought that after killing that traitor this time, the human clan would stand up and realize my wish to create peace in the heavens and realms. What a pity. Lan Tian. In the void, the quasi-invincible realm expert of the demon clan shouted, Lan Tian, are you going to betray the demon clan? Lan Tian said faintly, how is it betrayal? I'm a human clan, always have been. I said, whether I cooperate with the demon clan or with anyone, I do it for the rise of the human clan. I said it from the beginning. Isn't that right, my followers? Yes. The next moment, in the void, countless followers appeared, some fanatical, some crazy. The rise of the human clan, the peace of all realms, only our saint sect. The saint sect lives forever. A group of fanatical followers, a group of crazy followers of the original demon clan. No, they called themselves the saint sect, but they never said they were followers of the original demon clan. Outsiders called them saints. Saint Lan Tian, this was Lan Tian's self-promotion. He was a saint who could solve the problems of the people. Lan Tian's figure kept changing. He chuckled and said, "Saints, go and kill. Peace also requires killing. Go and kill these invading enemies. We will build our holy land. Where the saint sect is, it will be the holy land. Kill, kill, kill." A group of crazy followers killed in all directions. There were Soar, Ling Yun, Shanhai, and even some suns and moons. Of course, most of them were Qianjun and Wanshi. Yes, Lan Tian even brought these followers. These people were not afraid of death or pain. Like moths darting into the fire, they killed in all directions. Lan Tian didn't care about these, as if nothing mattered. He walked toward the void, toward the quasi-invincible realm experts who were besieged by Steward Hu and the others. He said with a smile, "Steward Hu, General Zhao, you two are too weak. Why don't you join our saint sect and work hard for the peace of the saint sect?" Steward Hu and General Zhao were panting, but their eyes were very serious. Lan Tian, this lunatic, he was a lunatic. Even at this moment, even though he seemed to be dealing with those Wanshi, they still felt that he was a lunatic. Lan Tian, in fact, had been crazy for a long time. As one of the witnesses of Lan Tian's betrayal, they were sure that Lan Tian had actually been crazy back then. This guy actually came. Lan Tian took a step forward, and his aura reached the 9 levels of suns and moons. With a tearing sound, the void was torn, and the river of time appeared. Lan Tian smiled faintly and said, "I lack something, a carrier, to step into the quasi-invincible realm. Fellow practitioner, can you lend me this thing?" He looked at the quasi-invincible realm expert from the dragon tribe. He smiled like a flower and said, "The dragon tribe is lascivious. Why don't I sleep with Dragon King for one night? Please give me a carrier." The quasi-invincible realm expert of the dragon tribe looked terrible, and he clawed out. With a bang, the blue sky was torn apart by the claw. But the expert of the dragon tribe's face changed. Countless blue skies appeared in all directions. There were men and women, old and young. "Lord Dragon King, don't. Evil creature, come here to die. This dragon doesn't have long to live." Dragon tribe, I'm so scared. At this moment, even the sun and moon felt a chill in their hearts. There were countless blue skies and countless people. It was as if every single one of them was a real blue sky. They were chatting, each with a different expression, each with a different personality, and each saying different things. The expert of the dragon tribe also felt a chill in his heart. "You're crazy. Are these your puppets? You killed so many Wan experts." They weren't fake, they were all perfected ones, or rather, they were all killed by Lan Tian. No one knew that Lan Tian had killed so many people and so many experts. Every one of those hundreds of blue skies seemed to be real. Lan Tian. No one knew which one was the real Lan Tian. At this moment, those blue skies with different appearances said in unison, "I'm not a puppet. I'm me, Lan Tian. One is one, and other people's 3 lives is one, that's not one integration. Only one is the real integration, the real peace. I want one to prove the way, and 10,000 bodies is one." As soon as he said that, even the other quasi-invincible realm experts who were fighting elsewhere were shocked. Lunatic, this guy didn't just say it. He really did it. The quasi-invincible realm expert of the immortal tribe shouted, "Be careful, this guy is crazy. Every one of them is him." He cut off his own sea of will and scattered it to these clones. These are all him. They were all blue skies. "You're so naughty. How dare you speak ill of me?" A female blue sky said coquettishly. The next moment, hundreds of blue skies attacked one after another. Boom, the quasi-invincible realm expert of the dragon tribe was directly trapped in the middle. Countless blue skies were attacking him from all directions. "Be careful." The quasi-invincible realm expert of the immortal tribe shouted, cough, cough. Before he finished speaking, one of the primordial sect leader's divine characters exploded. With a thunderous boom, the primordial sect leader coughed out blood continuously. The primordial sect leader coldly spoke, "You are fighting with me and you still dare to meddle in my business?" As he spoke, he couldn't help but look at the blue skies. This lunatic. He had dealt with the blue skies for many years, and he also felt that the blue skies were actually crazy. He just didn't expect this guy to be so abnormal. Hundreds of blue skies used all kinds of means. In these blue skies, there were demons, gods, dragons, and goblins. There was everything. At this moment, everyone was extremely shocked. Was this the way of the blue skies? One as one, this lunatic might have really walked a different way. Bang! Some blue skies exploded, and some blue skies hit the quasi-invincible realm expert of the dragon tribe. Director Hu and General Zhao looked at each other and quickly left. This lunatic was very scary. They were really afraid that this guy would kill them later. And those blue skies, seeing them escape, laughed charmingly and said, "Don't go, you too. Come and play with me." Lunatic. At this moment, even Suyu had to curse in his heart. Lunatic. Not only was he a lunatic, but the subordinates of the blue skies were also lunatics. Thousands of believers were extremely crazy. Like moths flying into the fire, they launched suicide attacks toward the sun and moon. Countless blood filled the air. The killed believers were shouting before they died. Where the holy sect is, there is peace. This kind of fearlessness was even more frightening than that of Long Wuwei and the others. Some of the sun and moon of Wan were a little frightened by the killing. However, the arrival of the blue skies relieved a lot of pressure on the human race. People were constantly dying, and Suyu gradually became a little unscrupulous. At first, when he rescued some people, he still found some reasons. Now, sometimes when he went somewhere, many people would retreat on their own, not daring to fight with him. Julie and the others all stayed away from Suyu. And Suyu said coldly, "What are you looking at? Xianxia's betrayal doesn't mean that I'm a traitor too. If you want to question someone, you should question the head of the Xian department. I don't know Xianxia's identity." At this moment, the elders of the Sky Hunter Pavilion were also a little hesitant. What was this? This time, the Sky Hunter Pavilion was extremely powerful, but the 8th elder was killed, and Xianxia was actually Nan Wujiang. Now they were a little hesitant. And at this moment, the relic was gradually appearing. The appearance of the blue skies greatly reduced the threat of the human race, but the pressure was still great. At this moment, Zhu Tiandao was still fighting with someone. He looked around helplessly. Damn it, so troublesome, that guy was really good at enduring. The battlefield of the heavens had not been launched yet. The king of the Great Qin dynasty meant that at least 3 invincible realm experts would appear. The king of the Great Qin dynasty was stubborn. So what if it was launched now? But now, if an expert appeared and forced the other side to show up a 3rd invincible realm expert, Wan Tianxing, Zhu Tiandao cursed in his heart. You hide deeper than me? I think I'm the last one, you still haven't made a move. Do you think you hide deeper than me? Do you want me to expose myself first, and you come to the last one? Zhu Tiandao was not convinced. I think I'm stronger than you, Wan Tianxing. You still don't show up. Does this mean I'm not as good as you? Nonsense. Zhu Tiandao was very angry. In anger, he saw that the quasi-invincible realm expert was still beating him. He said angrily, "You're still beating me. Do you want to die?" Ha ha ha. The one who was beating Zhu Tiandao was the quasi-invincible realm expert of the Nether clan. At this moment, he laughed. I want to die, Zhu Tiandao. Think about when you will die. Zhu Tiandao gritted his teeth in hatred. He felt that he was tolerant enough, but there was an old turtle who was more tolerant than him. He hadn't shown up yet. Primordial Lord, Blue Sky, Xianxia, Xiaoshaoer. These people had all exposed themselves and showed their strength. Xiaojia's strength was terrifyingly powerful. However, that guy still didn't show up. Well, if you don't come out, then I will. The 3rd invincible realm expert, right? I'll lead you. At this moment, Zhu Tiandao snorted coldly. Suddenly, from the distant Ming mansion, a tall tower broke the void and appeared in front of everyone. The 100 Dao Pavilion. Zhu Tiandao instantly merged into the 100 Dao Pavilion. The next moment, with a tearing sound, a long river appeared. It was as thin as urine. Well, it was considered thick. As soon as the long river appeared, the quasi-invincible realm expert was shocked. Just as he was about to escape, suddenly, his past body was stripped from his body and appeared in Zhu Tiandao's hand. With a creak, it was crushed by Zhu Tiandao. boom, with a loud noise, Zhu Tiandao held the 100 Dao pavilion and smashed it down. The quasi-invincible realm expert from the Nether clan roared and wanted to escape. However, it was too late. With a loud bang, a firework rose, and a broken sun was broken. In the dazzling eyes of everyone, a quasi-invincible realm expert was killed by him on the spot. This was the 6th quasi-invincible realm expert who died today. The surroundings were quiet for a moment. The next moment, those quasi-invincible realm experts were about to go crazy. Damn it, no, Zhu Tiandao, you. At the same time, the quasi-invincible realm expert who was fighting with Qin Hao instantly escaped. At this moment, this quasi-invincible realm expert from the Vitra Lion clan was extremely frightened. 3 second brothers, Xiaoxiao entered the quasi-invincible realm and killed the quasi-invincible realm expert of the Shin clan with 3 lives, but was killed by Niu Baidao. The next moment, Zhu Tiandao, who had been weak, instantly killed a quasi-invincible realm expert of the Nether clan. What about the 3rd second brother, Qin Hao, who was about to be killed, was also stunned. Not hitting me anymore, he looked at Zhu Tiandao, also confused. Then he looked at Xiahou Yi, even more confused. 3 second brothers. I'm really in the 8th layer of the Sun and Moon realm. Originally, Xiahou Yi was in the 8th layer of the Sun and Moon realm, and Zhu Tiandao had just entered the 9th layer of the Sun and Moon realm. But now, Xiahou Yi broke out the strength of the quasi-invincible realm and killed a quasi-invincible realm expert of 3 lives, and Zhu Tiandao was even more fierce, killing a quasi-invincible realm expert in an instant. Of the 17 quasi-invincible realm experts, 6 were killed at once. The rest, at this moment, were all scared. What a joke! They had agreed that they would only join hands when there was no quasi-invincible realm expert in the human clan. But now, Gu Shan and the others of the 5 Elements clan and the Primordial Giant clan were extremely regretful. Damn, Zhu Tiandao, Lan Tian, Primordial Lord, Xiahou Yi, Lu Wenyan, Niu Baidao, were all extremely fierce. Although there were only 6 quasi-invincible realm experts, at this moment, they seemed to be suppressing them. Primordial Lord fought 1 against 3, and Lan Tian suppressed the Dragon clan. If they continued to fight, they would be killed. Xiahou Yi and the others were also extremely fierce. Now, Zhu Tiandao killed a quasi-invincible realm expert, and directly shouted, Primordial Yunchen, hold these 3, I'll kill them. The 3 were shocked. Primordial Lord was strong enough, and Zhu Tiandao seemed to be even stronger. If they really joined hands, the 3 of them might die. At this moment, the quasi-invincible realm expert of the Immortal clan roared, Immortal King, please come. Alas! With a sigh, a sage-like expert appeared, looked at Zhu Tiandao, and said softly, the human clan is indeed unique. Zhu Tiandao, you're really unexpected, are you going to prove the way? At this moment, Zhu Tiandao was extremely powerful. The 100 Dao pavilion bore the first body of 3 lives, and in the long river of time, it seemed that the second one was about to come out. Suyu was stunned. This is Zhu Tiandao, are you kidding me? He easily killed a quasi-invincible realm expert. Are you kidding me? You're so strong, but you were beaten so miserably before? Zhu Tiandao looked at the Immortal King and said lightly, is the Immortal clan also going to join the war? The alliance of human immortals is completely destroyed, right? I only represent myself, the Immortal King said softly. Zhu Tiandao, you hid too deeply, beyond my expectations. On the other side, Niu Baidao laughed and said, hid too deeply? Did I? Why did I see that long ago? Chief, you finally stopped hiding. Don't talk about your big brother in the future. It's not good to praise yourself every day, right? Everyone was stunned. The Immortal King was also slightly stunned. He looked at Zhu Tiandao, his eyes flashing, and murmured, what a good bright king. You. He only has you as his only son, right? Zhu Tiandao said with a smile, how could that be? I have a big brother who is more powerful than me. My big brother has already proved the way and become invincible. Old man, we were going to hunt down the traitors of the human clan, but you have to join in, to play with us? Gladly. The Immortal King also laughed. The 2 instantly disappeared, like Xianxia and the others, as if they had entered another space. The 2 instantly fought in the void. Zhu Tiandao's combat power was unparalleled, and the 100 Paths pavilion turned into a weapon. intending to forcibly suppress the invincible immortal king, horrifying, at this moment. The experts of Wan were incomparably horrified. Damn, are these humans all crazy? Why were all of them hiding without rhyme or reason? At this point, they were actually all hiding. If it wasn't for this day, these people would still be hiding. Zhu Tiandao could actually fight the invincible, even if it was only the invincible 3 lives body, it was still an incredible achievement. Of course, it was not necessarily that Xianxia was stronger. After all, it seemed that Xianxia was being suppressed, while Zhu Tiandao seemed to be suppressing the immortal king. At this moment, as Lan Tian, Zhu Tiandao, Xianxia, and the others made their moves, the terrifying strength of the human clan had already shocked everyone. And in the Great Hall, the figure was also extremely surprised. Zhu Tiandao, that was close. Fortunately, this time, many experts of Wan had come, and even the immortal king of the celestial clan had made a move. Just as he was rejoicing, he frowned slightly. Is it going to start? At the same time, on the battlefield of heavens, the great Qin king soon received the news. He was a little speechless. He looked at the crowd and sighed. The Ming mansion. The Ming lord. This guy, Zhu Tiandao, was about to prove his Dao. Spread out and get ready to prove your Dao. Everyone. There are already 3 eternal realm experts in the human realm. Prove your Dao quickly. Yes, sir. The group of people quickly spread out and flew in all directions. At the same time, in the distance, auras rose one after another. An expert said coldly, "It's not that easy to prove your Dao in the human clan." The great Qin king snorted coldly and looked at Xiao Longwu behind him. "Where are you going to prove your Dao?" Xiao Longwu said calmly, "Go far away, lest you affect others. Go to the Star Sea." The great Qin king nodded slightly and tore the void apart. The group of people quickly rushed toward the Star Sea. Behind them, from all directions, one invincible realm experts gathered and stared at them. Xiao Longwu was going to prove his Dao, and no one would give him this chance. However, this time, there were indeed fewer invincible realm experts than expected. In fact, the main reason was not Xiaojia this time. The key was Suyu's side. In the previous 2 times of chaos, more than a dozen invincible realm experts were defeated. But it didn't matter. There were many invincible realm experts in Wan. Originally, he was going to snipe some experts from small clans to prove his Dao. Now, Wan gave up. It was okay even if there were a few invincible realm experts in small clans. The human clan was the key. This time, the human clan also gave everything they had. A group of quasi-invincible realm experts came to prove their Dao. Hundreds of years of accumulation were all on this day. After killing these people and those in Dixia province, the human clan would not be able to raise their heads for hundreds of years. The human clan was ready to prove their Dao. In southern Yuan, Dixia province, 3 invincible realm experts appeared. The remaining 11 quasi-invincible realm experts all breathed a sigh of relief, but they were also extremely scared. What a crazy clan. This clan was too terrifying. They were not only strong, but also insidious. It was fine if one was hiding, but 2, 3, 4, almost everyone was trying to hide something. How insidious they were to hide so many people. At this moment, accompanied by a charming laugh, the quasi-invincible realm expert of the Dragon Clan was extremely frightened and roared, "Dragon King, please come." The void was torn, and a giant white dragon appeared. The Dragon King did not say much. He whipped the blue sky with his tail. Boom! Countless blue skies exploded one after another. This time, no one was too surprised. They knew that several powerful clans had sent invincible realm experts. The gods, demons, and immortals had all come out. Obviously, the Dragon Clan had also come. However, they did not expect that the quasi-invincible realm expert of the Dragon Clan was completely suppressed by blue sky and almost killed. Otherwise, this person might have wanted to wait until the relic completely appeared, then take it and leave. The Dragon King appeared and instantly suppressed blue sky. He looked around and said coldly, "Does the human clan still have a backup plan? This is beyond our expectations. However, this is the end. Since you all have appeared, don't think about living. This time, it was fortunate that so many invincible bodies of 3 lifetimes had come. The Dragon King was glad. As soon as the Dragon King finished speaking, the void trembled, and a golden-masked expert appeared. He looked around and said blandly, "Gather at the Skyhunter Pavilion." On the other side, the third elder was overjoyed. Minister Huang finally came. He hurriedly complained, "Your Excellency, Old 8 was killed, and Xianxia was actually Nan Wujiang. Minister Xian may have a problem, Your Excellency." The members of the Skyhunter Pavilion quickly gathered toward the minister, and they were all very happy. "We finally have a backer. Before, we thought that with the quasi-invincible realm experts, we were the strongest. But now, everyone was afraid." The human clan experts emerged one after another, which frightened them, even those in the late stage of the Sun and Moon realm, including the third elder, were afraid that the human clan would have another invincible expert. On the side of the Skyhunter Pavilion, dozens of Sun and Moon realm experts quickly left the battlefield. Minister Huang said blandly, "The Skyhunter Pavilion remains neutral. We are only here for the Wen tombstone. The human clan does not need to be hostile to us. We will retreat from the battlefield." The third elder and the others did not care anymore. Retreat? If they did not retreat, they were worried that they would all die. It was too scary, so you also hesitated and headed over there. At this moment, Minister Huang suddenly looked at Suyu and said coldly, "Xianjiao, you don't have to come." "Are you, really Xianjiao?" As soon as he said that, the third elder arrived and said hurriedly, "Minister, he might not be Xianjiao. He might be a human clan expert." He did not say that he was Suyu, but Xianjiao might also be a human clan expert. Even if he had seen Xianjiao's true appearance, he was not sure now. There might be a problem with the Xian department. Minister Huang nodded slightly. Wearing a mask and killing people in the pavilion, the Minister of Xian should already know about this. "We have not received any reply yet. The pavilion might be investigating his identity. Something is going to happen in the pavilion, and we cannot waste any more strength." "Your Excellency is right." These people put down their opponents and flew towards Minister Huang. Having a backer gave them some confidence. Julie and the others were all frightened by this scene. How scary! Dozens of Sun-Moon experts retreated from the battle, reducing the pressure on the human clan. The Dragon King frowned slightly and looked at Minister Huang. "You are retreating?" Minister Huang said lightly, "If we don't retreat, will you give me the inscribed tombstone?" "I won't." The Dragon King laughed. "Of course not." That was good. With the Hunting Sky Pavilion retreating, he would have one less opponent. This Minister Huang was not weak at all. Soon, the dozens of Sun-Moon experts behind Minister Huang returned. They were all scared and relieved. This time, it was more dangerous than they had imagined. How scary! The third elder approached Minister Huang and said fearfully, "Minister, we have suffered heavy losses. Now, should we return?" "What carrier?" "I don't want it anymore." This godforsaken place was getting more and more mysterious. Minister Huang nodded slightly. "Retreat. Enter my flying sky pavilion and leave through the tunnel later. Be careful." As soon as he finished speaking, a huge pavilion appeared. Minister Huang was going to retreat with them. The third elder and the others flew towards the pavilion. They did not know where the tunnel was or how to get out. Going through the All-Heaven Residence's tunnel was obviously out of the question. They could only rely on Minister Huang to bring them out. This pavilion was also a heaven-grade weapon. Minister Huang and the others entered and looked around. He said indifferently, "The Hunting Sky Pavilion has no intention of interfering in the human realm's affairs. Today, we will leave the human realm. Xianjiao, wait for the investigation. Someone will come to pick you up afterward." "So you could not wait to go with him?" This Minister Huang was too mysterious. As he was thinking, Minister Huang shrunk the pavilion, grabbed it in his hand, and turned to fly away. The next moment, he suddenly threw the pavilion at the Dragon King. At this moment, the dozens of Sun-Moon experts in the pavilion were shocked. They felt a surge of heaven and earth power ignite all their yuan qi. The third elder was terrified. "Minister, what happened?" Boom, the explosion was too loud. It resounded through the human realm and the heavens. Like a meteor shower, countless Sun-Moon experts were destroyed. A powerful force swept across the area. The Dragon King's 3 incarnations were blown into pieces in an instant. Even the Dragon Clan's quasi-invincible realm expert behind him was killed instantly, a quasi-invincible realm expert, 10 elders, 2 seventh-fold Wanzhou who had surrendered to them, and dozens of Sun-Moon experts exploded at the same time. One could imagine how powerful it was. Minister Huang restrained himself and only exploded in one area. Otherwise, the entire southern Yuan would have been destroyed, and even Dixia province would have been affected. Boom, boom, loud explosions rang out continuously. The Dragon King that was blasted into pieces let out a furious roar. In an instant, another Dragon King appeared and said in a shrill voice, You killed my past body. Bastard, who are you? Before he finished his words, he had been pulled into another void by Minister Huang. Then, he was quiet and disappeared. All the people around were bitterly disappointed. One was bitterly disappointed. Should he escape? Among the hundreds of Sun-Moon experts, the Skyhunter Pavilion was the most powerful. But at this moment, the Skyhunter Pavilion was gone, a quasi-invincible realm expert, more than a dozen in the 7th realm of the Sun and Moon realm, and dozens in the middle and low levels of the Sun and Moon realm were all dead. Minister Huang directly caught them like turtles in a jar and stuffed them into a heavenly weapon. At this moment, in the endless void, the main hall of the headquarters of the Skyhunter Pavilion shook. Someone said in a half-crying voice, The 4th Department is destroyed. More than half of the elites of the 4th Department were killed or injured. Minister Huang. Mystery Department, don't you want to give us an explanation? Someone sighed and said, What explanation? I know nothing about Xianxia, and the Yellow Department has nothing to do with me. Why should I explain? The Minister of Mystery Department sighed. The entire Skyhunter Pavilion fell into silence instantly. It was extremely quiet, destroyed. At least the 4th Department was destroyed this time. The Minister of Yellow Department rebelled directly. The Minister of Mystery Department had a problem, but it was not certain. The Minister of Heaven Department was in a deep sleep. Only the Earth Department had no problem. But, how many people in the Skyhunter Pavilion had problems? The Minister of Yellow Department was too cruel, so cruel that it made people's hearts palpitate. He stuffed dozens of Sun-Moon experts into the heavenly weapon and directly blew up the heavenly weapon, killing a quasi-invincible realm expert and 3 incarnations of an invincible Dragon King. He was too cruel. Dozens of Sun and Moon State warriors died in an instant. At this moment, Wan's heart palpitated, and so did everyone else. Was there anyone else? Gods, demons, immortals, dragons, the invincible beings of the 4 clans appeared, but they were all stopped by the humans. It was terrifying. 8 of the 17 quasi-invincible beings died. Everyone was dumbfounded. The Dragon Clan died, the Divine Clan died, and the Nether Clan died. 2 from the Skyhunter Pavilion died. The remaining 9 quasi-invincible beings were all terrified. The demon quasi-invincible being shouted, We can't split up. Join hands. If they split up again, they would all die. At this time, they had no advantage at all. Lan Tian, Yuan Tian, Xiao Shao'er, Lu Wenyan, and Niu Baidao were just the 5 of them. They didn't need more people. 5 against 9, they might not lose. Yuan Tian was too strong, and so was Lan Tian. In terms of strength, Yuan Tian was first. Lan Tian was slightly stronger than Xiao Shao'er, Xia Houyi, and Niu Baidao were equal, and Lu Wenyan's explosive power made the 5th generation Shenwen slightly weaker. The 5 of them suddenly equaled the strength of the 9 quasi-invincible beings. As for the others, at this moment, more than 30 Sun and Moon moons from the Skyhunter Pavilion died. Since the outbreak of the war, more than 20 Sun and Moon moons from Wan died, and nearly 60 Sun and Moon moons died. The Xia, Qin, and Zhu families had more than 40 Sun and Moon moons. After that, nearly 20 Sun and Moon moons from various mansions of the human realm came to help. More than 60 Sun and Moon moons from the human clan participated in the war, and more than a dozen Sun and Moon realm experts died. Altogether, 70 to 80 Sun and Moon moons died. This was probably the day in which the number of suns and moons died the most in the past few hundred years. At this moment, there were more than 90 Sun and Moon moons in Wan, and more than 40 from the human clan. However, there were nearly 20 Sun and Moon realm experts who hadn't participated in the war. There were more than 150 Sun and Moon moons at the scene. In total, the number of suns and moons that had fallen in the past few days including those that had been killed by Suyu, exceeded 100. The result of the battle of nearly 300 sun and moons was that more than 20 people from various mansions died, and more than 80 from Wan were killed. Suyu and Minister Huang were the most ruthless and evil in their attacks. In fact, the difference between the two sides' losses was not that great. But Suyu and Minister Huang had killed close to 60 sun and moon immortals. Both of them were more black-hearted than the other. If it weren't for the two of them, there would still be a huge gap between their combat strength. At this point, Wan's heart grew cold. He didn't want to fight anymore. Even though the relic had completely appeared and they could see the relic, many people were still bitterly disappointed. At this moment, someone looked around and sighed, "The human race is indeed terrifying." It's not without reason that Wan wants to exterminate the human race. Madonna stepped forward. He had not made a move yet, but at this moment, he respectfully said, "Demon King Raid, please descend and kill the powerful enemy." Stop hiding. The Demon King who had come was not Demon King Rad. Moto knew that Demon King Rad had come. Of course, he only had a future body. If he died again, he would really die. It was only right that Demon King Rad hit it. However, at this point, it was better to make a move. Otherwise, the human race would have a chance to turn the tables. The human race had hidden too deeply. Zhu Tiandao, Xianxia, and Minister Huang were not in everyone's calculations. The primordial sect master, on the other hand, attracted a lot of attention. The invincible of the four races had appeared. If Demon King Raid appeared again, he could finish off the human race as soon as possible. Moto looked at the others. There should still be experts from each race sneaking in. Do we have to wait for the human race to kill them again and again? At this moment, we should kill the human experts with a thunderous momentum. From the perspective of the demon race, he had to consider the demon race. They could not wait for the human race to explode any longer. At this time, those who should have come out had almost all come out. The human race wanted to lure out the traitors, and one actually also wanted to capture all the hidden experts of the human race. At this moment, it was almost time. Even on the Sky Hunter Pavilion side, two extremely well-hidden fellows were dug out. The void trembled, and Demon King Raid appeared. He was a bit weak, but his aura was still extremely powerful, covering the surroundings. He looked around and said calmly, "Does the human race still have eternal combat strength?" The void trembled, and an expert shrouded in death energy said indifferently, "Probably not." It was not death energy, but nether energy. He and Demon King Raid were in the same boat. This was the Nether King of the Netherworld race who had almost been destroyed by the 36 stone statues. Raid still had a future body, but this guy was even worse off, only having a past body left. These two had appeared, both were in the same boat, but their combat strength was still strong. Raid's future body had invincible combat strength, and this Nether King was almost the same. His past body was the moment before becoming invincible, and it was also close to true invincible combat strength. Two experts had appeared at once. The human race wanted to lure out the traitor, but sorry, Wan did not agree. It was in their interests that the human race's traitor, invincible, did not appear. They were protecting that person. Although they might not know him, it did not matter. They had to protect him, let him become a nail in the human race. The existence of a traitor was the biggest nail. Two unrivaled beings risked their lives, truly risking their lives. They only had one life left, however, they also wanted to reforge the past, the future, and the present. They needed a lot of resources, a lot of treasures, carriers, and the sun-moon mystic yellow liquid. Compared to the battlefield of the heavens, where the invincible experts of the human realm roamed freely, Xianxia province was relatively safer. One expert after another was lured out. Were there any more? Their might shook the heavens as they looked in all directions. The other one experts were also trembling in fear. Were there any more? They also wanted to see if the human race still had such powerful existences. Were there no more? Had they all come out? And at this moment, someone stood out, attracting the attention of the two experts in the void. They thought it was a human expert, but it turned out that it was not. It was Dao Qing. Dao Qing bowed, saluted, and said respectfully, "I ask the two invincible experts to kill Xianxia. Xianxia might be Suyu, the culprit behind the disaster of Wan. Whether he is or not, I ask the two of you to kill the wrong person rather than let him go." As soon as he said this, all eyes instantly gathered on Suyu, right, whether he was or not, the Sky Hunter Pavilion was too dangerous. A group of humans had sneaked in, but Xianxia was not dead. Even a fool would know that there was something wrong. This Xianxia should also be a human. If he was not Suyu, he must be another human expert. He should be killed. Daoqing looked at Suyu and said calmly, "It has come to this. Suyu, you'd better take off your mask. Even if you die, you know who will die. Or, are there any other strong cultivators of your human clan hiding in the dark, waiting for us?" Daoqing said indifferently, "The human race is fishing for traitors, but you don't know that one is also waiting for those hidden restless elements of the human race. Do you really think the human race has won? Did the one suffer a loss? Not bad, a lot of prospective invincible experts died, a total of 8. But 2 from the Sky Hunter Pavilion died, and 6 from the other clans died. That seemed to be a lot. However, if the losses were distributed, the powerful clans only sacrificed a few prospective invincible experts to pull out the nails of the human race in the Myriad world. They pulled out a lot of people. As long as they killed all the humans present, it would be a huge profit. They were a group of extremely talented people. If they killed them, it would be worthwhile for one to kill a few invincible experts. Suyu said blandly, "Daoqing, you have a grudge against Suyu, not me. Why are you staring at me?" Daoqing didn't say anything. "Aren't you Suyu? No matter whether you are or not, he had to try and let the 2 invincible experts kill him." Suyu also cursed in his heart and sighed. He knew that no matter whether he was or not, he was going to be out of luck. Even if he used all his strength, he couldn't fight against the 2 invincible experts, even if he was only one of the 3 lives. "Old one, help me." In the void, the 2 invincible experts also hated Suyu to the core. At this moment, they didn't bother to check or identify. No need. Just kill him. Suyu was the culprit who hurt them. Demon King Raid, with a cold face, slapped down. On the other side, Xiaoyi and the others all changed their expressions. Xiaoyi roared and slashed the demon clan to the invincible realm with one slash. He roared, "How dare you!" This time, there were 6 invincible experts in one. Really, Xiaoyi didn't expect it either. Damn Wan Tianxing, bastard Wan Tianxing, nonsense. He knew the importance of the inscribed tombstone, but he still let Suyu stuff it in. "Damn you, Wan Tianxing, you bastard, you're messing around." Suyu's aura instantly became stronger. His young aperture was half opened, and a drop of blood essence of the 6th level of the Sun and Moon realm was instantly swallowed by him. He didn't want to fight, but he had to run. Alas! A sigh resounded between heaven and earth. In the void, the 2 invincible experts were not too surprised. Demon King Raid said coldly, "You finally came out." Alas! The sigh sounded. In the blink of an eye, the void fluctuated, and a person walked out with his hands behind his back. Wan Tianxing sighed softly, "My target is not you. Why did you come?" Wan Tianxing said sadly, "You 2 are only left with the past and the future. Do you have to die here?" He took a step as if he had crossed over from Xianxia. Demon King Raid's expression was solemn. "Wan Tianxing, we knew you were strong, but we didn't expect you to be this strong. You finally came out. Xiaojia's reliance is you, right?" Wan Tianxing chuckled and said, "Raid, you have wisdom. Why did you come to die?" Below, all the clans were stunned. As expected, as expected, this lineage was full of schemers and lunatics. Wan Tianxing was said to be at the peak of the mountain and sea realm. Raid said coldly, "When Yibadian died, his friend lost his future body. Whether it was Primordial Lord or Boundless South, none of them lost their 3 lives. At least, we can see that they didn't recultivate later. If that's the case, there must be someone else. As expected, it's you, Wan Tianxing. Wan Tianxing, you are too monstrous. We can't imagine that it was you back then." Wan Tianxing said sadly, "It's me. Since you know it's me, aren't you too afraid of death?" "Afraid?" Demon King Raid said calmly, "Very afraid, but your 3 lives have fallen. Wan Tianxing, how much of your past glory do you have now? Do you really think that no one came unprepared this time?" "We did." In order to kill you, we prepared a lot. The only thing we didn't expect was that the human race had so many hidden fellows. He smiled and said, Wan Tianxing, do you believe it? This time, the 6 of us Eternal Realm experts have come for you. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. The geniuses were also astonished. What did he mean? Demon King Raid smiled and said, we don't know if it's you, but this time, we came for the one who was by Yubation's side. Now it seems that it really is you. You are the leader this time. You really can endure. At this moment, voices came from the other 3 illusory spaces. Wan Tianxing, it's you. This is beyond our expectations. We thought it was you, but we didn't dare to confirm it. When Primordial Lord was exposed, we also thought it was him, but his 3 lives are still there. Wan Tianxing, you were too careless. You and Blue Sky's plan was too flawed. Wan Tianxing smiled bitterly and said, no, I didn't ask Blue Sky to come blindly. He's a lunatic. He said it was to attract attention, but in fact, he set me up. This idiot always thinks he's right. On the other side, hundreds of Blue Sky beat a quasi-invincible realm expert until he couldn't raise his head. He smiled like a flower and said, you bad guy, how can you say that about me? I did it for your own good, for your safety. Wan Tianxing, you really lied to me. You said that you're the sun and moon. Wan Tianxing smiled and said, I'm the sun and moon. Is that wrong? He smiled and looked at the 2 invincible realm experts. You 2 forced me to come out. Do you expect this incomplete 3 lives to fight me? He smiled and took a step forward. A Shinwen appeared and with a rumble, suppressed the surroundings. Freeze! The huge Shinwen instantly froze the surrounding void. You're right. Eldest senior brother and master. In fact, it's not in my plan. I'm just going to kill that traitor with my own strength. It's a pity that you came to die. Wan Tianxing was extremely powerful. He took a step forward and Shinwen appeared. With a rumble, it suppressed the surroundings. Fight. Kill. Rage. Civilization. Shinwen appeared one after another. Wan Tianxing was only in the 9th level of the Sun and Moon realm, but he was terrifyingly powerful. In the blink of an eye, he was close to the 2 invincible realm experts. The void was torn, and the pressure covered the surroundings. He fought the 2 alone. His movements were too fast for everyone to see, but the 2 invincible realm of 3 lives kept retreating. He was the real number 1, he suppressed the 2 invincible realm experts, but Xianxia was suppressed by the 2 invincible realm experts. His Shinwen was no weaker than Yubation's Shinwen. On the other side, Lu Wenyan was stunned. Is this still Wan Tianxing? How strong is my Shinwen? F*CK. It's so strong, but you're all like turtles, not coming out and watching us suffer. Are you still human? Lu Wenyan couldn't help but shout, Wanfu Prefect, you have hidden too much. Wan Tianxing didn't have time to pay attention to him. Shinwen merged in an instant, and its strength increased by 30%. With a punch, the void cracked. With a wave of his hand, under everyone's shocked gaze, the prefecture city of Xianxia province seemed to appear in front of them. At this moment, Wan Tianxing suddenly reached out to grab Xianxia and pulled out Xianxia. It was not until this moment that everyone was shocked to find that Xianxia was a sword. At this moment, the Great Xia Civilization University seemed to be under their feet. Wan Tianxing was a little dazed. This scene seemed to have seen it before. As for Suyu, he was also a little dazed. I seem to have seen this scene before. He didn't care before because what he saw didn't happen. He saw Hong Tan and the others fighting a bloody battle, and he saw himself slaughtering in all directions. It happened in the Civilization University. However, the Civilization University was no longer worthy of him slaughtering. Until this moment, this illusory yet real Civilization University was under his feet. Suyu was stunned. Wan Tianxing was also slightly dazed. Is the scene I saw about to happen? He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. So that's how it is, I knew the battle was near the Civilization University. So, it's the moment I pull out my sword. Xianxia is a sword. Wan Tianxing pulled out this sword. With a hum, the sword slashed out, on the opposite side, the two invincible realm experts also displayed their respective abilities. Time flowed backward, and two rivers of time appeared, surrounding Wan Tianxing. Wan Tianxing slashed out with his sword, and the river of time trembled. Demon King Raid roared and punched in all directions. Rumble, the void was shattered, and time was shattered. And at this moment, Suyu was slightly dazed, and in the next moment, he smiled. The mask automatically fell off. A familiar face appeared in front of everyone. Suyu laughed and said, "If I say that I saw this scene, would you believe me?" No one said anything. Suyu said with a smile, "Outstanding people really can't be hidden. The experts are all playing, so everyone should also play. How about I play with everyone?" He took a step forward, and with a casual slash, he attacked Dao Qing. Dao Qing sighed. "It's really you, Suyu, you can really hide." In the next moment, Dao Qing's aura was extremely powerful. A phantom covered his whole body, his blood boiled, and his aura changed. At the third level of the Mountain Sea realm, he instantly entered the Sun-Moon realm, and after entering the Sun-Moon realm, his strength continued to increase. Around him, the geniuses all erupted their chi and blood, and several of them had phantoms covering them. Each of their auras was extremely powerful, not weaker than any Sun-Moon realm. As for Suyu, he said with a smile, "That's right, we're all geniuses, how can we not have some trump cards?" As expected, the geniuses of the various races have all been possessed by experts. At this moment, the human geniuses and the geniuses from the minor races were dumbfounded. F***K, is this the real battle of geniuses? Who are they, compared to these geniuses, who were currently surrounded by the aura of the Sun-Moon realm? Even though they were only in the Mountain Sea realm, their auras were terrifying. "This is the Mountain Sea realm's Lingyun? Screw you, this is a group of Sun-Moons, and not just any Sun-Moon realm." Suyu laughed and said, "I've tolerated you guys for a long time. As long as the Wanfu prefect didn't show up, I didn't dare to kill you guys, for fear that you would be too weak for me. That traitor, let's see how strong your grandfather is. Let's see what I, Suyu, have achieved after cultivating for a year." Rumble, young orifices opened, death aura reversed. At this moment, Suyu's young orifices were completely opened. "I'll let you see how strong I really am." On the other side, Wan Tianxing said with a headache, "Stop messing around. Lingyun versus the Mountain Sea realm, is this what he's fighting for? Damn it, I thought I was seeing things, but it's really Lingyun versus the Mountain Sea realm. I'm impressed. Are you guys Lingyun versus the Mountain Sea realm? Don't lure that guy out now. You're giving me a headache." Wan Tianxing laughed bitterly. "Don't you see that my opponents have two invincible experts?" Suyu was stunned. What did he mean? "You can't stop them, soon." Suyu laughed and said, "Chief, if he really comes out, at least his identity will be exposed. Whatever, even if we die in battle, that son of AB*TCH will be exposed this time. If he has the guts, he won't come out." Wan Tianxing couldn't help laughing. He swung his sword in all directions and said softly, "Some people in the Seeking Realm and the Warlord Temple are still not willing to help?" At this moment, there were still more than 20 Sun and Moon Realm experts waiting on the edge. And the other human Sun and Moon Realm experts were almost fighting 1 against 2. Sun and Moon Realm experts kept falling. On the other side, Xianxia said calmly, "Many Shenwen people are hiding too much. You may have a backup plan. At this time, you just have to save yourselves." Wan Tianxing sighed and said, "Do you think there are more?" "I don't know." Xianxia took a step back and said again, "Wanfu prefect, even if we join in, we can't change anything." Wan Tianxing didn't say anything more. Because below, a great battle broke out. Boom, with a hammer strike, Suyu smashed Dao Qing back a few steps, and the death aura was overflowing. Suyu's face was cold, and his young orifices were completely opened. His aura was getting stronger and stronger. He, who had devoured the essence blood of the Sun and Moon's 6th layer, felt that his strength had long surpassed the Sun and Moon's 6th layer. He devoured another drop of blood. His body cracked a little, and blood flowed out. He grunted. This was the essence blood of the Sun and Moon 8th layer. With every move, his aura was extremely strong, and it felt like he was 10 times stronger than before. Kill. Boom, Dao Qing spat out a mouthful of blood after being hit by his hammer. Suyu had completely turned into a dead spirit, mixed with a thick death aura. Daoqing kept fighting back. Soon, Zhang Wushuang, Mingyu, and Xian Wuji joined in, only Moto hadn't joined the battle yet. He looked at Suyu, sighed, and said softly, "You are stronger than I thought." Talent essence blood? Is it talent essence blood? He didn't know, however, at this moment, Suyu really exploded with the combat power and aura of the sun and moon 8th layer. The group of geniuses all had boundless auras. Rumble, as they fought, some battle circles were covered. In the blink of an eye, several sun and moons were destroyed by Suyu, and on the human side, several sun and moons were also torn apart by Zhang Wushuang and the others. Suyu didn't care, and he didn't have time to care. His young aperture was still absorbing the death aura. The strong death aura swept over wave after wave, and the entire battle circle forced the others to retreat. The experts in all directions were dumbfounded. Were these geniuses still human, even if they had the essence blood of experts or other things attached to their bodies? Their combat experience, killing aura, and the endurance of their bodies were all beyond imagination. Suyu roared, and a punch cracked Dao Cheng's body. Behind him, Xian Wuji pressed down with a Shunwen. With a rumble, the Sea of Will in Suyu trembled. The next moment, the small fur ball appeared instantly, swallowed the Shunwen, and returned to the Sea of Will in Suyu. In the Sea of Will, the small fur ball rolled violently. The Shunwen was too strong. Xian Wuji was only at the 8th tier of the mountain sea realm, but his Shunwen was a true sun and moon Shunwen. At this moment, the small fur ball swallowed it, and it was also difficult to bear. As for Suyu, with a backhand punch, he shattered Xian Wuji's body. In the small battle circle, Suyu fought 7 or 8 geniuses alone. Death aura swept in all directions, and some experts who were swept in retreated. In the blink of an eye, they were covered by the death aura, and some experts were almost killed by it. How many people could bear the death aura of an 8th tier sun and moon? Demon arrival. With a low roar, Suyu pretended to swallow a drop of demon blood essence. In an instant, his demon aura surged, and his strength increased by 30%. As soon as the demon arrival arrived, Suyu blasted the void with a punch. With a pft, the first genius on the heaven list was seriously injured. Mingyu of the Nether clan was punched through the flesh, and the death aura spread, overlapping with the Nether aura, causing a violent reaction. At this moment, these geniuses were terrifyingly powerful. With Suyu's young aperture fully opened, he swallowed the blood essence of an 8th tier sun and moon cultivator, and the speed at which he swallowed the death aura was also astonishing. At this moment, on the battlefield of the heavens, Great Star Ancient City, Xingyu's murderous aura boiled, and her heart was raging. Come on, absorb. How much do you want to absorb? If you can absorb until I run out of death aura, I'll consider you powerful. Suyu, this lunatic, what is he doing? How much more does he want to absorb? This absorption speed is comparable to a 9th tier sun and moon cultivator absorbing her death aura with all his might. Damn it, I'm transforming into a genius of Ling Yun, not a 9th tier sun and moon cultivator, tens of thousands of miles away from Xia province. The figure stood up as well. His face was solemn. I really underestimated you guys. With a murmur, the figure sighed. I underestimated them. Terrifying, he was very lucky, really lucky. He had always thought that he had seen through everything, but it turned out that this time, if it weren't for the 6 invincible cultivators, he would have been dead if he had acted rashly. One Tianxing alone might have been enough to fight him to the end. Not to mention, there was still Xianxia and the others. If it weren't for these 6 invincible cultivators, he might have really died. Just as he was thinking about this, the expression in his eyes changed slightly. Southern Yuan. Wan Tianxing laughed in his heart. You really can endure. If you don't show up, then there won't be many chances. At this moment, a total of 24 Shunwen appeared. Each one was terrifyingly powerful. 24 Shunwen instantly merged into one. Everything happened too fast. The long sword formed by Shoshin Gu in his hand instantly became extremely powerful. Ling Yinzhan Shanhai. There was a hand behind his back. This was what he saw. You will still make a move. My lifespan isn't wasted for nothing. You can't wait, can't wait. I am the only one in the world. A soft shout, accompanied by a tremor, resounded in all directions, resounding through heaven and earth. Both Demon King Raid and Nether King's expressions changed. The two tore the river of time, but it wasn't that simple. Suddenly, a long river appeared beside Wan Tianxing. It was even stronger than theirs. The river covered them. Just as the two escaped into the river of time, space-time suddenly shattered. Everything around the three disappeared, leaving only darkness. Slash. Wan Tianxing slashed down with his sword. Demon King Raid's expression changed dramatically. Without a word, he tore apart space-time again and escaped into the void. Nether King also wanted to leave, but he was only in the past. At this moment, he roared, "Please save me, Emperor of the Underworld." The void shook as if a half-emperor was about to walk out of the river of time. However, this was the human realm. Not the battlefield of heavens. "I told you to leave, but you refused," Wan Tianxing said calmly. "Then don't leave." "You forced me," Nether King roared. Suddenly, a somewhat turbid drop of water appeared. It was the water of the Nether River, the essence of the Nether River, the carrier, the source of the Nether River. "Die!" Nether King roared. With a loud rumble, the void exploded, and the entire void turned into nothingness. At this moment, it pierced through the realm wall. It even entered the endless void. In the distance, one could see Great Light Lord and other experts confronting some invincible realm experts. This time, the human realm attracted more than these invincible realm experts. Outside the realm, there were more than 10 invincible realm experts confronting 8 human invincible realm experts. These experts also saw it. They saw the Nether River explode, they saw that unparalleled sword. They saw Wan Tianxing, saw Wan Tianxing's physical body shatter, and saw Wan Tianxing's sword slash down. Boom, a loud noise shook the heavens. In the void, blood-red clouds gathered. In an instant, it covered thousands of miles. The water of the Nether River stopped flowing. In the underworld, a river that had existed since ancient times broke in an instant. Endless Nether River water covered all directions and invaded the underworld. At the peak of the underworld, an ancient expert sighed and reached out to grab the Nether River. "The Nether River King has fallen," he sighed. "I said that this trip is dangerous, don't come out rashly, but you still went and fell in the human realm." This ancient existence opened the river of time and looked at the human realm in the endless distance. After a while, he saw that sword. The sword that killed an invincible realm expert. He saw the long sword shatter, saw the Nether River King fall, cut into pieces by a sword. The underworld was also in turmoil, but on a small scale. However, those who knew that an invincible realm expert had fallen, an invincible realm expert who proved the way in the underworld. Everyone could still feel the death of an invincible realm expert who proved the way in the underworld. An invincible realm expert who proved the way in the underworld had died. The Nether River King, the Nether River had stopped flowing, on the battlefield of the heavens. At this moment, countless cultivators were also shocked. In the void, an incomparably dazzling blood sun fell, crashing into the territory of the human realm, crashing into the human realm. An invincible realm expert had died in the human realm. Not long after, in the sky above the underworld, a shadow dissipated. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, a Nether King had fallen. There was silence everywhere. In just a few months, 2 invincible realm experts had died, the Silk Dragon King and the Nether River King. Their deaths were all related to the human race. Someone in the human realm had killed an invincible realm expert, and it was an invincible realm expert of the Nether race. This race was also an ancient race, but they had been killed. Southern Yuan. Blood-red clouds covered the sky and the earth. Even Suyu couldn't help but tremble at this moment. He punched Daoqing and took a few steps back, looking at the sky. Everyone had a tacit understanding and retreated one after another, inexplicably shocked. This was an invincible realm expert dead. Even if he only had one of his 3 lives, he shouldn't have been killed so easily. Moreover, it was 2 against 1. In the void, Wan Tianxing, who seemed to be infinitely far away from them, coughed, and a drop of blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. He smiled, his body a little broken, and murmured, "I can also kill an invincible realm expert." Although this invincible realm expert was a little weak, he was still an invincible realm expert. He killed the other party. 51 years ago, he didn't have time to kill an invincible realm expert of the Heavenly Abyss race. 51 years later, he killed an invincible realm expert of the Nether race. Of course, he had to thank Suyu for making this invincible realm expert very weak. No, two invincible realm experts, and Rad was also very weak, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to kill the Nether River King so easily. That kid did a good thing. Wan Tianxing. At this moment, several other invincible realm experts also looked over, their eyes full of horror and inexplicability. Wan Tianxing killed an invincible realm expert. He was in the 9th layer of the Sun and Moon realms, not a quasi-invincible realm expert. Wan Tianxing didn't have a 3 lives body. Zhu Tiandao couldn't help but complain. If King knew it. I knew I wasn't good enough for you guys. F*ck. Wan Tianxing, this old guy, could really kill an invincible realm expert. Even if he was just a cripple, he only killed a 3 lives body. Wan Tianxing coughed up blood and smiled. At this moment, Zhu Tiandao's expression suddenly changed. Be careful. At this moment, Wan Tianxing smiled again. He didn't look back, but he knew that a hand had appeared behind him. He had seen this scene before. You still couldn't help it. You saw me kill an invincible realm expert, saw me get seriously injured, and you couldn't help it. In front of him, Demon King Rad appeared, with terror and boundless murderous intent, and punched at Wan Tianxing. You can die now, you've earned by dying with an invincible realm expert, just like Yi Badian back then. The hand behind him, the pressure was much stronger than the Nether River King's. That wasn't the past body, it must be the future body. The traitor of the human race, this time, couldn't hold it in. He had to kill Wan Tianxing. He had to. Wan Tianxing had to die, and today, all the Shenwen lineages here had to die. He was afraid. He thought that Yi Badian was everything, but it turned out that he wasn't. Yi Badian could only represent Yi Badian. He couldn't represent everyone. Nan Wujiang, who battled the invincible, Yun Chen, who battled the quasi-invincible, Lu Wenyan, who battled the quasi-invincible, Su Yu, who battled the geniuses of tens of thousands of races, Su Yu, who commanded the stone sculptures, Su Yu, who was the master of the ancient city, Chen Yong, who entered the Sun and Moon realm in 1 year, Han Tan, who mastered the splitting method, Xianxia, who entered the Sun and Moon realm one after another. These people had to die. This scene was too terrifying. So terrifying that he didn't dare to think about how many invincible realm experts would come out of this lineage in a few years. Even if it was just a physical invincible realm expert, could he bear it? Could his identity really be hidden forever? It didn't matter if the Shenwen lineage didn't have an invincible realm expert. But when someone who could kill an invincible realm expert appeared in his lineage, was an invincible realm expert really more important than the Shenwen lineage? At this moment, he knew that he couldn't. There would no longer be an invincible realm expert of the human race who would defend him. He was invincible, so he couldn't die. No one would say that, because the Shenwen lineage was more worthy of everyone's attention. Too strong, too terrifying, he attacked, tearing apart the void. After Wan Tianxing killed an invincible realm expert, after Wan Tianxing was seriously injured, he attacked, a palm slam towards Wan Tianxing's head, attacking from behind. This was also the scene that Wan Tianxing had seen. He saw a hand. And Suyu and the others also saw a hand. Suyu frowned slightly. He came out, he finally came out, but he didn't see any patterns. Suyu frowned slightly. No patterns, it wasn't what he had guessed. That meant that what he saw in the Tianyi Hierophant's memories might be someone else, and not that traitor of the human race. At the same time he frowned, he was also worried. Wan Tianxing seemed to be injured. At this moment, this person suddenly launched a sneak attack. Could Wan Tianxing block it? A pincer attack, killing an invincible realm expert wasn't that easy. Wan Tianxing's flesh was cracking. Wan Tianxing laughed. Ignoring Demon King Raid, he turned around and punched. Boom. Mountain Subduing Fist. The Mountain Subduing Fist was a secret technique of the Shenwen lineage. Of course, Suyu didn't know it. He was just a dabbler. On the other side, Zhu Tiandao didn't care. He knew this, and many people knew. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given up halfway through the fight with Xianxia. With a loud boom, the void shattered. An incomparably powerful figure appeared, and with a palm, Wan Tianxing flew backward, vomiting blood. Behind, Demon King Raid punched Wan Tianxing, causing a huge hole to appear in Wan Tianxing's chest. The two invincible realm experts converged. Demon King Rad looked at the faceless man with some hesitation. even at this moment, this person was still unwilling to reveal his identity. Demon King Rad coughed. Now that your future body is here, your true body won't be able to hide it for long, the faceless man said faintly, it's just a future body. As long as my future body doesn't die, who knows if I'm 3 bodies in one. He smiled. The next moment, he quickly charged at Wan Tianxing. Wan Tianxing coughed up blood again and again, but his smile was brilliant. No, you will die. You will perish. Everyone will know who betrayed the human race. At this moment, an unbelievably wide river appeared. Raid and the faceless man stopped at the same time, somewhat shaken. I have no future, and I don't cultivate the past. I, Wan Tianxing, am the only one in the myriad worlds. With a roar, his aura skyrocketed. At this moment, Wan Tianxing's aura was so powerful that it was terrifying, his injuries instantly recovered. You are finished. Wan Tianxing looked at them coldly. You are finished. Both Raid and the faceless man were shocked. What kind of monster was this? Soon, someone shouted, he has no future, no past. Kill this body of his, and the myriad worlds will no longer have him. Wan Tianxing only had this body, kill him, boom, a great battle erupted again. This time, it was even more intense. No past, no future, there was only the present Wan Tianxing, the sun and moon 9 realms were truly 9 realms. He wasn't invincible, but he was in a very mysterious state. He didn't have a past or a future, but he was always wandering in the river of time, always at the peak. How strong he was in the past was how strong he was now. How strong he was in the future was how strong he was now. It was an extremely special state. This was his own path, one that no one could understand or understand. A traitor had appeared, although it was only a future clone, it was more than enough. After all, killing this future clone would reveal the true self of this person. The invincible ones were all on the heavenly battlefield. At this moment, they were all in groups of 3 to 5, protecting one person. If something happened to anyone, the people around them would be able to see, unless they were all traitors. Below, Suyu was overjoyed, F*ck, the bastard had finally come out. Everyone's efforts weren't in vain. This time, no matter what, they had to kill this guy's future body. As long as they killed it, he wouldn't be able to hide anymore. As for Suyu, he also roared, his blood boiling, death energy covered the surroundings. Come, Grandpa will kill you all. Suyu roared. At this moment, he was full of passion. I'll kill you all. Even if I can't kill all of you, I'll kill 3 or 5 on the celestial roll. The death energy was endless, he was like a perpetual motion machine that would never tire. His death energy would never diminish. Of course, the prerequisite was that the invincible dead spirit could withstand it. If Suyu thought it would be no problem, how could he? I have a sore body, the Star Moon Sovereign will be no problem, I believe in this powerful king of the dead. Kill. At this moment, Suyu didn't hide anything. Strength Shenwen, Shen Shenwen, Strength Shenwen, Strength Shenwen, Shen Shenwen, Shen Shenwen, breathing technique, every move, every punch, every palm, were all extreme, rumble, 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, boom, Daoqing, who had been strengthened by the immortal king, was blasted apart by 3 punches. The Sea of Wolf fled and instantly recovered his physical body. Daoqing's expression was ugly. That was the immortal race's flesh rebirth. This Suyu also knew how to do it, of course, every rebirth would consume a great deal of energy. Zhan Wushuang thrust his spear towards Suyu, but Suyu allowed the spear to pierce his body. The 5 elemental flames rose, and with a buzzing sound, the void was burned. In an instant, it turned into a gentle breeze, and as the wind blew, Suyu disappeared. He punched out and suddenly reappeared, beating Zhan Wushuang until his flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Suyu fought against more than 10 geniuses by himself. Almost all of the Heaven List geniuses were supported by others. These people might be immortal kings, demon kings, or half-emperors. However, these people did not come personally. Perhaps they were afraid of death, perhaps they were afraid, or perhaps they could not come. Suyu didn't care about that, he only knew one thing, and that was that no power could be created out of thin air. Since these people had been blessed by someone and were separated by the void, it meant that those people had paid an even greater price and used even more power. In this case, it seemed that he was fighting a sun and a moon. Maybe the other side was supporting him with all his strength, supporting him from a distance. This was equivalent to holding back more than a dozen invincible realm experts. He had experience, for example, although Suyu didn't care, he knew one thing. Now, Lord Star Moon was probably in a miserable state and might not be able to fight anymore. He hoped that Lord Star Moon would be fine. He hoped that there would be no war in the world of deadly souls and that no one would come to kill Star Moon. Of course, even if Star Moon was killed, Suyu still had a lot of dead energy, because he was the governor. He didn't lack dead energy, the dead energy kept coming out of the channel of the dead souls, but it was transferred to the stone statues by a special formation, and the stone statues were all transferred to Suyu through the token of the governor. In this case, even if Star Moon was killed, it was not a big deal. It was just that the dead energy would not be as much as it was now. As Suyu continued to attack, the dead energy continued to cover the surroundings. The whole battle circle turned into a dead energy field. The other geniuses, including Sun Moon of the human clan and Wan Sun Moon, all retreated. At this moment, they didn't dare to rashly come over to join the battle. And these geniuses cooperated very well. Every time Suyu wanted to kill one of them, he was stopped by another genius. Suyu thought for a moment, then gritted his teeth. I won't kill you. If I kill you, the invincible realm experts and half-emperors behind you won't continue to input power. I won't kill you, but I'll drag you down and force the experts behind you to continue to input power to support you. Moreover, these geniuses' target was the relic, the inscribed tombstone. Suyu was also very evil. He deliberately went to the relic with them to fight. Let's kill together, let's fight together, the inscribed tombstone is nearby. Those half-emperors and invincible realm experts probably don't want to give it up. If they don't want to give it up, they won't stop transmitting power. I alone can hold up more than 10 invincible realm experts. Are you afraid? Those who proved their Tao on the battlefield of heavens should thank me the most, not others. Because of me, the stone statue destroyed more than 10 bodies of 3 invincible realm experts. Because of me, 6 invincible realm experts came here today. No, including the traitor, there are 7 invincible realm experts. Because of me, there are more than 10 geniuses who came to fight for the inscribed tombstone. With the support of the invincible realm experts and half-emperors, those people keep injecting power. Using the power of the sun and moon here, it might be the full power of the invincible realm experts. If he didn't kill them, the invincible realm experts behind them wouldn't see any hope and would withdraw their power transmission. Suyu's mind spun quickly. Then I'll drag until the end. He went there to fight. The others thought he wanted to fight for the inscribed tombstone. After all, it was said to be closely related to the Shunwen faction. Hong Tan and the others all increased their strength because of it. The others quickly stopped him. Zhang Wushuang even yelled angrily, Moto, what are you doing? Moto didn't attack, bastard. Does he really think he's #1 in the world and no one can defeat him? Or does he think it's despicable to gang up on Suyu? Is he an idiot? This wasn't a personal battle. Now, the inscribed tombstone even involved the emperors and races. Most of the geniuses on the heaven list joined the battle, but Moto was just watching. What is this idiot thinking? On the other side, Moto didn't reply. Suyu was surprised too. What was Moto doing? This guy might be possessed by a demi-emperor. If he really attacked, the #1 genius on the heaven list, who had a strong body and could kill sun and moon, might not be weaker than him. But this guy didn't attack. To be honest, Suyu found it strange too. What is he thinking? As for ganging up on me, it's normal. If I were him, I'd gang up on others too. I also like to bully others with numbers. The key is that I don't have many people to begin with. I can't help it. Is Moto that childish? Suyu thought. But Moto didn't speak. He didn't attack. He just watched, silently. Attack, being possessed by an invincible realm expert or a demi-emperor, constantly changing his structure and adapting to them. Madonna believed that some people were clear and knew what it meant. He didn't want to. I'm me. I'm not the next demi-emperor, and I don't want to be. He wouldn't attack until the end. If he really had to attack, he wanted to wait and see. Just when they were fighting crazily, With an explosion that shook the human realm, there was a loud boom, the air cracked, and a powerful force swept in all directions. Boom, many overlords who got close were either killed or heavily injured, regardless of race. With a bang, the air cracked. Half of the golden mask shattered, revealing half of a handsome face. Cough, cough, blood flowed down the corner of his mouth. Minister Huang coughed and picked up a small stone. He looked at the illusionary Dragon King and the River of Time. He chuckled. The past and the future are all dead. Baihui Dragon King, if you have the guts, come here now. I'll send you on your way. That Dragon King's body was illusionary. A shadow floated above the River of Time. 3 bodies died, they were all battles between 3 incarnations. Minister Huang, who had come, was actually just one of his 3 incarnations. But now, in the battle, his 2 bodies of 3 lives had been destroyed, and only his current body was left in the Dragon Realm. Come again? Come again, my ass. This Dragon King was very strong, but 2 of his 3 bodies had been destroyed. Coming again would only be courting death. He could not accept this. The shadow floated above the River of Time and gradually dissipated, but he was still unwilling to give up. Who are you? Are you Xiachen or someone else? Until now, he still didn't know who he was fighting with. As for cultivation techniques and methods, the Xinwen faction's methods were more or less the same. Moreover, so many years had passed, and it was difficult to determine who the other party was. There's one more Eternals in the human race. Everyone knows who you are. Fallen Eternals can't be resurrected, and Eternals that haven't died can't have you. Just who are you? He was not one of those who had died. None of those who were still alive knew of his existence. Could it be that he had proven his Tao in a relic, or could it be that this fellow was simply someone's 3rd reincarnation, whose 3 lives body could be so strong, he was about to dissipate? Now that his body couldn't come back, he could only give up everything and ignore everything here. Although he really wanted to come back with his body, a Netherworld King had died today. He didn't want to become the next Dragon King to die. Minister Huang ignored him, and the golden mask quickly recovered. Who am I? I won't tell you. I'll make you never know for the rest of your life. Maybe it would be better if you died of anger. His body was hiding in the Dragon Realm now. Crossing the River of Time to kill him was obviously a suicide mission. Minister Huang was not interested in doing this. It was not that he could not kill him. Now, he crossed the River of Time and killed his way to the Dragon Realm through the 3 lives body. He was a human and would not be suppressed. There was still hope to kill him. But if he killed him, he would not come back. Besides, killing this Dragon King could not change anything at this moment. Killing a Dragon King was meaningless. The shadow of the Dragon King completely dissipated. When it dissipated, it still carried a strong sense of unwillingness. Someone cursed, he did not kill his current body. He was lucky to survive, but he was still nagging. He should have killed him directly. It was none other than Xiaoyi who was cursing. Xiaoyi sent the quasi-invincible realm flying with his saber. He panted and said, "Stop fighting. We can fight later. Minister Huang. Do me a favor. Help me kill him first." Minister Huang ignored him. In an instant, he entered another void. Over there, Xianxia could not hold on any longer. Xianxia was fighting against 2 invincible realm 3 lives bodies, a god and a demon, the divine king Tiandang and the demonic king Terminal He. After all, Xianxia was not invincible. Even though his combat power was extremely strong, at this moment, he was separated by the 2 of them. However, as Minister Huang joined the battle, the 2 of them worked together and sealed the world in Xinwen. Now, it was the 2 invincible realm 3 lives bodies turned serious. On the other side, Zhu Tiandao was completely suppressing the Celestial King. This guy was very strong. Not only was he strong, but he also had many tricks up his sleeves. Invincible divine talismans. He had released dozens of them. Every time he exploded, it caused the Celestial King to curse. Was the Great Light Lord a madman? Did he have nothing to do all these years but to draw divine talismans for his son? The most crucial point was still on Wan Tianqing's side. However, the demonic king Raid was a little afraid. He only had his future body and did not dare to go all out. This also caused the faceless man to be constantly blown away under Wan Tianqing's powerful suppression. Wan Tianqing wandered in the void and said indifferently, "You're dead." "I said it. Why don't you combine your 3 bodies and fight me personally? This future body of yours is far from being my match. I'll give you a chance because I want to kill you personally." 3 bodies combined, crossing the river of time, pulling the past to the present. The faceless man did not say a word. He did not expect Wan Tianqing to be so ridiculously strong. Even if he and Raid worked together, they could not defeat Wan Tianqing at all. He was somewhat angry, somewhat unwilling, and said coldly, "Wan Tianqing, must you force me to betray the human race? I have no intention of betraying him. I said it was a personal grudge between me and Yubadian, nothing more. Have you never killed a human in your life? Why must you force me? Personal grudge?" Wan Tianqing said coldly, "Then tell me, what kind of personal grudge is it that you still can't stop after killing him? All these years, you have people assassinating so many geniuses of the Shinwen faction. Personal grudge, not only did you kill him, you also want to continue to exterminate the Shinwen faction?" He was boundlessly powerful. Sword after sword, he slashed until the faceless man constantly stepped through the void. The river of time flowed, and only then did the sword wounds heal. The faceless man said angrily, "You forced me. You forced me again and again, forced me to appear. If Lu Wenyan did not inherit Yubaishan's Shinwen faction back then, this would not have happened. If his Shinwen faction survives, how can I know if he can be resurrected? Only by completely severing everything about him can he be destroyed." Wan Tianqing said coldly, "Is that so? You speak so righteously, but at the end of the day, you still covet his Shinwen faction, covet his cultivation method, covet everything about him. Otherwise, you would not have stolen his information." As soon as these words came out, the faceless man was furious and shouted coldly, "Nonsense, Yi Badian did not leave any information at all. Even if he did, I did not take it. After I killed him, the human realm did not dare to return, how could I steal any information?" Wan Tianqing frowned slightly and did not say anything more. The sword energy continued to burst out, and the void was cut into pieces. Demon King Raid seemed to be fishing in troubled waters. He did not make much effort, but it also made the faceless man feel more pressure. 6, no, 7 invincible bodies of 3 lives were not enough. Today's human realm was beyond everyone's imagination. Just as they were fighting endlessly, a waning sun crashed down with a rumble. "He, dead, dead. Where the holy sect is, it is the holy land." As soon as they heard this voice, everyone's scalp went numb. In the void, countless blue skies were laughing and laughing. After fighting, blue skies finally killed a quasi-invincible expert. So far, 9 of the 17 quasi-invincible experts were killed, more than half of them were dead or injured. The remaining 8 quasi-invincible experts came from the Devil Clan, the 5 Elements Clan, the Primordial Giant Clan, the Immortal Clan, the Vajra Lion Clan, the Heavenly Spirit Monkey Clan, the Golden Winged Giant Eagle Clan, and the 9-Headed Bird Clan. At this moment, the 8 experts quickly gathered together. The pressure was great. Around them, the Primordial Sect Master, Lu Wenyan, Xiahou Yi, and Niu Baidao were also injured. The others had gone to other places to support. As for Blue Sky, he killed a quasi-invincible expert. At this time, he picked up a carrier and said with a laugh, "I want to merge with the Dao. Do you want to see it? It's very interesting to merge with the Dao. The past and the future are boring. How about I merge with the Wan Dao for you to see?" "Lunatic." Xiahou Yi scolded angrily, "Be normal, can't you merge with the Dao normally? You'll get yourself killed." Although this lunatic was crazy, this time, at least he came back to rescue, and he killed a quasi-invincible expert. Seeing that he was crazy and wanted to merge with the Wan Dao, Xiahou Yi scolded him for a while. "Don't make a fuss, you will die. This guy can really torture me to death. Come on, don't merge with the Dao. Isn't it fun to kill these 8 quasi-invincible experts?" He didn't want Blue Sky to merge with the Dao, but the quasi-invincible experts of Wan Dao wanted him to do it. This Blue Sky was crazy. There was definitely something wrong with his Dao, and it was very likely that he couldn't get any past or future. In this case, if he messed around, he would die. Let him die by himself, Blue Sky ignored them and said with a smile, I'm going to merge with the Tao. The first Tao, what Tao should I merge with? The immortal path? The divine path? The devil path? Merging with the Tao. One carrier at a time. I want a carrier, I need 10,000, everyone thought that he was crazy, because he was really crazy. According to him, he needed 10,000 carriers to merge with the Tao. F***ck, were there so many carriers in the universe, even if you killed all the invincible experts and quasi-invincible experts, you probably couldn't get so many. Not every one of them had a carrier. Some would be broken, for example, when Xianxia killed the King of Sticks, there was nothing. The Styx water essence was broken, the war in southern Yuan broke out fiercely. On the battlefield of all heavens. This time, a large number of invincible experts were pinned down. 6 invincible experts of Yuan went to the human realm in person. Many invincible experts were supporting their descendants and fighting with Suyu, trying to seize the tombstone. Previously, some of the invincible experts had been destroyed by the stone sculptures, and this time, they didn't dare to come out. In total, there were less than 30 invincible experts. This was also an extremely terrifying number. At this moment, on the battlefield of all heavens, the rivers of time appeared. It was the experts of the human clan and Yuan who were preparing to prove the Tao. They were opening the rivers of time to fish for the past and the future. On the side of the Star Sea, the King of Great Qin and the others quickly arrived. The King of Great Qin, Xianxia of Goguryeo, Silkworm Destruction King, Heavenly King Jin, and Heavenly Forging King, the 5 invincible experts, personally protected Xiao Longwu. Including Xiao Longwu, the 6 of them had just fallen into the Star Sea, and invincible auras rose from all directions. King of Great Qin, give up. Someone said coldly, whether others succeed or not depends on luck. Xiao Longwu must die. I can let the others go, but Xiao Longwu. Don't even think about it. Once he, the King of Slaughter, proves his Tao, the heavens will be in chaos. King of Great Qin, do you really have to become enemies with Yuan? Xiao Longwu massacred Yuan, his crime is unforgivable. Invincible experts appeared one after another. In the blink of an eye, a total of 15 invincible experts appeared. They were all incomparably powerful, because on this side, there were a few powerful invincible experts. The King of Great Qin and Xianxia of Goguryeo were both very powerful, and they had a lot of people with them. 15 invincible experts, sniping at Xiao Longwu. There were even more invincible experts who said coldly, Heavenly Forging King, come here, your future body is about to explode, your identity has been exposed, come back quickly. Heavenly Forging King was speechless. Lunatic. Looking at the people around him and seeing that they did not care, Heavenly Forging King said helplessly, don't take it seriously, it's not me. Saying that, the 3 Heavenly Forging King appeared and said helplessly, these fellows, they want to slander me. Xianxia of Goguryeo, stop pretending. Actually, it was all your own trap. You purposely said that you were a traitor, but it was all because you were jealous of Yubadian and Xiachen, so you deliberately killed them. Xianxia of Goguryeo couldn't be bothered with him. The Great Qin King said coldly, must you do this? 2 Eternal Realm S have already fallen recently, do you really want to add a few more? Great Qin King, you are very strong, but... Is 3 Eternal Realm S enough to deal with you? If it's not enough, how about 4? Hehe, Heavenly Forging, Heaven Forbidding, and Silkworm Annihilation, 1 for each person is enough. The remaining 12 are prepared for you, the Great Qin King, and Xianxia of Goguryeo. Are you satisfied? Invincible experts surrounded them one after another. You think highly of the Great Qin King, right? 12 invincible experts, come for you and Xianxia of Goguryeo. As for the other 3, they were just ordinary invincible experts. 3 invincible experts were enough. The Great Qin King frowned, it was a little heavy. Under such circumstances, Xiao Longwu had almost no chance of successfully proving his Tao. He and Xianxia of Goguryeo were very strong, but no matter how strong they were, there was still a limit. There was no need for 12. If there were 6, he and Xianxia of Goguryeo would find it difficult to hold on. After all, since they dared to attack them, there were almost no weaklings. They were all experts among the invincible experts, the Great Qin King frowned. In other places, there were already people preparing to prove their Tao. Proving the Tao was not something that could be done in a day. Sometimes, if one was unlucky, it would take a long time. 15 Eternal Realm S. It was more than he had expected. In order to stop Xiao Long Wu, one had also put in a lot of effort. Stopping a human expert from proving his Tao also had the risk of dying. Not everyone was willing to take action. Back then, when Yi Badian proved his Tao, there were less than 40 invincible experts who took action. At that time, the human race could actually still fight. This time, they were scattered in more than 10 places. There were still 15 gathered here. There were invincible experts everywhere. There were at least 3 to 5, and there were more than 10 on the Great Zhou King's side. There were also more than 10 invincible experts on the human realm's endless void. This time, the number of invincible experts on the Wan side was close to 100. The god and demon races had more than 10 invincible experts. Even the celestial race had an invincible expert. The Great Qin King looked at an invincible expert in the crowd and sighed. The celestial race is completely going to break the alliance? The celestial king said calmly, the human race has repeatedly gone against the will of the Wan. It is a consensus to kill many Shinwen people. It is a consensus that Xiao Long Wu cannot prove his Tao. Time and time again, the celestial race has to uphold justice. We cannot sit back and watch as the Wan is in chaos. Ha! Da Xia of Goguryeo laughed coldly, since you're a whore, don't build a chastity. The celestial king did not say much and said calmly, it is impossible for Xiao Long Wu to succeed. Even if we cannot kill him, the emperors of the various races are preparing to descend here at any time. Is the Great Qin King going to bury the human race for him? Once the Great Qin King and Da Xia of Goguryeo and the others died in battle, the human race would fall apart. There would no longer be invincible experts with high prestige who could barely unite the human race. At least now, even if there were traitors in the human race, they could still barely unite. This was because of the Great Qin King and the others. They could still barely unite the scattered hearts of the people. The Great Qin King did not speak. The Celestial King said calmly again, if the Great Qin King retreats, no one will stop Qin Zhen. He can prove his Tao. Not just Qin Zhen, but Qin Hao too. In the future, if he proves his Tao, the Wan will allow it. The Qin family can prove their Tao at will. Great Qin King, after a few generations, the human emperor will be you. The Great Qin King looked at him coldly and said, human emperor? Do you think that I only care about the position of human emperor? The Celestial King said indifferently, Great Qin King, even if you don't care, there will always be people who do. Even if you don't want to be the human emperor, there will always be people who want it. Your existence stops those people and suppresses them. Your existence is not a good thing for some of the human race's experts. Childish. With a cold shout, a spear tore through the void, cutting through the sea of stars. The Great Qin King took a step forward and said coldly, then today, try and see if you can step over my dead body. Behind him, Xiao Long Wu did not care about this. Suddenly, he tore through the void, and a wide river of time appeared. He wandered on the river of time. It seemed like he wanted to fish up the last 3 incarnations and complete the unification. And at the same time that Xiao Long Wu tore through the void. In Sky Destroyer City. The Tianhe City Lord did not care about being beaten up by the stone statue. He walked into the main hall and said respectfully, my lord, I will use the authority of the city lord later. The city lords of the 36 cities will gather as one. To protect one person. The stone statue did not speak. The Tianhe City Lord lowered his head and said, I know that my lord does not want to care about this, and I also know that this is not within your rules, but, my lord, please forgive me. I know that my lord has treated me well, but I want to regain my freedom. I don't want to become a living dead person, and I don't want to become a dead spirit after death. At this moment, the Sky Destroyer stone statue suddenly opened its eyes and said indifferently, very well, I hope that Xiao Long Wu can help you cut off the Death Chi channel and free you. If you had abdicated earlier, I would have a very good city lord now. You trash, why don't you leave earlier? The Tianhe City Lord was stunned. How can you say this at such a sad moment? You rarely say a word in hundreds of years. Today, I bid farewell to you, And you actually say such words, you actually want me to leave. I have served you conscientiously for hundreds of years. Even if I don't have any merits, I have worked hard. If I leave, then I leave. You drive me away. My heart is broken. He was resigning, but before he resigned, he was still a conscientious employee. But the boss did not ask him to stay, and instead asked him to leave earlier. He even felt that he should leave earlier. This was too much, this was too much. Tianhe couldn't bear it anymore. My lord, I personally sent Suyu to your door, to your side. You were the one who drove him away. You personally gave him the teleportation talisman and let him leave. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to leave. He would have been a resident of the ancient city. My lord, you can't blame me for this, right? I have worked for you for hundreds of years, and this is how you treat me. Don't blame me for speaking the truth. You asked for it. Sky Destroyer's eyes widened. This was too lawless. He dared to insult me. He was insulting me. He dared to insult me. For hundreds of years, this guy was as obedient as a baby, but he dared to insult me. Tianhe. The Sky Destroyer City Lord said coldly, don't forget that even if you cut off the Death Aura channel, you were personally converted by the King of the Dead Souls. That guy won't die. You will be converted sooner or later. Humph, who's afraid of who? You can't run. Even if you ran now and the Death Aura channel was cut off, the king would rebuild it sooner or later. Tianhe was ready to risk everything and said, I only need to cut off the Death Aura for a period of time, and then convert. I won't turn into a dead soul so soon. This is also a chance for me to live. Sky Destroyer said coldly, at that time, you will be a resident of the Sky Destroyer City again. You want to fight with me? Think it through. If you don't want to become a dead soul, first, cut off the channel. Second, kill the King of the Dead Souls. You can't do that. Therefore, you can only come back after a period of time. You want to fight with me? Are you sure? Are you sure you want to be punished? Tianhe was stunned. That's right, F*CK, even if I cut off the channel, even if I get rid of the Death Aura, after a period of time, the king will rebuild the channel and I will have to come back. I've been tricked. Then, isn't it a little inappropriate for me to talk to the leader of the city like this? Tian he instantly changed his attitude and said with a smile, My lord, you've misunderstood me. That's not what I meant. What I meant was, yes, what I meant was that I haven't brought many benefits to my lord in these years. I'm very regretful. I'm ashamed to be the city lord. If Suyu is willing, I'm willing to abdicate my position. Once I've cut off the Death Chi channel, I'll go find Suyu and beg him to become the city lord. Sky Destroyer didn't want to hear this. It hurt his heart. So much nonsense. With a glare, Tian had disappeared and appeared outside the main hall. The next moment, a voice sounded in his ears, if you really leave, remember to go. You have to fulfill your promise. Otherwise, if you come back again, I will transfer all the Death Aura to you. F*CK, you might as well just kill me. Tianhe cursed inwardly. Suyu was already the ruler of a city. Did you think he was stupid enough to want to be the city lord? Dream on, you're stupid enough to let him go, and now you're blaming me? Infuriating, forget it, I'll ignore this boulder. What promise? I didn't say anything. If I can cut off the channel this time. If there's no other way, I'll go hide in the Starry Mansion. Although under normal circumstances, I'll die if I don't come out, I won't come back to be a living dead. Tianhe cursed inwardly, I won't come back even if I die, forget it, I'll wait and see. If it's too dangerous, it's not a bad idea to come back. After all, I'm an overlord. After what happened in the Great Star Ancient City, the status of the city lords has greatly increased. Ordinary people don't dare to provoke them anymore. Being a city lord is actually not bad. Tianhe thought to himself. Soon, he turned his gaze away. He didn't care about all this anymore. He had to get through this hurdle first. He had to gather all the city lords and protect Xiao Longwu. This was going to be a tough battle. If Xiao Longwu is dead, there's no hope of cutting off the channel. Behind him, the Sky Destroyer stone statue watched him leave silently. It was unknown what it was thinking. It was probably thinking about Suyu. The world is so big, I also want to go out and see. Great Star. F*CKU. Southern Yuan. Lan Tian wanted to fuse with the Tao of the One. Everyone thought he was crazy. However, no one could stop him or stop him. That madman stopped killing. He tore apart time and space, and a river of time appeared. He was not fishing for the past or the future. He was searching in the river of time and laughed crazily. Let me tell you how to fuse with the Tao of the One. My One clones exist in my past memories. I want to fish out their past and combine it with their present. The past and present are mine, and the future is mine. He was teaching everyone how to fuse with the Tao of the One. However, no one was interested. What a joke, after all, his clones were not himself. He wanted to forcefully fish out the past of others and combine them with his puppets. This idea was crazy. First, it was difficult to fish them out. Their past was not Lan Tian, and fishing out their past was like going back in time to kill someone. Once time was activated, they would die without a doubt. Second, even if he succeeded and fused with his clones, those puppets might revive, recover their memories, and remember that it was Lan Tian who killed them. They would definitely take revenge. This madman was determined to kill himself before he would stop. No one cared about him, and they couldn't. At this time, Suyu was fighting fiercely with these geniuses. Death energy filled the air. With a rumble, a group of people opened the entrance to the ruins. The entrance was originally at the toilet bowl, but now, the house was gone, not to mention the toilet bowl. Suyu did not care so much. He, who had not planned to enter before, instantly entered the ruins. The others followed. Someone shouted, "Take the inscribed tombstone, don't let him take it." As soon as the entrance to the ruins opened, besides those who were fighting, those who did not participate in the battle were shocked. As soon as the entrance opened, they felt the extremely dense heaven yuan qi, they saw a pool of sun-moon mystic yellow liquid, they saw the two objects colliding with each other in the void, they also saw a floating inscribed tombstone in the void, as well as the enigmatic word civilization. The civilization mansion had opened, on the outskirts of the battlefield, the humans who hadn't participated in the battle, the humans who were fighting against Wan, and the geniuses who hadn't participated in the battle changed their expressions. After a moment of hesitation, they all flew towards that direction. Plunder the ruins, other places were dangerous, and they couldn't participate in the invincible realm battles. However, they could seize the relics and reap the benefits. Once they got what they wanted, they could run. When quasi-invincible realm experts fought against invincible realm experts, there were still bearers left behind. But who would dare to snatch it? Although Suyu and the others were all very powerful, they had not reached that level yet. Instead, they were much safer. Furthermore, these items were ownerless. The group of people entered one after another, one by one, they jumped into the opened void crack and entered the ruins. In an instant, a great battle broke out in the ruins, everyone fighting for the treasures, just as the war broke out in southern Yuan. Xia Province, Prefectural City. In the Prefectural City, Xiahuyo was here. He was too weak, so he returned after a trip to southern Yuan and stayed in the Prefectural City. At this moment, in the governor's mansion, thousands of guards were full of murderous intent. They all looked at Xiahuyo. Xiahuyo stood on the high platform, which was his father's podium. Standing on the high platform, he looked down and said with a smile, "The war in southern Yuan has begun. Foreign enemies have invaded. Xia Province is in danger. I am the son of Xia Longwu and the great-grandson of Xia of Goguryeo. People say that my father is good at fighting, and my great-grandfather is an invincible devil. I, Xiahuyu, am nothing." Xiahuyu said with a smile, "I have lived for so many years, but I have not achieved much. Most people just regard it as a joke. Today, I want to learn from my father. Generals, are you willing to fulfill this wish of mine?" The thousands of guards did not speak. Only the sound of drawing their sabers was heard in unison, resounding through the sky. Xiahuyu said with a smile, "That's good. Then, I'll have to trouble everyone to follow me to Xia Province and completely clean up the scum and dregs in the governor's mansion." He laughed and said, "The prefecture city's array formation has been activated. Everyone, this time. I'm sorry for the trouble. Your Highness is wise." Everyone shouted in unison. Xiahuyu said with a smile, "That's awkward. I'm not wise." Stop flattering me, I'm leaving. He flew out of the governor's mansion. Jihong had appeared beside him. He was Xia Huyu's Dao protector. A moment later, a figure appeared. It was a little old. Xia Huyu looked at the person and said with a smile, Elder Bai, my second grandpa and the others did not let you participate in the war because you are a dragon. Now that I have something to do, are you willing to help me? Yes, Your Highness. Xia Huyu nodded with a smile and waved his hand. Thousands of soldiers followed with murderous intent. A moment later, they arrived at the Great Xia Civilization University. At this moment, the Civilization Academy was also a little restless. Most of Galau had left the academy to participate in the war in southern Yuan, but some had not left. At this moment, the academy was a little chaotic. As for the students, they were also in a mess. Xia Huyu took a deep breath and said slowly, those who insist on leaving Galau behind will be killed without mercy. Those who avoid battle will be killed without mercy. Those who trespass into the secret realm will be killed without mercy. 1 Students will be killed without mercy. Many new students in the Faculty of Theology will be killed without mercy. Those who create chaos will be killed without mercy. Kill. Yes, Your Highness. Thousands of soldiers instantly charged into the academy. In the academy, a large number of guards appeared. Looking at the soldiers rushing over, Xia Huyu floated in the void and said coldly, guards, listen to my orders. Follow them. Just follow my orders. Yes, Your Highness. With the shouts of the guards, the entire academy was soon plunged into a massacre. Suddenly, someone said angrily, Xia Huyu, what are you doing? An old man came over in a sore. He was furious. Xia Huyu, are you rebelling? Xia Huyu glanced at him and sighed. Grandpa Chongqing, it's you. Xia Chongqing, the deputy principal of Xia province. Xia Huyu said softly, Grandpa. Chongqing, according to second grandpa's orders, you should be in southern Yuan at this moment. Xia Chongqing's expression changed slightly. There are battles between the sun and the moon there. I'm not the sun and the moon. It's useless for me to go there. It's better to stay in the academy and protect the academy, protect the students, and protect the foundation of Xia province. Xia Huyu nodded and looked sideways at Jihong. He nodded slightly and said with a smile, Chief Ji, kill them. Jihong was slightly taken aback. He thought he had heard wrong. Xia Chongqing, this was Xia Jia's man, and Xia Jia was an expert at the peak of the mountain and sea realm. Chief Ji, are you disobeying orders? Jihong's heart trembled slightly. In the next moment, he roared and smashed out a huge seal. Xia Chongqing's expression changed drastically, and he said angrily, how dare you? I'm Xia Jia's man, and my father is Da Xia of Gogirio's brother. Xia Huyu, you evil creature, how dare you disobey your superior? Xia Huyu ignored him. He watched silently and coldly. Since he was Xia Jia's man, how could he disobey Xia Jia's military orders? Outsiders could participate in the battle. Even if you, a peak mountain and sea realm expert, can't defeat a sun and moon cultivator, you should be able to hold off a first-tier sun and moon cultivator for a while. Before long, Jihong smashed him with a seal, causing him to vomit blood. Then, he used Shunwen to seal him and capture him in front of Xia Huyu. Xia Chongqing was still furious. Xia Huyu, you bastard, have you forgotten that when you were a child? Xia Huyu sighed, looked at Jihong, and shook his head. This guy, I told you to obey orders, but you gave me a discount. A long saber appeared. It was Xia Jia's saber. Grandpa Chongqing, in your next life, don't be Xia Jia's man. With a sigh and a low shout, the saber chopped down. With a squelch, blood splattered everywhere. Xia Chongqing's head fell to the ground, and his eyes went wide. The Sea of Will tried to reform itself, but was instantly frozen by Jihong. Xia Huyu chopped down again, and with a bang, the Sea of Will was shattered. Xia Chongqing had perished. Xia Jia's man, a peak mountain and sea realm expert, the vice-rector of the Civilization Institute, had been personally beheaded by Xia Huyu. In that moment, the surrounding officers and soldiers completely understood His Highness Xia Jia's determination. Those who avoided battle would be killed. These elites were all under military orders to go to southern Yuan to participate in the battle. If they didn't go, they would be defying military orders. this matter had to be carried out by Xiajia's men. Otherwise, who would dare to kill someone like Xia Chongqing? In the instant that Xia Chongqing was killed, several figures appeared in the Civilization Institute. The leader was none other than Zhou Mingren, who had just returned. He was an elite of the Sun Moon tier. Behind him were 7 or 8 Galao, all of whom were elites of the mountain and sea realm. Behind them, 20 or 30 elites of the Soar and Ling Yunjing followed. They all looked at Xia Huyu and the others in Soar. Xia Huyu looked in their direction, and said with a smile, Rector Zhou, according to military orders, you should have gone to southern Yuan. Why didn't you go? Zhou Mingren sighed, and looked at him. If I said that I obeyed orders from the Seeker realm and was responsible for guarding the Civilization Institute, would you believe me? I would. Xia Huyu nodded and said with a smile, but, this is Xia province. Behind him, Galao said angrily, we are civilizationists, not warriors. We are responsible for researching civilization, what's there to research? Xia Huyu laughed. Civilizationists are in charge of research? Civilizationists who haven't researched anything yet are called civilizationists? If it were those civilizationists from the Ming Constabulary who have a special skill, I wouldn't say anything. There are several such civilizationists in the Ming Constabulary, but I, Xia Jia, forced them to stay. As for you, kill them. Rumble, this time, both Ji Hong and the White Dragon attacked, the battle instantly broke out. Xia Huyu, Xia Jia, how dare you slaughter our people? You're crazy. Standing at the periphery, Xia Huyu murmured, I can't control outsiders, but I can control my own people. Under my protection, Xia Jia, you eat and drink from us. You don't interfere in external fights, but you're good at internal fights. Even if Xia Jia is destroyed, you'll be buried with him. Bang, a Galao was instantly destroyed, and many civilizationists were slaughtered and killed. Xia Huyu looked down. Under Soar, Xia province didn't have any requirements. They just had to hide well. However, the next moment, Xia Huyu landed on the ground. Looking at the people in front of him who wanted to escape, he sighed and said, Huang Qifeng, you're still alive. You're lucky. So you forgot about a small shrimp like you. I also forgot that you're still alive. Opposite him, Huang Qifeng said in fear, Xia Huyu. No, Your Highness, I'm just Wanshi, not Soar. I don't need to participate in the battle. That's right. Xia Huyu smiled and nodded. Huang Qifeng breathed a sigh of relief. But I want to kill you. Sky Splitter. With a low shout, he slashed out with his saber. With a bang, a head fell to the ground. Huang Qifeng's eyes widened, dead. Xia Huyu looked at the people around him and said, kill them all. Under Soar, you don't have to participate in the battle, but pack up your people. Are you preparing to run? Ordinary people can run, but you people are all reservists of the major academies. If you run, you're deserters. When Xia Jia is destroyed, you'll naturally be allowed to leave. You won't be buried with them. But you're not destroyed yet, are you? A group of soldiers quickly moved out to kill the students who wanted to escape to Xia province. Slaughter, blood, screams rang out everywhere. Xia Huyu stepped through the blood, his expression the same as ever as he walked through the collegium. Up in the air, another mountain and sea was destroyed. At this moment, someone with disheveled hair flew over and shouted weakly, Your Highness Huyu, I'm from the celestial race. My celestial king Tanyu is Xia Jia's ally. Your Highness, please tell these people that I'm different from the others. Xia Huyu was surprised. You didn't leave? He smiled and said, I thought you went to southern Yuan. Why didn't you leave? Fairy Yu Xian, there are many celestials in southern Yuan. Yu Xian hurriedly said, I can't bear to leave Your Highness, come here. Xia Huyu waved his hand and said with a smile, you can't bear to leave me. How touching. Yu Xian hurriedly flew over, her face full of fear. She didn't expect that Xia Jia would actually kill these powerhouses who didn't participate in the battle. These were all powerhouses and geniuses cultivated by Xia Jia. Also, many of the Wan students that Xia Jia accepted had opened the Faculty of Theology, and a large number of disciples had joined. Yet, Xia Jia actually wanted to kill them all. He was crazy. She flew towards Xia Huyu and comforted herself. It's okay. Xiaohuyu admires me and hopes to get the support of the celestial race. Just as she was thinking, Xiaohuyu raised his saber and smiled. The next moment, Yu Xian only saw a flash of saber light, and with a puff, her beautiful head fell to the ground. Xiaohuyu said disdainfully, Tianyu Celestial King? Now he's besieging the invincible human race. He killed Yu Xian with one saber strike, killing the fairy he usually fawned on. She was a fairy, after all. Killing her would make her look better. Xiaohuyu glanced at the sky and didn't think much of it. He turned to the other soldiers and said, clean up all the major academies. Apart from the powerhouses in charge of guarding, kill all Mountain Sea experts and above. Sor and Ling Yun, capture them first. Kill those who resist. Do the same for the great families. Dixia province doesn't need these people. Yes, sir. A group of guards quickly left. The entire Dixia province soon fell into chaos. Some powerhouses shouted, everyone, stay at home and don't go out. Dixia province will be sealed for 3 days and search for rebels. Battles were breaking out everywhere. Some powerhouses from the great family Sor left. Some fled, some joined the battle, and the slaughter was endless. Xiaohuyu walked in the academy and sighed. Even though Dixia province was good at fighting, there were too many people. There were still some who were greedy for life and afraid of death. Which of these experts had not been nurtured by the Xia clan after paying a huge price and providing resources? The great families didn't exist for them to show off, but to take the lead in the face of war. Unfortunately, some people didn't understand and didn't join the battle. In the air, Zhou Mingren was bleeding from the attack of White Dragon, who was at the 8th tier of the Sun and Moon realm. He suddenly sighed and said, can you say a few words to me? White Dragon looked down at Xiaohuyu. Xiaohuyu nodded slightly and said, please speak, Dean. Zhou Mingren dragged his crippled body and flew down. Blood flowed continuously from his body. He looked at Xiaohuyu and smiled. Panting, he said, killing me is only right. Strictly speaking, the battle of numbers started with me. Xiaohuyu nodded slightly. I know that President Zhou doesn't have the intention to kill me, but why didn't President Zhou participate in this war? Many people from Shunwen City, including Dean Hong, said that if you participated in the war, you could be spared. There were some things that Zhou Mingren didn't mean. The people below him fought fiercely, but it didn't mean that he wanted to kill them. Zhou Mingren smiled. Participate in the war. I actually thought about going. It doesn't matter whether I listen to the orders of the Seeker realm or not. In Dixia province, the reputation of the Seeker realm has long been ruined. Then why? Xiaohuyu looked at him. This was the only sun and moon who didn't go to southern Yuan. Of course, the two beside him didn't count. Zhou Mingren smiled and said, you might not believe it, but I think that Xianxia can win. If I go, I might survive. But, forget it. I've made a lot of mistakes in my life. I'm too selfish, and I've been schemed against a few times. He shook his head and said with a chuckle, rather than waiting for Hong Tan to gain power and ridicule me, it's better to forget it. Moreover, I'm not that innocent. There were some things that I knew, I just pretended not to know, including the plot to kill Feng Qi and the others. I really didn't know about it before, but I did know about it afterward, and I hid it. He smiled and said, what's done is done. There's nothing to regret. But I'm afraid you're going to have a lot of trouble. Me? Xiaohuyu smiled. What trouble can I have? Zhou Mingren smiled. I've contacted a lot of people. They'll be here soon. Who? I'll tell them that the defense system of Dixia province has collapsed. In the entire Dixia province, only Elder Bai is there. Dixia province has countless wealth, countless secret realms, cultivation methods, resources, and blood essence, including Xiaojia's countless secret techniques and treasures. Cough, cough, cough. Zhou Mingren smiled. So, you're in a lot of trouble. The entire human realm, some villains, some divine text system experts, some seeker realm experts, some people I've contacted in the past, and some people I've contacted in the past. All of them might come this time, and they might even have already arrived. Because the defense system of Dixia province has collapsed, and there's only one dragon clan member in the 8th tier of the Sun and Moon realm. Do you think anyone will be tempted? Xiaohu sighed. You're making trouble for me. Zhou Mingren smiled and nodded. But I believe you can solve it, right? But you'd better not kill me now. It's fine if you kill Shanghai, but if you kill me, the falling moon will be seen by others. They will know that only Elder Bai and I are in the city. If I die, they will know that we've been exposed. Xiaohu smiled. Can they deal with Elder Bai? The 8th tier of the Sun and Moon realm. Cough, cough, cough. Zhou Mingren coughed up blood and said, they can. They may need 1 9th tier Sun and Moon realm, or 2 or 3 8th tier Sun and Moon realm. But I'm afraid their statuses are not low. Do you dare to kill them? You really think highly of me? Xiaohu shook his head. You think too highly of me. Do you want to kill Xiajia? No, Zhou Mingren smiled. I don't mean that. I think everyone is luring people over. The disciples of the big clans in southern Yuan, the strong ones of the big clans, and the strong ones who don't participate in the battle to watch the show, I think, they all have to die. Because there's a madman in our Dexia province. Since that madman has gone out, he'll definitely start a massacre. I'm afraid you guys won't attract enough people, so I'll add some spice. Zhou Mingren smiled. Xiaohu was surprised. You know? Zhou Mingren smiled. I know, of course I know. How many years have I worked with him? Not only him, but Yi Badian, Yun Chen, and these people have all worked with me for many years. How could I not know? Even if I didn't know at first, I knew later. After Yi Badian died, when Wan Tianxing came back, I knew that he was a little obsessed. He would definitely take revenge. In the end, it's been 50 years. He didn't make a move, and he didn't say anything about it. When he made his move on Yuming, he was warning me to stop tormenting myself. I know what he meant. Xiaohu looked at him silently. If that was the case, why did he still continue? Zhou Mingren smiled and said, you don't understand. Shenwen has a special characteristic, or should I say a weakness. They are more sentimental and a little silly. Indecisiveness will only lead to chaos. Whether it's Yi Badian, the 1st generation, the 3rd generation, or even Wan Tianxing, they all have this weakness. If we don't force them into a corner and force them to a dead end, they will always feel that it's fine. These people won't dare to not kill them. Moreover, they are old friends from the past. Killing them would be somewhat unreasonable. In the end, after Yi Badian died, some of his enemies and enemies all appeared. Zhou Mingren smiled and said, tell me, isn't it very stupid? For the future generations, for the future generations, for the inheritance, it left behind a great hidden danger. Actually, in the past, my relationship with them was not bad. If I admit my mistake, they won't kill me. But, if they don't kill me, when they die one day, do you think I can avoid revenge for the rest of my life? Xiaohu looked at him and said faintly, then what the dean means is, you want to use your blood to awaken them? No, I'm not that great. Zhou Mingren smiled and said, I just feel that I don't need to wag my tail and beg in front of them. I just want to live. That's too lowly. Also, I don't want to be someone else's chess piece anymore. It seems like I'm too stupid. The Zhou family says that they are suppressing the divine runic department, but the truth is that the Zhou family hasn't interfered too much. Instead, they arranged for a branch family member like me to come here. This is a signal that the Zhou family has calculated me and seen through me. The Zhou family isn't anything good, Xiaohu didn't make a sound. Zhou Mingren said again, there's something else I want to tell you, but I don't know whether it's true or not. It's just my speculation. I'm afraid I'll mislead some people, so I didn't say it. Do you want to hear it? Xiaohu smiled and said, tell me about it. Zhou Mingren hesitated for a moment and said telepathically, the Zhou family has been researching and cultivating Shenwen. Remember, it's Shenwen, not a civilization master. It's a separate Shenwen. For example, a Shenwen that has been nurtured. When it can be materialized, the Zhou family will take it out and cultivate it artificially. Xiaohu frowned slightly and said telepathically, cultivating Shenwen is a very important research. But, it's nothing, right? Zhou Mingren said telepathically, no, no, no. It's very important. Very important. Do you know who proposed this research and who has been working on it? Zhou Polong? No, it's Zhou Polong's father, the young Zhou King. Zhou Mingren said telepathically, but with his death, everything started from the beginning. When he died, he took those important research materials with him. They were buried with him in the heavens. Later, Zhou Polong found some leftover materials and started to continue his father's research. Xiahu, you still can't figure it out. What does it matter? Zhou Mingren shook his head and said, your IQ is not as high as your second grandfather's or your father's. Let me tell you, Qing Yuming, that disciple of mine, obtained a Shanghai Xinwen from the Zhou family. An artificially cultivated Shanghai Xinwen. How many years has it been? Zhou Polong started from the beginning and spent less than 50 years to cultivate Shanghai Xinwen. I even suspect that he cultivated Ryu Xinwen. What about his father? The Xinwen of the human clan can't reach the invincible realm, but Wan can. Zhou Mingren said quickly, so, Zhou Polong's father may have cultivated the real invincible Xinwen in the past. Of course, the non-human clan, divine demon Xinwen can do it. Xiahu Yu frowned and looked at him. Zhou Mingren said helplessly, you really don't have enough IQ. The fall of the invincible realm, the strange phenomenon. And all of this, can't it be faked? What will happen if an invincible Xinwen self-destructs? Or even worse, self-destructs a body of 3 lives? What about the invincible body of 3 lives? Xiahu Yu's face changed slightly. Zhou Mingren continued, of course, I'm just guessing. Because there is no evidence to prove that he has cultivated the invincible Xinwen. That thing is too terrifying, I feel that it will be very difficult. Zhou Polong has been trying all these years. I think he might have guessed something. Is his father really dead? Xiahu Yu's heart trembled slightly. He quickly said, that guy has already appeared. Wanfu Prefect can deal with him. It doesn't matter if it's him or not. No. Zhou Mingren shook his head and said, you still don't understand. Even if he self-destructed the invincible Xinwen and created an illusion, he would not have the chance and time to kill Yi Badian. Therefore, the person who killed Yi Badian might not be the same person as him. The one who killed Yi Badian might be this one, but this one might not be dead yet. Xiahu Yu frowned. 2 traitors? You're saying that he pretended to be dead, but he wasn't the one who killed the 5th generation leader, and that he's still in the dark. Is this your speculation? Zhou Mingren nodded and continued to transmit his voice. Yes, he's playing dead. Why? There's no need for that. What's the benefit of pretending to be dead? Xiahu Yu frowned. Zhou Mingren shook his head. I don't know about this. It's not easy to guess. Everything is just my personal speculation. Also, if he pretended to be dead, he needed Wan's invincible cooperation. Of course, he might really be dead. Or maybe his disguise was too real. The 3 incarnations and the invincible Xinwen were all destroyed. The other party might have thought that he was really dead. He might not be a traitor. But if he's not dead, he might be hiding somewhere and planning something. Why didn't you say it before? Zhou Mingren smiled. It's just a speculation. It might not be true. If I say it and misjudge, there won't be any benefits. I am just saying some of my speculations before I die. As he said that, his aura weakened and his body started to collapse. Xiawu appeared and his voice spread out once more. I don't know if the other members of the Zhou family have thought about this. If they have, then Zhou family. I hope that Zhou family won't do such a thing. Wait for them to come, then shatter my Xiawu so that I can die cleanly. Zhou Mingren's voice disappeared and only a broken ball was left. That was the appearance of Xiawu. Xiahu Yu frowned. He thought about it and transmitted all the information. No matter if it was true or not, he had to remind him first. King Zhou might not be dead, of course, he might not be dead, and it didn't mean that he was a traitor. He just didn't know what he wanted to do. If he really pretended to be dead, then he would be a huge target. At the same time, Wan Tianxing slashed out with his sword, causing the faceless man's body to crack and he spat out blood. Wan Tianxing said coldly, if your real body doesn't come, you're dead for sure. With a pft, the sword pierced through his chest. He turned around and slashed again, causing Demon King Raid to constantly retreat. The faceless man's aura was turbulent. His voice was loud and filled with anger. Wan Tianqing, do you really think you can kill me? Can't I? Wan Tianqing said calmly, you're just a body of 3 lifetimes. Do you think I can't kill you? Pft, another slash. It was a combination of 24 Shenwen swords. With Shouxin Ge as the weapon and Shenwen's battle techniques, Wan Tianqing was astonishingly powerful. With several slashes, his body of 3 lifetimes was constantly collapsing. As for Demon King Raid, he seemed like a bystander at this moment. No, it could be said that he wanted to run. Demon King Raid, Yu Guang, spied on the ruins over there. At this moment, he only wanted to snatch the 2 bearers. If he couldn't get the inscribed tombstone, then so be it. After snatching it, he could quickly leave. Wan Tianqing was mainly dealing with that guy now. If he really went all out against him, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. The faceless man was somewhat furious. Is Wan Tianqing going to eat me up? This guy is ridiculously powerful, damn it. You forced me. The faceless man roared angrily, revealing the river of time. At this moment, he was very weak. However, Wan Tianqing didn't make a move. Instead, he waited silently and said indifferently, I'm waiting for you to fuse with your real body. Do you think I'm joking? You're courting death. The faceless man was infuriated. The next moment, the river of time traversed the heavens. Wan Tianqing only prevented him from escaping and didn't stop him from guiding his real body to descend. This guy was infuriated from being killed. If his body of 3 lifetimes was killed, his identity would also be exposed. Instead of that, he might as well descend with his real body, at the same time. On the battlefield of heavens. King of the State of Great Zhou's expression changed slightly. Not far away, several Invincible Realm experts scattered to guard, confronting one Invincible Realm expert. At this moment, a river of time appeared beside an Invincible Realm expert of the human race. It pierced through heaven and earth. King of the State of Great Zhou looked over there, his expression calm as he said, why? The man moved away from him and walked towards the river of time. He said angrily, no reason. I've said it before, it's just a personal grudge. Why are you all forcing me? I just want Yubadian to die. If Lu Wenyan had shattered his Shenwen early, if Da Xiao of Goguryeo hadn't brought back his Shenwen, everything would have ended long ago. King of the State of Great Zhou sighed softly. Outside, those Invincible Realm experts of one realm blocked the path of other human Invincible Realm experts, not giving them a chance to kill this person. Someone laughed, I didn't expect it to be you, Burning Sea. King of the State of Great Zhou was still calm, do you have a personal grudge with Yubadian? Why don't I know? Burning Sea King stepped into the river of time and said coldly, of course you don't. You control the Seeking Realm, but you do nothing. You only know how to open the human realm restriction and don't care about anything else. Yubadian humiliated me several times, but did you do anything? King of the State of Great Zhou said indifferently, this isn't a reason for you to kill him when he is proving his Tao. No, it's enough. Burning Sea King walked towards the other end of the river of time and said coldly, I've said it's just a personal grudge, but you all have to force me again and again. Yubadian is too overbearing, too savage. If someone like him really becomes the hero of the human race and opens the human realm restriction, then we won't be able to live. He has to die, not just me, but many people want him dead. It's just that I did it. King of the State of Great Zhou sighed, you were used as a chess piece, instigated by others, right? What a joke. Burning Sea King's voice came faintly, no one can instigate me. Those who humiliated me are all dead. King of the State of Great Zhou, it's not just Yubadian. Ha ha ha, your brother's whereabouts were also betrayed by me. At this point, there's nothing I can't say. King of the State of Great Zhou sighed again and murmured, stupid. Your brother also humiliated me. All of you deserve to die. Burning Sea. Raging waves. Your name is inauspicious. King of the State of Great Zhou sighed and shook his head. He didn't chase after him because he still needed to protect others. Outside, there were still many Invincible Realm experts blocking their way. His temper was too explosive, and he wouldn't even know it until his death. King of the state of Great Zhou didn't look at him anymore. He looked at Zhou Polong behind him. Zhou Polong was also looking at him, nodding slightly without saying anything. At this moment, human realm, Southern Yuan. Faceless aura instantly skyrocketed. In the river of time, two figures walked out and instantly merged into one. Faceless was no longer faceless, and his appearance was revealed. The surroundings were quiet for a moment. Outside, Xianxia glanced at them and sighed. He closed his eyes and didn't say anything. Beside him, the others instantly moved away from him. As for Wan Tianqing, he also sighed softly, Burning Sea King. It's really you. I know you have a fiery temper, but I didn't think it was really you who did it. Burning Sea King said coldly, Wan Tianqing, now that things have come to this, there's nothing more to say. You, Shenwen, bullied me and humiliated me. Do you really think the Eternal Realm can be humiliated at will? Wan Tianqing sighed and murmured, back then, I was also there. Senior brother Badian was very overbearing, but his original intention was not to humiliate you. I thought that since you could advance to the Eternal Realm, you would know senior brother Baishan's original intention, but I didn't expect that you would actually kill him. Burning Sea King said angrily, original intention? He fought with me in front of all of you, injured my body, and said that my skills were not good enough. I thought it was just a sparring session, but I didn't expect that he would humiliate me everywhere afterward, saying that my Shenwen was weak and that my body was weak. It was just a sparring session between a few people, but he spread it everywhere and even secretly challenged me to another fight. He wanted to completely trample me to death, and even deliberately destroyed my Shenwen. Yi Badian was too overbearing, too arrogant. If he didn't die, who would? Wan Tianqing frowned slightly, you fought in secret? Burning Sea King was furious, Wan Tianqing, you and your fellow apprentices really think I am a saint? I killed Yi Badian, and today, I will kill you. Boom, the monstrous sea of fire boiled, and Burning Sea King said angrily, I will let you see what the wrath of the burning sea is. Yi Badian will die, and so will you. A great battle instantly broke out. An invincible true body descended into the human realm. The traitor was really the Burning Sea King. Even his son, Xianxia, did not expect this. The Burning Sea King was reckless and hot-tempered. Not long after the opening of the mortal realm, 2 of the 11 people who proved the way died, leaving 9. The Forbidden Heavenly King, the Heavenly Forging King, the Silkworm Destruction King, the Burning Sea King, were all among them. Among them, there were 4 in the small world, 2 in the mortal realm, and 3 in the heavens. The Burning Sea King was not weak. He succeeded in proving the way in the mortal realm. He was not the weakest. The Burning Sea King had a fiery temper, but in many people's eyes, he was only like this because he cultivated Shenwen. He majored in fire Shenwen, so he had such a temper. Even if his son Xianxia had done something before, everyone thought that his son was his son, and the Burning Sea King was the Burning Sea King. The Burning Sea King had done meritorious service. Before he proved the way, he fought with all the invincible realm experts in the heavens. The Burning Sea King was a traitor, and he killed Yi Badian. This was something that many people were surprised by. However, there was also some reason behind it. If it was really for personal grudges, then the Burning Sea King was more likely. Because he had a fiery temper, but no matter how fiery he was, he had reached the point of killing people. How did Yi Badian humiliate him back then? The Burning Sea King did not say it in detail, but if he looked into it, it would not be that simple. It was not a simple spar. He had forced an invincible realm expert to kill him. Such a humiliation was probably unimaginable. Suyu and the others were not involved. Yi Badian was dead, and there was no way to verify anything. In the ruins, Suyu, who was still fighting, only knew that the traitor had come. He was not familiar with the invincible realm expert, but he did not care. As for the reason of the Burning Sea King, it had nothing to do with him. He just needed to find it out. Through the relic, he glanced over there. The 3 invincible realm experts were fighting, but he couldn't see anything. He also couldn't see if there was anything on the other party's arm. There wasn't anything on the future body. So you could not see anything, but Lu Wenyan was furious. Then you can kill me. Why did you destroy the Lu family? Burning Sea King, my master brought me to visit you in the past, and I respected you. Is this how you treat the Lu family? He was very angry, very sad. If you want to kill me, then come and kill me. Why do you have to kill the young and old of the Lu family? You don't even spare the infant? Was he really invincible? Family members shouldn't be implicated. You're invincible, yet you even want to kill these people. In the void, the Burning Sea monarch said coldly, it was not my intention to kill them. I just had people create pressure to force you to rescue them. In the end, your Lu clan resisted with all their might. That's why this massacre happened. He didn't plan to exterminate the Lu family. What was the point of killing them? He just wanted Lu Wenyan to return to the Lu family through the crisis. It was just that his subordinates had misunderstood some things. Fine, he didn't care too much about it. When the Lu family was destroyed, he was also a little surprised. His subordinates had created pressure for the Lu family, and coincidentally, one had attacked. The Lu family suffered heavy casualties, which led to the destruction of the Lu family. Lu Wenyan was burning with rage. You killed my master and exterminated my family. Do you think it's enough to say that it wasn't your intention? Lu Wenyan, who was roaring crazily, flew into a rage. His strength soared, and there were signs of killing intent turning red. The quasi-invincible realm opponent on the opposite side complained incessantly. Another one is crazy. There are too many lunatics in the human clan. The Burning Sea monarch didn't say anything more. He didn't have the strength to say anything more. At this moment, Wan Tianxing was going all out. Killing intent filled the world as Demon King Rad was sent flying with a single sword strike. He bellowed furiously, "Scram! Rad, if you cause any more trouble, I'll kill you." Demon King Rad cursed inwardly. If not for my 3 lives being destroyed, would I be afraid of you? Unfortunately, he only had one future body. Since Burning Sea had been exposed, he couldn't be bothered to tangle with him anymore. He instantly escaped and flew towards the ruins. As for Wan Tianxing, he would fight with Burning Sea King. Both of them were from the human clan, so one of them dying wouldn't be too much. It would be even better if they died together. Of course, if Burning Sea King won, that would be the best result. After killing Wan Tianxing, destroying Minister Huang, and killing Xianxia, the human clan would definitely suffer a great loss this time. Several Invincible Realm experts were crippled at once. Even if there were 3 to 5 Invincible Realm experts on the battlefield, it wouldn't be a big deal. As Wan Tianxing attacked Burning Sea, he shouted angrily, "Lan Tian, stop Rad." Once Rad went to the ruins, there would be a large number of humans there, including Suyu and the others. With Rad here, it wouldn't be good for him to fight with Burning Sea King, but if he left, he would have to be careful of him slaughtering the human clan. Lan Tian was in the midst of Dao integration. Hearing this, he immediately smiled and said, "Good, good, good. I like it. Wan Tianxing, you're domineering this way. Then I'll integrate with the Demon Dao first." As soon as he finished speaking, he instantly appeared in front of Demon King Rad and said resentfully, "Rad, long time no see. Did you miss me?" Demon King Rad cursed in his heart. He didn't have such a hobby, however, he had indeed met Lan Tian before, and he thought there was something going on between him and Lan Tian. He couldn't be bothered to waste words with Lan Tian. He was afraid of Wan Tianxing, but he wasn't afraid of this guy. Boom, with a punch, a Lan Tian was smashed to death with a loud bang. "Rad, you're so cruel." Hundreds of Lan Tians appeared again. In the River of Time, Lan Tian said resentfully, "You should just die. After you die, leave your physical body to me. You and I will become one. You will be me, and I will be you. I'll help you capture it, okay?" Countless Lan Tians surrounded Demon King Rad, and a great battle erupted. There was no end to the slaughter. Lan Tian's body fell one after another. Lan Tian was still smiling like a flower. "So fierce. I like it. You and I shall become one." That chilling voice came from the mouths of hundreds of Lan Tians. Some of them were even old and frail, and it made one's scalp tingle. Even on the human side, Xiao Houyi and the others felt their skin crawl. Moreover, Lan Tian's power was also beyond everyone's expectations. This guy seemed to be getting stronger and stronger as he fought, in the previous battle with the quasi-invincible realm, he was only slightly better than the primitive sect master. But at this moment, he vaguely had the strength of the primitive sect master and was fighting back and forth with the future body of Rad. Although this guy was evil, it had to be said that at the critical moment, he was still a great help. Not only did he kill a quasi-invincible realm, but he also entangled an invincible realm future body, which made Xiao Houyi and the others breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, without Lan Tian, everyone was under a lot of pressure. Maybe a lot of people would die. On the battlefield, the most intense battle was on the side of Wan Tianqing and the others. The void turned into darkness, and the two superiors fought so hard that the sun and the moon sank. The entire endless void was shaking, and the wall of realms kept breaking. Wan Tianqing's murderous intent was soaring, and there were many Shenwen. All the characteristics broke out at the same time. The Burning Sea Heavenly King was mainly the fire character Shenwen. The other Shenwen also had it, but when the Shenwen came out, it was often defeated. From all directions, everyone's eyes were on them. Among those present, there were actually only two people with real invincible realm combat power. Wan Tianqing, Burning Sea Heavenly King. As for the others, they either had 3 lives or were not quasi-invincible realm. The one who was really invincible realm with 3 lives was only Burning Sea Heavenly King. It was not until this moment that they could feel the power of the invincible realm. Wan Tianqing killed Burning Sea Heavenly King with 1 sword strike. However, the river of time flowed, and Burning Sea Heavenly King seemed to be immortal. He was resurrected again and became stronger. Boom, flames burned the sky. On Wan Tianqing's body, there was a sound of flesh and blood being burned. With a muffled groan, he continued to fight with him. 51 years ago, Burning Sea Heavenly King, while he and Yubadian were fighting with others, joined forces with another invincible realm expert and secretly attacked them. When he and Yubadian were at their weakest, Burning Sea Heavenly King and the Divine King of the Heavenly Abyss clan joined forces to kill Yubadian, and the other person destroyed his 3 lives. At that time, he was almost exhausted, and so was Yubadian. But today, it was not the case. Today, there was only one opponent. Burning Sea Heavenly King, kill, kill, kill. Wan Tianqing had fished him out to kill him, to take revenge. For revenge, killing the Netherworld River Monarch was nothing, and it did not affect the overall situation. Only by killing Burning Sea Heavenly King could he get what he wanted. Boom, the battle continued. Wan Tianqing's injuries became more serious, and Burning Sea Heavenly King was also a little weak. Even if he kept regenerating, there was a price to pay. After a few times, Burning Sea Heavenly King's arm was cut off. This time, it took a while for his arm to grow back. Burning Sea Heavenly King gritted his teeth. You brothers are really powerful. Back then, Yubadian was like this, and so were you. Wan Tianqing, you want to kill me, but you are not qualified. Burning the heavens. With a roar, heaven and earth changed color, and fierce flames burned the entire world. Wan Tianqing was wrapped in it, and he was burned by the flames. Burning Sea Heavenly King also stepped into the flames, gritting his teeth and saying, Wan Tianqing, kneel, and I will spare you. Wan Tianqing did not speak, and continued to attack. Ha ha ha, you are also unwilling? Your senior brother made me kneel back then. Who is he? I am invincible. I am eternal. He actually made me kneel. Bastard. Wan Tianqing frowned and said coldly, my senior brother is domineering, but he is not retarded. They were both humans, and there was no great enmity between them. Although Yubadian was domineering, he had sparred with Burning Sea Heavenly King and won by a small move, but to make him kneel. Was his senior brother crazy? Wan Tianqing was suspicious. Burning Sea Heavenly King was invincible. Clearly, he was talking about the sparring in private. His senior brother should have won, but he must have done something too excessive, forcing an invincible to kneel and admit defeat. If that was really the case, his senior brother being killed was not an injustice. Burning Sea Heavenly King was their senior, and he was invincible in the human race, but would his senior brother do that? With some suspicion, Wan Tianqing looked at the sword in his hand and gritted his teeth. Invincible, and invincible in the human race, invincible in the human realm. Killing him was very difficult. but just because it was difficult didn't mean it was impossible. Wan Tianxing took a deep breath and growled. The sword in his hand turned into a sword of light. Slash. The sword slashed out, and the human realm was illuminated as bright as day by the sword. The sea of fire split, with a rumble, the sky was cut open. Burning Sea Heavenly King also roared. Endless vital energy gathered from all directions, and he punched out. The invincible civilization masters of this era were actually invincible in terms of their bodies. Under normal circumstances, it was their bodies that were stronger than the Shenwen. At this moment, he gave up on the sea of fire and went all out, punching out. With a rumble, the sword exploded, and 7 or 8 Shenwen exploded together. Wan Tianxing retreated and vomited blood. Burning Sea Heavenly King was also bathed in blood. He gritted his teeth and said, "Splitting method?" "No." Wan Tianxing said coldly, "My Shenwen battle technique was formed by me, not inherited. I don't need to split it, because the battle technique was formed by me." "Monster." Burning Sea Heavenly King vomited blood. His injuries weren't light, and the two of them instantly fought again. The battle continued without end. After a long time, there was a bang, and the two separated. Wan Tianxing's arm was broken, but he crushed a Shenwen. Burning Sea Heavenly King vomited blood again, and his eyes were a little dazed. His main Shenwen, the Fire Shenwen, had been destroyed by Wan Tianxing. After all, he was a peak Sun Moon Shenwen civilization master. At this moment, the Shenwen was shattered, and the backlash was not light. Cough cough. Wan Tianxing. I can die 3 times, but how many times can you die? Burning Sea Heavenly King laughed. With a roar, he attacked again. This time, the battle lasted for a long time. After a long time, a rumble resounded through the world. A flame seed floated down from the void, and Burning Sea Heavenly King was revived once again, but he only had 2 bodies left. The 3 bodies were scattered, and Wan Tianxing killed his future body. As for Wan Tianxing, his aura was slipping, and his arms were broken. His long hair was burned by the flames, and his face was covered in blood. Kill, both of them were crazy. This was a life and death battle, not a spar. Burning Sea Heavenly King, who didn't care about life and death, was also extremely powerful. Although he had lost to Yi Badian in the past, it didn't mean that he was afraid of him in a life and death battle. At this moment, he was fighting with Wan Tianxing. This person was also born of slaughter, and both of them were fighting with their lives on the line. Wan Tianxing's Xianxia sword was shattered, and the Shenwen exploded. In the blink of an eye, more of the 24 Shenwen exploded. With a bang, Wan Tianxing exploded 7 or 8 Shenwen, and the explosion separated Burning Sea Heavenly King's physical body, and his past body was completely destroyed. At this moment, Burning Sea Heavenly King took a step back, and his eyes revealed a hint of clarity. He wasn't as crazy as before. His past and future were both dead, only his present body was left. As for Wan Tianxing, he was also panting. More than half of the Shenwen exploded, and at this time only 6 Shenwen were left surrounding him. The 2 powerhouses were fighting until now, and both of them were injured. At the same time, in the sky above the battle between the 2 of them, stone sculpture Xinghong was watching the show. He had no intention of interfering. As the guardian, he couldn't attack for no reason. In the human realm, it was best that he didn't attack either. Otherwise, it would increase Suyu's death aura. Of course, if the city lord was in danger, he could attack. This was in line with the rules to protect his city lord. After watching for a while, Xinghong was speechless. A group of young people were really good at fighting. That Burning Sea was average. Xiaochen had already seen that Wan Tianxing previously. However, it was separated by the river of time. Now that he saw him in person, he felt somewhat different. Xiaochen said somewhat regretfully, "What a pity." He used the orthodox path of 3 bodies to corroborate his Tao. If he succeeded, he would have been an expert. Wan Tianxing had 3 bodies, and he had gone through 3 bodies to prove his Tao. However, more than 50 years ago, after his future body was destroyed, he did not capture it again, but chose to walk another path. The current Wan Tianxing was in a special state, and Xinghong couldn't see through him. Xinghong watched for a while, and soon, he stared carefully for a while. It was time to decide life and death. He liked to watch this kind of excitement, but soon, Xinghong was slightly stunned. He looked into the distance, raised his eyebrows, and didn't say anything. At this time, because of the fall of the past and future, Burning Sea Heavenly King's eyes became a little clearer. He looked at Wan Tianxing, not as irritable as before, but calmly said, "It's a pity that people like you and I died in internal strife." Wan Tianxing coughed up blood and said with a smile, "Killing you is more effective than killing the 10 invincible masters." "That's true." Burning Sea Heavenly King nodded slightly and smiled, "Killing me is indeed more useful than killing Wan Wudi." "Wan Tianxing, I'm only curious about one thing." "Speak." Both of them were accumulating strength, preparing for the final blow. Burning Sea Heavenly King smiled and said, Yi Badian once said that he was very far from the invincible masters of civilization. Why did he choose to prove the way so soon after? Was it to prove the way with the body, or in Shenwen? The body. Wan Tianxing also said calmly, he felt that there was something wrong with his cultivation in Shenwen, and wanted to try to find out what the problem was. Maybe when proving the way with the body, he could feel some imbalance. In the end, before he could find out, he was killed by you. Burning Sea Heavenly King nodded and smiled, so that's how it is. In that case, he didn't reach the end of Shenwen either. He laughed and said, then this guy has no right to look down on anyone. He's too arrogant. Wan Tianxing, you go down and accompany him. You go. Boom, an earth-shattering roar lit up the world. Under the attack of the two, the invincible masters in the other battle circles were all knocked out. The place where the two of them fought had completely turned into a black hole. One could even see through the barrier of the mortal realm and see the endless void outside. Before this, the place where they fought was in a gap in the space of the barrier. A moment later, the light disappeared, and everything turned dark. After a while, a sea of fire appeared. Flames filled the sky, blood-red flames fell to the ground, and an incomparably huge phantom appeared in the sky above the mortal realm. In the sea of fire, Wan Tianxing, whose body was incomplete, had a weak aura. He only had one last piece of Shenwen left, and his expression was calm as he looked back at the sea of fire. The mortal realm shook. This invincible master who had proved the way in the mortal realm had been killed by him in the last blow. The enemy who had killed Yi Badian had been killed by him, and he himself had been injured to the extreme. He didn't care about all of this. Killing the other was his greatest wish. He had succeeded. He had been dormant for so many years, and he had finally succeeded. He looked at the people who wanted to escape, looked at Xianxia, and smiled. After killing Fenhai, he had also taken action to clean up these people. He instantly appeared in front of Xianxia and said softly, "Go and accompany your father." Xianxi's expression was very calm. "Fenhai is dead, you will definitely come to kill me." Wan Tianxing was slightly stunned. "You directly called your father by his name?" Xianxia looked at him, gently raised his palm, and slapped down. This palm was incomparably powerful, it was unimaginably powerful. Wan Tianxing was surprised at first, then relieved, and finally, it turned into a smile, a little helpless. "You." As expected. "Fenhai, that fool." Wan Tianxing sighed helplessly. He had such thoughts, but other than some clues about Fenhai, it was really difficult to find the others. Xianxia, no, this should not be Xianxia. This was a body of 3 lives, an incomparably powerful body of 3 lives. Just one body of 3 lives alone might not be much weaker than Fenhai. He was now a lamp at the end of its oil. It was fine to kill the sun and moon, but there was no hope to kill such an invincible body of 3 lives. Today, he had killed 2 invincible beings. It was already shocking, no matter what, he could not fight against a third one. Wan Tianxing looked at the giant palm descending, sighed, and muttered, "Fenhai, that fool, really did it for a personal grudge." He also understood. There were 2 people who betrayed him. One was a little earlier, it was him who disguised himself as Yi Badian and went to fight with Fenhai. It was him who humiliated Fenhai and provoked his demonic nature, because Fenhai was the easiest to provoke. As expected, Fenhai took the bait. He was used as a chess piece, a target. Wan Tianxing looked at him and thought of many things. Yi Badian's information should have been taken by this person, including Fenhai targeting the Lu family. Perhaps it really was not intentional to destroy the Liu family, but this person. No, Fenhai's subordinates. Perhaps they were all sent by him. Wan Tianxing instantly thought of many things. He left, from the beginning to the end, Fenhai, this idiot, was just a chess piece. He did not know anything. He was burned by anger, and he was controlled by anger. Fenhai only wanted to kill Yi Badian, he wanted to kill Lu Wenyan. Perhaps, those subordinates of his had all delivered themselves to Fenhai's door, and in reality, the master behind them might not be Fenhai. Including the Howling Wind Sword, Golden Wing, and the others, there was a high chance that they were this person's subordinates. He had only deliberately thrown himself under Fenhai's command, making Fenhai mistakenly think that they were his people. Golden Wing killed Qinyong for the inscribed tombstone, and Fenhai. Why did he want the inscribed tombstone? Fenhai did not care about that thing at all, what he cared about was the person in front of him. Wan Tianxing was just a little curious. In his curiosity, he did not resist, but sent a sound transmission. Can you tell me why you did not appear at this moment? We thought that the traitor was only Fenhai. You would not be exposed at all. It had already come to this, and Fenhai was dead. If this person did not appear, no one might know that there was a traitor. Even if they had doubts in their hearts, Fenhai was dead, and everything was in the past. Who could find out anything? This person might not have made a move. He was not the one who killed Yi Badian, and he was not the one who attacked a few times. He was only watching silently from behind, silently watching, and silently encouraging some people. As long as he did not appear, and was still silently hiding behind, who could find him? This was what Wan Tianxing was curious about. Just to kill us? Perhaps, we are too much of a threat to you. Perhaps that was the case. Xianxia looked at him. Not only did his palm fall towards him, but it also fell towards the entire southern Yuan, towards the ruins, covering all directions. He said calmly, just because you did not discover anything doesn't mean that no one has discovered anything. It's just that no one has said anything. However, if all of you are dead, naturally, no one will say anything. As he spoke, he looked into the distance and said calmly, Minister Huang, am I right? Minister Huang was working together with Xianxia to deal with the two invincible bodies of three worlds. Hearing this, he turned his head and sighed, what does it have to do with me? The one who suspects that there is someone else isn't me. Who do you think I am? Xianxia was slightly startled. You. Minister Huang smiled. Don't tell me you think that I am some newbie? You really guessed wrong. I am not. Sorry. Xianxia did not say anything, and his huge palm pressed down. Minister Huang was helpless. It's really not that I suspect you. Why don't you believe me? I have never thought of this. The next moment, he broke his mask and smiled. If you don't believe me, why don't you believe me? Xianxi's expression changed slightly. At this moment, Wan Tianxing was suppressed to the point that he could not move. He forced himself to turn his head and look. It was a bit strange, but he really did not know him. Strange, the invincible human race. On the other side, Zhu Tiandao suddenly blasted away the immortal king with a pavilion. He panted and cursed, F*ck, Niu Bai Dao, I have already said that I am not my boss. Why don't you believe me? Look, didn't he come out? How many times have I said that I am not? I am not. Why must you say that it is me? Idiot, you are 200 or 300 years old and still wearing open-crotch pants. Niu Baidao was stunned. He looked at Minister Huang and then at Zhu Tiandao. The two of them vaguely resembled each other. Minister Huang smiled. Principal Niu, long time no see. That. You. Niu Baidao was dumbfounded. At this moment, no one cared about the situation of over 10,000 heavenly saints being beaten to death, because it was too unexpected, because even if they cared, they couldn't interfere, because their enemies were here. Zhu Tianfeng greets everyone. Minister Huang smiled. He was very handsome. My brother, Tianfeng and Di Yuan. I am not Zhu Diyuan. Zhu Tiandao could not help but scold. You are using the same name as your father. He is a boorish man who randomly named me. I have already changed it, Zhu Tiandao. Yes, his real name was Zhu Diyuan. Niu Baidao was dumbfounded. after all this time, Minister Huang was the son of the Great Light Lord. His eldest son. He did not die, nor did he transform into Zhu Tiandao. He was Zhu Tianfeng. He had never disappeared and had always been around, but no one knew. And Minister Huang was already invincible more than 100 years ago. This meant that Zhu Tianfeng had already proven his Dao long ago. Zhu Tianfeng apologized again. Principal Miao, I am sorry. Back then, my father actually found 2 relics. He had one for himself and wanted to give the other to you. But you did not successfully snatch the relic and scolded him every day. He got angry and gave birth to me in the end. And gave it to me. He said that your providence was too bad, and it would be a waste to give it to you. Sorry. The surroundings were frighteningly quiet. It was so quiet that no one cared about the descending palm anymore. There was nothing they could do about it. Xianxia seemed to have thought of something, and his expression changed slightly. At this moment, the river of time opened on his body. It directly attracted the true body. He could not stay in the all-heavens battlefield any longer. He thought that Minister Huang was the person he was thinking of, but it turned out that he was not. In that case, he had guessed wrong. If he guessed wrong, it would be dangerous, extremely dangerous. Minister Huang was actually an unexpected person. The eldest son of the Great Light Ruler actually existed and did not die. Not only did he not die, but he was also not Zhu Tiandao. No one knew when he had snuck into the all-heavens battlefield, entered the hunting heaven pavilion, and became the minister of Huang. At this moment, Xianxia felt that there was something he did not calculate. Actually, he had guessed, seen, and discovered many things. He had expected that the minister of Huang should not be Zhu Tianfeng, but Zhou Tianyuan. Zhou Tianyuan, the younger brother of the great Zhou King, the little Zhou King. He had investigated the matter, including some of Zhou Pelong's experiments. He had speculated whether the other party was really dead, whether he was hiding somewhere, and whether he was suspecting something or investigating something in the dark. Therefore, after Fenhai and Wan Tianxing were both injured, he wanted to kill Wan Tianxing and eliminate Minister Huang and the others. He had the confidence and strength to do so. No one present was stronger than him. However, he guessed wrong. Minister Huang was not that person. Instead, it was a person he did not expect. Minister Huang sighed, receiving the true body. It looks like you are going to kill us all. He smiled. Indeed, that fellow was right. From some of the methods, there is more than one person. There are at least 2 people. How could Fenhai be able to hide from everyone? Someone must have helped him cover up. Fenhai might not even know that someone had helped him cover up. He was still feeling complacent, thinking that no one had discovered him. Actually, Fenhai had already guessed this before. Hindsight. Someone scolded. It was Zhu Tiandao. Why didn't you say so earlier? Who told you? Does father know? Yes. Minister Huang smiled and sighed. I'm afraid it's too late. This person is really a big fish. This person's reaction was too fast. He had only revealed his true body to buy time for Wan Tianxing to survive. In the end, this person actually led his true body over without saying anything. Indeed, that fellow told him not to underestimate this person. He had still underestimated him. He was too decisive. At this moment, on the all-heavens battlefield, King of the Great Zhou frowned slightly. Looking into the distance, he sighed and shook his head. I really can't believe it, and I don't want to believe it. With a sigh, he did not care about Qin Zhen and Zhou Polong anymore. Instantly, he broke through the void and charged into the distance. As for Zhou Polong, he frowned slightly and felt helpless. It was too fast. Seeing that Qin Zhen was still in a daze, he sighed. What are you looking at? Don't try to prove your Dao. Run. Huh? Run. Zhou Polong roared. My uncle has left, and you're still looking? Look at your uncle, idiot. Before the others could react, run, Qin Zhen finally reacted and immediately fled with him. Outside, several human Invincible Realm experts were also stunned. Without a word, they attacked the Invincible Realm experts who were blocking the way of Wan Wudi. But all of them were in a daze, looking into the distance at the open passage of time. A person was slowly leaving. As for King of the Great Zhou, he quickly attacked, directly crossing the river of time to kill the other party. However, he was not just an ordinary Invincible Realm expert. The human Invincible Realm experts were all at a loss. This was the first time after becoming Invincible Realm experts, that they were so at a loss. He betrayed them. When Fenhai betrayed them, everyone thought, oh, it's him, no wonder. Fenhai had such a bad temper. Later on, he proved his Tao. So what if he betrayed them? At least he was exposed. When Fenhai died, they heaved a sigh of relief. Oh, he's dead. Now they could rest easy, but when that person disappeared in the river of time, King of the Great Zhou roared angrily. They were also at a loss. Why? King of the Great Zhou also roared angrily. Why? Tell me, why? Have you forgotten? Have you forgotten our vow to conquer the heavens together? That person opened the river of time and walked towards the human realm. He said calmly, I haven't forgotten. Never forgotten. But I can't see hope, I can only see the future covered in blood, I can only see the future filled with death. I can only see the future you, the future me, we will all die. I can only see that if Yibadian succeeds, the heavens of one will besiege and kill the human race. I can only see that the sky is no longer the sky of the human race. Brother Zhou, I'm sorry. I just want this human realm to be peaceful for another 100 or 1,000 years, even if it's just an illusory peace. I'm sorry. Why? You can tell me, you can tell me. Why did you do this? Why did you betray us? It's not enough that you incited Fenhai to betray us, you even wanted him to kill Yibadian. Do you know that you have committed a grave mistake that cannot be reversed? That person looked at him. Didn't you suspect me long ago? Didn't you? You and I have the best relationship. If you didn't suspect me, Tian Yuan wouldn't have faked his death, Polong wouldn't have hinted to me again and again, and the Shenwen faction should be destroyed. Brother Zhou, you are too indecisive. You are not suitable to be the head of the civilizational masters. He smiled and said, this is only my will. If I fail, Brother Zhou, please don't take your anger out on others. Besides me, there is no third eternal traitor in the human race. As his words fell, that person disappeared from the battlefield of the heavens. King of Great Zhou roared in rage. He was unwilling to believe it. He tore through the void and quickly rushed towards the human realm. Soon, several Invincibles arrived, their faces filled with shock. Even these people had not expected this person to betray them. It was possible for many people, but this person was far beyond their expectations. Someone said in disbelief, what does the great Han King want? What does he want? This guy, he has been in the seeking realm for many years, no wonder, but no one had thought it would be him. Because he had been in the seeking realm for many years, not caring about anything, the 8 great families were unscrupulous. Because of this person, no one suspected him. The king of Han had betrayed them. At that moment, everyone was in disbelief. Even the king of Great Zhou was in extreme pain. He did not want all of this to be true. Tian Yuan, stop him. The king of Great Zhou roared. He, who had always been calm, was completely enraged this time. I said it was him, but you didn't believe me. At that moment, the void shook and the river of time suddenly shook. The river of time that passed through the human realm was cut off by a Shenwen in the endless void. Time reversal. With a soft shout, several Shenwen appeared. The expression of the king of Han, who was about to enter the human realm, changed slightly. In the next moment, he took a step back from outside the human realm. His expression changed completely. Zhou Tianyuan. The king of Han frowned slightly. Behind him, an expert wearing a golden mask appeared. He cupped his hands towards the void and said with a faint smile, fellow Taoists of the Sky Hunter Pavilion, I'm sorry to have caused you trouble. Zhu Tianfeng and I were only temporarily borrowing the positions of the 2 divisions. We'll return them to you this time. He smiled. In the endless void, inside the Sky Hunter Pavilion, several invincible experts carried the main hall and ran. F*CKU, the head of the Mystic Division is Zhou Tianyuan, and the head of the Yellow Division is Zhu Tianfeng. F*CKU, why don't the two of you die? The head of the mystic division, Zhou Tianyuan, the little king of Zhou who was rumored to have died. At that moment, he sneered and looked at the king of Han who was reversing the river of time and said coldly, back then, I suspected that you had betrayed us. My eldest brother didn't believe me. Alright, I proved everything to him. I was right, and my eldest brother was wrong. Lu Jin, you want to go to the human realm? Have you asked me? The king of Han looked at him and reversed the river of time and sighed. I didn't expect you to reach this step. You're even more proficient in the art of time than Wang Hu. The little king of Zhou sneered. I've been guarding against this move of yours. No one in the human realm suspects you. No one believes that you had betrayed us, but I believe that it was you. I don't think I've done anything. The king of Han said calmly, I didn't do anything before, did I? Haha. The little king of Zhou sneered. Really? A long time ago, there was a general in the army who rebelled. Was it not you? At that time, I discovered some abnormalities. As expected, you've been preparing to betray us since long ago. The great Han Emperor did not say anything further. With a loud rumble, he stepped out of the time realm and returned to where he came from. At the same time, pillars of light penetrated the man realm. The human realm. Department head Huang let out a low shout. The river of time opened. He wanted to guide his main body to descend as well. At the same time, a loud voice came from all over the universe. And he, Heaven Dang, bring their true bodies to the human realm. The deafening voice pierced through the heavens and the earth, piercing through the myriad worlds. In the human realm, among the 6 invincible realm experts who had descended, Rad had no other bodies, King of Hell River had died in battle, Dragon King's second life body was broken, and the other 3 invincible realm experts were only third life bodies. At this moment, the emperors of the various clans had passed down orders to guide their true bodies to descend. Not only that, in the boundless void, more than a dozen invincible realm experts all attacked and fought with the Lord of Great Light and the others. They entered the human realm, kill all the experts in the human realm who have gathered here today. This was especially true for the multi-divine rune clan. These people had not become invincible realm experts. Kill them first. Also, take the inscribed tombstone. Now, the betrayal of the king of Han was also beyond their expectations. An expert roared, surround and kill Zhou Tianyuan. Help the king of Han. In an instant, 7 or 8 invincible realm experts charged toward the king of Great Zhou and the king of Little Zhou, not giving them a chance to stop them. Not only that, the son of the king of Han, Lu Wushan, who had the same name as Dasha of Goguryeo, also had a complicated look on his face. He roared, Father, are you really going to betray the human race? You don't even care about your son? He roared and fished out the third life body. The past, future, and present appeared. He said sadly, your son, I, will prove my doubt today. Father, are you going to the human realm to kill them, or are you here to save me? The king of Han stopped in his tracks and turned around with a complicated look on his face. Lu Wushan said with grief and indignation, my father is a hero, a great hero. He is not a traitor. No, father, are you going to abandon the Lu family and the king of Han mansion? Just because of the uncertain future you see? Father, I'm going to prove my Tao. If you go, you will see your son being killed here today. As soon as he said that, the 3 invincible realm experts of one who were about to attack suddenly received a message. Soon, the 3 invincible realm experts looked at each other, smiled, and left one after another. Lu Wushan's face changed, and he suddenly flew into a rage. Be *starred, come and kill me. He forced his 3 bodies into one and chased after the 3 invincible realm experts, roaring, come and kill me. Father, they will kill me. Do you really not care about all this? Someone said with a faint smile, King of Han, don't worry. We won't hurt Lu Wushan. The king of Han frowned and said coldly, you are too noisy. I'm doing this for the human race, not for you beasts. Ha ha ha, yes, King of Han, as long as the Shunwen faction is not destroyed, the destruction of the human race is inevitable. The War of the One is bound to break out, and the Shunwen faction of the human race is the fuse. What you see can't be wrong. The king of Han sighed, stepped into the river of time again, and walked toward the mortal realm. Lu Wuxian roared crazily, no, don't. Father, they are doing this on purpose. What they said is false. If you go to the mortal realm, they will definitely kill me. Father. You are my hero, not a traitor. No. Rumble, at this moment, his three bodies merged into one, and multicolored light burst out from his body. From all directions, countless wisps of essence chi gathered toward him. Lu Wuxian was going to prove his Tao. He was going to become the first person to prove his Tao today. What was strange was that no one from the human race went to protect him, and no one from Wan went to kill him. Instead, he chased after the three invincible realm experts of Wan, but the three of them were desperately trying to run away, as if they were avoiding him. They were afraid that the king of Han would misunderstand. Don't misunderstand, no one killed your son. Even if your son proves his Tao, it doesn't matter. Go and kill Wan Tianqing and the others quickly. At this moment, a large number of invincible realm experts appeared. Someone flew toward the river of time opened by Minister Huang to stop his real body from descending. Someone charged toward King of Great Zhou and King of Junior Zhou to stop him from chasing the King of Han. The few invincible realm experts of the human race who had been protecting Qin Zhen and the others stopped protecting them and charged toward the King of Han. More invincible realm experts stopped them. Zhou Polong, Zhou Padian, and Qin Zhen fled. Zhou Polong looked around and realized that there were no more invincible realm experts. They had all gone to chase after King of Great Zhou and King of Junior Zhou. He shouted, prove your Tao. Qin Zhen was taken aback, now? Hurry. Nonsense, if not now, then when. Lu Wuxian was about to succeed in proving his Tao, but no one cared about him. This was probably the first time a human had proven his Tao. Everyone was gathered there. Compared to killing these few people, it was more important for the King of Han to descend instantly and kill those guys. Chaos. At this moment, Zhou Polong and the others spread out and instantly fished out the three bodies to prove their Tao. Someone wanted to kill them. On the other side, King of Junior Zhou roared, time reversal. Rumble, the King of Han retreated again and roared, Zhou Tianyuan, you're courting death. King of Han, we'll help you stop him. At this moment, of the four invincible realm experts who were about to kill Zhou Polong and the others, two of them turned around and flew over, while the remaining two began to chase after the three. Not far away, Lu Wuxian roared madly, Father, do you have to be stubborn? Do you want me to self-destruct here? If you really betray me, I will definitely kill you. I will kill you to clear the name of my Lu family. The heavens were in chaos, the original plan was in chaos. Including Xiao Longwu, the invincible realm experts looked over there. The king of Qin's face was livid. He wanted to rush out again and again, but he resisted and gritted his teeth. It's him, it's actually him. Bastard. Damn it. Lu Jin, why? The king of Qin roared. Da Xiao of Gogirio's face was also ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, it's actually him. Longwu, don't prove your Tao. Old Qin and I will go kill him. Okay. Xiao Longwu nodded, and the two experts began to break out of the encirclement. Tianzhu, Wang Hu, Jin Tian, the three of you escort Xiao Longwu away. Today, if we don't prove our Tao, we won't rest until we kill Lu Jin. The two undefeatable realm experts let out a roar and charged out. Killing intent shook the heavens. At this moment, the invincible realm experts who surrounded them felt their hearts palpitate. What a strong killing intent, the human race was going crazy. The King of Han was one of the top 10 experts of the human race, and one of the top 5 in the Seeker state. To put it bluntly, after the King of Great Zhou and the King of Great Light, the King of Han was third. Of course, there were the King of Great Shang and a few others whose strength was on par with him. But no matter what, among the group of invincible realm experts, the King of Han was one of the oldest and strongest. If he really encountered Da Xiao of Goguryeo, he might not lose. Stop them. Someone shouted coldly, and stopped the two top invincible realm experts of the human race, and at this moment, the invincible realm experts of the human race roared, all of you prove your Tao and attract their attention. Good luck. If they don't kill you, there will be one more invincible realm expert. Prove your Tao and kill them. Kill you, run. If you don't kill Lu Jin, you're not human. The group of invincible realm experts no longer protected the quasi-invincible realm experts, and they all rushed over. More and more invincible realm experts gathered there. The passage of time became wider and wider under the tug of the King of Han, the King of Great Zhou, and the King of Little Zhou. The King of Han's expression was calm as he said coldly, "If you continue to tug, the passage will open wide, and the eternal realm experts of all races can directly step in. Have you thought about it?" As soon as he said this, the eyes of someone invincible realm experts moved. Under their tug of war, the long river of time was indeed wide and boundless. The King of Great Zhou's expression changed, and he said angrily, "You want to collude with Wan? How dare you? It's fine if you think the human race has no hope, but if you collude with Wan, even if you die, I will crush your bones and scatter your ashes." At this moment, more and more invincible realm experts gathered here, and the quasi-invincible realm experts who were about to prove their Tao were all livid, and they fled in all directions. Some began to prove their Tao directly, and some were looking for a place to prove their Tao while fleeing. It was a mess. At this moment, Xiao Longwu, who was fleeing, gritted his teeth and shouted, "Prove my Tao, Wan, come and kill me." Boom, the long river of time opened, 1, 2, and himself, 3 Xiao Longwus appeared in an instant, and forcibly merged. Xiao Longwu shouted, "I will prove my Tao, and if I succeed, I will kill Wan, come and kill me." As soon as he said this, an invincible realm expert of the god race shouted, "Give up on the others, kill Xiao Longwu. The rest of you, go and help the King of Han. Cut off the passage of time for Zhu Qianfeng's true body." At this moment, with a plan, the invincible realm experts ignored the others and gathered in 3 places. The first place was where Xiao Longwu was. The second place was where the King of Great Zhou and the others were. The third place was where Zhu Tianfeng had opened the passage of time. As for Lu Wuxian and the others who proved their Tao, not many people cared. Of course, it wasn't that they didn't care, but there were very few of them, and they weren't top experts, but the ordinary kind. Just as Wan was fighting in the endless void on the battlefield of heavens, a roar resounded through heaven and earth. Multicolored light shone for thousands of miles. Lu Wuxian was like a crazy demon. I did it, Father, do you have to do this? Do you have to betray us? Where will the billions of people of the Great Han Mansion go? Father, what should I do? Do you want me to betray you too? Rumble, his aura skyrocketed, becoming more and more powerful. He flew toward the King of Han and said angrily, "Father, you can't do this." The King of Han snorted coldly. With a rumble, he broke the river of time and said coldly, "Do you have to stop me?" I said, "I'm not betraying the human race, I just don't want a war to break out, and the Shenwen faction will be destroyed. I killed those people, you can do whatever you want to them, I won't resist. If you can't, I'll kill a few invincible realm experts of Wan and die with them. I have no intention of betraying the human race, I just want it to survive." He said angrily, "Brother Zhou, can't you understand me?" The King of Great Zhou shouted. The Shenwen faction shook, and the Shenwen faction appeared. A powerful Shenwen faction suddenly exploded. The King of Han punched out, and with a loud bang, the passage of time trembled. The invincible realm expert of Wan shouted, "Help him keep the passage open." In an instant, 7 or 8 invincible realm experts took action to help them stabilize the passage of time. At this moment, the invincible realm experts were fighting in the passage of time, and outside, the invincible realm expert of Wan was helping them stabilize the passage. Behind them, Lu Wuxian brought thousands of miles of multicolored light, illuminating the entire sky, and charged toward them crazily, constantly roaring, on the side of the human realm. Southern Yuan. The King of Han's future body, Xianxia, frowned slightly and didn't attack again. Instead, he walked toward the passage of time and shouted coldly, "Who can stop me from receiving my true body?" As soon as he finished speaking, the future body charged into the passage of time. In the relic, Suyu was also furious. The King of Han. How was it possible? Impossible. He even learned the word strength of the King of Han. How could he betray the human race in Shenwen? He had guessed that there was a second one because he saw an invincible realm expert with patterns. The Burning Sea didn't seem to have one, but even if there was a second one, it shouldn't be the King of Han. This was the top 10 mansion in the human realm. This prefecture was also filled with people who were good at fighting. How was it possible? At this moment, A few invincible realm experts were receiving the true body, and so was Minister Huang, but he was stopped by someone who roared, "Second brother, prove your Dao. Hurry up and prove your Dao." Zhu Tiandao gritted his teeth, "Okay, then prove your Dao in the human realm. Don't blame me if you suck the vitality of Dexia province dry." The next moment, the 100 Dao pavilion appeared, which was his future body. The river of time opened, and in an instant, another Zhu Tiandao appeared. His opponent, the immortal king, was receiving the true body and didn't care about him. Now, the main force of Wan, including the main force of the human race, was gathering toward the king of Han. In the endless void, more than 10 invincible realm experts besieged the great light lord and the others, but they were just holding them back, not risking their lives. Why would they risk their lives? They just had to hold them back. Several invincible realm experts were being guided. Once their true bodies descended, Zhu Tiandao's true body couldn't go. Just relying on the 3 lives body wasn't enough. At this moment, Xianxia also roared and began to fuse with the 3 lives body. The primordial sect leader and the others also prepared to prove their Dao. Angry roars kept coming. Dao! Dao! The quasi-invincible realm experts were all roaring, but the quasi-invincible realm experts of Wan were powerless. To prove one's Dao, one needed a vessel, and they didn't have one, not to mention this was the human realm. To prove one's Dao in the human realm, stop fooling around. To prove one's Dao here was to wait for death. In the relic, Suyu sent a person flying with a punch. His anger was monstrous, and the death chi was drawn even faster. He was going to kill all of them. At this point, it was no longer necessary to hold them back. He was going to kill them all, go to the battlefield of heavens, find the stone statue, and let the stone statue take action. He couldn't waste his time here anymore. Boom! Go to hell! Suyu roared and smashed his fist down. There was a loud rumble that resounded through heaven and earth. Cursed soul of the Tianyuan clan was smashed into powder by his fist, but he didn't die. The next moment, the little furball flickered and directly swallowed Sea of Will. The little furball that had just swallowed a sun and moon Shenwen was almost digested. This guy seemed to have entered the mountain sea, because there seemed to be clouds of heaven's origin chi descending from the sky, but at this time, the relic was full of heaven's origin chi, so Suyu didn't care. The little furball swallowed Sea of Will, and with a loud rumble, it seemed like something exploded. It exploded. Suyu! A mournful roar was heard. The 9th-tier sun and moon expert, who protected Cursed Soul, was fighting with Qin Hao and madly rushing over. Cursed Soul was killed, number 18 on the heaven list. This was also the first genius on the heaven roll to die. So you couldn't care less about that. His aura of death boiled, and his rage soared. The Grand Han King's betrayal shocked everyone, and they were also incomparably furious. How could this be? You are a powerhouse who established the palace, an existence that protects billions of people. How could you do this? His death chi was overflowing, and at this moment, the City Lord token on his body vibrated. The City Lord token was in his Sea of Will. At this moment, he vaguely heard someone say, "Restrain yourself, the death chi is too strong." Suyu was a little surprised. What was going on? The stone sculpture's voice transmission? It was so powerful that it could even transmit voice across the heavens. It could even see that his death chi was so strong, in the void. The stone sculpture looked in all directions. He was just a stone, hiding here, not moving, and no one paid attention to him. He could also be considered a living dead that had lasted for countless years. In a situation where he didn't move, even a half-emperor would find it difficult to find him. He seemed to see through the heavens, saw the great Han King and the others fighting, saw the great Light Lord and the others fighting outside the world wall, then looked at the human realm, then looked at Southern Yuan, then looked at Wan Tianxing who was rapidly recovering, and then looked at the human race powerhouses everywhere. He felt that something was wrong. Lu Wuxian was the first to succeed, and his success was unimaginable. Not only that, but now not only did Wan not kill him, but the 2 invincible realm powerhouses were pestering him, playing house with him, afraid that if they killed him, the great Han King would go crazy and no longer come to the human realm. In other places, human powerhouses were frantically trying to prove their Dao. Some were besieged and killed, some didn't, and some already had hopes of successfully proving their Dao. Strange, as the stone sculpture said this, he felt that it was strange. Then he looked at the great Han King in the passage of time. The three bodies merged into one and began to fight the great Zhou King and the little Zhou King. He looked at Wan Tianxing below. Wan Tianxing, who had slaughtered two invincible realm powerhouses. If you had delayed a little longer, you could have killed him. How dangerous it would be to keep him alive. If you didn't kill Wan Tianxing, why give him time to recover? Around the great Han King and the others, at least 20 invincible realm powerhouses had gathered, and one had more, close to 40. But at this moment, the two sides were fighting around the passage of time. The human race wanted to cut off the passage, but Wan was protecting it. Protecting was harder than destroying. Even the 40 invincible realm powerhouses of Wan consumed a lot of energy to maintain the passage. The stone sculpture felt that it was a little strange. At this moment, in the various major realms, one by one, incomparably ancient existences probed the passages of the various realms with their willpower. Waves of incomparably powerful willpower covered the surroundings. Demon world. The demon emperor watched for a while, frowning slightly as if he was calculating something. Divine world. The god emperor was also pinching his fingers to calculate something, but it was all gray. He immediately frowned. Was this battle a disadvantage or a disadvantage? Celestial world. The ancient immortal king was silent. He didn't see it because his willpower had just probed. It was gone. This wasn't the first time, it had happened several times over the years. Every time, as long as his true body didn't descend outside the celestial world, such a situation would occur. He was almost cut off from the outside world. He probed with his willpower. As an ancient immortal king, his willpower was extremely strong. It wasn't a problem for him to probe the passage and check the heavens. But over the years, every time he tried, it was gone, it disappeared into thin air, not a single trace was left. He frowned and pinched his fingers to calculate. He frowned incessantly, feeling a little irritated for no reason. How many years had it been? What had happened recently, outside the celestial world wall? A big furry ball floated in the void. It opened its mouth and ate the willpower that was probing out. So fragrant. It had been more than 300 years, and it had eaten more than 10 times, but it was still so fragrant, as for more than 300 years. To it, it was just the blink of an eye. To eat so much delicious food in such a short period of time, it felt great. As for going in to eat. Sorry, not going in. Just eat outside. It was too dangerous to go in. That Tiangu was still very powerful. Perhaps, he was the most powerful in the current Myriad realms. Of course, it was hard to say, but eating outside was good. Just as he was thinking, a figure appeared. No, it was a ball shadow. My husband, you're here too? The big furry ball from before looked at the big furry ball and casually greeted it, as if it had just gone out to buy some groceries and forgot to go home. The big furry ball was a little confused and nodded. Are you waiting here to eat Tiangu? That's right, it's fragrant. The big furry ball thought for a moment. Tiangu doesn't taste good. It's too hard to eat. How about eating this? The big furry ball suddenly stretched out a pair of small hands. It awkwardly pointed at a passage of time. That was the time passage that the celestial clan's immortal king used to receive his main body. How about eating him? On the celestial clan's side, the sea of wool was fragrant. The longer it lived, the stronger the fragrance. Coincidentally, this person was still receiving it. The passage of time was obvious. The ball thought for a moment. Eat this. What about Tiangu? Leave it first. When he comes out, eat him. If he doesn't come out, just eat it here. The celestial clan is fragrant. The big furry ball gave a suggestion. Eat a few more and he will come out. The mother ball had a little body. It made sense. The boss was still smart. The two balls instantly disappeared and appeared in the passage of time. At this moment, the two bodies of the immortal king merged into one and rushed towards the human realm. Suddenly, he felt his heart palpitate. What was wrong? The human realm was dangerous? It was dangerous, but now that he had merged 3 bodies into one and descended into the human realm, how could there be any danger? Just as he thought about it, a voice sounded in his ear. Boss, one for you, one for me. He has 2 bodies. Okay. with that said, one ball for one. And then? There was no then. With two fur balls, would it be difficult to deal with an immortal king who had merged two bodies into one? No difficulty at all. Just like that, it was gone. The two bodies were still there, but the Sea of Will and Shenwen were gone. The vessel was still there, and the physical body was there, but everything else was gone. He didn't die either. There was no phenomenon, no future body. The two fur balls disappeared in an instant. It was quite fragrant. The mother ball was very happy. The boss was really amazing and smart. He ate delicious food the moment he arrived, and in the human realm. The immortal king was still receiving the main body. He could already feel it. It was coming, he was happy. This time, I want to kill Zhu Tiandao and seize the Wen tombstone. I am the first invincible person to descend completely. As for Fenhai, he was dead. He could kill the invincible Wan Tianxing, but he was crippled. Xianxia and the others, Xianxia hadn't reached the Dao, and Chief Huang's reception was stopped. I am the first, he was also the next strongest one. Just as he thought about it, his expression changed. Suddenly, the future body trembled violently and started to explode. On the other side, Zhu Tiandao scolded, "Shameless, don't try to seduce me, I haven't reached the Dao yet." This shameless immortal king, he actually pretended to be injured and seduced me to kill him. This bastard, do you think I don't know that your three bodies are about to descend? And at this moment, the three bodies descended. No, it was a vessel and a corpse without any aura. The corpse of the present body and the vessel of the past body. The two furballs didn't care about these things. They only cared about eating. Zhu Tiandao was stunned. What did that mean? What did it mean to send a corpse and a vessel over? He was stunned. As for the immortal king, he was coughing up blood. He was also in a daze. He had lived for thousands of years, and this was the first time he felt so helpless and collapsed. Where are my three bodies? Where are my present and past bodies? Did I raise a question? That's impossible. Why is that? There was no chance to ask, because Zhu Tiandao was dumbfounded, but he was instantly overjoyed. This? F***ck, what the hell is this? The three bodies of an immortal king were suddenly destroyed. At this moment, the future body was suffering from the backlash, like rootless duckweed. This guy, he's finished. Zhu Tiandao was ready to kill the immortal king. The Han King and the others were fighting in the void. Suyu was extremely surprised at this moment. He transmitted his voice through the City Lord token, Lord Stone Sculpture? Is this a joke? Transmitting voice through the heavens? Damn, this City Lord token is so powerful. Don't draw the dead energy. This time, Suyu was sure that he didn't hear wrong. Soon, he was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "Lord, I want to go to the battlefield of heavens immediately. Dozens of invincible experts are chasing me. Please come and avenge me." How can there be dozens of invincible experts chasing you? In the air. The stone sculpture looked. Nonsense, there are only dozens of invincible experts in the entire human realm. Lord, there really is. I'll go to the battlefield of heavens immediately. Oh, I'm not in the battlefield of heavens. Then I can go to the ancient city, not in the ancient city. Suyu was stunned for a moment. In his heart, an incredible thought arose. He transmitted his voice with difficulty, "Lord, are you in the human realm?" When he was distracted, he was sent flying by Zhan Wushuang's punch. He didn't even care. But the stone sculpture transmitted his voice, "Hit him. If he hits you, won't you hit him? Lord, are you in the human realm?" Suyu was instantly ecstatic. "Lord, please cut off that passage of time. Once the Han King comes, we're all dead." At this moment, the stone sculpture looked at that passage. He looked for a while, and then looked for a while, and then looked for a while. So stable that it's scary. Fight my ass. There are dozens of invincible experts guarding this passage. He was invincible, and even a half-step martial monarch wouldn't be able to kill him. So, when the Han King comes, the city lord is dead, the stone sculpture thought, "No, I'm here. So you can't die." As for the others, who cares? Although he thought about it, the stone sculpture still transmitted his voice, "What's the hurry? You won't die. But, Lord, once he comes, the others will be killed by him." Lord, please, do me a favor. I'll help you bear more death chi in the future. Xinghong ignored him and looked at the passage again as if he had seen through the heavens. He murmured, hey, another one is about to succeed. The second new invincible expert of the human clan was about to succeed. It was none other than Zhou Polong. He was about to succeed. At this moment, an invincible expert went to stop him, but he was temporarily trapped by his Shenwen. Interesting, under normal circumstances, more than one invincible expert was needed to kill such a genius. This time, many of them went to other places. Xiao Longwu had almost gathered 20 invincible experts. As for the minister of the Huang clan, 4 or 5 had gathered, and in the endless void of the human realm, more than a dozen had gathered. Nearly 80 invincible experts were killing the human clan in Wan. In fact, there were a few more invincible experts on the human realm side, as well as more than a dozen experts who were fighting with Suyu. In total, there were almost 100 of them. It was the first time in hundreds of years that 100 invincible experts had moved out together. But, it was useless. On the contrary, there weren't many experts of the human clan who stopped them. They were all attracted by the Han King. The stone sculpture looked at it for a while, but he was still confused. He felt that something was wrong. The demi-emperors of the God clan and the demi-emperors of the demon clan all felt that something was wrong. Was it too easy for the human clan to prove their Tao? Should he mobilize some invincible experts to surround and kill them? Also, there were too many invincible experts gathered on the Han King's side. Including the humans, there were 60 to 70 invincible experts fighting there. A Han King had restrained dozens of invincible experts because he wanted to help him descend to the human realm. At this moment, the stone sculpture was thinking, where's the ancient heaven immortal king? Why didn't he investigate and say anything? Oh, that person went. Will he be fine? I hope he's fine. As he pondered the matter, he looked around, until he saw Zhu Tianfeng, the minister of the Yellow Tribe, gaping in shock. Zhu Tianfeng was currently in the middle of receiving his true body, but he was very far away from the burly Han King spatial tunnel. It was as if he was afraid that he would touch the passage of the Han King. The stone sculpture shook his head, feeling a little confused. Could it be that after being in charge of the holy city for so many years, I'm a little stupid? Why do I feel like I can't see through some things, but I feel like I can blurt it out? However, at this moment, he only knew one thing. The multicolored light illuminated the world, and the second invincible expert of the human clan was about to be born. It was much easier than before. At this moment, not only the stone sculpture, but the others also vaguely felt that something was wrong. 2 invincible experts of the human clan were born. Wasn't it too fast? It was abnormally fast. This Tao validation was too fast. Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult to do it in a few days. The stone sculpture shook his head again, feeling very confused. Perhaps his brother could see something. This human clan, one trick after another, making him dizzy. If he was not satisfied, then he could just fight. In the past, the human clan was especially good at fighting, but today, one trick after another, one after the other. As the stone sculpture thought about this, he transmitted his voice to Suyu. It's not that fast. What's the rush? The Han King is fighting with the great Zhou King outside the border, and they have been entangled for 60 to 70 eternities. The great Zhou King is about to vomit blood. Suyu was stunned. The great Zhou King was about to vomit blood. That guy was an old turtle, how could he vomit blood? The great Qin King rebelled, and he could probably endure it. The Han King rebelled, and he felt so bad. Their relationship was so good. Suyu was also confused. 60 to 70 invincible experts, the great Zhou King and the Han King fighting, entangling so many invincible experts. Was this an internal war of the human clan, and the Wan people were watching the show? Your human clan has 2 more invincible experts. Yo, that guy called Zhou Polong, he's so powerful after he reached the Tao validation realm, and he sent Wan Yongheng flying far away. Yo, that Zhou Padian seems to be about to reach the Tao validation realm too. The Zhou family is amazing. The stone sculpture seemed to be watching a show as he reported the news to Suyu. As for Suyu, he was stunned again and again. In just a short while, there were 3 more invincible experts. How was that possible? The Tao validation realm was very dangerous and slow. One had to wait for the invincible experts to fight, or else where would there be so many carriers? He didn't know that at this moment, the little Zhou King, who was the head of the mystic department, was working in the Skyhunter Pavilion. There were few in other places, but the Skyhunter Pavilion had some. As for Lu Wuxian, he also had 2 carriers. No one had thought about this yet, and maybe he was just lucky. In the endless void, the Han King went crazy, beating up the little Zhou King until he vomited blood, and the great Zhou King kept retreating. He wanted to go to the human realm. Time reversal. With a roar, the little Zhou King was like an unkillable cockroach, and he once again reversed the river of time. The Han King was furious. "You're courting death. Father, don't kill him. Don't hit him." In the distance, Lu Wuxian roared, his voice hoarse, "No, father, if you descend to the human realm will be destroyed. Don't, I'm in the immortal realm, I only want to kill those people from the Shenwen faction." The Han King said coldly. Lu Wuxian said mournfully, "Father, don't make the same mistake again." He was extremely sad, he wished he could die immediately to make his father change his mind. The Han King charged to the entrance of the human realm again, and the little Zhou King roared again. Time reversal. The Han King returned again, extremely crazy and furious. "Wan Yongheng, help me kill them, you forced me, it's not enough, more." The Great Heavenly War. The great Han King betrayed him and forced his way into the human realm. The great Zhou King and the little Zhou King tried their best to stop him. And just as they were fighting, today, the third falling phenomenon shook the heavens. A shrill and unwilling roar resounded through the human realm. No. The human realm. The seriously injured immortal king was smashed into pieces by Zhu Tiandao's pavilion with despair and unwillingness. He really couldn't accept it. "Why, where are my 3 bodies? They were suddenly gone." Originally, his combat power was definitely much stronger than Zhu Tiandao's. Even without the 3 bodies, it would be extremely difficult for Zhu Tiandao to kill his future body. Not only did the 3 bodies not increase his strength, but it also caused him to suffer a backlash. His strength slipped and his future body was like a rootless duckweed. In the end, he was unlucky enough to be killed. He couldn't accept it. Even if he died, he couldn't accept it. He shouldn't die like this. He still had many wishes to fulfill, many things to do. He hadn't lived enough. He couldn't accept it. He died too wrongly. He was even more unwilling to die at the hands of Zhu Tiandao. Rumble. The celestial world shook and red clouds covered the heavens. In an instant, all the heavens were shocked. Another one had died, today's third, first the Nether River King, then the Burning Sea King, and now the Alderwood Immortal King had fallen. The 3 invincible beings had all died in the human realm. The human realm was even more dangerous than the battlefield. On the battlefield, hundreds of invincible beings had fought, but so far, not one had died because it wasn't a life and death battle. Unless there was an opportunity, invincible beings wouldn't be willing to fight with their lives. On the human realm side, everyone was fighting with their lives. In the blink of an eye, the 3rd invincible being had fallen, Southern Yuan. Everyone was dumbfounded. Zhu Tiandao was so strong, he killed an immortal king. And Zhu Tiandao was also depressed. "Don't look at me, why are you looking at me? You can do it." A seriously injured future body could be killed by the human clan. "What are you looking at? No matter what, collect the corpse. I've made a fortune, one vessel, the other broken, but the body was intact." This was very difficult to obtain. Even if an invincible being died in battle, it would be difficult to leave their corpse behind, let alone such a well-preserved corpse. It felt like he was picked up from the streets. Zhu Tiandao was a little absent-minded. It seemed like déjà vu. "No, I seem to have heard of it somewhere." "Oh, my father." Zhu Tiandao was stunned for a moment. "Yes, my father was one of them. Years ago, he found a complete corpse in the All Heavens battlefield. It belonged to the god race. Today, I also feel like I picked it up from the streets. It's also very complete. Strange." On the other side, the other human experts were also dumbfounded. Heaven Dang and Terminal He, who were receiving the true bodies, were shocked. If the 3 bodies died, they would really die. Do I still have to descend with my true body? The 2 of them were going to die soon as well, but right now, they were a bit alarmed. It was still fine if one of their bodies died, but if they ended up like the Immortal King, the unlucky 3 bodies dying, then they really would die. For a moment, the two of them hesitated. Should they continue to guide them? If they did, the humans would definitely not be able to stop them. Zhu Tianfeng, the minister of the Yellow Division, could not summon his real body. How could Xianxia and the others fight against them when the three bodies merged into one? But what about Zhu Tiandao's side? He was the second person in the all heavens to kill an invincible existence. Everyone was shocked. So was Su Yu. Old Zhu killed an invincible existence. Wasn't he hiding it too well? He deliberately lured the three bodies to descend and then killed them. What a good plan. No one cared about the immortal king's real body. They did not see it. The two of them were fighting in a private space. The weak could not see it, and the strong did not have time to watch. In this way, it seemed that Zhu Tiandao killing an invincible existence was too abrupt. No one was prepared at all. If it were someone else, be it Xianxia or minister of the Yellow Division, everyone could accept it. But Zhu Tiandao was strong, but he was not that strong, right? He killed an immortal king just like that. Su Yu and the others were still in shock. At this time, Terminal He and Heaven Dang, the two invincible existences, had no time to think. The three bodies descended. It was too late for regret, they roared. The two of them merged into one, their aura soaring. Xianxia and Minister of the Yellow Division, who were blocking them, retreated, coughing up blood from their attacks. The two of them merged into one. Zhu Tianfeng shouted, "Second brother, you stop one of them. Xianxia and I will deal with Heaven Dang." Zhu Tiandao's face was livid. "My brother is sending me to my death, yes, to my death. I know how I killed an invincible existence. You two want me to deal with an invincible existence with three bodies merged into one? F***CKU, you won't stop until you kill me? Are you still a family?" He gritted his teeth and cursed in his heart. He flew out with difficulty and looked at Demon King Terminal He, who had merged into one. He said indifferently, "Terminal He, how about we play? I want to pretend. Let's not fight. Let's chat. Otherwise, we can't fight here." The two invincible existences had arrived in person. Terminal He's face was solemn. He didn't let his guard down. This was an expert who could kill an invincible existence. He was also the third non-invincible existence to kill an invincible existence. The first was Yi Badian, the second was Wan Tiansheng. Zhu Tiandao, the third. On the other side, Divine King Heaven Dang heaved a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, even dealing with Zhu Tianfeng and Xianxia was safer than dealing with Zhu Tiandao. He transmitted his voice, "Delay him. Wait for the Han King to enter." Terminal He cursed in his heart, "Why don't you delay him?" "You want me to delay him?" Although he cursed, he still transmitted his voice. "Even if the Han King enters, he will only deal with the Shenwen faction. Even if he betrayed the human race, he will only betray the Shenwen faction. We have to wait for others to enter. Delay them." "I will delay Zhu Tiandao. Try not to fight to the death, okay?" The two invincible existences quickly reached an agreement and cursed in their hearts. This human realm was too strange. Zhu Tiandao didn't look like much. No, he was strong. But dealing with a body of three bodies was already the limit. Damn it, he actually killed an invincible existence. Suppressing, defeating, and killing were two completely different concepts. This meant that their strength was enough to crush an ordinary invincible existence. Too scary. Terminal He comforted himself for a while and instantly entered a small space with Zhu Tiandao. Terminal He was not in a hurry to attack. He looked at Zhu Tiandao, who was forcefully retrieving his past body, and said lightly, "It is not that easy for you to prove your Dao. Zhu Tiandao, we are here for the Shenwen faction and the Wen Tombstone. This has nothing to do with your Zhu clan or De Mingwang. Why do you want to get involved?" Zhu Tiandao was slightly stunned. Soon, he understood the other party's fear. "Yes, I am an existence that can kill invincible existences. I am afraid of him, and he is also afraid of me. After all, the other party was using the three bodies as one. If he was killed, he would die. Who would be willing to die so easily after living to this stage of invincible existence?" Afraid of both, Zhu Tiandao was much more at ease. He smiled faintly. "No one wants to be nosy, but this is the human realm. Since my Zhu clan has stepped forward, we will not give up halfway. Terminal He, you are not a blood-fire demon, so there is no need to fight to the death with me. I do not want to die, and neither do you. Of course, I may not be able to kill you, but perhaps I can kill a second one today. I will prove my Tao, and you will watch the show. Now, it is just the beginning. Why do you have to step forward at the very beginning and set off fireworks for the myriad realms like others? Terminal. He frowned slightly. You prove your Tao. If you succeed, then wouldn't I be in more danger? No, I cannot let him prove his Tao. But if I don't, I will have to fight. That is dangerous. What to do? Terminal Crane was very nervous. Outside, godly monarch Heavenjolt could no longer wait. He brought Xianxia and Zhu Tianfeng to another space to fight. Southern Boundless Border and Zhu Tianfeng were experts. At that moment, the three of them had fused into one, so they could still fight. On the other side, Lan Tian and Lad were also fighting fiercely. This time, of the 6 invincible existences that descended, 2 were dead. Dragon King had lost his 2 bodies. The remaining 3 were fighting the human experts again. But on Zhu Tiandao's side, the 2 were chattering non-stop. No one made a move for a while. In the void, Xinghong watched for a while, speechless. Others did not see it, but he did. 2 of the 3 bodies of the immortal king were gone. He roughly knew what was going on. It was nothing more than the half-emperor of the God-Eater clan or his wife's doing. Speaking of which, the mother ball of the God-Eater clan had gone out more than 300 years ago. The little fur ball on Suyu's side was not big. The stone sculpture fell into deep thought. After a while, he shook his head and stopped thinking. He had roughly guessed that this race was still terrifying. He looked at Suyu again. At this moment, Suyu was fighting with those geniuses. He seemed to be polishing himself. His body was still constantly strengthening. But the power of the sun and moon 8th tier. Xinghong watched for a while and roughly understood what was going on. Then he looked at the inscription tombstone and recognized what it was. But, soon, his eyes moved slightly. The inscription tombstone suddenly disappeared for a moment. Almost no one noticed, unless an invincible existence was staring at the inscription tombstone. Soon, the inscription tombstone reappeared. The sun and moon rotated in Xinghong's eyes as if in slow motion. He replayed it countless times slower. He was somewhat surprised. Space Ancient Beast Clan. This clan also came out. Their strength was not weak, at least not weaker than Nan Wujiang. Among the quasi-invincible existences, they were also ranked at the top. Was this the third on the list of Tao verification? Empty, Xinghong thought to himself and didn't care. He knew that this was Suyu's thing. Suyu could take it himself. After a while, he remembered that he had not come here to enjoy the scenery, nor was he here to watch a show. Suyu had absorbed too much death aura, and if this went on, not to mention whether Xingyue could withstand it, it had nothing to do with him. The key was that the death chi was too strong, which was not a good thing. If the dead spirit channel of the mortal realm was opened, it was not something that ordinary people could bear. Suyu, you can leave the mortal realm now. He transmitted his voice. He was here to take Suyu away. He could watch the show at any time. There was no need to watch it today. Later, a group of invincible realm experts would enter the mortal realm. As a spectator, he didn't want to cause trouble here. With so many invincible realm experts, he had the time to care about others. Although he was strong, if there were 3 or 5 invincible realm experts fighting him to the end, he might not be able to defeat them. Last time, he killed those guys because they were weak and he suddenly attacked. They didn't expect it. The stone sculpture was a little dazed. Speaking of which, did I kill too many eternal 3 lives? He knew Lad below. He'd better leave as soon as possible, otherwise, it would be troublesome for these guys to take revenge. In the endless void. In the time channel. King Han was furious. Zhou Tianyuan, don't you understand? As long as Shenwen is not destroyed, the human clan will always be in war. The chaos of the heavens starts with Shenwen. You stop me again and again. Do you want the entire human clan to fall into a dead end? Turn back time. A low shout sounded again. Young King Zhou coughed up blood and his breath was weak. He said coldly, even if I die, I won't let you succeed. Lu Jin. You executioner. Bastard. King Han was furious and retreated again. kill, the rumbling sound was endless, the war broke out again. Around them, there were many Invincible Realm experts of the human clan, and they all joined the battle. Invincible Realm 1 was also fighting with blood. In the distance, there were many quasi-invincible realm experts. Some were proving the way, and some were killed. Proving the way, after all, depended on chance. There were also invincible realm experts chasing one in other places. Not every quasi-invincible realm expert could be a match for an invincible realm expert. Moreover, some people didn't prepare the carrier, so it was very difficult to prove the way. Further away, where Xiao Longwu and the others were, Da Xia of Goguryeo and the Great Qin King were extremely crazy. The two top superiors joined forces, and 7 or 8 invincible realm experts kept retreating. It wasn't that they couldn't defeat them, but they didn't want to risk their lives. If they really wanted to kill these 2 invincible realm experts of the human clan, how could they do it without 3 or 5 invincible realm experts dying, but who wanted to die when they had lived to this point? It was enough to hold them back. At this moment, there was a slight vibration in the void. At the entrance of the Devil Realm, an illusory figure appeared, looking at the sky and the endless void. A figure that seemed to have existed since ancient times looked in all directions. Soon, he looked at the Great Han King. After watching for a while, the figure had already understood something. At this moment, in the endless void, all the heavens and realms, another ray of light shone on heaven and earth. This was the third ray of light that day, the first one, Lu Wushan. The second one, Zhou Polong. The third one, Zhou Padian. At this moment, all the heavens were shocked. One family had 4 invincible realm experts, the Great Bright Lord's family had 2 invincible realm experts, which was already shocking. On the side of the Great Han King, there were also 2 invincible realm experts, but the situation of the Great Han King was complicated. On the side of the Dexia province, strictly speaking, there was still only 1 invincible realm expert, Da Xia of Goguryeo. As for people like Wan Tiancheng, they could fight invincible realm experts, but after all, they were not invincible. Now, there were 2 invincible realm experts in Dazhou Prefecture, together with Prince Zhou, who pretended to be dead. All of a sudden, there were 4 invincible realm experts in Dazhou Prefecture, which was terrifying. At the same time, Qinzhen was also stunned. So fast, damn it, so fast. Beside him, Zhou Polong and Zhou Padian were proving their way. At this moment, the 2 invincible realm experts who were chasing them were blocked by the 2 personalities. They were fighting in the void, and one invincible realm expert was coming. Zhou Polong shouted, "Prove your way." "What are you waiting for?" Qinzhen, this idiot, proved his way too slowly. "How fast we are." Qinzhen looked at the brothers suspiciously. Something was wrong, too wrong. These 2 had obtained the bodies of 3 lives before and even began to merge into one. It was not until now that they began to truly merge. The Zhou family had a lot of bearers. The point was that even if they had obtained the bodies of 3 lives before, they couldn't prove their way so fast. Turn back time. A roar resounded through the heavens again. Qinzhen was slightly dazed. Something was wrong. Even he felt that his speed of proving his way was accelerating. Time acceleration? He was slightly stunned. Time acceleration, there seemed to be something accelerating him, making him feel that his merging speed was much faster. At this moment, the Demon Emperor, who had walked out of the realm, also saw it. He exclaimed, he sighed with emotion. "Prince Zhou, Zhou Tianyuan, what a big move, what a great ability, turn back time." No, it wasn't, it was time acceleration. He was accelerating some people. He wasn't accelerating others, but those who had proved their way. He was accelerating those areas, giving people a kind of error. Those invincible realm experts all had a kind of error. Time was being turned back. No, it was just that other areas were accelerated by him, causing one invincible realm experts to have a kind of error. Time was turning back. No, they didn't. It was Lu Wushan and the others who were being accelerated. This was something that Prince Zhou couldn't do alone. He needed stronger people to cooperate with him. At this moment, the Demon Emperor suddenly looked at one person. A person who didn't do anything, King of the Great Zhou. King of the Great Zhou instantly turned his head and looked in that direction. Across the endless void, thousands of miles away, they seemed to see each other. The demon emperor sighed. The top civilizator in the human realm, this was the real top civilizator in the human realm, those invincible realm experts were all enveloped in King of the Great Zhou's unique domain. They weren't lethal or dangerous. King of the Great Zhou used his unique Shenwen to create errors and misjudgments. This unique Shenwen definitely had the effect of silencing crises. So many invincible realm experts fell for it. There were so many experts, but no one felt that something was wrong. No one felt that it was inappropriate. Didn't they feel that King of the Great Zhou had turned back time too many times? It wasn't that easy to turn back time. Retreat. The demon emperor growled and his voice spread in all directions. At the same time, King of the Great Zhou's eyes changed. As he spoke, he sent a voice transmission, attack. He had been seen through, of course, he had expected it. With so many top experts, he could hide it for a while, but could he hide it forever? He had underestimated these top experts in the Wan region. As they shouted, the voice of the demon emperor rang in the ears of the Wan invincible realm experts. They were slightly stunned and retreated one after another. Although the demon emperor didn't say it in detail, they weren't stupid. Was there a problem? Let's retreat first, and at this moment, a sigh sounded, and a shocking roar resounded through the world. The passage of time instantly exploded. At the same time, a huge hole appeared on the barrier of the human realm. King of the Great Han realm shouted angrily, "Follow me to the human realm and destroy the human clan." With an angry roar, he swept the 4 invincible realm experts into the hole. They were all invincible realm experts of the 10,000 races. They wanted to struggle, but it was too late. They were swept down by him, and the hole in the barrier was instantly healed. They disappeared. King of the Great Han realm disappeared with 4 invincible realm experts of Wan, and the passage of time exploded, causing those invincible realm experts who maintained the passage to be injured. More than 40 invincible realm experts of Wan were here. A few were taken away by King of the Great Han realm. There were still many left, but all of them were injured. The passage they maintained with all their strength exploded. The river of time was the most dangerous. This thing exploded, and King of the Great Han realm was also injured. Even his past and future bodies were unstable. But he still took 4 invincible realm experts into the human realm. At this moment, King of the Great Zhou and King of the Little Zhou had a tacit understanding. At the same time, the 2 of them attacked an invincible realm expert. In an instant, the 2 of them went all out. Boom, with a loud bang, the 3 lives body of the invincible realm expert of the God clan exploded. He, who was already injured, was attacked by 2 powerful invincible realm experts at the same time. He didn't even have a sense of danger. He was intercepted by King of the Great Zhou. He had almost no time to escape. Just as the 3 lives body was about to escape, with a loud bang, the 3 bodies exploded. Just as the river of time was about to open, with a bang, it exploded. Kaboom, blood clouds descended, covering thousands of miles. The divine realm trembled slightly. Above the divine realm, a shadow fell and dissipated. Today, the 4th invincible realm expert died. The Nether clan, the Human clan, the Immortal clan, and the God clan, each had 1 invincible realm expert. And the Human clan had 3 more invincible realm experts. No. At this moment, Xianxia inexplicably and shockingly fast merged the 3 bodies into one. He merged the 3 bodies into one, and his aura instantly soared. He was already strong, but what was surprising was that it was too easy for him to prove his Tao this time. It didn't take long, and no one stopped him. He did it. With a loud bang, rays of light shone in all directions. Xianxia was still a little confused until the time tunnel exploded. King of the Great Zhou and King of the Little Zhou attacked and killed an invincible realm expert. King of the Great Han realm took 4 invincible realm experts into the human realm. Only then did he realize something. He opened his mouth and looked at Zhou Polong and the others. And Zhou Polong's expression changed slightly. "Retreat, we've been exposed." Xianxia sighed. "You told me to retreat, to prove my Tao, to run, and then to retreat. From the beginning to the end, I don't know what happened. Of course, now I roughly know. I have to run again. I went from Sun Moon to Invincible Realm. Was it that simple? How difficult was it to prove one's Tao to be Invincible Realm? Every time, the success rate was less than 30%, and there was a possibility of dying in the human race. This time, Fenhai died. Alright, he asked for it. 3 Wan died, and the human race had 4 more invincible realm experts. Wasn't it too simple? Run! Zhou Polong shouted angrily. What was Qin Jin doing? Did he think that he was invincible just because he succeeded in proving his Tao? There were many invincible realm experts in Wan, and their combat power was 2 to 1. Did he really want to fight to the end with Wan? At the same time, all the heavens Wan paused for a moment. Countless experts were stunned for a moment. In the sky above the demon world, the demon emperor looked around and sighed. The human race had 4 more invincible realm experts, and many of the other invincible realm experts were injured. Some of their 3 bodies were destroyed, and now, they might not dare to continue fighting. In the human race, some invincible realm experts were also shocked and confused. They all looked at King of the Great Zhou. King of the Great Zhou shouted, "Go, protect Xiao Longwu to prove his Tao and kill those guys." Weng, the void was torn apart, and the invincible realm experts couldn't help but say, "King of Han, life and death are decreed. He's heavily injured, and if he can kill those 4. Sigh, good luck." King of the Great Zhou sighed. He couldn't care less. He had no choice. The human race had fewer invincible realm experts, and if King of Han didn't take a few with him, the pressure would be even greater. Thus, even though King of Han was injured, he still took a few with him. As for whether King of Han was killed by them, or King of Han killed them, who knew? He's not a traitor? Someone was pleasantly surprised. King of the Great Zhou didn't say anything, but King of Han naturally wasn't. Some things were within his calculations. But King of Han just wore someone else's clothes, so that person couldn't say anything. That guy might have been stunned, but even if he wasn't, he didn't dare to say anything. King of Han suddenly jumped out and admitted his identity, which was probably beyond that person's expectations. Some things were true, and some were fake. 50 years ago, they had been planning everything. Fan Hai's betrayal was true, Yi Badian was killed was true, Fan Hai was instigated was true. Some of the generals in the army betrayed him was true, and there was one person who hid even deeper was true. Of course, the person behind the scenes hid too deeply. He had no choice but to take the risk. No matter, King of the Great Zhou thought to himself, no matter what, he had profited, not to mention killing an invincible realm expert, injuring dozens of invincible realm experts, and instantly killing 4 people was already not bad. As for that guy, King of the Great Zhou snorted coldly in his heart. He knew that he wouldn't dare to jump out. He had already investigated Fan Hai's identity, and he just wanted to lure that guy into the trap. Unfortunately, he didn't succeed. King of Han wore his clothes, and the other party didn't dare to come out to prove it. The Godfiends might know that there really was a traitor. However, with that guy's vigilance, even the Godfiends might not know who he was, but they knew that there was this guy in the human race. King of the Great Zhou felt a little regretful. If that guy was a little more impulsive, and jumped out to prove that King of Han was fake, that would be fun. That guy's identity being exposed was better than anything else. Now was good too, King of the Great Zhou sneered in his heart. King of Han jumped out once. If this guy cooperated with the Godfiends and jumped out again, would the Godfiends dare to believe it? Could it be another trap of the human race? Could it be that this person didn't exist from the beginning to the end? Maybe even the Godfiends would be afraid and wouldn't dare to take it seriously. Of course, all of this could be hidden in his heart. King of the Great Zhou shouted, "King of Han isn't a traitor, only Fan Hai is a traitor. We beat him at his own game and killed Fan Hai to purposely distract him. Everyone, from today onwards, the human race will be united. Old comrades, let's fight the heavens together." There was one more person, however. If King of the Great Zhou didn't say it, there was no more. No matter who that person was, there was no more now, unless he jumped out himself. Back then, Fan Hai killed Yi Badian too obviously, and people found out, causing everyone to know that there was a traitor in the human race. This also caused the human invincible realm experts to tremble in fear. Now, he had to dispel everyone's thoughts. Only Fan Hai, there was no second one. If that guy could really endure, he wouldn't expose himself, at least not now. Unless he was stupid and wanted to die, otherwise, he had to keep a low profile like the other invincible realm experts. The group of invincible realm experts were all delighted. King of Han wasn't a traitor. At the same time, there was a person in the crowd, but no one cared about him. Lu Wushan was like nothing had happened, mixing in with everyone. I am invincible too, let's run together. As for shouting himself hoarse, almost crying, almost self-destructing, that was all in the past. Everyone, don't mind him, in terms of becoming invincible, who is faster than me, who is simpler than me, who is stronger than me. When other people become invincible, they are suppressed by invincible realm experts. When I become invincible, I suppress 3 invincible realm experts and they don't even dare to fight back. I become invincible right under their noses. At this moment, those 1 invincible realm experts also thought it through. Someone roared in anger, this was too much, it was actually fake, damn it, they believed it, and they also felt that it should be real. Didn't they see that King of Han was hiding beside Fenhai? Clearly, he already knew that there was something wrong with Fenhai. If he wasn't a traitor, then did that mean that the human race already knew Fenhai's identity? Damn it, they had been used. The group of people was incomparably angry, but also incomparably glad. The invincible realm expert that King of Great Zhou and the others killed was not them, and the 4 that King of Han took away were not them either. Although King of Han might not be able to defeat them in the human realm, it was still very dangerous to go there. At this moment, the Demon Emperor sighed, shook his head, and transmitted his voice, surround and kill the other invincible realm experts, surround and kill Xiao Longwu. The human race had 4 more invincible realm experts. This time, no matter what, they had profited greatly. The Demon Emperor thought about something and fell into deep thought. The human race, did the second person really exist? At this moment, even he was a little uncertain. Fenhai, just Fenhai alone, with King of Han causing such a ruckus. Next time an invincible realm human came to them to cooperate, saying that they were the traitors, and that they should work together to kill the human race, would they dare to believe it? Wouldn't they be afraid of another King of Han? At the same time, King of Silkworm Annihilation and the others were shocked, and they all looked towards Da Xia of Goguryeo and King of Great Qin who were still fighting. Da Xia of Goguryeo and King of Great Qin fought as they retreated, and they continued to protect Xiao Longwu. King of Great Qin said calmly, what is this? Fenhai's identity has long been exposed, and old Zhou insisted on using it. Wan Tianqing hid it for many years to let him vent, and at the same time, let a few people prove their Dao. What is this? F***K, so you all know, King of Great Qin didn't say much, and not many people knew. King of Great Zhou, King of Great Qin, Da Xia of Goguryeo, King of Great Light, and King of Han, just them. As for the descendants, some were told, and some were not. Those who trusted their descendants, then tell them. Those who didn't. It wasn't that they didn't trust, but if acting didn't work, then don't tell them. For example, the 2 from Qin family, why tell them? If they told them, what if there was a flaw? It had to be said that King of Han's son was quite good at acting, crying and complaining again and again. It was not bad, but it was a bit too exaggerated. King of Great Qin thought. As for the others, there was no need to know. He was still a little worried. According to his and the King of the Great Zhou's thoughts, the best result this time was not to kill the invincible among the 10,000 races, nor was it to have a few more human race cultivators. But when King of Han jumped out, that traitor jumped out himself and told everyone that King of Han was fake. In the end, he didn't, he was too tolerant. But luckily, this fellow wouldn't dare to jump out for a while. Moreover, if you said that there was a traitor in the human race, no one would believe you. Maybe they would even joke about who was going to screw over this time. Old Zhou, these fellows, playing dirty, it's better to be a civilizator. King of Great Qin sighed in his heart. Playing dirty, I can't do it. Look, it went smoothly this time, 4 people proved their Dao, killed an invincible realm expert, seriously injured more than 10, and the other invincible realm experts were also injured. The people in the human realm were also very good, killing many invincible realm experts, which he didn't expect. It was much better than expected. King of Great Qin was satisfied. Actually, at this point today, even if Xiao Longwu really died, it was actually acceptable. Beside him, Da Xia of Goguryeo seemed to know what he was thinking, and his eyes were cold. Your son has proved his Dao. Do you want to leave? Gritting his teeth, Da Xia of Goguryeo said sullenly, invincible realm experts, too many. King of Han took 4, too many. Don't kill King of Han in battle, that would be a loss. Actually, there was no need to take so many, but King of Han was obviously still worried that there were too many invincible realm experts here, which would affect other people proving their Dao. As for the people in the human realm, could it be that Zhu Tiandao killed an invincible realm expert, which made King of Han think of this? It seemed that the fighting power in the human realm was still very strong. At this moment, Prince Daming, who was blocking the attacks of the invincible realm experts in the endless void, also frowned. My second brother killed an invincible realm expert. King of Han took 4 in. Is he going to give one to my second brother? How did my second brother kill an invincible realm expert? I am his father, but I didn't know he could kill an invincible realm expert. My second brother hid it too well. He doesn't even trust his father, but Prince Daming was worried. King of Han wouldn't do this, would he? Give an invincible realm expert to my second brother? My second brother seems to be fighting with an invincible realm expert now. Of course, according to everyone's thinking, if you can kill one, then you can fight against 2, although you can't kill them, but you can still fight with them for a while. Too strong, with the powerful Zhu Tiandao here, it is no problem to stop one more invincible realm expert. At this moment, seeing the time tunnel explode, and 5 incomparably strong figures appear in the human realm, Zhu Tiandao's heart slightly palpitated. What? Why am I palpitating? End of chapter 484. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.